Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Reincarnated as Mordred Kingdragon. South of the Central Continent, the Kingdragom Kingdom, capital city Wyvern. Year 405 of the Armored Dragon Calendar. In one of the chambers of the royal palace of the Kingdragom Kingdom, maids had hands full of work as a new child of the royal bloodline was about to be born. This would be the reigning king's 29th child. The mother? A half-elf slave woman, the king's plaything and not even his concubine. Purchased at a slave market, impregnated on a whim. Even so, the baby was still a child of the king. Everyone involved treated the birth with the utmost caution. Any mistake or complication could bring severe punishment. The midwives were experienced. A healing magician stood ready, ensuring the birth proceeded smoothly. Before long, a new life entered the world for the first time. Or so one would think. Tiny clear green eyes blinked at the unfamiliar world, pale blonde hair clung sparsely to a small head. The mother, who was just crying out in pain not long ago, could not help but smile as she saw that her baby resembled her. At that moment, one of the maids stepped forward. To preserve the king's dignity, a fitting name has already been chosen. Since it is a boy, he shall be called Mordred. Mordred Kingdragon, the 16th Prince of Kingdragon. The mother could only form a wry smile. Although her son was a prince, it was a prince in name only. And she hadn't even been allowed to choose her son's name. The king himself wasn't even present. She doubted he'd given a moment's thought to the child's existence. It was even uncertain whether she would be allowed to raise her own baby or she'd be thrown back into the dungeon cell. After all, in the king's eyes she was just a slave, captured and valued only for her beautiful appearance. All things considered, the child was the result of rape. But it did not stop her from loving her own baby. In this hopeless life of a slave, her child, the life, which she had carried in her belly for the last 9 months, was the one thing she could cherish, her light. But while the mother stared at the baby, the boy stared back with a strangely intelligent glint in his eyes. Does it mean I really reincarnated? The baby just named Mordred Kingdragon stared in shock at the beautiful blonde woman before him. Hey, Morgan Freeman wasn't lying after all. That guy really reincarnated him. And according to that self-proclaimed god, who as a joke took the form of Morgan Freeman when meeting him because that's how Mordred apparently saw God, he'd reincarnate in the world of Mushoku Tensei. As far as Mordred knew, a baby should not have proper eyesight for a good couple of weeks after just being born. But if it's Mushoku, then it checked out, some logic could be thrown out the window. The first scene of seeing a beautiful large-breasted blonde mother also checked out as the standard for Mushoku Tensei reincarnation. That aside, if Morgan Freeman didn't lie to him again, then he also reincarnated with the talent and potential of a servant from the Fate series, Mordred Pendragon. Back during his meeting with Morgan, he was asked to pull a lever of a flashy and tacky-looking gacha machine to determine his future potential as the god seemed to be treating his future as a joke. Among supposedly all heroic spirits, he ended up pulling Mordred Pendragon, the saber-class servant in the series and the illegitimate child of the king of knights Arthur/Artoria Pendragon. As far as Mordred was concerned, it wasn't a bad pull. Saber Mordred was a strong second-tier servant, only inferior to top servants. But this didn't mean he gained Mordred's strength or abilities in any way, or anything related to Mordred as a servant like her sword or armor. He would only inherit Mordred's talent and potential from when she was alive. Even so, just that alone was something amazing. For Mordred, if he reincarnated in a world of swords and magic yet was unable to gain any strength for himself, it would be a life worse than death. Taking several steps back, perhaps this wasn't entirely true. Just the possibility of restarting his life, and in a fantasy world he knew, would be something quite amazing even if he was an ordinary person. Although it would be agonizing to not be able to become stronger, life would at least be somewhat interesting, and he would get another shot at doing things better. Is this not what every average web novel reader dreams of? In the current situation, with supposedly the talent and potential of the son of King Arthur, Mordred was extremely eager to begin exploring the new world, restart his life and gain great strength for himself. While looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Mordred also thought that perhaps his new body's looks will also not be bad. If he had Mordred's potential, wouldn't he have her genetics too? He had high hopes. That being said, his mother seemed to have long ears of an elf and her eyes, which should be green, didn't match. Perhaps they were not actually related in the first place. But before Mordred began planning his future and secretly making a harem member list that began with heiress, joke, not really, he was soon pulled in closer by the blonde woman and was presented with a breast. It was breastfeeding time. Mordred let out an internal groan. Sigh. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. He was now a baby, so he had to swallow his pride. To grow up big and strong he needed nutrition, even grass needs to drink to grow, or so said his father, an alcoholic. A while later. Mordred. Mordred. I heard this word a few times already. Does it mean in this world my name is actually Mordred? Mordred pondered as he was placed down in what seemed to be a crib. The woman that seemed to be his mother had said the name Mordred a few times to him, and the midwives had also repeated it later when they picked him up. It seemed that his name from now on was really Mordred. Fate liked to play jokes. No, Morgan did. Who else could have set things up this way apart from this ROB guy? Either way, Mordred was not a bad name. He quite liked it, even if it was embarrassing to use the name of an anime character or a character from a myth. Eventually he'll just have to own it. While being moved around earlier, Mordred had also seen a bit of the world around him. He seemed to be in a high-class room with expensive-looking wooden carved furniture. Apart from the blonde woman, there were a few maids there as well. From this, it seemed as if he reincarnated in a rich family. But the father was not there. No males were present. Mordred felt a sense of déjà vu. So my father is either a high-ranking noble who's very busy or just doesn't care, he thought. After thinking for a moment, it was even better if he had a neglectful father. It beats having to pretend after reincarnating to be a good boy in front of an overly protective man that's probably younger than him, fooling the poor guy. Or having a father that's simply a horrible abusive asshole that's worse than having no father at all. In contrast, being neglected was just fine. As long as he displayed sufficient talent, he should still be able to gain access to some learning materials for magic and so on. While having these thoughts, Mordred wriggled around his little limbs while laying flat on his back. His mobility was limited to maybe 20% of the norm, making him feel strange. He felt like a mental hospital patient strapped to a straitjacket, not that he had personal experience. Putting these distracting thoughts aside, Mordred focused on something far more important. Magic. Can I use it? Of course he couldn't. He hadn't learned it yet. But what if? TSK. I'll have to wait until the coast is clear, Mordred reevaluated after glancing around, noticing someone still being there. If he internally wished to float up, and then he suddenly really floated up in front of the maids, then there were two options. Either Hagrid would come pick him up, because he's a wizard, or he would be exorcised for being possessed by an evil spirit. He could skip on risking the second outcome for the time being. For now, he thought back to the magic system of Mushoku Tensei. He was not only an anime watcher but also a web novel reader, and a quite mindful one, so he knew Mushoku Tensei quite well. Learning the magic itself and the spell's chance was one thing, but what the novel's protagonist discovered was that simply spending mana while you're still young works wonders to grow your mana pool. Apparently, no one else had noticed and figured this out in the last 300 years, everyone else believed that a person's mana capacity was decided at birth. Either way, starting to exercise your mana pool at a young age is crucial to growing an extremely large mana reserves in Mushoku Tensei. Everyone knows this. The younger you start, the better. As far as I remember, all that Rudeus did to grow his absurd mana pool was really just exhausting his mana every day. I hope I can somehow do that without learning magic. But can I? He could probably only begin learning magic when he learns how to read, when he's at least 2 years old. But this meant 2 years wasted. He had no idea how he could go about it otherwise, so he could only attempt using his imagination while hoping for the best. Mordred calmed down and focused on his body. He closed his eyes, and concentrated even more in order to attune himself with his body. Focus. Suddenly, as if a switch was turned on, he felt a jolt of electricity shooting through his entire body. The shock made him wide awake and alert. It was a slightly frightening experience. However, after that he began to see with his mind's eye white lines all over his body, running down his limbs like wires. What's that? Mordred was a little dazed. Seeing those lines, what came to his mind were the lines that Shiro Amiya in the Fate Stay Night series could see when he performed magecraft, whether on objects he inspected or the magic circuits of his own body. Mordred's natural conclusion and guess was that these white lines might be his magic circuits, which are probably used to move mana through his body. With this thought, he moved on with his original objective. He internally willed to control a flow through those lines to send out his internal energy into the outside world. After sending out this command, he immediately felt a change. Beginning from the area where his heart was, faint warmth traveled along the white circuits and along his limbs, before gathering at the tips of his fingers and being sent out. I did it. I think. Mordred felt excited. Although there was also a sense of fear that he might be doing things wrongly and fry his nerves, like Shiro was apparently doing. He maintained the flow of energy while being careful. If he started training his mana reserves right after popping out of the womb, that would truly be called starting to cultivate young. Unfortunately, because Morgan had him pop up right at this moment, he had wasted 9 months in the womb. He could only try to make up for it by being especially diligent. But it was not before a few moments later that Mordred felt increasingly tired. Suddenly, he passed out. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred, apparently. Age, 1 hour. Statistics. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Mana, F, seems to have some. Skills. Mana release. Magic. None. Swordsmanship. None. Act 1, leveling up begins. I have already written over 50 chapters, entire season 1, and planned the entire novel. From this point, I will be publishing 1 chapter per day while editing them, at 1800 hours Central European summertime just when Power Stones reset. And 2, the status windows are there just for the readers, the main character can't see them. However, the information is often limited to what he is at least somewhat aware of. P.S. In case you don't speak English, I'll have to mention that there is a bit of humor and sarcasm mixed in through the story. It requires a bit of comprehension, so don't take all lines literally and seriously. I've already seen people overreact to lines that are half jokes. And 3, the MC is a man, so he looks 90% like male Arthur prototype, but with slightly sharper features just like Mordred. He's the Mordred prototype. Or you can just look at Richard Lionheart as reference, I think it's close enough, save the red strings of hair. Chapter 2. The first months. Around a month passed. Ever since Mordred switched on his magic circuits and discovered a way to release his internal energy, he continued doing exactly that every single day. Or more precisely, he did this every time he woke up. Because all that he was doing was making things flow out through his circuits and there was no pain, he felt that it was safe to do. The feeling was also similar to Rudeus's description of warmth flowing through his blood vessels, confirming that he was on the right track. Mordred also quickly discovered that over time, the amount of energy he expelled increased, in other words, his mana pool grew. And it grew at a very fast and exponential rate. At first, it doubled every day. If the amount of mana he had at the very beginning was the size of a teaspoon, after a week it was the size of a large cup. After another week, it increased to the size of a bucket. Unfortunately, this rate of improvement quickly tapered off after that. Although Mordred's total amount of mana grew increasingly larger with each day due to a higher base amount, the relative improvements were gradually lower, it no longer doubled with each day. At the usual rate, if he compared his starting amount of mana to a teaspoon, he should have ended up with an Olympic-size pool if things doubled each day for a month, but it was more along the lines of a water tanker. That being said, it was still a large improvement. But where he stored all those 20,000 liters of mana in the tiny body of his, he had no idea. It was just an imaginative size of his mana pool anyway. Sensing this kind of improvement made Mordred feel very satisfied and motivated to keep practicing. The rate at which he could expel his energy also gradually improved. Although the number of his magic circuits unfortunately did not seem to grow alongside it, their efficiency in carrying out the job was improving, or his own skill at doing so. However, he failed to perform any actual magic in the outside world. For now he could only use mana release to grow his mana pool. With his method of practice, he would wake up, begin to cry for someone to take care of his baby needs like breastfeeding and having his butt cleaned, release his mana and then instantly fall back to sleep. This method of releasing mana to fall asleep luckily also helped him to get faster through the uncomfortable time of being an immobile little baby pooping himself. He was probably sleeping around 23 hours a day. He had no idea what the maids thought, but they didn't throw him out yet, so that was good enough. In relation to the maids, after a while Mordred failed to see his supposed mother again. He had no idea what happened, but whenever he woke up, he was fed by an older woman instead. Although a number of things could have happened, Mordred had a bad feeling about this. Even so, there was nothing that he could do apart from releasing his mana whenever awake and pooping his diapers while asleep. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred, quite certainly. Age, 1 month. Statistics. Strength, F, of an infant, couldn't even grab a chicken. Endurance, F, non-existent, can't even hold his poop. Agility, F, hardly any, can't even touch his pages. Mana, F plus the size of a water tanker. Skills. Mana release. Magic. None. Swordsmanship. None. Around 6 months passed in total. During this time, Mordred had never seen his birth mother again. From the subtle reactions of the maids whenever he babbled "mama," he could guess that something bad had happened. Their downcast gazes, the way their hands would still for a moment, and none of it boded well. Mordred prepared himself for the worst. The thought that his reincarnation might have led to that bright woman's death left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he certainly did not feel guilty of being alive. If there was someone to blame, then it was Morgan for making things turn out this way. And perhaps originally that woman was not meant to have survived in the first place, along with the baby. Mordred liked to think this way. His primary caretaker serving as his nursing mother was now instead a 40-year-old noble-looking woman with dark brown hair and an air of dignity. She was his wet nurse and nanny. Through their interactions, he learned that his full name seemed to be Mordred Kingdragon. He slowly began to learn the new language, but the meaning of the words that made up his surname still eluded him. In regard to his everyday training, after 5 more months of expelling his mana pool had comparatively grown by a huge amount. Along with it, Mordred had discovered a type of magic that he's already capable of using. It was reinforcement. He could use his mana to reinforce his body, making it stronger and more durable, also boosting his reaction speed and the 5 senses. In the Fate universe it would likely be called reinforcement magecraft or strengthening magecraft, the basis for all magi to strengthen their physical bodies to superhuman levels in order to fight in close range, as well as to temporarily strengthen objects like a sword, a metal pipe to be used as a weapon or even a table to be used as a shield. Using reinforcement on his body, Mordred could do several more hit push-ups than normal when testing himself, essentially doubling or tripling his strength. Along with this, he also discovered that by sending his mana into objects, he could analyze their structure and potentially also reinforce them. He should have probably started with that, but he seems to have a natural talent for strengthening type body reinforcement. And given that he was supposed to be a child of the King of Knights, technically even King Arthur's clone brought to life through Morgan's magic, it was probably only natural. Thinking of this, Mordred also discovered the irony of the god who reincarnated him appearing to meet him in the form of Morgan Freeman. Truly, Morgan's magic had brought him to life as well. Mordred only hoped that he was not a homunculus because it would probably severely shorten his lifespan. However, seeing how he was growing up at a normal and not enhanced rate, it didn't seem to be the case. Currently, after slowly growing up over the last 6 months, Mordred's body developed only enough to allow him to crawl. There was nothing unordinary there. His mother allowed him to freely crawl around his room, but Mordred did not stop at only exploring just his room and would also crawl out into the corridor and other places, also remembering to act like an actual silly child sometimes to not arouse suspicion. As a result of his exploration, he saw that the mansion he lived in seemed to belong to a rich noble family or even a royal family. There were many servants in the mansion. And even as he crawled along the corridor, he failed to reach its end, at least before someone picked him up and ended his odyssey. His status in the family didn't seem to be low. Even if his mother might be a servant, his father, albeit neglectful, should be a noble. This could be seen in the way he was treated by the other maid. This was naturally a good thing because once his talents are revealed he should not lack learning resources and teachers. But before learning how to cast continent-erasing spells and swing space-shearing sword strikes, Mordred had a more basic test of his motor skills to pass first. It was walking. Not crawling around on all fours, but walking on 2 legs, like an example of an intelligent species of primates, which he saw himself as yet could not yet prove it. Holding onto the leg of a chair, which was akin to a thick wooden pillar in his grasp, Mordred secretly reinforced his body and raised himself up, relying on both his legs and arm muscles. Fortunately, no white lines indicating his magic circuits appeared all over his skin on the outside when he did that, like in the Fate anime adaptation. Boo. Careful. Mordred heard his nanny say something in a worried tone as she overlooked what he was doing. The 40-year-old woman quickly ran over ready to grab Mordred from behind, but upon seeing him firmly stand on his 2 legs, she held back and only lightly supported him. A 6-month-old attempting to walk. This is, really. She had her own child, so she knew that her son only began walking slightly before turning 1-year-old. She could not help but smile and secretly cheered Mordred on. Meanwhile, while standing on his wobbly knees that seemed as if they would buckle down at any moment, Mordred had a bad premonition about things. It was instinct. There was no problem with the strength of his muscles but stability. However, he was supported from behind, so he felt he should at least give things a try. Still holding onto the chair's leg, he let go of it. He then took 1 shaky step forward. 1. After that 1 step, he could not stand straight anymore and began to fall forward. Fortunately, his nanny caught him just in time. Mordred got back to a crawling position, then looked at the 40-year-old woman, smiled and let out a child's silly laughter to appear like a baby. Secretly, he thought, I'm no Guyufang Yuan or Kusuwaseki. It seems that walking is still a too high-ranking skill for my body. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Age, 6 months. Statistics. Strength, F, a weak human strength when reinforced. Endurance, E, early advanced rank durability when reinforced. Agility, E, F, early advanced rank reflexes when reinforced, a toddler's running speed. Mana, E, early advanced rank. Skills. Mana release, mana reinforcement, structure analysis. Magic. None. Swordsmanship. None. P.S. Currently rewriting mother/nanny situation, so there can be inconsistencies. Chapter 3. Prince's nursing mother. Charlotte's POV. Charlotte Carver is a 41-year-old low-ranking noblewoman deployed by the royal family of Kingdragon to nurse one of the king's children. Until recently, she did not work as a nursing mother and began just recently. Her role was to raise one of the princes, a boy named Mordred Kingdragon. The boy's mother was apparently a slave who died soon after giving birth in an unfortunate accident. It was under the circumstances of her husband being dead, her original occupation being an etiquette teacher and her 11-year-old son joining the palace as an exemplary knight squire that Charlotte was chosen for the job. The money was good, and she would get to stay closer to her son by living in the palace, so she accepted it. Time passed, month after month, and the prince grew up well. Mordred was a unique child, Charlotte could tell from the beginning. He would never cry for no apparent reason. He almost only cried when his diaper was full or when he was hungry. As he grew a few months old, he still never threw tantrums, and she sometimes had a feeling as if she saw signs of unusual wisdom in his eyes. It was a little strange, but that's when Charlotte thought that the name Mordred was quite fitting for the prince after she learned that it embodied the concept of self-control and restraint. As a newborn, Mordred would also sleep a lot. He would be asleep for the great majority of the day. It is true for all newborn children that they sleep a lot, but the little prince took this to another level. After waking up for a brief moment to be breastfed or have his diapers changed, he would always immediately go back to sleep without fail. As a few months passed, the boy continued sleeping a lot. But all this suddenly changed when he learned how to crawl. He would curiously crawl everywhere, seeming to want to explore the entire palace. Charlotte had to be careful to not leave the doors open, otherwise she felt that the prince would definitely notice it and sneak out. The prince finally began to move around and was a very active child. Seeing it filled her heart with joy and brought back old memories. But strangely, Mordred's activity only happened in short bursts. He would wake up, move around like an overly curious child, tire himself out and then quickly go back to sleep. Eventually, a full year passed. Prince Mordred turned 1 year old. Around this time the boy seemed to have become bored with the exploration of the outside world as he returned to spending most of the time sleeping in his lair. However, at one point, one thing managed to arouse baby Mordred's interest more than sleep. It was a picture book fairy tale that Charlotte had once brought with her. She originally only wanted to show the pictures to Mordred as he began learning the language, but she did not expect that the boy would actually repeat her words and fixate his eyes on the text as if wanting to understand it. From that moment onwards, amazed, Charlotte began to teach the prince how to read. Over time, Charlotte realized that she had underestimated the boy by believing that he was a clever child. It was far more than that. After just a year, Mordred already learned how to speak fluently, and most importantly, he even seemed to have learned how to read simple sentences. A 2-year-old being able to read. It was something mind-boggling. The prince was a genius, a super genius. After discussing this with her acquaintances in the palace, they all expected Mordred to become a high-ranking official or a famous scholar in the future. This was also the limit of the boy's birth. If he became someone like the Prime Minister, that would truly be called success in life. But this belief changed when one of those days, the prince had asked Charlotte to bring him to the palace's library. Although Mordred was young, he was still the son of the king, so there were no problems in him visiting the public royal library if he wanted to. Right after they came into the library, the boy quickly noticed a section with the label of magic and rushed there. Charlotte smiled as she followed him. "Your Highness, you're too young to borrow anything from this section." "I know. But I just want to look at the pictures." Hearing this childish reason, Charlotte smiled again and felt that there would be no problem with just taking a look. Mordred began to browse through the early section before finally settling on a book. He pulled it out and opened it. It was a book that seemed to have multiple copies, a tome titled, Guide to Magic. After shuffling the pages, the boy soon settled his sight. After a while, he spoke up, "Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest." Chapter 3. Nursing Mother. Charlotte's POV. Charlotte Carver is a 31-year-old low-ranking noblewoman deployed by the royal family of Kingdragon to nurse one of the king's children. Until recently, she did not work as a nursing mother, but began just recently. Her role was to raise one of the princes, a boy named Mordred Kingdragon. The boy's mother was apparently a slave who died soon after giving birth in an unfortunate accident. It was under the circumstances of her husband being dead, her original occupation being an etiquette teacher and her 11-year-old son joining the palace as an exemplary knight squire that Charlotte was chosen for the job. The money was good, and she would get to stay closer to her son by living in the palace, so she accepted it. Time passed, and the boy grew up well, but she could tell from the beginning that Mordred was a very special child. Starting from the time when she began nursing him, he would never cry unless there was a good reason for it, like his diaper being full or when he was hungry. Additionally, he never threw tantrums and sometimes there were signs of unusual wisdom in his eyes. It was very strange, but that's when Charlotte thought that the name Mordred was quite fitting for the prince because it embodied the concept of self-control and restraint. As a newborn, Mordred would also sleep a lot. He would be asleep for the great majority of the day. It is true for all newborn children that they sleep a lot, but the little prince took this to another level. After waking up for a brief moment to be breastfed or have his diapers changed, he would always immediately go back to sleep without fail. A few months passed as the boy continued sleeping a lot, but all this changed when he learned how to crawl. He would begin to curiously crawl everywhere, seeming to want to explore the entire palace. Charlotte had to be careful to not leave the doors open, otherwise she felt that the prince would definitely notice it and sneak out. The prince finally began to move around and was a very active child. Seeing it filled her heart with joy and brought back old memories. But interestingly, the prince's activity only happened in short bursts. The boy would wake up, move around like an overly curious child, tire himself out and then quickly go back to sleep. A full year passed. The prince had officially turned 1 year old. Around this time, the boy seemed to have become bored with the exploration of the outside world and returned to spending most of the time in his lair. However, at one point, one thing managed to arouse baby Mordred's interest more than sleep. It was a picture book fairy tale that Charlotte had once brought with her. She wanted to show the pictures in the book to Mordred as he began learning the language, but she did not expect that the boy would fixate his eyes on the text while she was reading it and repeat her words as if wanting to understand them. From that moment onwards, amazed, Charlotte began teaching the little prince how to read. Over time, Charlotte realized that she had underestimated Prince Mordred by believing that he was a clever child. It was far more than that. After just a year, Mordred already learned how to speak fluently, and most importantly, he even learned how to read. A 2-year-old being able to read. It was something mind-boggling. The prince was a genius, a very rare genius. After discussing this with her acquaintances in the palace, they all expected Mordred to become a high-ranking official or a famous scholar in the future. This was also the limit of the boy's birth. If he became someone like the Prime Minister, that would truly be called success in life. But this belief changed when, one of those days, the prince had asked Charlotte to bring him to the palace's library. Although Mordred was young, he was still the son of the king, so there was no problem with him visiting the library if he wanted to. Right after coming to the library, the boy quickly noticed the section with the label of magic and rushed to it. Charlotte smiled as she followed him, saying, "Your Highness, you're too young to borrow anything from this section." "I know. But I just want to look at the pictures." Hearing this childish reason, Charlotte felt that there would be no problem just taking a look. The prince browsed through the early section before finally settling on a book. He pulled it out and opened it. It was a book that had many copies, a tome titled, Guide to Magic. After shuffling the pages, the boy soon settled his sight. After a while, he spoke up, "Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest." It was at that moment that Charlotte realized that what the prince was actually reading was an incantation for a spell, right from that book. Her expression froze. "No, Prince Mordred." Charlotte immediately called out in a panic. "I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Don't read it." Charlotte snatched the book from the boy's hands. The reason magic tutors exist is because learning magic by oneself can be dangerous, or at least that's how Charlotte understood it. Mordred trying to read an incantation of a spell could have disastrous consequences if the spell backfired. But it was too late. Water ball. As the boy voiced the last words of the incantation, water began to rapidly gather in front of his hand, forming a fist-sized sphere of water. After staying in the air for a few moments, it fell down and splashed against the stone floor of the library. "Prince, you." Charlotte was taken aback. It was magic. She did not expect the prince to actually succeed. As far as she knew, noble children would usually not even begin learning magic until they're 5 years old, and most often it wouldn't be until much later for safety concerns. And even then, not all of them would succeed. But Mordred succeeded at 2 years old, and at his first try. What could the prince be if not a magic genius? UPS. The boy looked at his shoes, which were now slightly wet. He then looked up at his nanny. He said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry. You said to stop, but I really wanted to try it. And it was too late." Charlotte looked down at the boy sympathetically. Who cared about his shoes being wet or him not listening to her at this point? The prince was a magic prodigy. Charlotte grabbed Mordred's upper arms while looking him in the eyes as an overjoyed smile appeared on her face. "Good job, Mordred. The king will be very happy." Mordred's POV. After glancing at the librarian who stared at the small wet spot on the carpet, Charlotte ignored her and looked back at Mordred. She leaned down to meet his eyes and said, "Can you do that again?" Again." Mordred looked at his mother, then nodded his head like a good boy. "Okay." He extended his right hand. "Wait a moment, I'll give you the book," said Charlotte. But Mordred ignored her as he already closed his eyes. Repeat the feeling from before. The feeling from before. He concentrated and attempted to cast the water ball spell silently. He gathered his mana in the same way as before. But after that he remained stuck as he simply couldn't replicate the same feeling. Water, gather. To form a water ball. Mordred ruminated inside his mind but with no success. With each passing moment, he was feeling increasingly depressed. What if he's incapable of doing silent magic of this world because he has the body and magic circuits from another world? It would just be such a shame. Although the sword alone should be enough for him to become powerful, he also wanted to be able to perform this world's magic. He wanted to freely cast all kinds of magic silently like Rudeus. Prince Mordred. Charlotte called out with concern. Mordred kept his eyes shut, concentrating. Soon enough, he spoke up out of desperation, "Water ball." These words seemed to serve as a trigger. The mana that was just gathered previously suddenly found the right way to flow and gushed out of his hand, transforming into a fist-sized sphere of water. What? Charlotte was stunned. Didn't the prince just skip most of the incantation? Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy, only by Charlotte so far. Age. Statistics. Strength, F average human strength when reinforced, 100 kg. Endurance, E advanced rank, his skin becomes as tough as steel when reinforced and difficult to be harmed by a knife. Agility, E asterisk, F asterisk, peak advanced rank reflexes, surpassing trained athletes running speed, intermediate rank. Mana, D, early saint rank. Skills. Mana release, mana reinforcement, structure analysis. Magic. Water magic, elementary rank, chanted. Swordsmanship. None. Other. Reading, human language. Chapter 4, Chapter 4. Audience with the king. After the brief visit in the library, Mordred returned to his room. Unfortunately, he was not allowed to bring the magic guidebook with him, but he could accept it because his objective was achieved. Good. With this, my talent for magic will be noticed and I will finally get to learn real magic. He had already learned that he was a low-ranking prince of one of the 3 biggest and most powerful nations of this world. Despite that, unless he pulled out a stunt like this, he would simply have no access to a magic guidebook at his age. There wasn't one lying around that he could freely read. That's why he thought of this simple scheme. With this matter out of the way, once he was left alone, Mordred found himself something that could hold water and stretched out his hand once again. Earlier he failed in true silent casting. He still needed to say the spell's name for support. This made him worry that just like Rin Tosaka in the Fate series, as he remembered it, he might need to say the name of a spell out loud for it to work. It wasn't ideal nor was it too bad, but then it probably meant that he could not modify his spells and pump them full of mana like Rudeus. Putting these depressing thoughts aside, Mordred closed his eyes and concentrated once again. Recall and repeat the feeling from before. The feeling from before. He thought back to when he cast the water ball and attempted to repeat doing that silently. Unfortunately, after he gathered his magic power, he remained stuck at the same point as before. Too much time had passed since he cast the water ball and he simply couldn't replicate the same feeling. Water ball. With this trigger, his spell finally came to be. After that, he attempted to seize the feeling and immediately cast water ball silently, but he still found it difficult. He refused to give up and kept at it. Fortunately, after casting the water ball a few more times, Mordred eventually managed to cast it silently. It was a huge relief. He simply needed to practice first to learn how to cast a spell without an incantation. For the elementary rank, water ball, he only needed to repeat it several times to fully engrave the method of casting it without a chant into his body. Now what was left was to etch that feeling into his mind to make it instinctual and something he wouldn't forget. As Mordred learned how to cast the water ball silently, he also became able to change its various parameters like its size and rough shape. While Mordred was practicing, 2 people at one point visited him. One was Charlotte, who looked quite thrilled. The other was a 50-year-old woman. After her courteous introduction, Mordred learned that she was the head maid. It appeared that his nanny had reported his talent for magic to the head maid. No surprise there, the middle-aged woman smiled at him and said, "Your Highness, could you show me your magic?" Okay. Mordred nodded. He then stretched out his hand. Without him saying anything, a sphere of water formed before his palm and then dropped it into a bucket. Seeing this scene, Charlotte and the head maid's expressions froze and they wore stupefied faces as if they were not sure if they saw correctly. After a few seconds, the head maid blinked her eyes a few times, looked at Mordred and said in an incredulous tone, "Prince Mordred, did you just omit the incantation?" Yes. Is that wrong?" Mordred blinked his eyes, speaking cutely and looking up at the woman as if he was afraid of scolding. The head maid blinked her eyes. This child was just too cute. How was what he did wrong? She said, "No, dear boy, what you did was incredible. The king will be happy when he hears about this." Mordred understood that what he just did might have been seen as unnecessarily showing too much talent. It'd be somewhat foolish and reckless when Hidegami was concerned, but he had his reasons for doing that. Firstly, he didn't care about revealing his talents because a 2-year-old capable of casting magic is not much different from a 2-year-old who can cast truncated casting, or a 2-year-old who can do silent casting. It's a magic prodigy just the same. Meanwhile, people of this world shouldn't even understand the concept of silent casting and what it entails apart from casting without an incantation. On the other hand, now he'll surely earn the best tutors and learning resources right off the bat. As he expected, following this incident the news of a young magic prodigy appearing among the king's children spread through the royal palace. Even more shocking than the fact that a 2-year-old boy managed to cast magic, he apparently was also able to cast the said spell while skipping the incantation entirely. If this rumor was true, it was a level of magical talent that had never appeared in the Kingdragon realm. This news had alarmed the people in charge of the palace and eventually reached the king himself. A few hours later on that day, Mordred was called in to see the king. Meeting the king personally. It was his intention, but Mordred still felt a little nervous. But just what kind of person was the king? As far as Mordred was aware, people didn't go out of their way to speak of him well, nor did they speak of the king poorly. At most, it seemed to be the case that the king was not a tyrant but just a pervert who spent most of his days messing around. That's the second-hand impression Mordred had of him. From his room, Mordred was brought by his nanny to what seemed to be some kind of waiting room. In the room there were several other people, by the look of it, awaiting the audience with the king. An attendant soon called out to them, and a while later Mordred and Charlotte skipped the queue and walked through an extravagant, huge door with golden decorations. The throne room, huh? Mordred thought as he went in. He entered what looked like an example of a medieval fantasy world's throne room, with a long red carpet in the middle, thick pillars at the sides along with all kinds of decorations to show off the wealth and majesty of the crown. This included impressive suits of armor, various sculptures often adorned with gold, unique-looking trees, and so on. And at the end of the room was naturally the throne. And the man sitting on it with the crown was undoubtedly the king. It was the 32nd generation king of the Kingdragom Kingdom, Lucius von Kingdragon. What kind of man was he? Mordred concentrated magic power in his eyes to better see the men on the throne. Firstly, he saw that the king was not sitting alone. On top of his lap sat 2 young girls. A girl with dark purple hair and voluptuous chest that looked to be 15 years old sat on his right thigh, snuggling up to his chest, while another even younger and less developed elf girl sat on his left, being hugged by him. As for the king himself, appearance-wise, he was a man around 40 years old. An average-looking face that was neither good-looking nor ugly, curly golden hair and a stubble. He was not particularly in shape, but not obese either. If not for the extravagant clothes, the golden crown embroidered with jewels and the entire grandeur surrounding him along with 2 gorgeous escorts, the man on the golden chair gave Mordred the feeling of an average 40-year-old male that could be anyone, a businessman or a taxi driver. The only thing that was out of place with that picture was a natural expression of arrogance that seemed to be ingrained into his very being, as if everything was beneath him. It was the disposition of someone who had been in power for a long time. But what Mordred was focused on were the 2 exceedingly young girls at the king's lap. He slightly frowned. I wasn't wrong. The king is a pervert. Near the entrance door, a chubby man spoke up with an androgynous voice, Mordred Kingdragon, the 16th prince, and his nursing mother Charlotte Carver. They are here in regard to the 16th prince's supposed use of silent spellcasting at the age of 2. Your Majesty. Charlotte knelt on the red carpet and lowered her head. Mordred mirrored her gesture. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Father. The king looked at Mordred sternly. Boy, is it true that you managed to cast magic? And that you can do it while omitting the incantation? Yes. Show it to me. Hearing this, Mordred slowly stood up. He extended his hand and looked at the red carpet below him. After hesitating for just a moment, he gathered his internal energies, shaping the early form of the spell's structure, then finalized it. Silently, a sphere of water formed and then splashed against the carpet, creating a wet stain. What do you think? The king looked to the side at a man that was likely his advisor or a magical advisor. It seemed to be genuine silent casting, Your Majesty, the man answered with some uncertainty in his voice. Silent casting was a legendary and mythical skill. He had never seen it performed, so he could only make a guess. Additionally, for a 2-year-old to appear with this ability, it is likely that it is only a rare inborn talent or that the boy is a Miko, a blessed child born with an abnormality in his magic power. Thus, the advisor added, it is highly possible that His Highness is a Miko. Investigate it later. But remember that he's still my son, said the king. I understand. A Miko, once discovered, would usually have their name stripped down and would become the property of the kingdom. But it was different in the case of children of the royal family. They would instead gain a special status and their importance would rise. Lucius von Kingdragon turned to Mordred's group and formed a faint smile. I will assign you a fitting magic tutor, son. This level of talent must be properly trained. Thank you, said Mordred. It seemed that after showing sufficient talent, he leveled up from boy to son. But this was good. Getting a fitting magic tutor was exactly why he was there. Work hard to bring glory to the Kingdragon name, added Lucius. He then looked at Charlotte. And for you, you did well to discover my son's talent for magic at such a young age. You'll be properly rewarded. Yes, Your Highness. Having returned to his room, Mordred recalled his meeting with the king. It seemed that no matter what, and even though he was a pervert, even if it was merely assigning someone else for the job, the king at least tried to do his parenting job properly. It reminded him of Paul. Although Paul at least had a fetish for big boobs, so he would never go after children. However, 15 years old should make an adult in this world, so perhaps that's why everyone considered it normal. Shaking off these random thoughts, Mordred thought about a more serious topic. Hitagami. It stood to reason that the self-proclaimed god of humans Hitagami would eliminate anyone that could pose a threat to his existence through scheming and through his various influential pawns. As an otherworldly soul and someone with high talent, Mordred was a serious threat to Hitagami. It was likely because he could ally with Orsted, being immune to his curse, and he would surely want to become someone extraordinary. Just now, Mordred had revealed himself to the entire royal palace as a 2-year-old child with the talent to cast magic and even being able to do it silently. The news of a 2-year-old magician would eventually probably spread through all the noble circles. As he kept having more and more outstanding achievements, the news would slowly spread through the entire kingdom. He might even become known as a Miko. One would clearly see it as a risk. But of course, he couldn't not reveal his talent for magic. How would he learn it otherwise? That aside, all of it was a calculated risk. Putting aside other reasons, it was because of the words of another self-proclaimed god, Morgan Freeman. Mordred remembered their conversation clearly until this day. Before Mordred reincarnated, Morgan told him, "I'll tell you one thing before you go, son. To put you in that world, I had to make quite significant changes because I didn't only transfer your soul from Earth, but also a copy of Mordred's soul and body, replacing the boy that was to be born as stillborn. To avoid things being distorted with just your birth alone, I made it so that what happens within the entire Kingdragon realm simply won't accelerate the changes in the world's fate at large, at least in the beginning." Then what does that mean exactly? Mordred pondered. It means that whatever you do in the Kingdragon Kingdom, it won't accelerate the timing of the teleportation incident in Roa and won't make you noticed by Hitagami until the world's fate shifts enough. Only when Hitamaji's future fate changes enough to include you, would he take notice and take interest in you. Oh. Of course, if you become famous all over the world, Hitagami would eventually discover you through his apostles, but because he would not see the changes to his future yet, he would have no reason to target you. After all, you would seem unrelated to him and perhaps someone that would probably die soon enough. And it isn't like Hitagami can change his apostles at any time he wants, either. Your situation will be similar to Rudeus, at least early on. I felt like telling you all this because I know that you would worry about Hitagami and conceal your strength, but it's just no fun. I want to see you realize Mordred's potential. So don't be too squeamish about making changes. Well, I hope you'll give me a good show. Off you go, son. And so Mordred felt that it did not matter even if he became known as the most absurd genius that had ever existed because Hitagami would likely only view him as such, a human genius who's not related to him in any way. As long as he didn't act beyond the borders of the Kingdragon Kingdom, that is. And as long as he didn't cause enough changes in the outside world to trigger the mana calamity, probably. Unlike Hitagami, Morgan actually granted people wishes and had even reincarnated him. He wouldn't lie or trick him, right? At the very least, Mordred didn't want to hinder his own growth, so he decided to show off his talents while he's still in the palace. Reading the final volume of the novel, each action that he would take outside of canon as an original character would accelerate the timing of the mana disaster. If not for Morgan's intervention, he assumed that the mana disaster might have been triggered by his appearance in this world alone, or the timing of it might have accelerated to the point it could happen when he's about 5 years old and in a completely unrelated place while Rudeus was also still be a baby. So it makes sense that Morgan would want to maintain the integrity of the timeline somewhat, keeping things together. There was no guarantee, but it was probably not a lie. Furthermore, since Morgan wished for entertainment, he might as well provide it while earning the best treatment in the palace. He didn't want to earn a deity's wrath. Chapter 5. Magic Tutor. After Mordred's audience with the king, the news of his talent at magic had spread through the palace and eventually reached the Kingdragon Kingdom's court magician, Sophia Vexmoor. It is publicly known that the court magician was perpetually engrossed in her magic research, rarely leaves the tower and pays no attention to worldly affairs. It was her disciple Julius Frostguard who had passed her the news inside her tower, along with the king's decision regarding this matter. Before her disciple finished his report, a young man around 20, the elderly woman frowned and unhappily said, "The king wants me to teach a 2-year-old boy magic. Has that man's brain been replaced with sperm too? So what if he cast magic at 2 years old? Anyone with some talent and the ability to repeat a string of words like a parrot could succeed with some effort." Sophia spoke with distaste. She was sick of having talentless noble brats as her disciples. In particular, Teaching a 2-year-old child was utterly beneath her status and a complete waste of her time. Julius formed a very bitter smile. Although the king's debauchery was no secret to anyone, only his master would have the guts to comment on the king's decision in such a manner. Perhaps it was because she was already very old and might be getting a bit senile. In fact, he also agreed that it was unfitting for the court magician to waste her time teaching a child the basics of magic. Anyone could do this. But this situation was different. Julius patiently continued, I haven't finished yet, master. Apparently, the boy can completely omit incantations when casting. What did you say? Sophia heard this and looked at him again, stunned. That boy can perform silent casting. Julius nodded. Apparently, yes, the king had personally confirmed it. You're not lying to me. I wouldn't dare. Julius solemnly touched the area around his heart. Gradually, Sophia's face became increasingly dignified. She had long dreamed of performing the so-called legendary silent spell casting, except it was a dream she had long buried alongside the memories of her youth. That was because there was simply no formal method of learning silent casting, so even if one wanted to learn it, they would have no idea how to go about it. Even for the old men in the Renoa University who can apparently do silent casting, it isn't very useful because he can only do it with low-rank spells. An enchanted wand or a magic circle scroll could do the same thing and be even better at it. As such, Sophia simply gave up on silent casting just like every other magician, viewing it as nothing but a dream. As an older woman she focused on the study of magic circles instead, believing that it was the future direction of magic. Silent spellcasting was a dead end. But now she heard that a 2-year-old child is able to skip the incantation entirely and supposedly cast a spell silently. Was this really true? If it were, this thought made Sophia, the #1 magician of the Kingdragom Kingdom, feel quite bitter. But at the same time, it also gave her a sense of relief. Because the one who managed silent casting was a 2-year-old, it can be interpreted that it can only be achieved by those with inborn talent for this unique skill. It didn't necessarily mean that her own talent was bad or that the boy was so much better than her at magic in general. It just means he's good at visualization. Wait a moment. But this basically means he will be good at casting higher-level spells too, because the main difficulty in casting king-rank spells, apart from requiring copious amounts of magic power, is that they're more complicated and require a powerful visualization ability. So as long as he has enough juice, his talent for magic is actually incredibly high. As Sophia was thinking of this, her disciple said again, Master, what do you think of it now? Will you begin teaching the boy? Julius was aware that his master was picky about choosing her disciples. If not for his father, Julius himself would not be chosen. Sophia noticed her disciple's slightly teasing smile and snorted. What are you so smug about, Julius? What you said changes everything. She hummed again. She was getting older. She had many regrets in life, but as her death neared, for a while now she secretly hoped to have a true disciple. Not only a student but someone equal to her in skill who could inherit her complete legacy and research, and continue it, eventually maybe even surpassing her. Unfortunately, the students that she had picked up so far were all unsatisfactory. Let's look at Julius for example. He has a decent level of talent and should achieve saint rank in the future, but that was his limit. He was simply not good enough to reach king rank. Julius's biggest deficiency was that he lacked the magic power necessary for king-ranked magic, so no matter how hard he practiced, he could never jump over this hurdle even with a good staff. Interesting. I want to meet this boy, said Sophia, before correcting herself, bring him to me, Julius. I understand, master. Julius gently smiled. This matter could be delegated to a servant, but he too wanted to meet this interesting boy. In his room, Mordred laid on the bed on his stomach and read a book titled, 3 Swordsmen and the Labyrinth. Apparently, it was one of the classic and well-known stories in this world similar to Perugius's legend, which he had already gone through with Erica while learning to read. At one point there was a knock on the door. His nanny Charlotte had brought a guest. It was a fairly handsome young man that might not be 20 years old yet, wearing embroidered black uniform, having quite long black hair and piercingly cold light blue eyes. Hello. Are you the 16th prince, Mordred Kingdragon? The man asked with an amicable smile. Yes. The man bowed while touching his heart, performed the Kingdragon noble's greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, your highness. My name is Julius Frostguard. I already heard about your talent at magic. Mordred didn't say anything, thinking, is he my teacher? He looks too young. And he also carries a sword. He must be a messenger. Julius continued, I'm here because my master, who's to be your teacher, wishes to meet you. Please come with me. After leaving the room, Mordred began to follow Julius through the palace. Anyone decent would be good enough as long as he finally gets to read books on magic, but would his tutor actually be some kind of big shot? Thinking this, Mordred spoke up, Mr. Frostguard, who is the person assigned as my teacher? Julius turned to look down at him and smiled. You're very polite. You can just call me Julius. Oh, okay. As for the person who's to be your teacher, it's the court magician, Grandmaster Sophia Vexmoor. It's shocking for my master to be assigned to teach a child your age, but if the rumors about your talent are true, then it isn't something shocking anymore. Ooh. So his tutor is going to be the court magician. This means she should most likely be at king rank. He remembered that this was the level Roxy had when she was proposed to become the court magician of the Shyron Kingdom, but the Shyron Kingdom is a smaller kingdom than the Kingdragon. A good magic tutor did not seem too important to become a powerful magician in this world, but it was of course a good thing if his teacher was more experienced and skilled than your run-of-the-mill average magician. In a royal palace, or even in a kingdom at large, there would usually be no one better than the court magician. Following Julius, Mordred arrived at a somewhat secluded tower of the palace. I guess a court magician isn't exactly meant to be the king's protector, so their residence doesn't need to be close to the king's quarters. They're more of a war machine for large-scale battles. Mordred thought. After the long journey through the palace to reach the tower, the stairs leading up the tower also looked quite long. The two climbed several steps and Julius said, "It's quite a long walk to reach the court magician, and especially the stairs are a hurdle. Should I carry you?" Mordred formed a bitter smile. For his short legs, these 20-centimeter tall stone steps were actually huge and required large strides, quickly tiring him out. After all, he was still less than 90 centimeters tall. A normal 2-year-old would probably have to take a break after climbing several or 10 of such steps. Luckily, Mordred had reinforcement magic. Climbing stairs was also a form of training that he rarely had a chance to do before. "I'll manage," said Mordred. Julius smiled and said, "It seems you're struggling with those steps. I'll still carry you." He casually picked up Mordred like a doll and placed him on his shoulders. Given that Mordred was only around 13 kilograms, it was not difficult. "Haha, Your Highness, you're so light." While carrying Mordred, Julius continued speaking. "Master doesn't like to be bothered, so that's exactly why she stays at the very top of the court magician's tower. Even though there are also chambers downstairs. People are less likely to go see the court magician if they had to climb all those stairs each time, right?" "I get it. So does that mean I'll have to walk this distance every time for my lessons?" "It can be arranged to have you carried, Your Highness," Julius answered in a tone as if it was only natural. Mordred thought, "What am I, Joffrey? It's better if I just moved in." Some time later. "Well, we're here." "Your Highness," said Julius as he placed Mordred on the ground. The two stood in front of a large tough-looking oak door with cold iron nails. Mordred noticed that after quickly striding through all these stairs Julius didn't even get winded once, his breath was always calm and steady. Being a little curious about it, he said in the voice of a child, "Wow, you carried me all this way and didn't get tired at all. You're amazing." "Haha." Julius laughed at this childish praise. He smiled and said, "I can use battle aura to strengthen my body and stamina, so walking some stairs is really nothing." Mordred raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Battle aura. So you're at advanced rank?" Julius nodded. "I reached advanced rank in water god style and I'm also an advanced rank magician, with water magic being my specialty. I'm a magic swordsman." Ooh. It seemed that this guy was actually quite impressive. After all, in this world an advanced rank as a swordsman was enough to become a high-level S-rank adventurer like Paul or Soldat, and magicians were supposedly even rarer. At any rate, let's go in. Name, Julius Frostguard. Titles, Magic Knight, Mid-ranking Noble. Age. Statistics. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, E. Mana, E**. Magic. Water magic, Advanced. Fire, Earth and Wind magic, Intermediate. Healing and detoxification magic, Elementary. Barrier and divine magic, Elementary. Swordsmanship. Water god style, Advanced. Sword god style, Intermediate. Chapter 6, Chapter 6. Learning Magic. Julius opened the heavy oak doors without knocking. It was not a problem because after a waiting room there was another set of doors, at which he knocked. After being received by the butler, whose name was apparently Samuel, Mordred was led into a room where he was met with an old lady. She was old. Thin and wrinkled-faced with a stern expression, a head of medium-length white hair and wearing a dark mage's robe. It was the image of Sophia Vexmoor, the nation's court magician. Sophia appraised Mordred, looking at him curiously. "So you're that boy who can use silent casting?" "Yes." "Show it to me." "Yes. But I only learned water ball." "Do you have a bucket?" Mordred said after looking around. Back in the throne room he was asked to showcase his magic and certainly did not want to waste the king's time, doing it immediately as ordered, but here he did not want to make a mess, as he might be yelled at instead. Shoot it out the window, the old lady replied instead. I haven't learned how to do that yet. Although Mordred had already figured out the method in secret, in reality, he shouldn't know how to do that yet. The old lady snorted while glaring at him. Humph. That's right, you haven't even learned the basics. What is a kid like you even doing here? Mordred was speechless. What's he doing there? He was asked to come here. Sophia smirked, seeming satisfied, then turned toward the butler. Anyway. Give him a bucket. Yes, Grandmaster. After Mordred received a wooden bucket, he slightly stretched out his right hand. Silently, a sphere of water formed and dropped into a bucket. Sophia saw this and her eyes gradually widened as her face froze. That was the true instant silent casting without a doubt. And it came from a 2-year-old out of anyone. After recovering, Sophia asked, "Are you tired?" No. Then do it 9 more times. In truth, Mordred was a complete beginner and a 2-year-old child at that, so the old magician didn't expect him to manage casting 10 water balls. A typical beginner magician would get tired after casting water ball once or twice. Sophia only wanted to test Mordred's limits and make him fail to teach the boy some humility. Water ball. Water ball. Water ball. Mordred continued casting the spell according to the court magician's request. It seemed that the old woman wanted to test his mana capacity or mental strength. But let alone casting 10 water balls, Mordred could probably cast 1,000 and still not feel tired. In his toddler body, mana was one thing he had in abundance. Plop, plop, plop. Water balls continued falling into the wooden bucket and soon a sum of 10 dropped into it. Sophia and Julius watched this and looked stunned. After a moment, Sophia glared at Mordred and asked, "Is this really your first time casting magic?" "Yes. I couldn't read books on magic before." The two heard it and inwardly nodded. Given that Mordred was only 2 years old, it was only natural that he wouldn't be allowed to read books on magic and no one would have even thought of teaching him magic before this. Sophia said thoughtfully, "It seems you have some talent after all, boy." Julius heard this and softly smiled. How was this merely some talent? The old woman could never get herself to give someone proper praise. Your performance was satisfactory. Fine then. From now on I'll be your master, said Sophia. What are you doing, boy? Bow before your master. Yes. Master. Mordred knelt to the ground and slightly lowered his head. Sophia nodded her head. You can leave now. Your lessons will start tomorrow. I need to prepare some learning materials for you. Yes. Mordred stood up. But before leaving, he said, Master, I wasn't allowed to read the guidebook to magic before. Is it fine if I get it? To read up on the basics. Sure. Wait. You can read. Sophia stared at Mordred, when she realized this point, as if she had seen a strange creature. Before this she had simply ignored it, but the fact that the prince was able to read it too was far more shocking than him having memorized an incantation. Yes. My nanny taught me since I was 1. Mordred explained with an innocent look. Sophia blinked her eyes twice. You have been learning how to read since you were 1, eh? Julius also looked at Mordred in faint shock. There are some noble children who don't take too well to studying and don't learn how to read until they're mid-teens. But what was that? Having learned how to read at merely 2 years old. How could a kid like this exist in this world? After collecting himself, Sophia said, I see, it's good that your nanny thought of your future education. It seems she's a good teacher. Anyway, you can read the guidebook to magic. Learn the basics, Sophia said while casually waving her hand. At this, Julius immediately interjected, Master. How can you give a 2-year-old a magic guidebook? What if he hurt himself or caused a fire on his lonesome? And what if a spell backfired on him? Sophia heard this and felt embarrassed. She suddenly forgot that the kid in front of her was only 2, he did not seem like 1. Sophia said, That's right. It's a bit inappropriate for you to study magic on your own with your age. And if something happened, I'd be held responsible. So forget it, I'll teach you the basics myself. Mordred heard this and frowned in disappointment. He couldn't help secretly glaring at Julius. Although this guy was completely in the right and meant well, did he have to speak up and ruin everything? Now he won't get to self-study magic in his free time. Mordred began to regret speaking up in Julius's presence. He then left the court magician's tower, being led back by the butler Samuel. Next day was Mordred's first magic lesson. Sophia and Mordred were alone. Sophia sat behind a large office desk with a thick book and a stack of papers while Mordred was sitting opposite him on a wooden chair with a small table attached to it to hold a notebook, which was arranged for him in advance. Sophia cleared her throat and began the lecture. First of all, you need to know that there are 3 main types of magic: attack magic, healing magic, and summoning magic. All magic spells are divided into 7 ranks, categorized by the amount of magic power needed and the complexity of the spell. The ranks are elementary, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, emperor and god. A magician's ranking title is determined by the most advanced spell he can cast. For example, I'm a king-ranked wind magician. Mordred heard the old woman announce this with some pride. He faked amazement, innocently saying, "Wow, master, you're amazing." Sophia let out a cough and replied, "As long as you keep studying, you'll also reach my level one day." Mordred faintly smiled. His ambitions were far, far higher than that, but he did not want to hurt the court magician's feelings. Sophia continued lecturing. For someone who has mastered a king rank magic, they are commonly addressed as a grandmaster magician in the Kingdragom Kingdom, and it is also my title. Saying king-ranked wind magician Sophia Vexmoor is a bother, after all. For those who have mastered all 4 types of attack magic, they are great grandmasters. Of course, in the current world there isn't anyone with this title. Having this thought, Mordred curiously asked, "Then what's the title for someone who mastered all emperor-ranked magic?" Sophia gave him a funny look. Mastering all emperor-ranked magic. Just mastering one would make someone a legend. Boy, do you know that for the last 400 years not a single emperor-ranked magician appeared? Ah. Really? Mordred was shocked. He knew that emperor-ranked magicians were not casually found on the street, but for not a single one to appear in 300 years seemed like an exaggeration. This meant there wasn't one since the last human-demon war. It's as if after the war the entire world had fallen into deep decline and not even geniuses were being born. "Allow me to educate you," said Sophia. Saint-ranked magicians are rare, but it's nothing too amazing. They appear frequently here and there. A decent magician with some skill, a good staff and enough training can eventually take that last step and learn one saint-ranked spell. But king-ranked magicians are different. King-rank magic requires copious amounts of magic power and true talent. In the entire central continent, king-ranked magicians could probably be counted on one hand. They are the absolute war machines, often deployed by large nations to deter other countries from invading because with a single spell they can cause disastrous losses, killing thousands. And for emperor-ranked magicians, they are legends. Emperor rank is a limit for humans. There hadn't been one since the Laplace War. As for god-ranked magic, it is a power of a god that can affect even an entire continent. It stands to reason that it requires even more magic power that no ordinary mortal could hope to possess. "I see," said Mordred. He immediately wanted to make up a title for the time when he masters all 4 emperor-ranked attack magic, perhaps Archmage. That aside, the population decreasing due to Laplace's 100-year-long massive invasion can be one explanation for the decline in talents, but for not a single emperor-ranked magician to appear in a whole 3 centuries seemed too forced. It was not like in the legends where emperor-ranked magicians and peak god-ranked swordsmen seemed common, although he only heard of 2. So, Hitagami. Mordred secretly had this thought. If Hitagami plotted to prevent any human geniuses from rising to power during this time, eliminating them early and crippling the world's progress, then it would make perfect sense. This would also explain why modern-day magic was not developed in certain aspects. Although a massive population decline and a period of no societal progress were also natural occurrences in history. Anyway, let's continue with the lesson. Sophia's first magic lesson was very simple and basic so far. Firstly, she talked about the types of magic. The 3 main categories are attack magic, healing magic and summoning magic, but these also had their own subcategories. Attack magic has 4 specializations corresponding to the 4 elements: fire, water, earth and wind. Healing magic consists of healing magic and detoxification magic. Barrier magic and divine magic are also under this category. Lastly, summoning magic is divided into 2 subcategories, summoning magic and enchantment magic. Summoning type was used to summon beasts and spirits, whereas enchantment magic dealt with creating magic tools. There were also other more unique types of magic, but these were all inherent magic that only specific races could use. Summoning magic, divine magic and barrier magic were very niche branches of magic, and Mordred would focus on learning attack magic first. Sophia then talked about magic power. Mordred knew that in Fate there is supposed to be a fundamental difference between mana and magical energy, even though the terms are sometimes used interchangeably in translation. Mana or prana is the ambient energy in the atmosphere, while magical energy would be the same energy converted by living beings to be usable in performing magic or magecraft. There was also life force or OD, which could similarly be used to perform magecraft. In this world, the term used for energy used in casting magic has a direct meaning of magic power or magical energy, a term coined by the demon race. Mordred had no choice but to begin using the same word for it as everyone else, magic power. It seemed a bit cringe to him at first, but he later figured it might actually be more scientific and accurate than if he forcefully called it mana because it at least described the nature of what it is, while mana was just a dumbed-down Hawaiian term that meant nothing. However, inwardly he still sometimes called it mana, for simplicity's sake and because he was used to it from many various RPGs. There are two ways of using magic power: to use the energy within the caster's body or to draw out magic power from something that contains it, the prime example being a magic crystal. However, magic crystals were practically only useful for creating convenient household items like magical lamps. To cast spells in combat, and in particular powerful spells, a magician would still depend on their internal energy stores. It is also believed that the amount of a person's magic power is set when they are born. During magic training a person would only learn how to unearth their potential and use that energy, but you could not grow it. Mordred knew that according to the novel this point was not true. If a person trained during early childhood it was possible to grow one's mana reserves, and it had nothing to do with improvements in casting magic. He had also personally already experienced it. Next, Mordred learned about the two main ways to activate magic. The first one is through an incantation and the second is through the use of magic circles. Incantation is something that he had already done, speaking out a spell's chant out loud. On the other hand, the use of magic circles requires drawing a magic circle at a predetermined location or a magical tool beforehand, using special ink. Magic circles were apparently popular in ancient times, but in the current times incantations are the mainstream way of casting magic. In the distant past, the simplest incantations required about 1 to 2 minutes. It wasn't exceedingly long, but this method made magic very difficult to use in combat. At one point appeared a certain magician who successfully reduced the incantation's length. Thus, incantations became the norm. These days the simplest incantations take about 5 seconds, so basic magic attacks could be used with an incantation. In contrast, once a magic circle is drawn, the related spell can be triggered instantly and with no chance. So even if using incantations was simpler and required no prep time from an average magician, these still had their use, and clearly especially so for those who can't use silent casting. Mordred learned that Sophia was quite skilled in the use of magic circles because the old woman boasted of being able to draw up even king-ranked attack magic circles that multiple different mages can pour their energy into, as well as set up king-ranked barriers. It was something that Mordred found even more impressive than Sophia's ranking as a king-ranked magician because elemental spells were things that he could probably learn simply from books. But the skill in magic circles, and especially in barrier magic, seemed to be relatively far rarer in this world. Additionally, his master's speciality was actually the creation of magic tools, as focus on magical advancement was the current trend in the Kingdragom Kingdom. In the state of the current world, Sophia Vexmoor could truly be called a prodigy. Just mastering a single king-ranked magic put one at the top of the magician's world, but she had gone beyond that and had high attainments in many other fields. It was no wonder Sophia was the court magician of one of the most powerful nations. The old woman was arrogant and cranky, but she had all the right to be arrogant. Name: Sophia Vexmoor. Title/nicknames: Grandmaster Magician, Court Magician of the Kingdragom Kingdom, Lone Storm, Sleeping Beauty, Former. Age. Statistics: Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Mana, D, C with a staff. Magic: Wind Magic, King rank. Water, Earth and Fire Magic, Saint rank. Barrier Magic, Elementary rank, Chanted, King rank, Magic Circles. Healing Magic, Advanced rank, Chanted, Saint rank, Magic Circle Scrolls. Enchantment Magic, Advanced rank. Detoxification, Divine and Summoning Magic, Intermediate rank. Swordsmanship. None. Other. Magic Circle Knowledge, Military Tactics. Chapter 7, Chapter 7. Elementary Magic and a Gift. After learning the basics that day, Mordred moved to do something more exciting. Sophia brought him to the top of the tower. At the very top, it was mostly an open space, with just one small building that served as an entrance. It had a 1.5-meter tall stone wall all around, and there was no roof. That's where Mordred could apparently freely cast his magic. Because he had begun with Water Ball, he was first taught the other elementary ranked water spells, casting them for the first time under Sophia's eye. In total, he grasped 5 of them: Water Ball, Water Arrow, Ice Blade, Ice Smash and Water Shield. Although they were all elementary ranked, different spells used up different amounts of magic power. These were all elementary ranked, but Mordred felt that nearly all these spells could instantly kill a normal person if used against them. However, Sophia didn't seem to care about it and only marveled at the quantity of Mordred's magic power to allow him to cast all of those without getting tired. After water magic came the earth spells, then wind spells and then finally fire spells. Teaching a 2-year-old child how to use fire magic was certainly not a wise idea, but Sophia seemed determined to test Mordred's limits. In truth, the elderly magician expected Mordred to faint out of exhaustion soon enough. Or perhaps there are types of magic that he's worse at, like fire magic because he burned himself accidentally in the past, which is quite common. But in the end, she was dumbfounded to see that Mordred had gone through all the elementary rank spells of attack magic in existence and was still not out of magic power. This totally stumped Sophia. Was this kid really someone who had just begun learning magic? But she knew well that Mordred was only 2 years old, so how could he have learned it before? With his ungodly amount of magic power, Mordred might truly be the first person to master Emperor-ranked magic in hundreds of years. As for God rank, Sophia did not dare to think about it. Is he a Miko? The court magician thought. If Mordred was a blessed child, blessed with superior intellect and outrageous magic power reserves from birth, then things would make perfect sense. In fact, it was the only explanation. At that point, Sophia was even more interested in testing Mordred's limits, so they went downstairs, where she moved on to attempt teaching his new disciple healing and detoxification magic. To that end, she even didn't hesitate and cut her arm and also drank some alcohol to oversee Mordred's performance carefully. Although this was only the elementary rank, the difficulty of casting those spells would still be at least 50% higher. Healing magic is a difficult field. It is not an exaggeration to say that compared to attack magic, it is twice as difficult to master. A talented magician might reach advanced rank in one of the 4 attack types, but would most often be stuck at the intermediate rank when it came to his healing magic, and that already was an accomplishment. But for healing magic and detoxification magic, Mordred had also managed to learn those. Sophia stopped at this point. She said, "Good. Today you've managed to cast all elementary rank spells of the main magic types. It looks like teaching you has some merit." Mordred faintly smiled. "Thank you, Master. We went through a lot today. Go back and digest what you've learned." "Yes. Actually, why won't you just move into my tower?" The old woman added at the end as she realized that it would be difficult to monitor Mordred and the effects of his magic if he was not nearby. Mordred heard this and raised his eyebrows. "I think it's a good idea." "Good," the old woman said calmly, before shouting out, "Samuel." A few short seconds later, the door burst open as the butler from before entered the room with a completely tranquil expression. "I'm here, Grandmaster." Sophia looked at Mordred, saying, "Bring him back to his place. Help him pack and then arrange a room for him in the tower." "Understood." "This subordinate will do exactly that," the butler said while sending Mordred a surprised look. It seemed the Grandmaster had taken a liking to this boy. Mordred followed the butler back to his old room, but when he got there, he saw an unfamiliar person waiting at the door. Looking at the man's attire, he was also a servant deployed by the royal family. Mordred wondered why another servant would have come here. Seeing Mordred and Samuel, the man smiled and approached them. He casually bowed in a greeting toward the butler, saying, "Mr. Samuel. And is this the 16th prince?" "Yes, he is the 16th prince," Samuel replied in a neutral tone. At this, the servant smiled in a friendly manner, bowed down low and made a completely noble greeting directed at Mordred, then said, "Your Highness. My lord, the first prince, had heard of your outstanding talent at magic. He thinks well of your future and has sent you a gift." Mordred was surprised. A gift? He didn't expect that he would be pulled into the political spiral so soon. Without a doubt, after his talent was revealed, this first prince wanted to curry favor with him. After the introduction, the servant pulled out an oblong black wooden box with golden decorations from his chest pocket. Bowing down, the man presented the box to Mordred as if it was a treasure, then opened it and explained, "Your Highness, the item inside the box is a magic quill that never runs out of ink. It is a very rare and highly practical magic item. It is not a magic tool, but a rare magic item. The first prince wishes you good luck with your studies." Mordred heard this and raised his eyebrows again. In this world one needs to use quills to write, there are no pens. This meant that every few letters one had to pull away the quill from the paper, dip it in an inkstone at the side, then finally return to writing, all while being extremely careful to not make a mess. In this kind of world, a self-filling quill was simply a luxury item. It was a treasure. In regard to this gift, Mordred would naturally not refuse it. "Oh. That sounds very useful," Mordred replied. The servant smiled as if he didn't think the kid understood what he just said anyway. He said, "You might not understand the value of it now, but you will eventually. Your Highness, this is for you." "Yes, thank you." Mordred received the wooden box from the servant's hands. After the men left, Mordred looked down at the quill he just got with satisfaction. This gift was very timely. Because of how bothersome it was, he had not made much progress in his calligraphy while learning how to read the language of this world. He didn't practice his writing skills. But now writing down anything will be far more convenient. Let's just hope it wasn't poisoned. It was decided that his nanny would naturally also move into the court magician's tower. After settling down in the tower, for the rest of the day Mordred practiced his truncated and silent casting while reading the magic guidebook. Because he now lived in the court magician's tower and already knew all kinds of spells, he managed to convince Sophia to allow him to keep one. Next day, he had magic lessons again. "Boy. This is for you." Sophia said as she gave Mordred a 40 centimeters long wooden wand with a white-blue medium-sized diamond-like gemstone on top. A wand. Mordred received the wand with a curious expression. Sophia explained, when a student manages to cast his first magic, it's a custom for the master to gift him with his first wand, officially acknowledging him as a magician. I made this wand yesterday using a B-rank magic stone with water affinity that I had lying around. It should be good enough for you for now. A B-rank gemstone. Mordred looked at her again. His teacher spoke of it casually as if it was a piece of trash, but wasn't this wand just a single rank below Rudeus's A-rank staff? What are you doing? Say thank you. Yes, master. Thank you. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Title/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy. Age. Statistics. Strength, F. Endurance, E**. Agility, E**, F**. Magic power, D. Skills. Mana release, mana reinforcement, structure analysis, silent casting/truncated casting. Magic. Fire, water, wind, and earth magic, elementary rank, truncated. Healing and detoxification magic, elementary rank, truncated. Swordsmanship. None. Other. Reading, human language. Equipment. B-rank magic wand, water affinity, self-filling quill, magic item. Chapter 8. Early magical progress. 6 months passed since Mordred became the court magician's student. During the past half a year, Mordred had gone through an extremely packed and intense learning program under Sophia, which resulted in him having already learned all the basics on magic that normally took children 2 years. He had already mastered all elemental attack magic at intermediate rank and many at advanced rank. The only reason he had not mastered all advanced rank spells yet was because he couldn't cast these several spells inside the tower without damaging it, or without hurting himself or others. These were all large area of effect spells that could easily cause collateral damage. Apart from that, his healing magic reached advanced rank and detoxification magic intermediate rank. He also learned the most basic elementary rank divine and barrier magic. Although the Mealy's church officially forbade people from teaching divine and barrier magic regardless of rank, according to Sophia no one will care about mere elementary rank spells as long as the Kingdragom Kingdom didn't cross the line, so she did it anyway. After casting them for the first time, he then repeatedly practiced to reach the level of silent casting with all of these spells, including healing and barrier magic. His memorization ability itself was amazing, but he felt that under normal circumstances he might still forget how to cast spells that he didn't use often. Although he could eventually grasp silent casting, he didn't have Rudeus's cheat ability of instantly copying the flow of magic power. It was more so his natural magic aptitude. However, during this time Mordred had discovered a secret use of his magic circuits. Using magic circuits, he could surprisingly record and store information on them and could even use them to assist in performing complex calculations, using them akin to a notepad or an Excel sheet on a computer. He wasn't versed enough in the Fate universe's complicated magic system to know if it was something normal or a result of a mutation due to his body having dual origins, but the fact remained that his magic circuits granted him this benefit. It was like an extra brain or an extension of his nervous system. Recording in the magic circuits a certain flow of magic power of the spells he learned was also possible, but writing down simple information like the words of chance was far simpler and more practical, so he did that for the most part while only fully engraving a few life-saving spells. Like this, there wasn't a spell he couldn't cast silently, and he would not forget any of them. It seemed that as Mordred he was primarily a swordsman and not a magician, so it was understandable that his talent for casting magic spells would not be top tier, but he was still able to achieve a lot. Learning magic did not even feel that difficult. First, it was probably a matter of his age. Although it is just a widely misunderstood myth back on Earth, the novel stressed that the younger you are in this world, the easier it apparently is to learn anything, and it seems especially magic. More importantly, he remembered that in an alternate world where Artoria Pendragon had picked up magic instead of the sword, she still became a powerful caster while training under Merlin and only lacked mana to compete with the top casters because she did not receive the aspect of a red dragon and dragon reactor core this time around. So it appeared that the Pendragons had good talent for manipulating mana in general. On top of that, Mordred also partially had dragon blood and perhaps even Morgan's blood of a primordial fae. His magic aptitude might have already been great, but he also cheated the system even more by practicing from a very young age. All this manifested in Mordred being able to also learn 2 very special and unique types of magic. In fact, even 3. Firstly, thanks to his skill of mana release and external structure analysis, Mordred was able to learn disrupt magic, or perhaps invent his own version of it. Disrupt magic was a method of using your own magic power to interfere with the formation of the opponent's spell and disrupt it at a low cost. It was basically a magical interrupt. It sounded like a basic ability in an MMORPG game, but in Mushoku Tensei it was actually a legendary skill which is just as mysterious and rare as silent casting. In the novel, Rudeus had only learned it after experiencing Orsted use it against him. Apart from Orsted, there might not be anyone else alive who can use it. Next, the second type of special magic he grasped was also something related to his unique disposition as Mordred. It was Mana Burst. Mordred fully grasped it after he set up his personal gym and magic training area in his secondary room in the Court Magician's Tower. He learned how to accumulate magical energy in his body and then instantaneously release it in a sudden burst to momentarily reinforce himself over the limit, increasing his explosive strength and speed for a single movement. It was basically mana reinforcement overload. Pairing mana release with mana reinforcement, he could also release his magic power into the outside world in a controlled manner from any body part to use it as a mana jet propulsion for sudden acceleration and to make his moves carry even more speed and power. Mordred called it Mana Burst because it couldn't be anything else but this signature skill of the Pendragons. What came with Mordred learning how to infuse his body with magic power to the limit, overloading it and then releasing it, was the fact that he had discovered a natural element to his magic power. It was a crimson-colored lightning. When he overloaded his body with mana to reinforce himself, his body would manifest it as red mist around him at the extremes and also naturally convert it into red-colored lightning. Mordred assumed that lightning must be his element as a magus, just like Shiro Amiya's element was sword and Rin Tosaka's father's was fire. He didn't know if the ability to manifest red lightning was something that Mordred received only as a servant, or perhaps originally had from Morgan during life, but he did at least receive it from Morgan and felt grateful for it. It was just a cool-looking visual when using Mana Burst for strengthened reinforcement, but Mordred also learned how he can use his lightning-attributed magic power directly in combat. Based on that, he developed a number of spells. Some of them were Electrocute. After gathering magic power in his body, he would expel a close-range burst of powerful electricity from his hand that shocks the target, followed by continuous lightning currents. Crimson Lightning, continuous attack of lightning akin to Force Lightning from Star Wars, not powerful but cool. Overload, an explosion of magic power with a shockwave that knocks away everything in a given direction. Lightning Overload, an explosion of lightning magic power around him. Lightning Explosion, a ball of concentrated electricity shot at the enemy that explodes on impact. Lightning Arrow, a lightning ball shot at the enemy, shaped into an arrow, focused on penetrating power. And finally Railgun. Among those, Electrocute seemed the most powerful, but against a single target Railgun was likely the most deadly spell in his arsenal. It used Mana Burst and his lightning affinity to boost the velocity of the traditional spell of Rudeus' Stone Cannon to the extremes. It was almost literally a railgun. Mordred only hoped that he didn't accidentally kill someone when he shot out his railgun bullet somewhere into the horizon a few times, far outside the city. In fact, Mordred could use Mana Burst with any of the spells he learned to enhance their flying speed. Whether it was a water ball, ice arrow, fireball, or a wind blade. It is only that certain spells carried and transferred kinetic energy better, which turned out to be those like Stone Bullet that had projectiles with actual mass. Mordred could also use Mana Burst to multiply the power of various spells, but only for those instant release types. For example, he couldn't enhance the power of a fireball which is thrown at the enemy and then explodes, but for things released instantly to cause damage like Wind Blast, Wind Blade or Ice Smash, he could. He was naturally far stronger with those types of spells. But the most special type of magic that Mordred grasped during this time was gravity magic. It lacked practicality for him so far, but it was certainly one of the most special types of magic in this world, something that Rudeus had not managed to learn during the course of the novel and had only grasped in his later years. It was something that Mordred learned by relying on his knowledge of physics and gravity from Earth and on observing how spells of this world ignore gravity once they take form. For example, a stone bullet would float in the air before it's released, yet it could still be affected by external forces like pressing it down with your hand. Mordred analyzed how his magic power flows when he maintains a spell in the air and then learned to use this force on any other object to move them around with just his magic power, learning a rough form of telekinesis. By relying on the general theory of relativity, Mordred also managed to use the same method on his environment, spreading his magic power to affect existing gravitational force, either making it stronger or weaker. Unfortunately, to achieve the maximum strength of his gravity magic, its strongest point would be near himself. And even if he tried to place it farther away, he could still never fully escape its effect. All this made the combat application of gravity magic quite limited. If he wanted to slow down his enemy, for example, he would also put heavy pressure on himself. It wasn't something user-friendly. In regards to making his opponent lose footing with zero gravity, it was also a viable tactic, but the consequence was that he would also lose his own footing and not be able to dodge enemy attacks properly. In this world, high-ranking swordsmen can cut off your head from 50 meters away, so it's a problem. The silver lining was that during this time Mordred also discovered that his body seemed to have a small level of resistance to magical effects. It once again seemed to be by the virtue of his Pendragon bloodline. For example, magical flames, magical frost, or gravity magic, had weaker effects on him than expected. While a normal person would have their flesh melted under elementary rank fireball within seconds, he instead felt as if he held his hand over a burning match. It was still very painful, but would not kill him. It was a nice bonus. This magic resistance was active as long as mana was flowing through his body, which was practically always, because in this world all living beings have a constant internal mana flow. However, if he purposefully halted his flow of mana and withdrew his magic power, he would have an ordinary human's body. Humans having an ordinary body without reinforcement seemed to be the same for both the Fate universe and the Mushoku world, unfortunately. Going back to gravity magic, there was still telekinesis. Unfortunately, telekinesis was difficult to use, was imprecise and not very powerful. It could also not affect living targets directly at all. So far it was just a cool trick. What he could do is use gravity magic to make himself lighter and faster, but according to what he knew, decreasing weight doesn't help much with speed once strength is no longer the limiting factor, while it would instead make his blows weaker. Additionally, it could even affect the enemy just the same if he can't control it well enough. Lowering gravity did have some applications for movement though, and especially for air travel. Either way, gravity magic was a special type of magic that Mordred was satisfied with having grasped at this point. And rather than saying he was too young and weak to learn gravity magic, he believed it might be because he was this young that it made learning it easier. Of course, the biggest contributing factor was that he figured out how to go about learning it and his knowledge of physics. In regards to the remaining types of magic, there was only summoning magic left. It was something reliant on drawing magic circles rather than learning incantations, so it was not yet in Mordred's curriculum. What Mordred was currently learning was instead melded magic. Melded magic is using a few different types of magic in succession to create various natural phenomena. For example, by using waterfall, heat island, and icicle field in this order, you could create fog. Apart from lessons with Sophia, Mordred would still make sure to never overcap his magic power and expelled his mana each day. While doing this, he would also practice mana condensation in his room. He would do it by doing things such as pouring as much magical energy into a fire spell as he can before dispersing it and then repeating it. Another form of practice he often did is reinforcing his body by tightly infusing it with magic power, gradually improving his skill in mana reinforcement. On the other hand, his control of magic power was mainly practiced with telekinesis, which was very demanding in this aspect, and occasionally through creating simple earth magic figurines. In his free time, Mordred would also read books on all kinds of subjects he found useful. These were mostly books on magical theory, but also on monsters and their characteristics, on labyrinths, while others were popular legends like Sigu's summoning and so on. At one point there was a man with a demon eye who came to inspect whether he was a Miko. After taking a look at him, he could only determine that Mordred had an unusual amount of aggregate magic power. However, that alone was enough for Mordred to become called a Miko. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Title/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy, Miko. Age, 2 years 6 months. Statistics. Strength, F+ intermediate rank strength when reinforced. Endurance, E** peak advanced rank resistance. Agility, D, E, early saint rank reflexes, and early advanced rank running speed. Mana, D saint, skills. Mana release, mana reinforcement, structure analysis, silent casting, mana burst, lightning, disrupt magic, gravity magic, telekinesis, magic resistance. Magic. Fire, water, wind, and earth magic, advanced rank, chantless. Healing magic, advanced rank, chantless. Detoxification magic, intermediate rank, chantless. Divine and barrier magic, elementary rank, chantless. Swordsmanship. Still a noob. Other. Reading, human language, comprehensive knowledge on the basics of magic, all kinds of knowledge, self-study. Chapter 9, 5 years old. How was today's lesson, Master? Julius asked with a small smile while pouring tea for his master inside Sophia's study room. It went as usual. I have no idea what kind of world-saving miracle that boy performed in his previous life to be born with this much talent. Sophia took a sip of the tea after speaking. She spoke sternly, but her eyes were smiling as they reflected deep satisfaction. Julius chuckled. Haha, His Highness is indeed extremely talented at magic. But what I personally find the most outstanding about him is his intellect at such a young age. He's truly wise beyond his years. He sure is. Sophia placed down his cup. Before continuing, melded magic is considered to be one of the most difficult magical subjects in the Royal Academy. Although most people who go there are complete dunderheads, it's still a slightly complicated topic. But this little boy understood how to make fog, mist and magma soon after I explained it to him once. I see. In that case, what more is there to teach him among the basics? Among the basics, there's nothing. We've already covered it all. I'll soon move on to teaching him about magic circles. Magic circles. Yes. He already learned all there is about advanced rank attack magic, so the next step would be Saint rank. I'll just let him practice with what he has for now as he begins studying magic circles. Julius heard this and smiled. He thought, Master is indeed fully invested in His Highness's education. It's something unusual for her. With this much attention placed on Mordred, her own projects and research should have not progressed much recently. But even so, she's still going all out to spend his time teaching Mordred what she can. Sophia was silent as she took another sip of his tea. What Julius didn't know was that Sophia Vexmoor had a dream. Although she was considered a peerless genius in the Kingdragon realm, and she certainly was one, throughout the long course of history and compared to the legendary heroes from 300 years ago she would be considered nothing. Sophia lost her desire toward living with her husband's death long ago and no longer feared death, but as her final days approached, she had one final wish, and that was to leave her mark on this world before she died. Teaching Mordred was a way to realize this wish. That's because in the future she would become known as the teacher of a genius, having taught him everything from scratch, being the master of someone who became an emperor-ranked legend or perhaps the next magic god. Sophia with her own eyes saw how Mordred effortlessly learned intermediate and advanced rank magic before even the age of 3, and then even learned to cast them without a chant. He could cast advanced rank magic multiple times and still not run out of magic power. After being shocked again and again, the old woman already became numb to it. She had watched Mordred for 6 months and was still unsure just what level he'll reach in the future. But one thing was certain. This boy will become a legend. The days inside the court magician's tower were simple but satisfactory. Every day it would be magic studies and magic practice. A few more months passed and Mordred had his 3rd birthday. Over time, ever since he turned 3, the intensity of his physical training also gradually increased. As long as his magic power grew, the strength of his mana reinforcement and his physical parameters improved as well. When using reinforcement he could already lift hundreds and even thousands of kilograms. That's why the strength training that he did trained just his human body. His training also included some flexibility work, but given that he was a child and was always active, it wasn't something that needed work. For those last 6 months, Sophia had been torturing him with repeatedly drawing magic circles for hours every day to the point Mordred had to use healing magic on his hands several times each day to get rid of the fatigue. The result of it was that Mordred's calligraphy and drawing skills had improved beyond recognition. Along with improved calligraphy over the last year, Mordred had also improved his understanding of the human language, which was quite rough before. With these improvements, he finally approached his caretaker and Sophia, asking to receive tutors for all kinds of other non-magical subjects. After all, he was a 3-year-old child, yet all that he had studied so far was only magic. Even Sophia had to admit that although Mordred did not seem to need schooling, a level of basic education was necessary. Soon after, Mordred's schedule became filled with a high number of classes. Over time, he would study history, geography, general knowledge, arithmetics and advanced mathematics, law, etiquette, poetry and so on, all under a few different tutors. At his own request, he also began learning the Fighting God language, both spoken and written. Fighting God language is used by humans on the nearby Banquet continent, a wild desert-like continent located especially close to the Kingdragom Kingdom. It was the first foreign language Mordred picked up. It was slightly similar to the human language and also similar to English, making it an easy language to learn. After polishing his Fighting God language to a satisfactory level, he began learning the Beast God language next, a language used by the beast race, dwarves and elves of the Meles continent. A full year of intense studying and practice soon passed, and then another year. At long last, Mordred's 5-year-old birthday was coming up. In truth, it was a major event. In this world, 5, 10 and 15-year-old birthdays have a great significance. As the fateful day was coming, Mordred could not help but notice the suspicious atmosphere as everyone around him seemed to be scheming something and preparing gifts. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Title/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy, Miko. Age. Statistics. Strength, E. Endurance, D. Agility, D**, E**. Mana, C**. Skills. Mana Release, Mana Reinforcement, Structure Analysis, Silent Casting, Mana Burst, Lightning, Disrupt Magic, Gravity Magic, Telekinesis, Magic Resistance. Magic. Fire, Water, Wind, and Earth Magic, Advanced, Chantless. Healing Magic, Advanced, Chantless. Detoxification Magic, Intermediate, Chantless. Divine and Barrier Magic, Elementary, Chantless. Summoning Magic, Beasts Elementary. Enchantment Magic, Elementary. Swordsmanship. None. Other. Human Language, Fighting God Language, Beast God Language, Magic Knowledge, Magic Circles Knowledge, Elementary Intermediate, All Kinds of Knowledge. Chapter 10. Birthday Party. His Highness is busy all the time with studying, he might not even notice we're preparing him a birthday party, Julius said with a soft smile as he watched the servants bussing themselves while preparing a small banquet in the court magician's tower. Master, did you make sure he'll stay in his room? No worries, I gave him enough homework to last him a month and then locked the door, Sophia said as she also oversaw the proceedings with a doting smile. Julius looked at the court magician. He wasn't sure whether the elderly woman was joking or not. Thinking of something else, he asked, Master, when will you finally teach Mordred Saint-ranked magic? Don't hurry me, Julius. It will be soon enough. I was only waiting for his 5th birthday, Sophia said matter-of-factly. Julius gently smiled. This means you will leave the tower. Saint-ranked magic, no matter which spell it was, affects a huge area and has devastating consequences, it could never be performed inside the city. Why would I not leave it if I had a reason? Sophia dismissed it as if it was nothing, but Julius secretly chuckled. He knew that the court magician had not left her tower for years. Julius even suspected that Sophia had been procrastinating teaching His Highness Saint-ranked magic exactly for that reason, otherwise Mordred might have already become famous as a 4-year-old Saint-ranked magician prodigy. Noticing a smug glint in the eyes of his disciple, Sophia glared at him. She said, You should better focus on your own Saint-ranked magic, Julius. Did you grasp it yet? Julius heard this and let out a sigh. Sigh. I have already given up on it. I might be able to cast a Saint-rank spell with a proper staff and more training, but there is no point in it. Recently I fully focused on my swordsmanship and practical skills as a magic swordsman. Hearing this, Sophia was silent. It was a reasonable approach. In small-scale battles and direct confrontations, Saint-ranked magic has no use, while another mediocre Saint-ranked magician appearing in this world would make no difference. Because she had Mordred as her main student, she let Julius do as she saw fit. The reason she had accepted Julius as a disciple was not because of his talent for magic, but because she shared history with his grandfather, as the two participated in the same war years ago. At this moment, a maid walked into the room while carrying a package. There's another gift. It's from the 5th prince. The 5th prince, eh? Sophia lazily glanced at the package. She had no idea who the 5th prince was, nor did she care. Julius softly smiled and explained, the 5th prince, Stevio Kingdragon, is also from a major noble family like the 1st prince. He has shown to be talented at scholarly subjects and the family behind him has some hopes. The 1st prince and 5th prince are the 2 most likely future candidates for the throne. Although the king was still fairly young, it did not stop the various factions behind the royal children from competing among each other over influence as they set up a stage for the future. And to decide the future king, the 16th prince, Mordred Kingdragon, a magic power Miko and the court magician's direct disciple, was certainly a very important chess piece. If he were to become the next court magician, which was nearly guaranteed to happen, whom he'd support in the future would have a major impact on the political scene. Julius added casually, of course, there is still the 12th princess from the Silver Scale family. The kingdom prefers male rulers, but women also have a chance, after all. The 12th princess had also already sent Mordred a birthday gift. Or rather, saying that she was the one who sent it, it was surely the faction behind her that had picked the gift and sent it because the princess herself was still just a child. Even if it was not to help the princess become the next queen, their family forging relations with Mordred ahead of time was still something valuable. Humph, political nonsense. I'll have to lecture the boy to not get involved in that dog crap. Julius softly smiled. There might be no need for it. It seems there's nothing that interests Prince Mordred more than studying magic. Besides that, I think His Highness would thrive on the political scene. Sophia snorted. What political scene? Pointless bickering among buffoons. What could be more important than studying magic? Julius went silent and chose to not argue. But while Sophia didn't want Mordred to get involved in politics, Julius thought the opposite. Although Prince Mordred had no rights to succession due to his lowly birth, that was now, who's to say what would happen in the future if he continued displaying extraordinary talent? He was still a son of the king. Later that day, Mordred had 2 rooms in the magician's tower all for himself. One was his study room and bedroom, meanwhile the other was his training and magic practice room with little furniture and mostly stone all around. Although the court magician's residence was called a tower, each floor was essentially the size of a large flat. There were few people living in it currently, so there was no problem at all with giving Mordred 2 rooms, and with his nursing mother living in a separate adjacent room. Currently, Mordred sat at a desk in his study room. He practiced drawing a magic circle of advanced rank healing magic using special ink, homework assigned to him by Sophia. He could not slack off here and go through the motions because a single mistake would make the circle not work. In the middle of his work, there was a knock. The door was unlocked and then a person entered. Nanny Charlotte. Mordred said. Prince Mordred. Please stop your studies for a moment, there's something I need to show you, Charlotte said with a suspicious smile. Mordred faked ignorance, raising his eyebrows. Something? I have a lot of homework. You can return to it later, it's something important. Grandmaster Sophia is on it as well. Charlotte insisted. Oh. Well, if it's important. Mordred slowly got up from his desk as if finally convinced. He said, I wonder what's this about. Hearing this, the nanny smiled. You'll see. What was this about? It was surely not related to how Julius just a few days ago had indirectly asked him about what kind of gifts he'd like. It was surely not related to all the hustling and bustling that was happening in the tower today. Surely not related to how he was essentially locked up in his room. Not related at all to his 5th birthday, which probably half the royal palace knew of, yet he had somehow forgotten about despite being the so-called genius. Mordred thought this jokingly while following Charlotte out of the room with an ignorant expression. After passing the corridor, the two went upstairs to a higher floor and eventually reached the doors of one of the largest rooms in the tower. Mordred knew that it was a banquet hall which was rarely used. Mordred showed a confused expression, causing Charlotte to form a mysterious smile. Knock, knock, knock. Charlotte slowly knocked on the door thrice, then opened it. As Mordred looked inside, he saw a number of familiar faces alongside a decorated room with a large wooden table, which was packed with various kinds of extravagant-looking food and one especially eye-catching large chocolate cake. Bang. Bong. The moment he laid his eyes on the inside of the room, sparklers shot out from the hands of several people with a bang, filling the room with colorful lights which sparkled like magic dust. Must be a magic tool. Happy birthday. Following the bangs and the sparklers, several people called out in unison, including Charlotte. Sophia, Julius and butler Samuel were there, along with the maids working in the tower. There was also a young man in his mid-teens with a sword at his hip that seemed to be Charlotte's son. But that was just it. Mordred's teachers were not here. A 5-year-old birthday is not as important as a 10-year-old one, which would often house a large party, and is usually just a family gathering. Ah, a birthday. Mordred showed a stunned look as if he had forgotten. It was a great test of his acting skills which he surely needed to polish. Julius smiled and said, We thought your highness was so busy with your studies that you might not have noticed, but today is your 5th birthday. Congratulations. This seemed to at least fool Julius, he was too easy. Congratulations, Prince Mordred. Congratulations. Sophia approached Mordred and placed her hand on her shoulder. Boy. You're already 5. But still do grow up faster, or this old lady might not live up to seeing you become an adult. Mordred smiled. I will try. Good. With this out of the way, let's not delay things. Let's start with the most exciting part and get it over with, the presents, said Sophia. Hearing this, Mordred was actually moved. After all, it was a fantasy world and he was quite a character in a royal palace of a powerful nation. Just what kind of gifts would he receive? I'll give you my gift later, so I'll step down for now. Sophia looked at Mordred mysteriously and then stepped away, arms behind her back. With this hint, a person spoke up, Then I shall be first. Your Highness. Mordred saw that it was an unfamiliar person. He was a dignified-looking man and he wore meticulous embroidered clothes of a high-ranking official. The man made a noble greeting while addressing Mordred. I'm someone sent out to personally deliver His Majesty's gift to Prince Mordred. The king thinks highly of the 16th prince's future. After hearing of your accomplishment of mastering advanced rank magic still before the age of 3, he decided to bring out a valuable present to celebrate your 5th birthday and to reward your hard work. Mordred faintly raised his eyebrows. A gift from the king. Although the king himself was not present, Mordred's talent still seemed to be valued by the crown, as it should. A gift from the king would certainly be the most valuable of the things he'd received today. It would at least be an A-rank staff. And that's only if the king was being stingy. In fact, among the presents at the side Mordred had indeed already noticed something that looked like a wrapped-up magician's staff. But Mordred had higher hopes for the king's gift. It's more likely that the staff came from Sophia. When Julius recently asked him for what he'd like, Mordred described a certain magic item type. The thing that he said he wanted the most was a storage treasure. A magic item similar to an interspatial ring. The man's prideful speech made him have some expectations, but he wasn't sure if he could get something so useful. In this world there is no spatial magic, no inventory space, so all goods have to be transported physically. Adventurers have to carry their supplies on their person or they use a mount for it, a mount which is almost always far slower than a saint-rank warrior. Having this kind of magic item would be incredibly useful for Mordred's future travels. But naturally, something like an interspatial ring or a storage bracelet would be a very rare and valuable item. Because nothing like space magic existed, the royal treasury might not even have something like this. Mordred wasn't sure. While studying up on magic items, he discovered that things are quite suspicious about them. Rather than receiving random effects inside labyrinths, it more appears that they receive random effects from a pool of possibilities designed beforehand, like in a game. In many areas, this world resembled an RPG game with a cookie-cutter design. Because of this game-like design, it was not entirely impossible for storage treasures to exist. The official continued, after consulting with Mr. Frostguard, His Majesty had brought out a gift from the royal treasury that Prince Mordred should find quite handy. After speaking, the man took out an item wrapped up in red silk. In front of everyone's eyes, he slowly pulled away the silk. Soon enough the gift's appearance was revealed. It was a leather pouch. Seeing this, Mordred was moved. Could it be? This pouch is a rare magic item, the official explained. It has a very special function. The space inside expands when items are placed in it, expanding up to 100 times its original size. Let's go. When Mordred heard it, he was hyped. As he thought, this bag was a storage treasure. Although a storage pouch was not as extravagant and convenient as a storage ring, and it was also quite small, it was still something great and cool to have. The official smiled when he saw Mordred's amazed expression. He continued, regardless of the objects placed inside, the weight of the pouch never changes. Your Highness should find this magic item useful for storing all kinds of materials, books, and magic crystals. Mordred slowly received the brown-colored leather pouch into his eyes glinting. He couldn't wait to test it. After the king's gift, Julius stepped out with a gentle smile. My present is not as extravagant as His Majesty's, but I think your Highness will still find it useful. Chapter 11. Gifts. As Julius spoke up, 2 male servants brought out a wooden box. Julius opened the box and pulled out a piece of clothing, a dark gray robe. This is a magician's robe, Mordred said, raising his eyebrows. Correct. It's a fully enchanted magician's robe, along with a magician's pointed hat and leather shoes, Julius said with a gentle smile. Although you will grow out of those eventually, you'll need it when you go outside with Grandmaster Sophia. You have to look presentable when you do so. Mordred heard this. Feeling grateful, he smirked, thinking, are you my mother? Julius did seem like one. Sophia spoke up, this robe is not the highest grade, but I've enchanted it myself. The robes help to retain body heat, same as the shoes. And the hat was enchanted to repel water. All the pieces also have a level of natural resistance to fire magic. Ah, I see. Thank you, Master. And thank you, Julius. I always wanted a real magician's robe. Mordred expressed his enthusiasm, which was not fake. It was a real enchanted magician's robe, how cool was that? Charlotte approached him next. Prince Mordred, this is my humble gift for you. I once overheard that you wished to have one for your own use. What she took out turned out to be a detailed continental map. It consisted of several leather pieces that displayed all the world's continents in as much detail as it was known. Oh, that's useful. Mordred felt grateful again, it was a map that was fully his own. He could sketch on it and make notes however he pleased. Thank you, Nanny Charlotte. I really wanted one of those. Mordred received the leather map with a grateful smile. Sophia spoke up jokingly, hey, boy. With all that gear, are you planning to sneak away somewhere or something? Haha. Mordred received it as a joke with a dry laugh. It was true that the storage pouch was something he wanted for his future travels, but it was just a coincidence with the other gifts. After Charlotte's gift, the maids of the tower approached Mordred and also gave him a shared present. It was a set of 2 robes seemingly sewn together by their combined efforts. These robes were made from ordinary materials, but Mordred felt he would find a use for them to wear them inside the tower. Soon enough, Mordred was asked to open the other gifts. Apparently these gifts came from a few of the princes and princesses, as well as from Mordred's tutors. Starting with the one that stood out the most, Mordred began to unwrap a present that looked like a quarterstaff or a broom. After opening it he saw that it was indeed a staff. It was not the size of a full staff, but was significantly longer and thicker than a wand, it was a half-staff. At the end of it there was a large round grey sphere similar to the B-rank magic stone that Mordred was familiar with but far larger. The core of the wooden stuff was also grey, even though the staff was clearly new. Julius explained, this gift came from the first prince after he heard that you were still using a B-rank magic wand. It's a short staff made from ashwood with an A-rank magic stone that came from an adult Kingdragon. It's a good staff that provides boost to all magic types without any preference. Its name is the Ashen Sage. Mordred hummed in acknowledgement. He knew that just the staff's magic stone would be worth around 100 Kingdragon gold coins. Perhaps to the first prince's faction this amount was nothing, but Mordred was in truth penniless despite being a prince, so it was a valuable gift. He finally had an A-rank staff. Although the truth was that Mordred did not need a magician's staff as much as others might think. It's because he learned that all that a magician's staff practically does is reduce the cost of spells. For ordinary magicians with limited amounts of magic power, a staff is a must. By reducing the cost of spells, it would boost their power and endurance when casting spells. For aspiring saint-ranked magicians, it would also provide the necessary extra magic power to finally bring forth a saint-ranked spell. But what it cannot do is raise a magician's maximum output and the maximum strength of spells for a silent caster, it only improves efficiency. As Mordred's magic power reserves continued rising, a staff would become less and less useful. In addition, he was a born swordsman, so he'd likely hold a sword in his hands anyway. There might be no place for a staff there. It only felt nice to receive the staff for a completionist's sake. Owning an A-rank staff, it now felt that he was a proper master magician, even if he'll rarely use it in serious combat. After putting the staff aside, Mordred opened the gifts from the 12th princess and the 5th prince. The 12th princess's gift was a magic tool imported from the magic city of Sharia. It was a decorated golden badge that looked like a compass with a small chain. Its function was to show the time. It was essentially a pocket watch. It had more of an aesthetic value than value in gold, which Mordred didn't quite care about, but he still appreciated it. It was a useful gift. Meanwhile, the 5th prince gifted him with a bunch of magic crystals which seemed to amount to a worth of around 300 gold coins. These would be useful for a variety of purposes, like creating magic ink to be used in magic circles or serving as batteries in magic tools like in the pocket watch. Next came the gifts from Mordred's various tutors. Unlike one might expect, the gifts were not mostly books. All books in this world are written and copied by hand, so the value of a book is very high. Many of Mordred's teachers' monthly salary from teaching him might not amount to the value of a book, so how could they afford to give him books as gifts this easily? Mordred received only 2 books while the other gifts were small things like empty notebooks, a calendar, pencils, a chessboard, rare herbal tea and so on. After all the gifts were unpacked, the official party started and the chocolate cake was cut up. As he had revealed at one point, chocolate was one of Mordred's favorite flavors, which he rarely had a chance to taste because cocoa powder was rare in this world. Apart from the chocolate cake adorned with fresh strawberries, there were also small chocolate bites. Clearly these were prepared especially for him. That's nice. Mordred felt grateful. Having this kind of birthday party being thrown for him by something like a loving family was what he never experienced before. He'd say he didn't care, but he appreciated this new life as he relived his childhood years. After the party ended and Mordred returned to his room with the various gifts and his stomach full, he was then approached by his master. Throughout the birthday party, Sophia did not give Mordred her gift yet, seeming to delay it until now. After entering Mordred's room, his master did not say anything, looked at him meaningfully and silently took out an item from her chest pocket. It was a ring with an expensive-looking large green gemstone. Sophia said, "We magicians are the most vulnerable to sudden attacks up close. This ring is a magic item I've acquired in the past. It can instantly create a powerful barrier where it's pointed that will block both physical and magical attacks. The strength of this barrier can withstand up to 2 saint-rank attacks. I have no use for it anymore, so I want you to have it." Sophia spoke in a neutral tone, but when Mordred heard it, he was slightly shocked. He instantly realized that this ring was a great treasure. It had to be said that magic tools are items created by human hands and can be produced en masse, like the magic handwatch from the 12th princess, but magic items could only appear in labyrinths. Although there were duplicates, magic items were rare and nearly unique objects. Most were useless, but some of them had very useful effects and were highly valued. In contrast to magic tools, magic items also did not require any magic power from the user or magic crystals and instead had their own power supply which would recharge over time. The self-filling quill that Mordred received from the first prince's faction was like that. It could be seen from it how cunning the person who sent it as a gift was. This kind of gift would accompany Mordred throughout all of his studies and entire life, a rare, valuable and very practical item which at the very beginning he received from the first prince. But the value of a magical quill could not compare to the value of Sophia's ring at all. A magic item ring that can create a saint-rank barrier instantly, with no cost on the caster's side. This kind of item would certainly cause a fierce fight among nobles to get their hands on. It was a priceless life-saving treasure. The ring's worth would not be counted in hundreds, but probably in thousands of gold coins. This amount of money was enough to buy several mansions. It was a very extravagant gift. "What are you dozing off for, boy? Say thank you," Sophia scolded, but her face expressed satisfaction. "Thank you, master," Mordred said as he received the ring. "I only thought that it's a very valuable gift." "It is. But I think you'll put it to better use than me." Sophia originally thought to give the ring to Mordred on his 10th birthday party and blow everyone's mind, but earlier was better than later since it affected Mordred's safety. And for a ring like this, it was better that its existence was not known by the public anyway. Additionally, humans in this world rarely live past the age of 70, and especially if they abused magic like she did, so Sophia was not even entirely certain if she would make it until Mordred's 10th birthday. Mordred hesitated for a moment, then placed the ring over his left hand's ring finger. The ring was far too big for his little fingers, but once he put it on, it shrunk down to fit his finger perfectly. "Oh. It's a magic ring, all right. It is only that the gem's size didn't shrink and now he had a large expensive-looking gem sticking out on his hand. For the most important things, on his birthday he received a storage pouch, an A-rank staff, magic crystals, pocket watch, magician's robes and a continental map. And this time it was a magic ring with a saint rank barrier. He really received some good stuff. In addition, following that point he had gained a new personal guard at the court magician's tower, Charlotte's son Dominic, a young intermediate ranked knight. Later, he did some testing. His staff Ashen Sage staff turned out to boost magic spells by a little over 3 times regardless of type, but that was not all. While others might not be aware of it, Mordred discovered that it also significantly strengthened and lowered the cost of his gravity magic by 5 times. Kingdragons were dragons that used gravity magic as their inherent magic, so it was understandable their magic core would assist with it. It was a perfect staff for him. Chapter 12. Saint Rank Magic. The day after Mordred's 5th birthday, Sophia took Mordred outside the palace for an outdoor lesson for the first time. That day Mordred was taking a trip to finally learn Saint Ranked magic. When going out the palace's knight immediately offered to escort Sophia, but she refused them. Meanwhile, Mordred refused Dominic. Only Julius accompanied the two of them in the name of being their bodyguard. After leaving the palace, the trio rode horses through the capital. Riding the same horse as Julius, Mordred admired the sights of the fantasy city he reincarnated in, seeing it directly for the first time with his eyes. The roads were very broad and the ground was paved everywhere, hard and clean. The walls of the palace were extremely tall and thick. They were even and strong, looking like they were made using earth magic just like the roads. The long walls of the city itself in the distance also looked extravagantly large. Merchants hawked their wares on the busy street and the buildings of the initial district outside the palace displayed wealth and prosperity. This was the city of Wyvern, the capital of the Kingdragom Kingdom. In the entire central continent only Azura Kingdom's capital city of Ars rivaled it in splendor, size and wealth. Kingdragom Kingdom's true territory might only amount to 1/3 of the entire Azura Kingdom, but it was the most fertile land of the southern region and they also controlled 4 vassal states, including the kingdoms of Shyron, Kika, and Sanakia. In terms of military might, they were unsurpassed. Their lands began at the furthest southern point of the continent, which started with a port connected to the Miles continent, and ran along the narrow path leading to the more central lands in the north. Apart from the Kingdragom Kingdom, in the southern region there were only small kingdoms, making them the overlord of a huge area. Being situated at the very south of the continent, the capital city had a very warm climate which wasn't too dry during summer like the northeastern vassal states like Shyron. Mordred had never been there, but he could compare it to Florida. He liked the weather here very much. As for the city itself, Wyvern was a very medieval-looking city in Mordred's eyes, one that was a picture of a typical medieval city in a Western fantasy RPG, with a very Western-type housing and culture. Crossing the entire city on horseback took the group half an hour. After leaving the city proper, they then traveled through the suburbs and soon left the city. Although Wyvern was said to be one of the 3 great cities of the world, only inferior to Ars and Miles, Mordred was left with feelings that it was quite small and unimpressive to have this title. It was likely because the current population of this world appeared to be simply too low compared to Earth's, so there was no point in building huge cities. The entire Kingdragon realm itself was expansive, but it only covered a small fraction of the southern region. The majority of the region were mountain ranges or dense forests filled with monsters. Even in the case of the Kingdragon kingdoms, most of the land consisted of empty plains, forests, rivers and lakes, with some towns and villages sprinkled here and there. So while the total landmass of that world seemed to be no smaller than Earth's, practically the world felt somewhat small because of the low population. It was the feeling that the anime and novel gave off. As you traveled to the places of interests around the world, you'd often meet the same people. Leaving Wyvern completely, Mordred's group traveled north for a few more hours until they reached an empty and deserted plain that Sophia was satisfied with. "This place will do," said Sophia. "We'll start with water magic and cumulonimbus. You've learned the chant, right, boy?" "Yes, I already memorized it." Mordred already fully memorized the incantations for all the saint-ranked magic spells that he could read up on. Whether it was thanks to his brain being filled with huge amounts of mana from the time he came out of the womb or thanks to his young age, he had a nearly photographic memory. As long as he put in enough effort, he could perfectly memorize information like this and not forget it. Cumulonimbus is a spell that creates rain clouds with violent rain and frequent lightning strikes. He remembered that it was also the first saint-rank spell that Rudeus had learned and the only saint-rank spell Roxy had known in the beginning. Thinking about it, Mordred recalled that at this time Rudeus would be 3 years old. That's because Morgan told Mordred that he'd be 2 years older. It was just the time when Roxy would first begin teaching Rudeus magic. "Then go ahead, give it a try. But first we need to set up something to attract lightning, just in case." Mordred silently watched as Sophia used the spell Earth Lance to create a several meters tall stone column next to them. Sophia explained, "Lightning tends to strike objects closest to the clouds, like the trees or tall buildings. If there are no trees and it's an open plain, it would strike people instead. Ooh. Mordred was enlightened. Although he already knew about it, he just didn't think of a lightning rod being needed here. He suddenly recalled the scene of a lightning strike from Roxy's cumulonimbus striking Paul's poor horse after she had bounded to a tree. Trees attract lightning, but as long as a person stood right next to one they could receive a collateral shock. It's called flashover. In essence, if you're not careful when casting cumulonimbus, you might just accidentally kill yourself. Sophia and Mordred moved slightly away from the earth lance while Julius did the same while handling the horses. Mordred raised the ashen sage to the clouds and recited in one go, "Grand Spirit of Water and Imperial Prince of Lightning who ascends the heavens, grant my wish and bring about a savage blessing. Display your might to insignificant beings. Strike all with a blow of your divine hammer on the anvil, and cover the land in water. Ah, rain. Sweep all else away and expel everything. Cumulonimbus." Throughout the chant, magic power surged out from his staff and traveled high up to the sky. When the chanting ended, the surroundings immediately turned dark. A few seconds later extremely heavy rain poured down from the sky. Violent wind sprung up around Mordred, blowing his robes everywhere and nearly blowing him off his feet. He had to also quickly press down on his head with his free hand to not lose his hat. Meanwhile in the sky, electric currents appeared in the midst of the dark clouds, running through the clouds and causing loud booms. The electricity brewing in the clouds gradually grew stronger. Bang. A lightning strike suddenly shot down, striking the middle of the plains a good distance away with a loud sound. So after casting it I can direct most of the lightning where I want it, good. Mordred thought. Through the rain, Sophia shouted out, "Good. Now maintain it for 10 minutes. Mordred heard it as he held his staff raised into the sky. Maintain it for 10 minutes. Not a problem, but there was something else that he wanted to try. He wanted to try using the same trick as Rudeus to make the spell maintain itself. Originally he didn't have full confidence in it because he only had shallow knowledge of clouds formation like most people, but after casting cumulonimbus he gained an understanding how it works. He only needed to make it so that the spell would keep on going by itself. I need warm air at the bottom and ensure the upper section is quickly cooled down. He utilized the spell's design to make it happen, strengthening certain parts enough to create a tornado. When he tried to do this modification, a noticeable portion of his mana was actually used up. Mordred didn't care. Good. It seems the storm holds itself together now. He observed what was happening and soon stopped pouring his magic power into his spell. He did it. Leaving the clouds to brew by themselves, he lowered his staff and looked at Sophia. Sophia frowned. "What are you doing, boy? Maintain the spell, or it will collapse." "I made it so I don't need to maintain it," said Mordred. "What?" What?" Looking up at the sky, Sophia seemed to have noticed something. She rubbed her eyes, then muttered, "You made a tornado bring the clouds upwards. And the spell maintains itself." The skies were filled with ever-growing clouds, not showing any signs of calming down. Bang. With a bright flash and a crashing sound, another lightning strike descended somewhere not far away. Sophia looked at Mordred with disbelief. "You modified the Saint rank cumulonimbus on your first attempt. Boy, did I still underestimate you." Julius was also shocked. He already expected Mordred to succeed in casting Saint-ranked magic, which would be a shocking accomplishment at 5 years old, but now he also felt that he might have underestimated the 16th prince. Effortlessly modifying a Saint-rank spell, this boy was simply an incarnation of the god of magic. In regards to magic, was there anything he couldn't accomplish? Mordred didn't say anything. Sophia said, "Now then, cumulonimbus is used to call down clouds and rain, but if you reverse it, it can also be used to disperse naturally formed clouds and rain. I've done it once during a major flood. There might not be another water magician in this world who could also pull it off. Use cumulonimbus too. Actually, never mind, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Disperse the tornado you just made and cast tornado instead." There was only one Saint-rank spell for water magic, cumulonimbus. Tornado was a Saint-rank spell of wind magic. Its use was to create a tornado that can alter the weather by moving the clouds. Mordred reversed what he did earlier and dispersed the tornado he created earlier. The thunderstorm stopped brewing, but the dark clouds still remained and rain continued to fall from the sky. Mordred then chanted the incantation for Saint-rank tornado. He had already created a tornado earlier, so casting this spell was easy. Spiraling violent wind shot out from in front of his staff, forming a tornado which continuously grew in size and pierced into the clouds. As he maintained this tornado and continued pouring his mana into it, the dark clouds were soon chased away. Unfortunately, it seemed that because of the way this spell worked, it could only be used to change the weather. It had no combat applications because it had to be aimed at the sky to take effect. Following that, Mordred learned the other Saint-rank spells of attack magic. For wind magic there was one more Saint-rank spell, Violent Storm, which released a strong blast of wind over a wide area. For earth magic, he learned the spell Sandstorm, which conjures a fierce torrent of sand and wind blanketing a wide area. And finally for fire magic, there was Flashover, a spell that rapidly spreads flames over a wide area. In a matter of minutes, Mordred became a saint-ranked magician in all 4 attack magic types. When it came to king-ranked magic, Mordred believed that he could also learn it that day, but he simply didn't push for it and he might not have enough remaining magic power. Learning king-ranked magic would not help him in anything and would only be pointless vanity. In fact, if he wanted fame in order to gain public support, it would be counterproductive. There is a limit to how monstrous his talent at magic can be in the public's eyes, and if it gets too ridiculous, people would stop believing the rumors completely. A 5-year-old saint-ranked magician in all 4 attack schools was ridiculous enough to make people doubt the truth. After Mordred cast each of the saint-rank spells once, the entire area was already in ruins. He took this chance to repeat the spells and attempt learning to do them silently. To just trigger the spell briefly, relying on a staff, it didn't require as much energy. As he cast the saint-rank spells a few more times, Sophia and Julius watched the scene with listless expressions. What the hell was that? Casting all saint-ranked magic spells in one go was not enough. He still had enough juice to keep on going. Although Mordred did not maintain the spells and only cast them briefly, it was still something ridiculous. It was as if he might be able to cast king-ranked magic already. Just what were they as magicians in comparison? Random amateurs. Near the end of the trip, Julius was more than fully convinced of his earlier decision. He addressed Mordred, saying, "Your Highness. In truth, there's something that I wanted to tell you for a while now." Mordred looked at Julius. Looking at his expression, he began to have a premonition. It wasn't going to be a confession, was it? He tried to conceal an amused smile as he seriously said, "Mr. Julius. I'm not interested in men." What? Julius was stunned. Sophia snorted and started laughing. Julius frowned and ignored it. He collected himself and said, "Your Highness, it's something serious, at least for me. The truth is that for a while now I felt that you should aim to compete for the position of the Crown Prince. Although you don't have the succession rights, I doubt it would be difficult for you to gain the king's favor with your accomplishments. I think you're the most suitable person to become the future king, bar none." Julius said what had been weighing on his heart for a long time. Mordred had to compete for the position of the Crown Prince and then for the throne. Otherwise, if he only focused on researching magic in his tower like Sophia, it would just be too much of a waste. The 16th prince had all the qualities of a great ruler. With his intellect and unparalleled talent at magic, he could bring the Kingdragom Kingdom into a new golden era. It was especially true because magical research was currently the central focus of the kingdom. With a competent leader, the Kingdragom Kingdom might achieve hegemony over the central continent. Not only this, but the prince also had good morals and was not rotten and arrogant like other high-born noble children. He would be a capable and just king. At the side, Sophia stayed silent, as if she had already expected this. Mordred also saw it coming and didn't say anything. Trying to become the king. Not any time soon, but in the future a level of authority would certainly make accomplishing many things easier. Once his strength reached a certain level, what would come next would be magical research. That's how he imagined his own future. Having many other people doing that for him would be ideal. And in truth, ever since Mordred reincarnated, a wish began to bloom in his heart to create his own nation in this backwards world, a great eternal empire that would revolutionize many fields and bring this world into a new area. At that moment, Julius Frostguard knelt down before Mordred. Mordred raised his eyebrows. The first knight for his round table, was it? Bedivere. I wish to become your highness's guardian knight from now on, if you'll choose me. My talent in magic might be lacking, but you'll still find a use for me, said Julius. Looking at the kneeling Julius, Mordred said after a while, I can't pay you. That's fine. I'm not taking up this job for money. Next, Mordred wanted to say a line from a game he played before, saying directly, I'll use you as a human shield. But he felt it would be too much even as a joke. After being silent for a while as if contemplating, Mordred said, all right. I'll compete for the throne in the future. I feel there are many things I could accomplish if I became the king. But I don't want to get involved in politics until I become an adult. I understand. If that's what's required, I'll wait and support your highness until then. Becoming an adult meant Mordred passing his 15th birthday, which would happen in 10 years from now. It was a reasonable period of time to allow him to mature. Julius could accept that much. But what he had no idea about was that 10 years from now it would be a completely different world for Mordred as he became entangled with people like Rudeus, Hitagami, and Orsted, all the while Mordred already planned to leave the palace when he's still just 8 years old. Chapter 13. Sword Training. Mordred's group of 3 returned to the capital to make it back before nightfall. Soon after that day, Julius becoming Mordred's guardian knight had already shown its worth. Julius talked with the kingdom's paymaster and negotiated an allowance for Mordred as one of the princes and a saint-ranked genius magician, which amounted to 20 gold coins per month. 20 gold coins might be pennies to many spoiled royal children, but for an average person it was a huge amount of money. Some of Mordred's tutors might only earn up to half a gold coin per month, and it was already considered a decent salary. A saint-ranked knight might only earn up to 2 gold coins per month, while an advanced rank would usually not even receive one. If Mordred was not wrong, Ghislaine as a sword king was only paid 4 to 5 gold coins per month while working for the Boreas family, training heiress and doubling as her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Rudeus sold his meticulously crafted Roxy doll for just 1 gold coin. Because Mordred had little to no spendings and because the materials for his magic circle training were paid for by the crown, he racked up more and more gold in his storage pouch as the months passed by. But before he gathered that gold, Mordred finally began his sword training. It's normal for most noble and royal children to come join a school for nobles at 7 or 10 years old and begin attending swordsmanship lessons. But that was it, a public school whose term began at a certain time and swordsmanship was one of the classes taught in a group. Mordred wasn't interested in that and wasn't interested in playing with a bunch of children. Even if a short school arc would be interesting, it would be a waste of time. Instead, he requested a private sword instructor. This was a bit of an arrogant request, but was still easily arranged soon after. At the assigned time, Mordred came with Julius to an open field which was one of the training grounds used by the palace's knights. The time was just after the knights ended their morning training, so the field was empty, save for a 40-year-old man who seemed to be waiting for him there. "Are you the 16th prince?" the man asked. "Yes." After hearing this, the man performed a knight's salute, touching his chest, and said, "Your Highness. I'm your assigned swordsmanship teacher. My name is Davi. Starting from today I'll train you in the water god style every day at 9 a.m. "I understand." Mordred could see that the man wasn't entirely happy with having to kiss the ass of a little kid, but it would be breaking the military law otherwise, so he still had to treat him with a fitting level of respect. Davi crossed his arms and added, "First we'll begin with conditioning your body. I want you to run 10 laps around this field." Mordred glanced at the field. He's made to run laps. He already expected this kind of situation, but training his stamina is something that he is already doing and has been doing for a while now by rapidly ascending the tower's stairs in a high-intensity interval training fashion. Simply running would be a nice change of pace, even if it was not as time-efficient, but it was something that he could do by himself. Mordred said, "I understand, but strength and endurance training is what I'm already doing. I don't want to waste my training time on it during my swordsmanship lessons. Actually, I need to ask. Teacher, what is your level with the sword?" Davi slightly frowned. He answered, "I'm advanced rank in water god style and intermediate rank in sword god style. I'm more than good enough to teach you the basics, if you have any doubts." Mordred heard this. He had no swordsmanship training to speak of, so it was true that this man was more than qualified to teach him the basics. But if he's going to train swordsmanship seriously, it would be better when from the beginning he was trained by a master. This kind of thing was even more important for swordsmanship than magic because with a worse teacher he might develop bad habits and will have to take more detours in the future. "I understand. I don't want to look down on you, Mr. Davi, but I want to learn from the best to not waste my time. If you say that you're more than good enough to teach me, then you could beat me if we fought, right?" Davi was dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes. What kind of question was this? This kid doubted that he could beat him. He could effortlessly throw that little baby boy aside with one hand without using any battle aura. What was he, 20 kilograms? Davi forcefully maintained his composure, replying, "Naturally." Mordred faintly smiled. "All right, then let's have a spar." Davi's first reaction was of shock. This kid actually wanted to fight him, and judging by what he said, he even thought he could win. Those who know nothing fear nothing. After that, he smiled. He didn't mind it and even found it amusing. He'll now have an excuse to teach this kid some humility, so he wouldn't look down on him as his instructor again. In the meantime, Julius watched this from the side, being flabbergasted. He couldn't understand why the 16th prince suddenly started being so unreasonable. It was not in his character. Did he really think he could beat that veteran knight because he was called a genius in other fields? Julius staggered on his feet. He wanted to rush out and reprimand his sworn lord, but he hesitated. Is that really what he should do? It isn't like something bad would happen to Mordred here and as a result he would only be taught a valuable lesson. Thinking this, Julius forced himself to stay down while being ready to rush in at a moment's notice if needed. If Mordred was hurt, he could use healing magic on him. "Come and pick your sword," Davi said and walked over to a wall where tens of wooden training swords were hung. Mordred followed him. Davi casually picked up one of the wooden long swords, then watched Mordred take his pick. Mordred picked a short arming sword. But although it was supposed to be a wooden one-handed short sword, due to his 110 centimeters height, his tiny hands and no pommel, in his hands it was no different from a two-handed long sword. Are you sure you can lift it? Davi knew that the training swords here, used by knights to train, have an iron core, being even heavier than normal swords. For their sword training he had especially prepared a pure wooden sword which was appropriate for a kid to use, but he wanted to show him what it's like trying to compare to adults. I'll manage, said Mordred. The two faced each other on the field. Davi saw Mordred's improvised random stance and could not help but find it funny. He said, "You have never held a sword before, did you?" Mordred faintly smiled. "I haven't. But I think I might just be able to beat you, sir." Hearing this, Davi chuckled. "Sure thing, kid." He no longer thought that this delusional little prince was rude, he was simply hilarious. He truly believed he could win. Mordred showed a contemplating look, then flipped his sword around, beginning to hold the blade instead. "What are you doing?" Davi was confused. After that he wanted to laugh. "Hey, kid, that's not the end you point at your enemy." Julius's expression was ugly. He couldn't bear his lord shaming himself in such a manner. "Your Highness, just what are you doing?" Mordred then announced, "I'm attacking." Davi chuckled. "Okay. Go ahead and attack. Just don't stab yourself." But after a moment he could no longer laugh. Mordred suddenly sprung out from his spot and began to dash at him at a high speed like a leopard. Davi's eyes widened. This kid was way too fast. He was like a charging halfling sword saint or a ghost. Within a single second Mordred had already arrived in front of the advanced rank knight. Before the man had the chance to react, he swung his sword low in a circular manner, hooking the crossguard behind the man's leg, and then pulled it with force. Being suddenly flung forward and up by one of his legs with this much strength, Davi fell flat onto his back. Bam. He felt absolutely flabbergasted. What the hell just happened? In the meantime, Mordred flipped around his wooden sword and, as Davi landed, pointed the sword's tip at his face. Davi's eyes were shot wide open as he blinked them, staring straight at the wooden blade pointed at him and the person behind it. It was not only this little kid's speed that was shocking but so was the amount of strength he used when pulling his leg. Mordred said, "That's exactly what I mean, teacher. You see, my body is a bit stronger than normal. I think I have a good talent for the sword." He did it. Watching the scene, Julius's mouth was wide open and his jaw nearly dropped. Mordred actually did it. He beat an advanced rank veteran knight. In this fight, even Julius himself didn't have full confidence he could win. Following that incident, Davi shamefully admitted that he lacked the qualifications to be Mordred's sword instructor. After all, he had lost to this child in such a shameful manner, he had no rights to continue being his teacher, it would be too shameful. Furthermore, such a talent should truly receive the attention of the best teachers of the palace. It had to be nurtured. At such a young age the 16th prince already had an early manifestation of a powerful battle aura. Normally this happened only after the age of 10 when children entered puberty, and usually at 12 and higher at the earliest, but Mordred officially reached intermediate rank and unofficially had strength and speed that even surpasses typical advanced rank warrior at a mere 5 years of age. What a good physique he had. Davi said that he would talk with the senior instructors among the royal palace's knights to find him a suitable teacher. In the meantime, that day he still taught Mordred the most fundamental sword guards and stances, and also taught him the most basic two-handed diagonal cut. Name, Davi Fletchen. Title, Knight of the Kingdragom Kingdom, Swordsmanship Instructor of Knight Squad. Age. Statistics. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, E. Mana, F. Swordsmanship. Water God Style, Advanced Rank. Sword God and North God Style, Intermediate Rank. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy, Miko. Age. Statistics. Strength, E. Endurance, D. Agility, D*, E*. Mana, C*. Swordsmanship. None. Unique skills. Instinct B-. Mana Burst D. Magic Resistance C-. Riding E-. Chapter 14, Chapter 14. Bullied Princess. After the swordsmanship lesson Mordred was in a good mood. It felt nice to display your strength and win fights. He also felt excited to finally begin learning the sword, which he supposedly had the most talent for. Feeling satisfied, Mordred said afterwards, "Julius, before lunch, let's explore some of the palace." "As you wish, Your Highness," Julius said with a smile. He had shockingly witnessed everything that happened back on the training square. Julius no longer had an idea of what levels the 16th prince would reach in the future, but he felt he would become a legendary figure one day akin to the first sword god or the great warriors that sealed the demon god Laplace. To that end, he'll support him wholeheartedly. During Mordred's escapade, being escorted by his guardian knight Julius, Mordred explored parts of the royal palace that he didn't have a chance to see before. In recent years, he was mostly holed up in the court magician's tower, and even most of his lessons were held inside the tower as the tutors came to him. The only outside place he sometimes visited was the royal library. At one point, Mordred came into the royal garden. According to Julius, this was where other royal children often came to play. It was a beautiful garden, something that Mordred surprisingly found himself fond of. But that's when in the central area he witnessed the scene of three boys seeming to bully a little girl with aquamarine blue hair. The boys were all around the ages of 4 to 7 and wore expensive silk clothing, while the girl was petite and looked no older than 3 or 4 years old. The oldest of the boys was pulling the girl's hair, saying, "Look, she's really got the hair of a demon. It's not fake. She's a demon spawn." The youngest said with a shocked face. Their leader continued, "Yeah, she's a child of a slave. Since she's the child of a slave, we can do whatever we want with her, so don't worry. Let's play demons and heroes again." The remaining one said, "Cool. I'll be the armored dragon king this time. I'll be the dragon god. Eugen, you can be the north god. We finally have a full squad." The leader looked excited. While the three talked, the younger girl had an apathetic look on her face as if she was used to this kind of treatment. In the meantime, several beautiful women, who were likely the mothers of the boys, sat at the side and didn't intervene, even smiling as if it was a cute scene. Julius slightly frowned. Mordred was also frowning. A girl with beautiful ocean blue hair, like Roxy but far lighter. And this situation. Wasn't this the shunned princess of Kingdragon that at one point of the novel fell in love with Pax Shyron? Benedict Kingdragon. The leader commanded, "Slave girl, you're the demon god, remember to act like it. Pretend to cast spells and stuff." The girl was silent, but her eyes still filled with tears. Pretend to cast spells, while they hit her with sticks. Even though it didn't hurt her physically, it was an agonizing experience. Why did this have to happen to her? Just because she had blue hair? Because her mom was a slave? She loved how beautiful it was here, but she didn't want to come to the garden anymore. As the situation was escalating and after witnessing the girl's tears, Mordred couldn't stay idle any longer. He felt the protagonist's call to action. He stepped forward, calling out, "Hey, you jerks. Just what are you doing?" The boys turned and glared at him. "Eh? Who the hell are you?" Mordred's attire was a pair of simple short red pants and a red linen shirt. He put this on to be comfortable during the swordsmanship practice, but at the current time it made him look very ordinary in comparison to the other kids in expensive silk clothing. This made the kids look down on him, even though Julius stood behind him. Mordred replied clearly, "Mordred Kingdragon, remember it well." "Heh." The oldest of the kids sneered. "You're defending a child of a slave. Are you also one?" "I am. My mother was captured as a slave." "So what?" Seeing Mordred speak back to the much older kids without fear, the young blue-haired girl gasped and covered her mouth, her eyes wide open out of shock. She stared at this scene in amazement. It was the most courageous thing she had seen in her life. "Heh, so you are a slave's child." "The demon found herself a lover," the oldest boy said in a teasing voice. "Ha ha ha." The youngest laughed. "Do you think you're cool, acting as a hero or something?" "Get lost before we teach you a lesson," another said. "No. Let him stay. He can be the demon god. A boy fits better than a girl. It's the demon god defending his demon lover." "Oh, that's cool. Then let's beat up the demon." Being in a group of 3, the boys were courageous and in their excitement even ignored Julius. Furthermore, their mothers were there, so just who would dare to touch them, the true royal princes? Mordred heard this and sneered. He stepped forward, saying, "You want to beat me up, huh? Your Highness." Julius also took a step forward with a worried expression. He knew that Mordred was far stronger than the other kids and even most trained adults. If things escalated into a fight, he might accidentally use too much force and it would cause a disaster. He had to prevent this from happening. "Hey, you want to fight us 3 against 1? Do you think you're the first sword god or something?" The 7-year-old boy sneered arrogantly. "So what if I want to?" Water splash. As Mordred recited a truncated chant of an intermediate rank spell, water splash, 7 large water spheres materialized to float above his head in a formation ready to strike. "What? You used magic?" The 3 kids were shocked. This magic spell came out of nowhere and looked too powerful. The adults were alarmed at the scene and quickly stood up. "Hey, what are you going to do? Stop it. Mordred ignored them and continued staring at the three boys. Do you still want to fight? The kids hesitated. Being aimed at by a magic spell directly, they all felt fear. But the oldest one was indignant, he also knew magic. Humph. Let the great protection of fire, AUU. The boy suddenly interrupted his chant as one of Mordred's water balls hit him squarely in the face. Your Highness. Julius muttered in worry, but then was relieved when he saw that the kid was perfectly fine and was only splashed with some water. Ah, my son. You brat, just what are you doing? Mordred only used enough force to just douse her kid in some cold water, but one of the mothers went mad. She glared at him. Who do you think you are? You're merely a child of a slave. Stop your spell at once. Mordred looked at her calmly while maintaining his spell and said, I might be a child of a slave. But I'm also a son of the king, the 16th prince and a direct disciple of the court magician. You're the 16th prince. The woman was momentarily shocked when she heard this. Although she did not know his name, she had long heard of the 16th prince, a Miko with monstrous magic power. She didn't quite understand magic herself, but one thing she knew was that this kid, in truth, had no background to speak of. Thinking of this, she snorted. So what if you're the court magician's disciple? Do you think you can freely attack others with magic in the palace? I don't think so. But I saw these guys bullying one of my sisters and couldn't ignore it, Mordred replied without fear. What bullying? It was merely playing. Mordred sneered. Playing. It might seem like playing, but this constant bullying and indifference from adults would cause serious emotional damage to Benedict and turn her into an apathetic recluse, which is what happened in the novel. Physical wounds are temporary and tangible, but emotional wounds can be deeply felt and may never heal. He knew this from experience. In this sense, bullying is worse than directly beating someone up. Physical wounds were nothing. At this moment, Julius stepped in. How about we all take a step back? Your Highness, can you cancel your spell first? Being looked at by Julius, Mordred cancelled his water magic after a while. The mother asked, Who are you? Madam, my name is Julius Frostguard. I'm an advanced rank swordsman and an advanced rank magician. I'm the 16th Prince's guardian knight, Julius replied courtly with a bow. Julius was technically supposed to be a guardian magician originally, but he felt that it was too inappropriate. It's because a guardian magician is a magician that protects their liege using magic and also advises them in magic-related topics. But he knew that Mordred was already more powerful than him at magic and there also wasn't anything that he could advise him there. So he called himself a guardian knight instead. Even though now it seemed that he might be beaten up by Mordred in a sword fight as well. The woman heard this and was stunned. The position of a guardian knight or a guardian magician is only given to the children of upper nobility, and the Frostguard family was certainly a top noble family not inferior to her own. Additionally, only those most outstanding and influential princes and princesses would have the privilege of receiving a magician bodyguard. How could this child of a slave with no background have such a powerful guardian knight? Advanced rank swordsmen are rare, and advanced rank magicians even rarer. But this guy was both. Julius continued, Prince Mordred had only splashed some water on your son. No one got hurt in the end, so how about we end it here? The woman went silent. It seemed this 16th prince was more valued and influential than she thought. She did not know that Julius willingly offered to be Mordred's guardian knight himself. After Julius stepped in, the conflict was soon resolved. The three boys glared at Mordred as their mothers took them away. Mordred and Julius were left alone with the blue-haired girl, save for a woman who seemed to be her caretaker yet did not quite care about her. Hi. My name is Mordred. What is yours? Mordred asked the girl. The 4-year-old girl looked up at him with a dazed and shy look and then stuttered a quiet response, B. Benedict, CT. As I thought. Mordred only felt confused at who would name a girl Benedict. It was clearly a male's name, so perhaps the spelling was different. Mordred said, I see. Are you also a child of the king? The girl spoke quietly, why yes. But. My mother is a slave. So I'm not very liked. And my hair is like this. Sob. It's because my mom is a demon. Everyone avoids me because I look like a demon. You are. Benedict spoke amidst sobs and at the end of her sentence began to cry as her emotions poured out. Mordred watched silently and let the girl cry out her worries. She was merely a 4-year-old girl. What young girl could take well being treated as a plague from the time she was born? He reached into his pouch and rummaged through it, taking out a white handkerchief among other items. Because she was preoccupied crying, Benedict didn't notice how Mordred's bag opened wide and he reached into it elbow deep. Mordred then wiped off Benedict's tears and gave her the handkerchief to blow her nose. After Benedict cried for a while and eventually slightly quietened down, she handed the handkerchief back to Mordred. Thank you. Mordred looked at the white handkerchief which was now wet and covered in snoot. He told her, you can return it to me after washing it. That's noble etiquette. Ah. When Benedict was told this, she felt at a loss. That's what's expected of her to do, but how was she supposed to wash it? She had no idea how to go about it. She won't be able to do it. Mordred noticed Benedict's troubled expression and explained, just leave it for the servants to wash it. You're still a princess. Ah. The girl seemed enlightened. Mordred said, anyway, if you knew magic, those guys wouldn't dare to mess with you. Do you want me to teach you? Their meeting was fate. He had to grasp it. He'd attempt to teach Benedict just one spell to set her on the right path of not wasting her childhood. If she could begin learning magic at a young age and have some accomplishments in it, then it would be something good for her future. But hearing Mordred's words, Benedict looked troubled again. Learn to do magic. She didn't know if she could do something so amazing. I don't know. Benedict stuttered, but Mordred took it as a confirmation, saying, okay, then I'll teach you. Let's go. Mordred grabbed Benedict's hand and brought her to another corner of the garden. The garden was huge. The spot they were originally at had bad aura remaining and unpleasant memories attached to it, so he brought her to another place. It was a grassy glade amidst small decorated trees which had red leaves and brown-reddish bark. In the meantime, Julius observed the scene from a distance with a soft smile. His Highness finally made a friend his age. It's a good thing. In the glade, Mordred said first, having talent for it is essential when learning magic. So even if I'm going to teach you, there's a good chance you might just not be able to do it. Magicians in this world are rare. It's estimated that only about 5% of the population has the capabilities to take up combat, that's 5 people in 100. This meant becoming an elementary ranked magician or a legitimate intermediate rank warrior. But among those 5%, only 1 out of 20 people would have enough talent for handling magic power to cast at least elementary rank spells. That was 5% out of 5%. It meant that only about 2 to 3 people out of 1,000 could be magicians, or 1 in 400. As for those who attend a magic school and graduate having mastered at least one advanced rank spell, that's 1 out of 100 students. This roughly meant that an advanced rank magician was a 1 in 40.000 existence. Julius himself had only reached advanced rank in a single school of attack magic by the time he was 20, but that was still an amazing accomplishment, especially considering his additional attainments with the sword. Statistically speaking, the chance that Benedict had any talent for magic was very low, but Mordred knew that the king himself had a small amount of talent for magic, like many nobles, and Benedict's mother was also of an unknown demon race, so she might still be able to learn some magic. She was not as hopeless. However, the chance that she would become a powerful magic user was small. Mordred could only give it a try and see what happens. Even if Benedict had poor talent, it would give him a chance to see how good someone with mediocre talent who had practiced from a very young age could become. After hearing Mordred's warning, Benedict lowered her head in defeat, losing all confidence. Mordred said, at any rate, I'll still try to teach you. To cast a spell the first thing you need to do is learn the incantation. Incantation. Benedict repeated slowly as if it was the first time hearing this complicated word. Yes. It's a string of words that makes the spell take effect. For example. Mordred stretched out his hand. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. As expected, a blob of water appeared in front of Mordred's hand out of nowhere. Whoa. It's just like before. Benedict was amazed. Mordred sent the blob of water flying at a low speed and splashed somewhere at the side. Following that he began to teach Benedict the incantation for water ball, making her memorize the entire chant bit by bit. Benedict was only about 4 years old, so repeating a 2-verse incantation with no mistakes and no stuttering was a bit difficult for her, but she wasn't stupid and was diligent, so she eventually managed to say the entire thing after Mordred guided her through the incantation enough times. Water ball. As Benedict finished the chant, a little bit of gushing water gathered in front of her palm. In the next moment, it dispersed and fell down. Benedict looked shocked by what she did. Meanwhile Mordred stared at her. What, only 0.25% of the population can learn magic? Benedict managed it on her first try. It's as if every other named character could do it. Mordred observed Benedict and asked, are you tired? NNN. Benedict shook her head. Okay, then do it again, but this time concentrate better. Benedict attempted to cast water ball several more times and eventually managed to conjure a small roughly shaped sphere of water, but when she did so, she seemed exhausted. Mordred knew that it was mana exhaustion, something that he experienced many times as a baby. The princess didn't manage to cast a true water ball like he did, but she only had a 4-year-old's mind, so it was only natural that she would struggle with concentrating. Then there was still the aspect of her mana pool and talent. Eventually, Mordred smiled at her and said, I think you have a good talent for magic. You should definitely get a tutor to learn it. Julius, what do you think? Julius, who previously watched the scene with amazement and a content smile, was a little startled, then replied, "Ah. Yes, certainly. Princess Benedict had shown talent for magic at just 4 years of age. She should naturally receive a tutor to nurture her talents." Benedict was at a loss for words for a while, then she shyly told Mordred before they parted, Thank you. For everything. Chapter 15. Water God Style. The next morning, Mordred came again to the knight's training square at the assigned hour. This time Davi was not alone but was also a white-haired man around 60 years old with him. The older man had an average height and his wizened face had many wrinkles on it, but his body looked robust and he wore steel armor with golden decorations of a golden embroidered dragon, giving off the feeling of a veteran royal knight. To Mordred he sort of resembled Ser Barristan from Game of Thrones. Mordred noticed that upon seeing this man Julius looked surprised as if this veteran knight of extraordinary fame. "Your Highness." Davi made a courteous bow when Mordred appeared at the square. The old man made the same gesture, but didn't say anything. He then sized up Mordred with interest and said instead, "Are you the boy that beat Davi?" "Yes. My name is Hector Grant. At one point, I trained under the previous generation water god and attained the level of a water emperor. Although with my current body, I could probably at best compete with a sword king." The man spoke with no arrogance or pride as if just stating facts. "Oh, a water emperor." Mordred raised his eyebrows. He would be satisfied with an experienced king-ranked teacher and even with a saint-ranked one, but a former emperor was unexpected. This was a level even above Ghislaine. There were very few emperor-ranked swordsmen in the entire Kingdragom Kingdom. There were no god ranks. Even if the old man's strength dropped, the experience would still be there. Hector continued with a solemn face, "It seems that you were born with a special physique, like the prince from the Shyron Kingdom. I want to test your level. If you satisfy me, I'll teach you the way of the sword. First, you and Davi will run laps around this training square. I want to see how you compare." "I understand." Mordred felt excited. He would be learning from a sword emperor. However, Hector thought that Mordred had a special physique, that his strength was always there, which was false. If he showcased his complete strength in this situation, he would probably be made to always train at this level, but to train his actual physical body and attempt to attain true battle aura, he might have to train without mana reinforcement as well. With this in mind, Mordred decided that he should tell the truth. Given that he was known as a Miko with amazing talent for magic, it was perfectly reasonable to say that he could strengthen his body using magic. Mordred said, "Actually, my body is not special. I'm using magic to strengthen myself." Hearing this, Hector looked surprised. "My high speed and strength is something that I can turn on and off. You're using magic power to strengthen your body. So without it your body's strength is just ordinary?" the old knight asked. "Yes. I see." Hector showed a contemplative look as he touched his chin. After pondering for a long while, he said, "I remember the old water god once saying that the demon god Laplace had a powerful body and could also use magic power to strengthen himself. He compared battle aura to being a type of magic power. If you're a Miko with exceptional talent for handling magic power, then you might indeed be able to use magic to strengthen yourself. However, despite all of his magical power, Laplace could still not defeat battle aura users like the first sword god or the fighting god in a straight fight, so there must be limits to this ability." Hector gave his analysis. Mordred heard it but only half listened. His abilities and physique might not entirely compare to Laplace, so he had to find his own way. Hector continued, "This means that although you are strong now thanks to your magic power, you might not have a talent for battle aura. Even so, training with the sword to protect yourself is still useful. If as a swordsman you could reach the level of a king or emperor, I would still be satisfied teaching such a student. So nothing's changed. I want to test your limits." Mordred and Davi positioned themselves at the edge of the training square, ready to run around laps around the place as they were requested by Hector. Davi felt very awkward competing with a little kid as a 40-year-old man, but he didn't dare to refuse the order of Hector, who was one of the 4 strongest people in the kingdom. "Begin." With Hector's command, Mordred and Davi sprung out from their spots and broke into a sprint. A while later Mordred had already shot out to be a few meters ahead of Davi as his short legs alternated at a speed that turned them into a blur to a normal person's eyes. Mordred used mana reinforcement, but he didn't use mana burst. If he did, his explosive speed would be even greater. For some time Mordred continued pushing himself as he sprinted along the assigned path of the training square. Cutting the corners was quite challenging and dropped his speed, but it was true for both of them. Soon enough, Mordred had run 2 full laps in the time that Davi seemed to have only run a little more than 1. However, by then Mordred's speed naturally dropped noticeably. He couldn't continue sprinting at full speed non-stop, no matter how good his endurance was. Seeing this result, Hector shouted out, "Enough." He had already seen what he wanted. If he continued and tried Mordred out first thing in their training session, just how could he learn swordsmanship properly afterwards? And how could he continue testing him? Panting to catch his breath, Mordred returned to Hector. Hector said, "You're almost twice as fast as Davi, which would indicate high-level advanced rank-level battle aura. But given the shortness of your legs and the length of your stride, your true speed is actually higher than that, probably at Saint rank." He stared at Mordred intently. It was no wonder that the 16th prince won against Davi. Just thanks to his raw speed, he could already defeat most advanced rank swordsmen. To achieve this level of speed and combat strength at 5 years old, it was mind-boggling. Mordred was expressionless. His strength came from his continuously rising magic power, so at least that much was a given. With his magic alone he could already lay waste to a major city, beating an average veteran knight was nothing. Hector continued, "Next I want to test your strength, but if you have Saint rank speed, your strength would be similar. This means ordinary weights are useless to you because there are possibly no weights that are heavy enough. We will use wrestling to test your strength." Wrestling. Like arm wrestling? Mordred thought. Arm wrestling seemed like one of the more fair ways to compare strength, but looking at how much shorter his arm was compared to a muscular male adult when they placed their elbows on a table, was it still a fair test? But Hector clarified it next, "You will try to push me and I will try to stand my ground. I'll then judge the level of battle aura I had to use to resist you. Recover your breath first." Ah, this kind of wrestling. Just as Hector described it, Mordred would then push against Hector with his full strength and the latter would stand in place and resist it. At first, Mordred felt as if he was pushing against an iron pillar, but over time Hector seemed to be lowering his strength and after a few attempts Mordred managed to push him a little. "All right, enough," said Hector. After a moment, he shared his thoughts. "Your strength is lower than your speed, being only around average advanced rank." Hector's estimate was in fact not far from the truth. Mana reinforcement amplifies the existence of something, whether it was a person's body or an object. This means that it doesn't just give Mordred an amount of additional strength, but that his base level of fitness has a tremendous impact on the end result because reinforcement in large part scales off of it. Mordred's legs were short, so despite receiving a powerful boost from mana reinforcement, he could only display a fraction of his true speed via running when compared to a grown adult with twice the stride length. On the other hand, his reaction speed and the speed at which he could swing his sword would be at least 2 times better than that. However, even though his legs were short, he could still alternate them very quickly, which is the most important aspect of a fast runner. But when it came to strength, his body was still small and his muscles were thin. There was no way around it. Given his speed, he was weak. As a result, as a child, Mordred's physical strength was his weakest point, while speed was his strong point, and his reflexes and the speed of his sword were definitely his strongest points by far, alongside his body's durability. Hector looked down at Mordred sternly as he said, "Good. I got a basic understanding of your physical capabilities. Now I only want us to have a short spar." Physical tests were good, but nothing beat seeing just how well someone would do in a real fight. Although Mordred had no formal training, Hector still wanted to experience what it's like to fight against him. In truth, sparring like this might be even more accurate to judge his raw talent for combat. Mordred once again picked up the wooden short sword, but this time he used it properly to fight. In the spar against Hector, he utilized the guards and stances that he learned yesterday, but soon enough he ended up wildly swinging his sword around just to be able to react to Hector's extremely fast blows, fighting him more like a berserker than a saber, relying purely on instinct. After a few dozen blows and a few light smacks that Mordred received with the flat of the blade, Hector solemnly gave his appraisal, "So you're actually the sensory type, even though you don't seem like it." At the end of this sentence, the old knight formed a rare appreciative smile. Sensory type? Mordred remembered Ghislaine talking about something similar in the anime. When fighting Hector, fighting someone seriously for the first time, Mordred had to purely rely on his instincts because he had little to no technique. This is what Hector seemed to comment on, the natural instinct for combat, which someone like Eris and Paul had, but Rudeus lacked. Wearing a stern face, Hector pointed his wooden sword down vertically, tip touching the ground, and said, "Good. From now on I'll teach you the way of the sword. I'll only warn you in advance that my training will be strict. Are you fine with that?" Mordred already had an idea that Hector was a disciplined military man, a type of general that would strictly stick to the military code, train his troops harshly and not give them any slack. It's fine. Strict training is fine. As long as it's effective, Mordred spoke matter-of-factly. Then we shall begin. And so, Mordred began training under an emperor-ranked sword master. It was once again an introduction to and a practice of guards, stances, and the most basic movements, as well as lots and lots of repeated practice of attacks and parries against Hector as an opponent. At the very beginning, Mordred would just learn the basics of handling the sword, which seemed to blend among the 3 main sword styles. Even so, the first thing that he was doing was practicing his technique of the two-handed straight thrust, surprisingly, an attack. Hector taught, a thrust is often an underestimated form of attack. It's because sword god style users do not thrust, they almost only slash. The reasoning is that a person can keep on fighting even after they're stabbed, but if their head gets decapitated, the fight is always over. A wound from a thrust is also easy to heal using healing magic, but not so much when something gets severed. Massive blood loss is also a major threat because even advanced rank healing magic cannot restore lost vitality. But do not look down on the simple straight thrust. Although it doesn't cause much visible damage, thrust is a very quick and deadly movement that's especially difficult to counter and avoid. A skilled water god style user would not primarily use thrusts, but after certain parries it's an excellent way to counter and maul your opponents, weakening them in the following fight. It's even better if you manage to stab them in the face or throat. Unless Longsword of Light gets unleashed, it's difficult for a fight to end in just a single exchange when the two sides are matched. But one should never allow their opponent to launch Longsword of Light in the first place, so wounding your enemy with thrusts and tricky moves is a viable and worthwhile tactic. Hector spoke with composure and experience. Being given a demonstration by Hector, Mordred indeed realized just how quick a thrust can be. It was extremely fast and difficult to avoid. Hector was a water emperor, so the water god style is certainly the main sword style that Mordred would learn under him, and Hector himself said that it would make perfect use of Mordred's natural instincts and superior reaction speed. Water god style is one of the three main schools of swordsmanship in this world. It focused on defense and counters, so it was popular among knights and bodyguards. A young noble when beginning to practice swordsmanship would most often learn the water god style. A water god style user would often wear plate armor and focus on defense, waiting for the opponent to attack and expose themselves, then counter the attack and ideally take them down in that single counter. They were also masters of detecting danger and deflecting and cutting down magic. But although Hector was primarily a water god style user, when Mordred asked him about other sword styles, the elderly knight said that he was still a sword saint and could teach him the long sword of silence and the long sword of light, if he insisted. This made Mordred overjoyed. Although the water god style was good and he'd want to learn it too, he felt that sword god style's philosophy of attacking first with overwhelming speed was superior to reacting because speed is always king. The veteran knight said that he also had a level of training in the North god style. Mordred couldn't ask for a better swordsmanship instructor to teach him the fundamentals. After the harsh training session with Hector, Mordred used healing magic on his ached body once again. He then passed by the royal garden. In the early parts of the garden, Benedict could be seen sitting at the first bench while swinging her short legs absent-mindedly. Behind her stood a 30-year-old maid with a constipated expression as if she hated her job or as if something smelled. Mordred. Seeing Mordred appear, the blue-haired girl excitedly jumped off the bench and quickly ran up to him. "Hi, Benedict." Mordred greeted with a plain smile. Benedict smiled. She quickly said, "I have the cloth you gave me. It's washed." Mordred received his handkerchief back. "Okay, thanks." Following that, Mordred took Benedict to the same glade where they were before. Benedict practiced her water ball again. After she ran out of magic power again, Mordred told her about his swordsmanship training with Hector and his recent experiences. Little Benedict listened to everything he had to say with fascination, even though she seemed to not understand some of the words. Afterwards, Mordred told her that he would rarely come to the garden due to being busy with his swordsmanship and studying, making the young girl quite depressed. But that wasn't before he instructed her to make sure she practiced her magic every day until she couldn't anymore. Benedict was still reluctant to part, but Mordred soon bid his farewell and left early. He had already set her on the right path, so he had other more important things to do than spending his time entertaining a little girl. Training. Name, Hector Grant. Title, Elite Knight, King's Guard, one of the 4 great generals, Steady Sword Hector, Hector the Loyal. Age. Statistics. Strength, B. Endurance, B, B+. Agility, B. Mana, F. Swordsmanship. Water God Style, Emperor. Sword God Style, Saint. North God Style, Advanced. Chapter 16, Chapter 16. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Days, weeks, and months passed in the city of Wyvern. After his saint rank magician status became public, Mordred became officially acknowledged by the crown as the king's true son for his accomplishment, also gaining the succession rights. This news seemed to have caused a storm on the political scene of the Kingdragom Kingdom, as Julius had told him. The 16th prince's name, status as a magic power Miko, and the youngest saint-ranked magician in history had also spread through the entire realm. Something like assassination attempts orchestrated by his siblings had never happened. After all, he was a national treasure. Any attempt on his life would receive the harshest punishment. Instead, Mordred began to be approached countless times by messengers from various noble families and by other royal children, being invited to many parties as everyone tried to win him over. However, Mordred declined all of those invitations. To gain some respite, he eventually announced that until the age of 10 he will be fully focused on his studies and will refuse all invitations. This gave him a period of relative peace, as most nobles likely waited with anticipation for his 10th birthday party when they would have a chance to win him over. He was still approached from time to time, but he brushed off all meetings with the excuse of being busy. The once exception was when the first prince visited him personally. After making up his mind, Mordred told him that he had no interest in politics and hinted that among all royal children it is not impossible for him to support the first prince. He showed the attitude of, "I'm only interested in magic." In reality, he had no plans to pass the throne to someone else in the future, unless that someone was his wife. He had only not directly declined the first prince because they had a close history and the first prince's faction was the strongest. Putting aside politics, Mordred's training continued. Eventually, a full year flew by and Mordred turned 6. He continued practicing his swordsmanship under Water Emperor Hector, continued his magic circle studies under court magician Sophia and continued improving his magic and training his body on his own. It seemed that during the time when his mana pool continued quickly growing, until he's 10 years old, he'd experienced the greatest rate of growth. And until now, he had exercised his mana pool for 6 years straight. That's why at 6 years old he already had strength and speed around Saint rank level. But even without any mana reinforcement, Mordred's physical strength also surpassed an adult. It was clearly the result of a level of battle aura affecting him subconsciously, the result of his strength training. But his improvements were not just to his magic power and raw stats. During this 1 year of attending Sir Hector's swordsmanship lessons every day, through rigorous training, Mordred built a solid foundation with the sword in all 3 main styles. He could officially call himself an elementary rank swordsman. Contrary to how it might seem, elementary rank with the sword didn't mean a newbie. Reaching this level meant that someone had a firm grasp on the fundamentals and was a trained swordsman only inferior to fully trained knights. Young trainees would stay for a few years at this rank until their technique and strength can match a typical knight. And although Mordred's effective strength was around Saint rank level, swordsmanship ranks are all about the raw skill in a given sword style first, not about strength. That's why, officially, he was just elementary rank swordsman. Magic circle studies under Sophia were focused on teaching him the numerous foundational runes and lines, and how the system of magic circles works at the fundamental level, to give him a comprehensive understanding of it and how high-level magic circles work. Even so, through these several years, ever since he was 2.5 years old, Mordred had already drawn up all the mainstream spells from elementary up to advanced rank and had a level of experience in modifying them. Currently, he studied magic circles of Saint-ranked attack magic while self-experimenting and completing various assignments from Sophia. Magic circles were all about the drawing skills, firstly, so he could easily take that step into Saint rank. Additionally, as long as one could cast a Saint rank spell, understanding and using the corresponding magic circle scroll was far easier. For his other studies, after his 5th birthday Mordred found himself a tutor to begin learning the demon god language, being mostly done with the fighting god and beast god which he learned during the time his body was still developing motor control. He had already reached a level that allowed for smooth communication, but he continued practicing his demon god until he reached a satisfying level of fluency. He felt that the demon god language might be one of the more important secondary languages he should polish. After this 1 year, his magic power and his mana pool had also once again grown, alongside his body, and raised his strength in all fields. To further improve his practical attack magic and his combat skills, Mordred would frequently go out of the city with Julius and practice his silently casted magic. In the outside world, Mordred would most often come to forests filled with monsters, and one of those days was no different. While heading straight into a monster-infested area, Mordred soon encountered a giant 2-meter-long centipede with the thickness of a python which was making its way through the forest. Giant centipede. Strength of monsters in this world is ranked from F to S. A F-rank monster signified a danger level of an ordinary wild beast like a single gray wolf. An E-rank monster surpassed common beasts and could reach up to the level of a peak predator from Earth like a tiger, shark, or a lion. If the monsters tend to form groups, like goblins or assault dogs, they would also be seen as E-rank monsters because of the danger level associated with running into them, even if their individual strength is lower. Going further, a D-rank monster was stronger and more dangerous than a fully grown 200 kg tiger or a silverback gorilla. The giant centipede was a D-rank monster. It rarely formed groups, so it was exactly that, a monster more dangerous than a tiger, which would slaughter a common group of mortal warriors if they ran into it. Upon noticing the giant centipede, Mordred's expression didn't change because it was only a single D-rank monster and one which he had already killed a few times. He brought his hands together and cast a spell with a focused face. He was there to practice, so even if the monster was weak, he still had to give it his all when casting his spell. Mordred gathered dense mana in his body using Mana Burst and drew it into the 2 palms of his hands, creating and rapidly charging a crimson sphere of electricity. Lightning Explosion, Hadouken. Even if you cut a centipede into 2 parts, it will still wriggle. So that's the spell he decided to practice. As a variation of Lightning Explosion, this spell used both hands. It wasn't more powerful, but it was charged twice as quickly than when cast with just one hand. The giant centipede detected Mordred and seemed to have noticed him gathering energy magic power. It began to charge at him, quickly moving its numerous legs, approaching in a zigzag manner. Before the centipede could reach him, Mordred's attack was already ready. He didn't need much mana for it and used both his hands, so his lightning ball was fully charged and reached maximum power in less than a single second. Boom. With a loud discharge of crimson lightning, the lightning ball shot out from both his hands. Appearing like a lightning beam to the naked eye as it traveled, the lightning ball crossed the distance of several meters from the centipede in what seemed like an instant and struck it. Boom. With another bang, the lightning ball exploded on impact, completely blowing the giant centipede's body to bits. At the same time, a shield of red light appeared in front of Mordred, protecting him and Julius who hid behind him from being splattered by the monster's exploding remains. Although Mordred learned to create intermediate and advanced rank barriers using magic circles, for chanted spells he only knew elementary ranked magic shield, which could only block low-level magic even when strengthened and could not stop physical attacks. But he could still use mana burst and his magic power to protect himself. It wasn't a powerful technique, but through it and his other studies, he developed a method of creating a rough defensive wall of magic power that could block a level of magical and physical attacks. From the moment Mordred began casting his spell, Julius had moved behind him, expecting what's to come. Although he had seen a similar scene many times, he was still awed. For such a powerful spell to be ready in less than a second was something mind-boggling. Mordred casually gathering magic power to create a shield was also something incredible. It was no longer spell casting, but it was as if magic itself was for the 16th prince to command at will. As the two continued traversing the forest, they were eventually assaulted by a pack of more than 10 vicious-looking canines. Scythe hounds. Mordred mused. Scythe hounds are canine monsters larger than wolves with fangs protruding from their mouth like scythes. It was the most common E-rank monster of the Kingdragon realm, similar to how assault dogs were for the Azura Kingdom. Scythe hounds were only E-rank monsters, nearly as deadly as tigers, but as a pack of 10 they were a D-rank level threat. However, Mordred noticed that among them there were a few that were larger and had even longer fangs. They were the sickle hounds, lion-sized monsters that were ranked D-rank by themselves. Overall, the threat level of this pack of monsters was at least C-rank. Mordred smiled. Lucky. Monsters with C-rank strength were normally difficult to find so close to Wyvern. Upon noticing Mordred and Julius, the hounds split into two packs and began to surround them. Julius. Mordred looked back at Julius expectantly. Julius sighed. The usual tactic of scythe hounds is to lure out some party members away from the main group to break up their teamwork and defeat both groups separately. This meant that a portion of the hounds would always keep attacking him and refuse to target Mordred. Julius reached with his hand to his waist and took out one of the wands he wore. It was one of the magic tools that Mordred made and gave him to use. Pointing it at the ground, he channeled his magic power into it. In the next moment, an earth tower rose up from the ground below Julius's feet, raising him high into the air. A normal earth pillar was in the shape of a spike, being used for attack, but Mordred had modified it to make it a lookout tower. With Julius being unreachable and out of the way, all the hounds would turn to attack Mordred, which he knew is what the 16th prince wanted most to train himself. Back on the ground, all 12 hounds surrounded Mordred from all sides and began to growl. Meanwhile, Mordred had already stretched out his left hand and began to charge his spell. In this situation, all he needed to do was fill his body with magic power and then explode it using lightning overload once they pounced at him, killing all of them in one go. He could also use massive area of effect magic to kill a large portion of them off with a single move. But doing that would end things too quickly. He wouldn't have practiced anything. The spell that Mordred cast was instead Railgun. Stone Cannon. First, a gray stone bullet formed in front of his palm and quickly took the shape of a 10-centimeter long cone with a sharp tip. Following that, Mordred combined the use of Mana Burst with Stone Cannon to rapidly charge his spell and make it gain potential kinetic energy. He didn't add a spin to it. A spin in a bullet improves accuracy by stabilizing it to better resist wind pressure over a tumbling bullet, indirectly improving speed and penetration. But in this world magical attacks already resisted gravity and wind pressure. No matter how fast they went, they wouldn't cause a sonic boom. Instead, an overspin could potentially destabilize the bullet. Using one required a spin of a certain level to not disturb the aerodynamics. However, since the stone cannon bullet ignored air resistance completely, overspin made no difference whatsoever. A spin could not directly improve penetrating power during the brief moment of impact in any significant way, so it was just a waste of mental energy, effort, and time to add a spin to his railgun projectile. He could instead charge it faster. Meanwhile, carving drill-like incisions on the bullet was an even more stupid idea, which he had seen happen in the anime adaptation. That's why Mordred didn't mindlessly copy Rudeus. He passed on the spin and made the bullet's surface as smooth as possible. The hounds continued to hesitate for a while longer as they growled around him. It was because of the powerful magic power surging around Mordred. But their weariness was exactly what allowed Mordred to freely prepare his spell. Also in less than a single second, his spell reached maximum power as red electric currents began to wildly crackle around the stone bolt. When casting Railgun, he first had to use earth magic to create a tough railgun projectile. Only after that could he use Mana Burst to charge the spell. And this time around he only used one hand. Even so, his cast time with Railgun was not much slower than when casting Lightning Explosion, Hadouken, because a lot of magic power required was used just to boost the spell's velocity. Using Mana Burst, it could be done very rapidly. After fully charging his spell, Mordred released it. Bang! With an explosion of crimson lightning, the railgun projectile shot out straight at one of the strongest monsters. The bullet one of the sickle hounds squarely in the head. The monster's entire head was pierced through in an instant. The bullet cleanly came out of the other end and buried itself deep into the earth. Without any hesitation, Mordred pulled out a short sword from his lower back and shot out from the spot he was at while using Mana Burst. Suddenly accelerating, he appeared in front of some of the hounds in an instant. Simultaneously, he slashed out with his sword. Using the long sword of light stance for practice, he cleaved through the skull and everything. After that, he immediately moved on to the next monster, took a careful aim and thrust out, piercing right into the hound's eye and through its skull. Following that, Mordred pulled out his sword and paused. It was as if time froze for a moment. After a moment's lag, the hounds became enraged and charged at Mordred all together while barking. Being surrounded from most sides, Mordred held back his strength as he took this chance to practice. The numerous hounds continued pouncing at him alone and in groups of 2s and 3s, but he agilely moved around the battlefield, sometimes doing somersaults in the air, and dodged or blocked all of those attacks or kicked away his attackers as if he had a complete grasp of the entire battlefield. The hounds outnumbered him, but were unable to touch him. At one point, Mordred did something crazy. He closed his eyes. Another hound pounced at him from behind, but Mordred moved out of the way as if he saw it coming. The monsters continued attacking him in a frenzy, but there was no difference from before. He was untouchable. Julius watched from above and let out a sigh of admiration. It was an amazing scene of a little short boy fighting off a large pack of vicious beasts that surrounded him and pounced on him together with his eyes closed, but he remained undefeated. But Mordred couldn't do this purely thanks to his instinct but an ability he developed. Shortly after beginning his swordsmanship training, he discovered and began to train in a skill that he called Mana Sense. He could originally already use magic power to sense the environment around him and he adapted it for use in combat. The result of it was that he could detect incoming dangers and register the situation around him without having to rely on his eyes, like a Jedi. It was certainly an advantage because in this world swordsmen for the most part still had to rely on their vision to fight. It's only Saint rank water god style users and above that focus on sharpening their instincts and practice techniques to use their battle aura in a similar manner. In particular, Mana Sense made him excel at water god style and at fighting multiple opponents. Making use of his agility, Mordred could now do things like high jumps and flips to reach his opponent and dance around him while still blocking all the blows flying at him from Langley's. It was an extremely flashy way of fighting. And it was even more effective when he utilized Mana Burst to suddenly adjust his movements mid-air. From the outside, when fighting Hector, Mordred felt that he likely looked like Yoda facing off against Count Dooku. And he could use telekinesis too. However, his speciality was lightning, so in the Force he might be closer to a Sith than a Jedi. Currently, after practicing in fending off the group of 9 hounds for a while, Mordred saw that the dogs were tired and their speed and enthusiasm in attacking him greatly dropped. He decided to end this. Overlooking the monsters, a blood-red aura manifested around him like dense fog, with electricity crackling about. Simultaneously, the hounds all around him began to float up as gravity was reversed for everything but Mordred. The dogs flipped their feet about in the air and barked, looking utterly confused. After the hounds reached the height of around 2 meters, Mordred stomped down with his foot as he magnified the gravity around him instead. The hounds were sent crashing down. On impact, their legs immediately broke and they became pinned to the ground with painful scowls. Yuah. Cracking sounds of breaking bones and painful howls were heard as the dogs' rib cages instantly collapsed under the weight of their own bodies, the bones piercing their internal organs, unable to resist the force and the pressure. The various organs were crushed into mush. He'd continuously use Mana Burst as he stood his ground and resisted the effect of his magic power. Unfortunately, he had not yet developed enough control to exclude himself from the effect of his gravity magic, but he could resist it by covering himself in dense protective magic power using Mana Burst, further boosting his passive magic resistance to fully nullify the effect his magic had on himself. A side effect was that every time he activated this ability, a blood-red aura would gush out and surround him, making it appear as if it was a part of his spell. He called this move, Gravity Magic, Presence of the Demon God. It was just a fancy name for a gravity magic field that increases gravitational force in an area around him, inspired by Presence of the Demon King from one shounen anime. However, there are many Demon Kings in this world and most are nothing special, so Mordred felt that this name was inappropriate. Instead, he called it the Presence of the Demon God. Demon God in that world also meant magic god. This term had these 2 meanings. Presence of the Demon God made all those who lacked strength to resist bow down and prostrate themselves before the god of magic. To make the effect even better, Mordred would also first reverse gravity and raise his opponents into the air, before making them crash down, imitating the Kalman 3 from the novel. It might have been a bit of a cringy name, but in the future this spell's name might become a menace, being his signature trump card. While using it against swordsmen, he could make himself vulnerable to ranged sword strikes as his attention is split on maintaining the spell, but against monsters, it was very effective. Currently, the Scythe Hound's livers, kidneys, intestines, stomach and heart were all crushed because of his gravity magic. In particular, because their hearts were pierced by their ribs, the hounds all died, seemingly because of Mordred's mere presence. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy, Miko. Age. Parameters. Strength, E*peak Advanced Rank Strength, 2000 kilograms. Endurance, D*peak Saint Rank Resilience. Agility, C, D, Early King Rank Reflexes, Early Saint Rank Running Speed, 150 kilometers per hour. Mana, B Emperor Rank. Skills. Mana Release, Mana Reinforcement, Structure Analysis, Silent Casting, Mana Burst, Lightning, Disturb Magic, Gravity Magic, Telekinesis, Mana Sense. Magic. Fire, Water, Wind, and Earth Magic, Saint. Healing Magic, Advanced. Detoxification Magic, Intermediate Advanced. Divine and Barrier Magic, Elementary, Chantless, Intermediate, Magic Circles. Summoning Magic, Beasts Elementary. Enchantment Magic, Creating Magic Tools Elementary Intermediate. Swordsmanship. Water, Sword and North God Style, Elementary Rank. Unique Skills. Instinct B-. Mana Burst C-. Magic Resistance C. Riding E-. Other. Human Language, Fighting God Language, Beast God Language, Demon God Language, Magic Circles Knowledge, Elementary Advanced, All Kinds of Knowledge, Geography, Etiquette, History, Biology etc. Chapter 17, Chapter 17. A New Sword Style. After training outside, Mordred returned to Wyvern and then to the royal palace. Next day, he had swordsmanship lessons with Hector once again. Until now, Mordred didn't quite reveal the full extent of his mana burst to Hector because there was no need to while he still practiced the basics. Hector has naturally noticed Mordred's ability to sometimes burst out with greater strength and speed, but he attributed it to his talent for sword god style and to how his magic power boost worked. He would burst out with greater speed, but not eject magical energy from his body simultaneously because of the high mana cost of doing that. However, Mordred felt that the way that he was currently training to use the sword did not entirely complement his advantages that he had thanks to mana burst because he was still primarily taught the defensive water god style to be his foundation. That's why on that day he decided to showcase Hector his mana burst skill in full glory. In a private training ground of the palace, he first was warming himself up and doing some simple practice drills. By now, the two had already moved from the open public training square to holding lessons in a private training ground of the palace. Soon enough, Hector arrived at the scheduled time. Your Highness. Hector Grant bowed down in a greeting while touching his armored chest. Teacher. Mordred also lowered his head out of respect, just not as low. It looks like you're warmed up. Let us begin. Teacher, before that I want to tell you something. I recently developed a new technique that's useful in sword fighting. A new technique. Hector sized him up. Yes. It's something to be used with the sword to improve explosive power and speed. I called it Mana Burst. Mana Burst. Then it's a move that relies on magic power. Yes. Show it to me. Mordred faced off against Hector with a wooden sword in the square. I'll begin. After saying this, Mordred began to gather mana in his body. Crackle, crackle. As violent energy surged through his body, small red electric currents began to crackle along his limbs and a booming red aura appeared all around him. This caused Hector to raise his eyebrows. Red lightning. A moment later, as the energy inside Mordred's body reached its limit, he suddenly exploded from where he stood. Hector's pupils widened. It was a level of sudden acceleration that was simply impossible for the human body. Even though swordsmen can be incredibly fast, even for a sword god it takes several steps to reach maximum running speed just like for a mortal runner. But Mordred wasn't constrained by this. He simply exploded from where he stood, instantly beginning to dash forward at full speed. Hector didn't get distracted. In the next moment, his sword met Mordred's first strike. He blocked it without problems, but he was still surprised because the power behind this attack was a few times greater than normal. As he didn't use the water god style technique to cushion the blow, it felt like a strike from a real sword king. Continuing forward, Mordred began to continuously assault Hector, aggressively drowning him in a series of sword strikes and thrusts, sometimes leaping around him like an agile monkey. Hector stood his ground and met all of his strikes without fail, rendering them fruitless. Yet, although Hector managed to easily block and parry all the blows without using flow, he was still impressed when he felt their impact. His expression grew increasingly dignified. Every few sword strikes there would be a blow significantly faster and a few times stronger than the others, threatening to break through his guard. This was a level of strength that bordered on king rank. And it came from a little 6-year-old boy. It was something shocking beyond belief. After a few dozen fruitless exchanges, Mordred paused a little over 1 meter away from his opponents, eyeing Hector while holding his sword in a medium guard of the sword god style. Crackle, crackle. Red magic power and lightning began to surge around him as if a storm was brewing, and then, after around 1 second, he stepped forward to slightly close the distance. Overload. Boom. Lightning flashed with a blinding light and a shockwave suddenly exploded right in front of Mordred, striking Hector and sending him flying. What? The Water Emperor was shocked as the shockwave blew him off his feet and sent him tumbling back across the ground. After rolling for around 20 meters, Hector agilely regained his footing as he broke his fall. From a kneeling position, he looked at Mordred in the distance in surprise. Meanwhile, Mordred had already begun casting a spell. Lightning Arrow. A crimson ball of lightning began to form in front of Mordred's empty left hand while he held his sword in the right. Trying to use magic. Hector raised his eyebrows and a slightly amused smile appeared on his lips. All magic is useless against water god-style swordsmen. And he was a water emperor, a master of cutting down magic. Mordred would of course know it well, yet he still used a magic spell against him. Let's see what you've got. Boom. The red lightning ball exploded from Mordred's palm and shot straight at Hector, turning into the shape of an arrow of pure thunder as it flew. Hector slashed out with his sword and cut down the lightning arrow, instantly dispersing it. He looked at Mordred, impressed. He said, "Impressive." Being targeted by such a powerful spell, even a water king would find it difficult to take it. Mordred was silent. He used that one spell exactly because he felt that Hector would be able to cut it down while it still would not be easy for him. Casting magic requires preparation, split focus, and is telegraphed, while in close quarters a sword is always much faster than magic at the same level, so there was a limit to magic being useful to a swordsman at point-blank range. In other words, if he tried to blast Hector at close range, his magic would have been cut down prematurely or Hector would see this coming in advance. However, overload was a nice move that he could brew inside himself to later release and create distance. Hector added, "The way you developed to use your magic power to boost your speed and power is also impressive. You could already do that before, but now you've improved that skill. I've never heard of anything like it." Mordred was silent. Hector rested his sword and continued, "Well, then. From the beginning I saw that you're suitable for the water god style, but you tended to gravitate toward the sword god style. It seems that going forward I'll have to put more emphasis on teaching you the sword god style. There are 3 major swordsmanship schools in this world: sword god style, water god style and north god style. To put it simply, sword god style focused on offense. Water god style focused on defense and counters. Meanwhile, north god style was based on using the environment to your advantage. Currently the sword god style is considered the strongest, even though water god style and north god styles are not weak. In sword god style, the emphasis was on speed and on the first attack killing the enemy in one strike. A second strike shouldn't even be considered. This made sword god style swordsmen extremely deadly but weak against water god style users because they lacked defense and were not as skilled at counterattacks. But despite that weakness, sword god style was still considered the strongest. It was because of the technique called Longsword of Light. It was a move that supposedly could make the sword's velocity reach the speed of light at the extremes, making it a sword strike that's impossible to be dodged or blocked. Once Longsword of Light was unleashed, it could cut through the opponent's sword, armor, protective battle aura and everything. The fight would be over. Because of this one technique, the sword god style dominated. And such an aggressive approach was especially good at countering the north god style, which relied on the environment and dirty tricks to gain the advantage. Thus, a common view was that the defensive water god style countered sword god style, because it could prevent Longsword of Light from being launched. The aggressive sword god style countered north god style, because one would simply overwhelm the enemy in a direct confrontation, and the tricky north god style countered water god style, in a rock-paper-scissors fashion. So while the sword god style was crowned as the strongest, all the major swordsmanship schools had their strong points and Mordred wanted to learn all 3. Thanks to his instinct, he was extremely suited for water god style. Even so, he still had his preferences. Mordred said, "I just think that while the water god style is good, if I'm strong, I should just attack and kill the enemy. That isn't a wrong way of thinking. This ability of yours makes you most suited for aggressive offense. It is only a shame." A shame. Hector continued, "There's probably no one else in this world who could use the skill apart from you, because you're a Miko. It's such a shame. If it was a battle or a technique that others could learn, then you could be like the first water god or the first sword god and establish a new school of swordsmanship based on that. Mordred faintly raised his eyebrows. Creating his own sword style. In truth, he had already thought about it. Once people witness him use mana burst with the sword in the future, they would assume that he's using a special sword technique and might begin calling it a new sword style unique to him. In that case, there would be no problem with calling it a new sword style because it really was one, using mana reinforcement, mana burst, his lightning affinity and techniques derived from it as the core. Meanwhile, the other three styles combined would be its foundation. For that time in the future, Mordred had already decided on the name, the Lightning God style. And it isn't true that no one else in the world could learn mana burst. Perhaps no one who's currently alive could, but in the future his children, carrying the blood of Pendragon, might inherit his talent for mana burst. At any rate, following that point, Mordred hoped to begin practicing a more aggressive combat style under Hector while also having a chance to clash swords with him while using his complete strength with mana burst. After that swordsmanship lesson, it was a rare occasion during which Mordred visited the royal garden. When he reached the central area, he noticed a little girl with beautiful cyan-colored hair and delicate skin white like milk. She sat at one of the benches while reading a book. It was of course Benedict. Before this, the other royal kids did not give up easily, but Mordred eventually managed to make them stay away with Julius's support. Benedict was no longer bullied, but because of her hair, which marked her as a child of a slave and a demon, she was still shunned. It seemed that Mordred was her only friend. Mordred previously recommended her to read books in her free time when she had nothing else to do. He said this because it seemed that while he was not around, all she did was absent-mindedly wait for him in the garden hoping that he'd appear. "Hi, Benedict," Mordred said with a small smile as he approached the girl. Benedict pulled back her gaze from the book and her face colored with joy. "Mordred." Mordred smiled, thinking, so cheerful. People do change. In the novel, Benedict rarely spoke and gave off the feeling of an emotionless doll, but after this 1 year since meeting him, she became much brighter. She was a different person. Mordred said, "It's been a while. How have you been?" "I was all right." "Well, okay. You've been learning magic for a full year by now, right?" Yes. "Then let's go to our usual spot. Today I want to try teaching you something." Mordred led Benedict to the glade with the red trees where he first taught her water ball. Once the two sat down on the grass, Mordred asked, "Did you try to shorten your incantations before?" Benedict was surprised by this question, then lowered her head and replied in a defeated tone, "Yes. But it didn't work." "How did you try to do it?" "I just skipped saying the early parts, like you did. But it never worked for me." "And? Is that all you did?" Mordred stared at her. Yes." Benedict answered quietly and became confused as if she didn't know what else she was supposed to do. Okay." Mordred hummed and thought for a moment. It seemed that Benedict simply tried saying an incantation while skipping the first two sentences, hoping that it would somehow work out with the spell's name if she tried hard enough. But she might not have even tried to replicate that initial flow of mana. As expected, a 5-year-old would have not thought of that. They might even believe that the words are what holds the magical power of making a spell work, which is a common misconception. Words are in truth just a trigger to help adapt a certain flow of magic power, whether that formula was coded in people's magic circuits or in the world's laws. Mordred had no idea, but the idea stood. Mordred said, "Okay, then let's try something. Cast water ball." "Huh? Normally." "Yes, normally. But while you do that, focus on the way your magic power flows through your veins and try to remember it." "Okay." Benedict looked to lack confidence, but still said the incantation of water ball, creating a sphere of water. Water ball was one spell that she was best at. Mordred said, "Next, try to replicate the feeling from before. Try to create a water ball but without saying anything." "I can't. It's too." "Just try it," said Mord. "Okay." Following that, Benedict began to hum with a concentrated expression. Mordred watched with an expressionless face. He did not expect her to succeed in completely skipping the incantation on the first try, not unless she had the Laplace factor like Sylphie. But nothing in the novel indicated that she did. Even her son Pax Jr. seemed to have little to no talent for magic, which seemed to be a stronger indicator. Laplace factor, as far as he remembered, was the result of the demon/magic god Laplace splitting out his soul and sending out his traits to the people of the world in order to reincarnate in the future. One of those traits was his magic power talent, which Rudeus and Sylphie both had. Someone with a Laplace factor should probably become a famous character and Orsted would pay a level of attention to them, but he never mentioned Benedict in such a light. If he wanted to be realistic, this was the sad truth. Benedict might have some talent for magic, but she would not have the Laplace factor like Sylphie. He'd have to teach her step by step if he wanted to see results. That's at least what he thought. In the next moment, he saw a blob of water silently appear in front of Benedict's hands. She succeeded. Mordred was stunned. What? Huh? Benedict was flabbergasted. As her water ball collapsed, she looked at Mordred with an astonished face. Ah, I did it. Without a chant. Julius also casually watched the scene in the garden from a distance and was shocked. This was silent casting. Prince Mordred taught the 18th princess how to do true silent casting. This skill can be learned. Mordred knew that Julius was watching, but he didn't care. Apart from the fact that he trusted Julius to not reveal anything he doesn't want to, it didn't matter if this information happened to leak out and reached some people. Firstly, people would doubt the truth for the most part. Additionally, if one day the obvious secret of how to perform silent casting spread, it would not be anything bad for him. Although other magicians capable of chantless magic would appear, he would still always be far more powerful than all of them, and all these amateurs would only make his abilities and strength stand out more and be more valued. He could even use his own experiences with silent casting and knowledge to attract geniuses to his nation. That being said, Julius wouldn't betray him, so a shared secret was a sign of trust. As for Benedict's maid, he had previously asked her to go fetch them some tea and pastries, so she wasn't even there. After the water ball, Mordred had Benedict attempt silently casting fireball. She didn't succeed on the first try, but she managed to cast it by saying just the spell's name, so it seemed that with a bit of practice she'd grasp it too. Ben, you're a genius. You're amazing. Mordred complimented her joyfully, not holding back the praise. No. Not really. Benedict looked embarrassed as she quietly muttered a response. You are. And you're so beautiful and cute too. Mordred said while staring at her with a smile. Ah. Benedict stared with eyes wide open, stunned. Then Mordred said, let's marry in the future. Ah. What? Benedict's eyes opened even wider in shock. You don't want to? Okay. Mordred looked away, pretending to be disappointed. No. I don't mean I don't want, but... Mordred looked back at her and cut her words, asking her, if you do not want to, then it means you want to. That. Ah. It's. Ha ha ha. Mordred bursted into laughter after seeing Benedict being stumped and struggling to find the right response, interrupting her. He then said with a teasing smile, okay. You don't need to answer just yet. After being lost for words for a few moments more, Benedict silently looked away, her face red from embarrassment. Mordred chuckled. Having finished teasing her, he then proposed to bring Benedict into the court magician's tower. He did this to ensure that her silent casting remained a secret as he began teaching her himself from now on. After hearing his proposal, Benedict was actually delighted to move in with him. In regards to Benedict and her magic aptitude, Mordred felt it was more likely that she had the Laplace factor. It was possible that she had never learned magic in the past due to her situation of being ostracized. On second thought, not everyone with Laplace factor would become famous or impactful enough for Orsted to pay attention to them either. In fact, it was even mentioned on several occasions that Laplace is quite common in this age, and Orsted even ignored Sylphiette for the most part. It was also possible that because of Mordred's earlier appearance in this world and early magic practice, or because of Morgan's machinations, Benedict of this world was born with the Laplace factor. Could his appearance in this world alone cause such a shift in Benedict's fate? It was possible because not only his ordinary soul from Earth was an anomaly, but his soul now also had the qualities of Mordred Pendragon, because it is what contained his source magic circuits, which then extended into his physical body that was supposedly also of an outsider. The initial impact of his appearance could not be compared to Rudeus, who only slipped in with his ordinary human soul. And most importantly, he was born before Benedict was even conceived. In the future, it was inevitable that Mordred's existence would completely change Benedict's fate, while he already knew that in the future he might meet her, Benedict Kingdragon. Regardless of the reason, since Benedict likely had the Laplace factor or just great magic aptitude, it was very worth it to invest into her. It even felt like she was his Sylphie. The two drew many parallels. Mordred wouldn't teach her everything, like gravity magic, which she might not even grasp, but he still wanted to teach her magic and make sure that she'll be even stronger than Rudeus's Sylphie in the future. In the first place, Benedict already began learning magic at just 4 years old instead of 5 like Sylphie. In addition, Benedict was very beautiful. For a little child at least, she'd grow up to be a gorgeous girl with aquamarine blue hair and milk-white skin. Neither Sylphie nor Roxy could compare, he guessed. She'll be my beautiful princess. Let us grow up together and I'll teach you how to make nuclear bombs and how to use a shotgun. His heart thought jokingly. There was only one thing that he agonized over. Why did they have to be related? And why did she have to be a lowly? Seriously, why is the author of this world such a damn degenerate? However, he was supposed to be King Arthur's clone. He was not even supposed to exist in this world. So perhaps they were not related at all. Mordred held onto that hope while doing mental gymnastics to justify the idea of dating his little sister in the future. Of course, this was just a thought. He simply never thought of them as siblings, and they might not even be. Benedict was cute and he wanted to help her realize her potential, but time will tell what comes out of it. That's all. The partner in this life that he was most interested in was still Eris. Chapter 18. New Tower Resident, Progress, and King Rank Magic. After moving in, Benedict stopped studying magic under her previous tutor. Mordred replaced him, reviewing her foundations and continuing her magical education. It seemed that her previous tutor had underestimated Benedict's potential, possibly by comparing her to himself, because he had not yet begun teaching her intermediate rank magic. Apart from that, Benedict had hardly learned any fire magic apart from the most basic fireball and was never taught how to send out her spells. This seemed to be out of safety concerns because she was just a 4 to 5-year-old child. Mordred felt that Benedict was fairly responsible for a child, or just too timid to go against his warnings, so he taught her those as well. He then had her learn her first intermediate rank spell, and it was Stone Cannon. From now on, the spell that you should practice the most is Stone Cannon. It's the most effective attacking spell in direct combat. It's because if you can learn to increase its speed enough, even high-ranking swordsmen won't be able to dodge it. Practice it a lot. Okay. Even the simple elementary rank water ball cast with a staff has enough firepower to blow someone's head off, but in this world, all advanced rank swordsmen can cut down spells, and even intermediate ranked ones can. Because of this, ordinary spells are useless against swordsmen. In fact, regardless of how powerful a spell was, it could still be cut down just the same. But if a spell was faster than a swordsman could react, then he would obviously be hit. That's why Stone Cannon, and in Mordred's case Railgun, were the most effective offensive spells against a single opponent. Inside the dungeon of the Court Magician's Tower, there was a King Rank Magic Circle anti-magic barrier setup that could be used as a target for a safe practice of spells. Mordred did not use it much because he worried that his spells would break the barrier, but it was just right for Benedict to practice. Apart from making sure Benedict becomes a master gunner, he also tried to make her a multicaster. He recalled that Rudeus was the only person in the entire world who could cast melded magic by casting 2 different spells simultaneously. Even Sylphie still had to cast them in succession and could not dual cast. Dual casting was something that Mordred had learned, and he could even do triple casting by relying on mana burst released through his mouth to cast the third spell. Therefore, he hoped that Benedict might also learn it if she trained it when she was young. He included in Benedict's schedule a repeated practice of attempting dual casting. He saw that she had a preference for water magic, so the focus was on the spell Quagmire, melded magic of earth and water magic, which she could utilize well as a support-type magician. Another priority that was out of the norm was trying to teach her disturb magic, not only so she could shut down literally almost every other magician in the world, but also so he could use her for his own practice of resisting disturb magic. Throughout all this, Mordred imparted to Benedict his own understanding of magic. Because of his unique perspective as a light novel reader and ex-gamer from modern Earth, there was certainly no better magic teacher in this world at this moment than him. But he only taught her magic. When it came to reading, writing, mathematics and so on, he had her begin studying under a different tutor. Following the moment Benedict came into the tower, eventually a full year passed. Before this, Mordred had already indirectly told Benedict to exhaust her magic power every day. He didn't explain to her that her mana pool would grow, just stressing that it's important. In the current time, Benedict was still instructed to empty her magic power every day, and her mana pool steadily grew. Because Mordred was teaching Benedict, his own studies were slightly affected, but it didn't make any significant difference on his improvements in strength. For things like training his body or growing his mana pool, which he had to do every day and which was the most crucial, there was actually only so much of it that he could do in a day, and doing more wouldn't be helpful. He had slightly less time in a day for his scholarly studies of magic circles and for the practice of his swordsmanship technique, but he saw it as entirely worth it if he could raise an emperor-ranked silent magician who could use disturb magic and melded magic to assist him. He would rather not drag Benedict into high-level fights if she had no battle aura, since it might just make her his weakness, but it would be nice if she still had those skills. In relation to Benedict's improvements, Mordred began to spend more time studying how to use magic circles to enchant items and create magic tools. His goal was to one day equip Julius and Benedict, and his future army or Knights of the Round Table, with the most deadly weapons in this world. As for Mordred's own training, after a year, his magic power had grown once again, both his capacity and output. It is only that he felt himself reaching a bottleneck, as his improvements at this point greatly slowed down. In the beginning, his mana grew very rapidly, before beginning to grow at a steady pace. At the present time, he felt that he might be reaching or has already reached Mordred's genetic potential. It's possible that he could only grow his mana reserve slightly each year from now on. It was something regretful, but he felt that the amount of mana that he'll have in the end should still be at the god rank level or hopefully above it. If he had reached Mordred's limit at around 7 years old and still had 3 more years to grow his mana thanks to training since birth, it should be considered a good result. He did not waste his reincarnation or his potential. He might end up inferior to Rudeus in mana capacity but should surpass him in output, which was the most important. While experiencing this slowdown in the growth of his mana reserves, Mordred had instead doubled the amount of his swordsmanship classes. On the days when he wasn't going out, which he did less these days, he would have 2 swordsmanship lessons each day, in the morning and in the evening. During one of the sessions he would practice Water God style and his comprehensive swordsmanship technique, whereas during the other lesson he would be focused on the offensive Sword God style with elements of North God style. A person usually required at least 3 to 4 years of training in the fundamentals to reach the intermediate rank in their first swordsmanship school if they were talented, but Mordred had already reached this level with both the Water God style and Sword God style. It was not plain vanity to call himself intermediate ranked in 2 sword styles after only 2 years but a true result of the talent of a clone/son of the King of Knights, Mordred's relentless training and Hector's superb teaching. In addition, Mordred might have only been 5 years old when he began, but he had the mind of an adult, allowing him to focus far better than a child, analyze his mistakes and correct them while still possessing the natural instincts for combat that prevented him from overthinking things. As a result, his progress was extremely rapid. What complemented this well was his experience of being an ex-hardcore MMORPG raider. During previously life, he had poor coordination and reflexes, and was terrible at sports. He was the kid that was always picked last for a soccer team during PE, and he did not care about improving or doing well because it just wasn't something he was good at. This didn't affect him as much in gaming, but he still could not be considered the most consistent or best player. Despite that, his talent laid in another area, strategizing. He was the guy that actually thought of what was happening in a fight, analyzed things, developed strategies afterwards and assigned people for various jobs they'd be best at. In the present life, he developed many skills, techniques, moves thanks to that already. He had a body brimming with talent for sports and was also blessed with combat instincts. Paired with his strategizing mind, it made the perfect combination. He didn't just improve physically, but developed winning strategies that he could use in different situations. And even though Mordred was intermediate ranked in Sword and Water God style, when using mana reinforcement, he had true Saint rank level strength. If he used mana burst, which he had gotten much better at, he might be able to contend with a Sword King. It seemed that until he became 10 years old, while his mana reserves were still growing, he would experience the fastest rate of growth in his strength. Mordred felt that the day when he could defeat Hector was not that far, but being a true god rank might be a more distant goal. In between the 2 swordsmanship sessions, he would additionally train his body inside his private gym, training muscles and movements that he felt his sword training didn't quite touch. In regard to awakening true battle aura, he had not succeeded yet. It might seem that because he somewhat has an outsider's body, there's a chance that he's simply incompatible with battle aura. Instead, he has reinforcement magecraft. But that didn't appear to be the case. Inspecting his body using mana sense, he could notice magic power building up in his muscles and body. Having battle aura subconsciously increase your strength above a human's limit is the sign of an intermediate rank warrior. Following that point, a person needs to continue training until they can use their battle aura consciously, although the great majority of people fail. Mordred viewed his situation similar to how he could grow his mana reserves as a child. Although he had Mordred's traits and talents, he still had a body born in this world in a sense and was subjected to its laws. It was a relief because it seemed that certain techniques of this world could only be performed using battle aura. For example, Mordred failed in learning Long Sword of Light, using mana reinforcement. When using mana burst, he could swing his sword very fast, but it was no Long Sword of Light. What would be the effect if he could use both battle aura and mana reinforcement? He had no idea. After Mordred's 7th birthday, Sophia said that it's about time for him to give king-ranked magic a try. On the next day, Mordred, Sophia, and Julius left the city. They came to the same field as in the past. Sophia said, "Well, I let you freely read any books that are in my tower. You have already learned the incantations for the king-ranked magic, right, boy?" Mordred smiled. "Yes, I've memorized them all." There were books on saint and king-ranked magic in the court magician's tower. Mordred naturally went through them and memorized the incantations to heart. If he wanted to, he could have even already cast those spells during one of his trips with Julius, but he simply had no need for king rank magic yet, while saint and king rank spells simply cover too large of an area and cause too much destruction. As for emperor ranked magic and saint rank healing magic, the kingdom apparently also had information on those, but Mordred had no access to it. Books on this topic were not in the court magician's tower but were a state secret. Well then go ahead. I suppose, begin with lightning. Use it to wet the ground and chase away any random passerby before your fire magic. Mordred started with casting water magic's only king rank spell, lightning. Lightning is an enhanced version of saint rank cumulonimbus, except after forming a storm, it condenses all energy from the created thunderclouds to strike down a targeted area with a thick pillar of lightning. The beginning was the same as cumulonimbus, and after that all he needed was to continue the chant and guide his magic power alongside the natural pathways it wanted to take. As expected, after speaking out the exceedingly long incantation, Mordred succeeded on the first try. Bang! With a loud crashing sound, a pillar of thunder like the punishment from Zeus himself had struck an area that he aimed at, creating a garden pool-sized crater. After learning lightning, Mordred used a king rank spell of earth magic, Dust Devil. Dust Devil was also simply an enhanced version of Sandstorm, with even harder and sharper sand and with stronger winds, and with sand tornadoes rampaging about. Because of the previously cast lightning, after Mordred cast Dust Devil, the entire plain and surrounding forests became covered in mud. That's when Mordred cast king rank fire magic, Inferno. Just like Dust Devil, Inferno was a stronger version of Saint rank flashover. It covered a wide area in intense flames and maintained it by continuously combusting, so even if the fire was extinguished with water magic, it would start up once again. Following that, Sophia cast a heavy cumulonimbus to extinguish any remaining flames. As the thunderclouds remained in the sky afterward, Mordred finally cast Wind Magic's king rank spell, Hurricane, blowing away the dark clouds. Being a step up from Violent Storm, Hurricane also involved creating a strong blast of wind over a wide area, but instead of a singular powerful wave of wind, it summoned and maintained a powerful hurricane that continuously assaulted an area with powerful winds that could uproot trees and demolish houses. At that point, Mordred had learned all king rank spells of the 4 attack types: Lightning, Dust Devil, Inferno, and Hurricane. At the end of it, Sophia let out a sigh. She said, "You've really cast all of them today without running out of magic power." I should say, as expected of a Miko. For a king rank magician, just being able to cast a single king rank spell once with the assistance of staff was the norm. It was something incredible. She herself could only do it fully once, yet was considered the most powerful magician in the kingdom. She had already expected it, but with today's feat, Mordred had already surpassed all known magicians of this world. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Magic Prodigy, Miko. Age. Statistics. Strength, D, Early Saint rank Strength. Endurance, C, King rank Resilience. Agility, C, D, King rank Reflexes and Sword Speed, with Saint rank Running Speed, 200 km per hour. Mana, B * Peak Emperor. Skills. Mana Release, Mana Reinforcement, Structure Analysis, Silent Casting, Mana Burst, Lightning, Disturb Magic, Gravity Magic, Telekinesis, Mana Sense. Magic. Fire, Water, Wind, and Earth Magic, King rank. Healing and Detoxification Magic, Advanced rank. Divine and Barrier Magic, Elementary rank, Chantless, Intermediate rank, Magic Circles. Summoning Magic, Beasts Elementary rank. Enchantment Magic, Creating Magic Tools Elementary Intermediate rank. Swordsmanship. Water and Sword God Style, Intermediate rank. North God Style, Elementary rank. Unique Skills. Instinct B. Mana Burst C. Magic Resistance C. Riding E-. Other. Human Language, Fighting God Language, Beast God Language, Demon God Language, Magic Circles Knowledge, Elementary Saint, Basic Horse Riding. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Lover of Dolls. In the royal castle of the Shyron Kingdom, the third Prince Zenoba Shyron, also known as the Head-Ripping Prince, looked at the parcel that he received with an expressionless face. He had just received a package and a letter supposedly from one of the princes of the Kingdragon Kingdom. But even though it was from a prince of a great nation like Kingdragon, it failed to arouse any emotions in Zenoba. And that is because the only thing in this world that interests him is dolls and figurines. Other humans are nothing but dolls made of flesh. A prince from the Kingdragon Kingdom, why would he write to me? Zenoba opened the letter. He then looked down on the contents with his usual snobbish look on his face, beginning to read with indifference. Zenoba Shyron, my name is Mordred Kingdragon, I'm the 16th Prince of Kingdragon. The 16th Prince? Isn't this the Miko of magic power who managed Saint rank magic at the age of 5? Zenoba thought expressionlessly. In a way, the two were the opposites. While the 16th Prince of Kingdragon had great magic power, Zenoba had great physical strength. Perhaps because of this similarity the 16th Prince had messaged him, for some reason. But my status is not important. I heard of your fascination with dolls and the appreciation of fine arts. For this reason I sent you some of my creations. Zenoba stopped reading for a moment and blinked. Send him some of his creations. But just what kind of creations could a little kid make? Wouldn't the 16th Prince be about 7 years old right now? Zenoba had no expectations and only thought that this little prince was wasting his time with some low-class figurines he casually made from clay while playing. But he was still curious and wanted to see these creations. After all, even an ugly doll had its value. Without ugly dolls there would be no beautiful dolls. Before continuing reading, Zenoba began to slowly unpack the package to inspect it. The wooden box he received was tied up with ropes, but instead of cutting it, he simply snapped it with his bare hands. He then slowly opened the lid. Afterwards, he peeled off the pieces of paper and cloth that wrapped up the items inside. It was at that moment that the contents of the box became visible. Oh! Zenoba's previously snobby expression froze. His eyes gradually widened. As he looked at the 3 dolls inside the box, he became dazed for a few good seconds. After that, his hands began to shake and his breath quickened. His heartbeat shot up. He breathed quickly through his nostrils like a wild beast in heat. His hands itched to immediately pick up the dolls and look at them from all angles, but he forcefully held himself back because he knew that if he acted on impulse here he might break the dolls due to his inhuman strength. "Your Highness. Are you all right?" His attendant and bodyguard Ginger asked him out of worry, but he ignored her completely. Zenoba stayed like this for several seconds, breathing heavily as he tried to regain his composure. After that, with shaking hands, he carefully and gently picked up the first doll. It was a doll of a young girl in a dress sitting on a bench and reading a book with a contemplative look. Oh! Oh! Oh oh! Zenoba began to wail in amazement as he took a closer look at the doll. He began to observe the doll from all angles with wide-opened eyes, careful to not miss any details. While observing, he commented, "Such incredible level of detail. Such superb craftsmanship." The realism of her expression as she contemplates the contents of the book, the way each strand of hair beautifully flows in the wind, the detail of how her sleeve folds as she touches her chin. This. It is impossible. How could such a doll be made? Ginger looked over, glancing at the doll. Was this doll special? It did look good. Zenoba looked at her and explained, "It is clearly a doll created by shaving down a stone, but it's heavier and harder than what the skilled dwarves can make with their stone craftsmanship. In order to shave down such a solid and hard stone, such carving techniques don't exist right now. For example, look at these strands of hair. They are separate from the rest, bend as they flow in the wind and are thinner than a needle, yet they still stay attached and in one piece. It's impossible for even the most skilled dwarves to shave down such a hard stone this thin and with this level of detail." Zenoba once again began to breathe deeply. For a doll to be created so wonderfully, so meticulously, it seemed like an impossible feat. It was the pinnacle of doll making. It was the most beautiful doll he had ever laid his eyes on. After a while, Zenoba suddenly said as he recalled, and what was it said in the letter? That this prince had made these himself. Following that, he frowned. How could a young child be the creator of these dolls that were perfection incarnate? Wearing a solemn face, Zenoba returned to carefully reading the letter. "I heard of your fascination with dolls and the appreciation of fine arts. For this reason I sent you some of my creations. You can do whatever you want with them. You can keep them, give them to someone or even sell them. My only wish is for my work to end up in the good hands of someone who'd appreciate it rather than gather dust on my shelf. I heard that you like dolls, so I sent you some of mine on a whim." Zenoba paused reading for a moment. This 16th prince truly claimed to be the creator of these dolls. At the bottom of the figurine there are the initials MK and the year of creation. However, just how was this doll made? Thinking this, he returned to reading. Surprisingly, the next paragraph answered his question. "I made these in the name of magic practice and I'm still inexperienced, so in the aesthetic aspect I might still be lacking in the eyes of an expert, but I'm still quite proud of my craftsmanship. That's all that I have to say. Mordred Kingdragon." Zenoba finished the letter. He blinked his eyes a few times. In the name of magic practice. So this doll was made using magic. How? Around 4 months later. "Your Highness, you have a package and a letter." It came from the 3rd Prince of Shyron. Julius came into Mordred's room with the news. "Oh, yeah. It's about time I should get a reply," Mordred said as he first picked up the letter. In his free time, he would use earth magic to create figurines while basing them off the people around him, imitating Rudeus. It was a good way to practice his shaping skill with mana. Although he could create dolls and sculptures by relying on just his imagination and memory, it would take too much effort readjusting it again and again. His goal with practicing earth magic like this was just to improve his control of magic power, not to become an artist. Perfectly replicating the way the hair flows, the way the clothes form folds in various poses and so on was not easy, so he preferred to use a model during his practice. Sometimes it was Benedict, sometimes Julius, sometimes Sophia, or someone else. A few months ago, around the time of his 7th birthday, he sent a letter and a few of his best dolls to Zenoba Shyron. The reason for this was to begin gaining Zenoba's loyalties for the future before the latter had a chance to witness Rudeus's dolls. Zenoba was not only a Miko with great physical strength and resilience that surpassed god rank, but was most importantly a highly intelligent man who in the novel became exceptionally knowledgeable in the area of magic circles and how to use them to create magical armor and automatic dolls. He was also a loyal and devoted man. But he was only loyal to someone skilled in doll making. Mordred had plans of creating his own nation at one point in the future, so he definitely wanted to pull Zenoba to his side. Rather than to Rudeus, he'd prefer him to be fully loyal to him. He felt that it was his last chance now because he did not plan to continue making dolls in the future, while Rudeus might surpass him in the aesthetic aspect because he did have interest in figurines in his first life, while Mordred simply carved what he saw. Mordred broke off the seal and opened the letter on the spot. He read, "Your dear Holy Highness. This is Zenoba Shyron. In the beginning, please allow this little prince to express his heartfelt admiration for your work. You mentioned that you might be lacking in the aesthetic aspect, but I wholeheartedly disagree. Your dolls." What followed was a dozen paragraphs that complimented Mordred's work in superlatives without end. Mordred smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that Zenoba had gone crazy over his dolls. That's the effect he wanted. As he continued reading, he eventually saw that Zenoba was curious about the details of how the dolls were made. Then, at the end of it, he said that he's sending him 500 gold coins to thank him for the dolls he received, even worrying that it might not be enough for an aspiring grandmaster's first works. Mordred smiled. 500 gold. Nice. In the last 2 years of receiving an allowance, he had only saved up a little over 500 gold coins. To make Benedict's hair so dense that it would not break even though separated, he had to consume so much magic power that it took him more than a week just to finish the hair alone. He did put a ton of effort and mana into these 3 dolls. It's good it paid off. After getting through the letter, Mordred pulled out a piece of paper, his self-filling quill, and began to write a reply. Apart from answering his question, it would also be good if he set Zayonba on the right path ahead of time, making him begin studying magic circles early on. A few months later, Zenoba Shyron was incredibly excited as he received a letter from the 16th prince once again along with a package. The first thing that he did was to rip open the package and then carefully and slowly open the box. What he saw inside, as he hoped, was a doll. It was a doll of an elderly knight resting his hand at the pommel of his sword, his expression serious and cold like steel. Boo-hoo. Boo. Zenoba picked up the doll and then raised it up high to look at it from below while letting out an excited shriek, "Yethirthrai! Wonderful, how wonderful! The detail of this armor is incredible. It feels more real than the real thing. And the cloak, oh." After looking up the doll of the knight from all angles, Zenoba turned to reading the letter with a burning gaze. He felt nothing but absolute admiration towards someone who could create such beautiful dolls. While reading the letter, Zenoba soon discovered that his previous question was answered. So these dolls were made using earth magic cast silently. The 16th prince shaped them with his own mind. Incredible. No wonder these dolls can have such a level of detail and minute parts. They were simply not carved from stone, but shaped from the beginning to look the way they do. What a wonderful method. What incredible skill. Zenoba continued reading. I noticed that you are more enthusiastic about dolls than I thought. Truth be told, I have a small wish of one day creating an automatic doll, a doll that would move by itself like a real human. Zenoba paused his reading. He gasped. A doll that could move by itself. He had never thought of such a thing, but just how incredible would such a doll be? However, how would one go about making one? Was this not by a dream? The way to make the doll move would naturally be through the use of magic circles. It is possible to create magic tools that perform an action in response to a command, so why would it not be possible with more work to program a doll to move? Programming a doll to move using magic circles. Zenoba stopped reading, his eyes wide open and face of shock. What a revolutionary and brilliant idea. A moving doll. Not a human, but a doll that moves like a human. What a sight it would be. Zenoba continued reading with reverent attention. Of course, this kind of project would require a tremendous amount of work and research. I don't think I could complete it by myself, not with the many other projects on my mind. That's why I would want to one day gather like-minded individuals to work on the ideas I envisioned. The people that I would need the most are engineers skilled in the programming language of magic circles. Just on the small chance that you would be interested in this project, I thought I might let you know. Zenoba paused. Working together on a moving doll with Master. He never thought he would have a chance to participate in such a grand and wonderful project in his life. He absolutely wanted to do it. Magic circles. From now on I must put my all into the study of magic circles, so I can be useful to Master. Zenoba immediately began writing a reply. Unfortunately, his next letter was destined to not be delivered because by then Mordred would have already left Wyvern. Name, Zenoba Shyron. Title/nickname, 3rd Prince of Shyron, Head-Ripping Prince, Miko. Age. Statistics. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX, F. Agility, F. Mana, E. Chapter 20, Chapter 20. I, the Sword Saint. In a training square of the royal palace, Mordred held his wooden sword two-handed in a high stance as he gathered energy in his body, and then slashed out at a stone pillar in front. Moving at an astonishing speed, his sword clearly made of wood seemed to have turned into a blade of light as it cut through the solid stone like a laser. Being cut into two, the top part of the pillar slowly slid off to reveal a perfectly smooth surface where the blade traveled. Good. It was most definitely Longsword of Light. Martin, a 40-year-old knight, commented with an astonished expression. Although Hector also practiced sword god style at one point in his life, his combat style was in the end primarily defensive, so he eventually advised that it would be better for Mordred to have a dedicated sword god style instructor. Starting from the age of 7, Martin was Mordred's dedicated sword god style instructor. He was a knight with an official title of a sword saint, although his true strength was at the king rank level. Martin said, "Amazing. With this feat you have officially become a sword saint." Mordred faintly smiled. Indeed, he officially became a sword saint. Having awakened conscious battle aura around the time of his 8th birthday, he had jumped directly over the advanced rank and his sword god style technique had reached saint rank. After first consciously awakening battle aura, that's also when Mordred discovered how battle aura and mana reinforcement interacted. To put it simply, battle aura was reinforcement magic. Although slightly different, it was a type of magic power that built up in the body and which swordsmen could later use to strengthen themselves and their sword in combat, as well as to execute various techniques. Because of this, there was no difference in the maximum average strength that he could bring out when he used battle aura or when he used mana reinforcement. After grasping how to control battle aura, his strength while utilizing it had directly jumped up to his mana reinforcement level because after intermediate rank it's apparently a skill to use battle aura rather than a resource that's built up over time like magic power. Practically, this mainly made it so that Mordred simply had more available mana thanks to this secondary resource. Instead of using up his magic power reserves on mana reinforcement, he could strengthen his body using battle aura. And the amazing thing about battle aura was that it was extremely efficient and regenerated very rapidly, just like a normal person's strength. Just like a person after a strenuous exercise, after being fully exhausted, he could recover most of his battle aura strength in just 5 minutes. Mordred also observed the process with mana sense and structure analysis. Without any conscious action on his part, his body, whose boundaries he had already pushed by practicing mana reinforcement all these years, would take a small part of his magic power and convert it into battle aura. Although it still cost some mana, it was amazing how efficient battle aura was at strengthening the body. Reinforcement magecraft could not compare. What came along with it was Mordred realizing how incredible the skill, Longsword of Light, using battle aura, was as well. Longsword of Light, in truth, turned out to be very similar to Mana Burst. It was a technique that was all about gathering energy in your body to then unleash it in a single all-out strike. Because Mordred was gifted with a natural talent for Mana Burst and had practiced with it for a few years already, he instantly learned how to execute Longsword of Light with high efficiency. When executing Longsword of Light, a person's sword could truly reach unbelievable speed, being multiplied many times over. The amplification in speed and power of this technique is many times higher than what Mordred could accomplish with mana reinforcement and mana burst. At the same time, the blade during the strike is also coated in battle aura so dense that it can slice through most materials. The essence of mana reinforcement is to inject mana into the body, as if filling the space between molecules, so since battle aura was the same type of magic and there was a limit to how much mana could be injected, there was no benefit in trying to mix both. This didn't make his mana burst useless, because it still had its uses, but Longsword of Light was surely a very powerful technique far surpassing a mana burst strike. Being able to execute Longsword of Light alone was the proof of a sword saint. Going a step further, one could unleash Longsword of Light instantly, with little preparation, and use it to even cut targets at range. That was the domain of sword kings. Mordred longed to reach this realm. Keeping this in mind, he took a few steps back, creating a distance between himself and the iron pillar. What are you doing?" Martin asked. "Just trying something." Martin frowned in response. The 16th prince couldn't be trying to use Longsword of Light at a distance, could he? Mordred didn't think about anything else and just wanted to give it a try. He surged his battle aura in his body, condensing it to the limit, and then suddenly slashed out with his sword. Ha! Then an impossible thing took place. The iron pillar that was a few meters away from him was sliced. It became cleanly sliced diagonally at the opposite angle to the cut done previously. Mordred's wooden sword remained in the position of having executed the Longsword of Light, before he slowly pulled it back. Martin stared in shock. You managed to launch Longsword of Light at range." Mordred placed a hand on his hip, nonchalantly saying, yeah. It wasn't too hard. All I had to do was use my sword to send out a sword light of battle aura. He could already send out blades of red thunder using magic power, although it was very mana inefficient and would damage his sword, so why wouldn't he succeed using battle aura? It came naturally to him as eating and drinking. What? Martin was stunned. This kid made it sound too easy. Did he have any idea how much training and dedication it took geniuses to attempt reaching the Sword King realm? And even then most would not succeed. Longsword of Light was not an easy technique to learn and even harder to use in combat. Martin himself could send out Longsword of Light at a distance and secretly considered himself a Sword King, but he still lacked the confidence to go to the Holy Land of Swords and pass the Sword God's test to officially become acknowledged as one. For the same reason, there was only a single Sword King in this world, the Black Wolf Sword King Ghislaine. In the first place, it normally took a talented advanced rank swordsman upwards of 5 years of training under a good teacher just to perhaps learn how to launch Longsword of Light with careful preparations. But Mordred could do that and beyond instantly. This level of natural talent for Sword God style was too freakish. It was as if he was the reincarnation of the first Sword God. Martin let out a breath to calm himself down, then said, I lack the qualifications to grant you the Sword King title. The highest title you can use officially is Sword Saint. That's fine. Mordred said, not being too bothered about it. After he visits the Holy Land of Swords, he'll receive the Sword King title and beyond soon enough. He then looked at Martin, slightly smiled and said, Instructor, how about we spar? Ah. Spar. Martin's expression froze when he heard this. Spar with Mordred. Although he taught the 16th Prince the Sword God style, their training was not focused on sparring but on the practice of offensive techniques and slashes. Martin rarely sparred with Mordred and left it to Hector, who taught him the Water God style and more comprehensive swordsmanship skills. But in truth, Martin didn't like to spar with Mordred in the traditional sense because he felt he would actually lose. He was a Sword God style practitioner, so if he could not win the fight in a single or two exchanges, he'd be in a bind. And Mordred's reflexes were so quick that Martin doubts he'd allow him to execute Longsword of Light. Just kidding. Mordred chuckled. He also felt that he could defeat his Sword God style instructor quite handedly. His true opponent was Hector, the ex-Water Emperor. Teacher, let's spar. Mordred greeted Hector for their lesson with a smile. Oh. I heard you recently learned to execute Longsword of Light and even managed to launch it at a distance. Is that true? Hector asked with a solemn expression while appraising Mordred. Yes. I have a natural talent for the Sword God style. It indeed seems so, Hector said shortly. Prince Mordred's achievements with the sword this time around were something shocking to the point of sounding too unbelievable, but he knew that it was not the first miracle surrounding the 16th prince. After all, just a year ago he became the youngest king-ranked magician in history. In comparison to swordsmanship ranks, advancing through the ranks of magic was considered to be even more difficult. Hector faintly smiled and added, and so you've gained the confidence to believe you could defeat me. I won't know without giving it a try. Mordred smiled. In a regular battle of swordsmanship, even when Mordred utilizing mana burst to momentarily nearly double his strength and speed, Hector still had the advantage. But if Longsword of Light was added into the mix, the result might be different. He would not use gravity magic because it was his trump card he could overlay on top of everything. Fine then. Show me what you've got. Hector said. Yes. The two picked up two swords. It was no longer wooden swords but real steel blades. Mordred faced Hector with a cold look. He could always use healing magic afterwards, so he'd go all out in this fight. Preparing to attack, Mordred surged magic power and battle aura in his body. Red aura burst out around him and electricity began to dance around his body. Crackle, crackle. Boom. Mordred shot out from where he stood like a string of red lightning. Mana burst propelled him forward while he used battle aura to kick off the ground. Here it comes. Hector narrowed his eyes. But before Mordred even reached him, around 1 meter in front, he already slashed out. His sword bursted out with red thunder as it slashed out in front of him. Sacrificing some of the attack power to extend his reach, he sent out a ranged Longsword of Light. Hector's pupils instantly widened. So quick. It was one of Mordred's incredibly quick special sword strikes like usual, but this one was special. It started the same, but then it became even faster. It was beyond Hector's reaction speed, but he saw Mordred's Longsword of Light high stance and could predict the blade's trajectory. Utilizing flow, he instinctively sends out his sword to intercept Mordred's attack. Unfortunately, the sword strike reached its maximum velocity too quickly. Hector blocked it, but it blew away his guard. Mordred's eyes turned colder as he came in closer and followed up with a quick thrust. Being familiar with his disciple's patterns, Hector responded and parried the thrust. Unfortunately for him, the retired Water Emperor entered a disadvantageous position from the moment his guard was blown apart, not standing steady on his feet. Mordred made use of this opportunity and continued assaulting the elderly knight. Powerful sword strikes and quick thrusts were sent out, with Hector backing off while narrowly blocking and parrying all of the attacks. Mordred had the advantage. It was a very intense exchange that lasted a few dozen moves, but after these several seconds Hector regained his balance and composure. His sword was steady and his body unmovable like a mountain as he stood in place and parried Mordred's intense onslaught. After another parry, he sent out a thrust as a counter. Mordred felt a thrust coming to pierce his chest and he changed its trajectory, avoiding it, before sending out his own counter, which was parried by Hector in turn. With Mordred being primarily on the offensive, the intense fight continued, with brief breaks in between. Hector received all of his attacks with seeming ease, often sending out counters, which Mordred would respond to relying on his instinct. It was a stalemate. While Hector's defensive ability was enough to stop anything Mordred threw at him, he lacked the offense to overcome Mordred's danger avoidance ability. As time passed, Mordred noticed that he was gradually getting weaker while Hector seemed to remain in his peak state, fighting him as if it took no effort. It was because of Hector's use of flow. Mordred had to send out full-powered strikes to attempt to defeat him, but in turn, Hector used the flow technique of the water god style, receiving his attacks effortlessly and even utilizing their force to send back a counter. Even though Mordred could utilize both battle aura and magic power, when his body was tired, he was tired. One could not replace the other to boost his endurance. He was matched with a retired water emperor now. But eventually he would lose. As Mordred began to enter a disadvantageous position, he was inspired to attempt something. After meeting Hector's counter with an ordinary parry, he countered with a thrust. Spear of Light. His body exploded with magic power and his sword shot out, his muscles and sword overloaded with battle aura. Reaching unprecedented speeds, his thrust went through the gaps in Hector's guard. The elderly knight opened his eyes wide as he felt a sword piercing through his breastplate and protective battle aura like a hot knife going into butter, stabbing into his body. Mordred's long sword entered deeply into Hector's body, before being pulled out. With this, Mordred slightly retreated, adapted a low guard of the sword god style and paused their fight. Hector looked at Mordred with a shocked face. He then looked down on the wound in his chest that was spraying out blood, then placed his hand on it. After that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Teacher, let me heal you." Mordred saw on Hector's face that he asked him to heal him. Apparently, his lungs should have been pierced. He placed a hand on the hole in his breastplate. Holy Light. Holy Light was a saint-ranked healing magic spell that he learned after mastering king-ranked attack magic. It was the highest level of healing magic he had access to. As long as the bones were in one's possession, it could instantly heal most wounds and even regenerate organs. After being healed by Mordred's healing magic, Hector looked at his student again. "Thank you." Mordred was silent but inwardly felt excited. With that wound, he would eventually defeat Hector. With his use of mana burst and the skill in sword god style, he could defeat an ex-water emperor. Hector wore an amazed expression as he said, "That sword thrust you used earlier. Did you just use a technique of the sword god style with a thrust?" "Yes." Mordred grinned. "Long sword of light is a slash, but I figured that I might be able to do the same with a thrust." All he needed to do was concentrate his energy and send out an optimized attack with all of his power, using battle aura to momentarily overload his physical parameters and mana burst jet-like propulsion for instant acceleration on top of it. As a result, instead of absolute cutting power and speed, he achieved maximum piercing power in a sudden sword thrust that was also near impossible to avoid. Hector's eyes were full of shock as he listened. He had never heard of something like that. Long sword of light was a slash, and that's how people had always practiced to use it. Was there ever someone who adapted its use with a thrust? Mordred chuckled. Sword god style users practiced a certain stance to learn how to unleash an ultimate sword slash, the long sword of light. But it isn't like it couldn't be done with a thrust, it just required training. There were more nuances to it, like exploding the battle aura at the right moment and using an optimized stance for the thrusts, but he just followed his instinct for that. For him, overloading his body with magic power to release however he wanted was a natural skill. Hector looked at Mordred with a solemn look. "Congratulations. You've developed a new sword technique, and won. It seems that a Water King is no longer your opponent." Mordred faintly smiled. "I was lucky." Hector looked at him expressionlessly. "What luck?" It was pure skill, without a doubt. Apart from simply being physically strong, Mordred was also clearly a genius of technique. Hector understood the move that got him and why he lost. It wasn't just the long sword of light adapted for a thrusting attack. It was a technique even further modified by Mordred. Long sword of light was a powerful technique, but it had a major weakness, and it's that it took time for the sword to reach its maximum velocity. Before that point, it could be stopped, which is what water god style practitioners exploit. But Mordred covered this weakness by using mana burst to help instantly accelerate his sword, making it reach its maximum velocity that much quicker. This made his long sword of light extremely difficult to stop and allowed him to use it with a thrust. Thanks to Mordred's predictable movement pattern, Hector still managed to block the modified long sword of light at first, but when a similar technique was suddenly used with a thrust, he could not keep up with it. This sword was simply impossible to avoid without luck or a far higher level. It's just a matter of time before this boy earns the title of the next sword god, if he wishes to, Hector thought. After that duel, Mordred stated his true intentions. Teacher, I want to go to the Azura Kingdom and train under the water god and the sword god. Can you relay this message to the king? Oh, you want to leave the kingdom? Yes. Hector hummed, entering a deep thought. Indeed, with Mordred having even managed to defeat him, it seems as if there was little he could learn on the sword god-style techniques from a sword saint like Martin. Hector could continue sparring with Mordred and teaching him the water god style and fundamentals of swordsmanship, and Mordred could begin training under a North Emperor in Wyvern, but training in Azura under the water god and sword instead would still be more beneficial to complement his foundations. If one ignored Mordred's young age, it was only natural that he wanted to go to Azura to train in the world's headquarters of the water god and sword god style. I'll see what I can do. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Miko, Magic Prodigy, Youngest Sword Saint. Age. Statistics. Strength, D, Saint rank Physical Strength. Endurance, C, King rank Resilience. Agility, D*, C*, Peak Saint rank Running Speed and Peak King rank Reflexes and Sword Speed. Mana, A, Early God rank. Skills. Mana Release, Mana Reinforcement, Structure Analysis, Silent Casting, Mana Burst, Lightning, Disturb Magic, Gravity Magic, Telekinesis, Mana Sense, Longsword of Light. Magic. Fire, Water, Wind, and Earth Magic, King rank. Healing Magic, Saint rank. Detoxification Magic, Advanced rank. Barrier Magic, Elementary rank, Chantless, Saint rank, Magic Circles. Summoning Magic, Beasts Intermediate rank. Divine Magic, Elementary rank. Enchantment Magic, Creating Magic Tools Elementary Advanced rank. Swordsmanship. Sword God Style, Sword Saint, officially, Sword King, unofficially. Water God Style, Intermediate rank. North God Style, Intermediate rank. Mordred's unique skills. Instinct B. Mana Burst B-. Magic Resistance C. Riding E. Other. Human language, Fighting God language, Beast God language, Demon God language, Magic Circles knowledge, Elementary Saint, all kinds of knowledge, geography, etiquette, history, biology etc., basic horse riding. Act 1, Leveling Up ends. Act 2, Journey to Azura begins. Chapter 21, Chapter 21. I, the Summoner. Act 2 begins, Travel to the Azura Kingdom. Mordred's water god style training for that day continued. Although he managed to execute Longsword of Light shortly after awakening his battle aura, he unfortunately could not cheat his way through the water god style the same way and was still stuck at the intermediate rank. This time the technique that he needed to master was Flow. Flow was a staple technique of the water god style that allowed a swordsman to cushion the force of an opponent's attack and then disperse it, allowing for a perfect counterattack afterwards, effectively returning any attack that comes in the user's way. At a higher level the force of the attack and even magic could be returned to the opponent. It was an elementary technique of the style, but if Mordred wanted to reach advanced rank, he needed to reach a certain milestone with it, learning how to consciously use battle aura to smoothly parry attacks like flowing water. Following this point, Hector's teachings focused on Mordred mastering Flow, so it was mostly him attacking Mordred and Mordred defending. At the end of the lesson, Mordred grasped the elementary use of Flow, but Hector was strict and didn't acknowledge it as good enough, making him stay at the intermediate rank of the water god style for a while longer. After sword training that day, Mordred was exhausted. It was the first time in a long time that he had to focus so hard on mastering a new move. However, he was too excited about the future, so his energy levels were not low at all. Having gained Hector's cooperation in convincing the king to allow him to travel to Azura, Mordred already began making preparations. If the king doesn't agree to let him go, he'd still sneak out anyway. The first preparation that Mordred wanted to make and which wouldn't arouse suspicions was summoning a familiar. The Kingdragom Kingdom had a rich library on all kinds of magic, and that also included summoning magic. Having reached king rank, Mordred received open access to most of the kingdom's resources. After returning to the court magician's tower, having lunch and a quick bath, Mordred came to the top of the tower with Hector and a few other people. Before this, he had already drawn an advanced rank magic circle scroll for summoning a magic beast. As he gently inserted his magic power into the circle previously, it seemed to be running smoothly, so there should be no problems with it. On the roof of the tower, Julius and Benedict also came with Mordred to witness his attempt at summoning a familiar. Meanwhile, Hector was there in case Mordred summoned a powerful and aggressive beast. After all, it was a widely spread warning to never summon a magic beast beyond one's capabilities, but with Mordred's magic power anything was possible. Mordred held the summoning scroll in his hand and said, "It's an intermediate rank magic circle, but it seems that it can summon A-rank and S-rank magic beasts given enough magic power, or even something stronger. There shouldn't be any problems, but if an aggressive beast is summoned, Julius, protect Benedict. Me and Sir Hector will try to deal with it. Understood, Julius acknowledged the command as he placed his hand on the pommel of his sword. Mordred faintly nodded at him. Your Highness, what kind of familiar do you plan to summon? Hector then asked. A bird, Mordred replied naturally. In particular, Mordred already had a specific bird in mind that would be extremely useful for him during travels if it happened to be an obedient magic beast and not a monster. Mordred placed the scroll on the ground, holding it down with his palm. The magic circle that he drew was aimed at summoning a bird, but a bird was a very wide classification of creatures. A tiny sparrow, an eagle, and a hippogriff, anything with wings could all be classified as birds. That's why when summoning a magic beast, visualization and imagination were the most important. The amount of magic power injected into the magic circle also helped with summoning more powerful familiars, so he planned to pour lots of mana into his. To this end, he spent a good amount of days to ensure that his mana reserves were full. Everything's ready, let's go. Mordred then began injecting his magic power into the scroll in large quantities while thinking of an image of a useful white male transporter bird in his head. And the one that he imagined was an owl. The biggest reason was because an owl does not sleep during the night and could keep watch during his travels. As the magic circle line shone from the overflowing magic power, soon a bright light shot out from the magic circle. Then an animal appeared on top of it. It was something white and with wings indeed. But when Mordred saw what it was, his jaw slightly dropped. The other people present were also stunned. CRRRR. The white creature looked in Mordred's direction and let out a reptilian growl, before covering its eyes with its white wings as it squinted. This, a dragon. Julius said with a shocked face. Mordred looked down at the dog-sized beast with a solemn face. Indeed, what he summoned was a white dragon. He imagined a white owl indeed, probably because of the influence of Harry Potter, but he did not expect to summon this. Was this still a bird? Hector said, a white dragon. What species is this? Julius replied, I have no idea. It doesn't seem to be from any of the common species of dragons. While the other people marveled, Mordred was distracted as he began hearing a voice in his head. In fact, it was not quite as much as a voice as instead a form of information that directly entered his brain. Bright. Too bright. Are you Mama? Mordred heard this and was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? His first reaction was thinking, F***K me if I'm your mama. F***K. What does it mean? Oh, crap. Mordred slapped his forehead. What the hell? It can even read his mind. I can. Is that weird? How was this not weird? Normal, people can only communicate with words. Oh, then I'm that special. So are you Papa or not? Your magic power is tasty, but you're human. Mordred was silent for a moment. Damn it, this little dragon was too smart. It could not only read his mind, but it even had the intellect of an adult. Wasn't it just too smart? It was scary. Haha, I'm super smart. I'm so smart it's scary. CRRRR. The white dragon made a little dance as it let out another reptilian growl. No way. And it's super cute too. I want it. Want me? The dragon suddenly stopped, looking at Mordred while squinting due to the sun. It then stated, You're not Papa. Mordred thought, No. I'm not quite your Papa. I'm just a human who tried to summon a familiar. If you're fine with it, we can make a contract. You might not know it yet, but I'm someone who's destined to become the strongest person in this world. Oh. You're quite arrogant. You want to make the great me your pet. And you think you'll become the strongest. The white dragon's tone turned slightly more serious. I'm sure of it. Mordred replied with confidence. Even if he could not surpass Dragon God Orsted in raw strength, he refused to be weaker in a real fight. In front of him, the little white dragon seemed to hesitate as it stepped from one foot to the other, sizing up Mordred. The truth is the little white dragon was quite timid and fearful, while also being prideful. If the person that tried to summon it was too strong, then it'd have declined the summoning completely out of fear. On the other hand, if the summoner was too weak, it'd decline the contract. But this person. He was strong but didn't look too strong. He had the magic power of a dragon yet was a human. And he was also young like the dragon. The other people present were silent as they noticed that Mordred seemed to be communicating with his familiar. After a long while, Mordred heard, Fine. But is it always so bright here? Mordred understood that this white dragon didn't seem to like the sun. He thought, Oh. No, it's only like this during the day. Almost half the time it's darkness. Oh. Then I agree. It was too boring in the cave. Great. Like this, Mordred has formed a contract with the white dragon. He assumed it to be an ancient white dragon, currently extinct. Not much was known about them apart from the fact that they had great magic resistance and their hide was a treasure. After talking with the little dragon some more, Mordred learned more about it. Firstly, he asked it for its gender and discovered that it was a male. Are you sure you're a boy? You don't have anything down there. Mordred transmitted teasingly while carrying the dragon into the tower. Grrrrrrr. The dragon seemed to glare at him. Rude. It's there, but it's inside. Inside. Mordred was confused momentarily, before having an idea. But he still pressed on. So are you a boy or not? Grrrrrrr. In between the white dragon's legs, something grew out as if to prove him wrong, something that Mordred would rather not see. Mordred turned away his gaze. As it turned out, just like crocodiles and some other reptiles, dragons hid their genitals inside a special pouch inside their body and only took them out when needed. That aside, with the white dragon being a male, he decided to name it Albion. Having received a name, Albion seemed quite happy with it and continued repeating the word again and again in Mordred's mind. Mordred then learned that Albion seemed to have spent his entire life so far inside a labyrinth. Telepathy was his inborn ability while his intelligence came from the fact that he devoured the minds of some humans that ventured into the labyrinth in the past. From this, he learned that his labyrinth was in a place called the Heaven Continent. He didn't know his parents because he came out of an egg and since then was all alone, locked up in a section of the labyrinth. As he expected, Albion came from a species of dragons that was considered extinct in the outside world and only survived because he lived inside a labyrinth. For his telepathy, it unfortunately only worked with Mordred because of their connection. Albion could not simply read the thoughts of anyone he wanted. The fortunate fact was that, luckily, Albion was also a nocturnal species like an owl. It still could fulfill the role of keeping watch at night during his travels. After Mordred brought him into the tower, Albion soon fell asleep in his room. Mordred looked at his summoned familiar with a sense of awe. Having randomly summoned a rare dragon species. It made him feel as if he's the main character or something. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. I believe I can fly in preparations. Having summoned a white dragon as his familiar, Mordred was more than satisfied. He did not need to hide too much, so it was fine if his pet was a dragon. It wasn't without any price though. He spent a good chunk of his magic power reserves on the summoning and from now on his familiar would be a constant drain on his mana as a price for their contract, apparently using it as food and to grow. Luckily, Mordred could fight by relying on battle aura while his mana pool continued growing, so he wasn't worried about this even if the dragon grew and the upkeep cost increased. For now, the amount of energy that the little dragon took from him was completely negligible. While his familiar went to sleep, Mordred continued with his preparations. This started with the count of items he'd need, but for the time being he didn't begin purchasing them because he waited for the response of the king first. If the king agreed for his journey, then the crown would cover all the costs of preparation and travel, and Mordred might even receive some nice equipment for free. He'd also certainly have bodyguards accompany him, which would likely take care of all the troublesome logistics. If not, Mordred will have to purchase traveling clothes and other items himself. As for whether the king would agree, he had no idea. He was a super genius, one that should be meticulously nurtured, but letting him out of the kingdom would also mean losing control over this future weapon of destruction. 8 years old was just too young to do that. In the meantime, the king Lucius von Kingdragon soon received the report directly from Hector, hearing about the 16th prince's wish to travel to the Azura kingdom. He had also learned of Prince Mordred's progress in swordsmanship in the sword god style and how he managed to defeat Hector. After Hector left, Lucius formed a smile on his lips. This child is truly my blessing from God. If he wants to go, then I should probably allow things to take their course. Although it might not seem like it, the king was a very religious man. However, the god he worshipped was not Saint Meles but the secret god of humans who helped him attain his rightful position, Hitagami. Lucius might have otherwise been wary of Mordred betraying him if he let him go, but by now he was fully convinced that this boy was his gift from God to help him secure his rule. If not, God would have surely warned him. Seeing how he could even command a dragon, Mordred might be fated to rule the Kingdragom Kingdom in the future. Given that God had not visited him in his dream at this time, it can only mean that there is no need for him to appear. Mordred had never shown to be a traitorous type either. Despite that, if God only said a word, the king would follow his instructions without a single doubt and cut down that child on the spot. On the next day, Mordred once again had swordsmanship training with Hector. Albion was too curious of the outside world, so had also brought him with him. Even though the dragon didn't quite like the brightness of daylight, curiosity won him over. As Mordred walked with a dog-sized white dragon on his shoulder through the royal palace, it was indeed quite a sight. The maids and servants were dumbfounded and some scared, and Albion would make faces and laugh, growl, at them. Growling. Silly humans, haha. In the private training ground, Mordred began his warm-up, cutting the air with the technique of Longsword of Light, and soon Hector appeared. Your Highness, His Majesty has agreed to your journey to Azura, Hector informed him. Ooh. Mordred was positively surprised. That was nice. Did the king have such blind faith in him? Hector continued, however, he would like to see you before you leave. He also wants you to give you a fitting sword as a reward for officially becoming a sword saint at such a young age. Oh, a sword. Mordred became interested. He indeed was in need of a good sword, something much better than made from ordinary steel that can be bought in the market. Hector added, I've also offered to travel with you to Azura as your escort. Mordred considered it a possibility, so he wasn't surprised. He said, oh, then let's not take anyone else. You don't want anyone else? Hector frowned. Your Highness, it isn't a wise decision. It will be a long journey that will take nearly a full year. I know, but I plan to fly there. Hector was dumbfounded when he heard this. Fly. Yes. But I can only carry one person. At most two. But it will be more comfortable with just one person, and they also need to be able to withstand the wind pressure. After hearing all this, Hector no longer knew what to think. His Highness planned to fly to Azura. He seemed completely serious. But that was just too crazy to say even for him. However, Hector wasn't the only surprised person at the notion of Mordred being able to fly. Albion was dumbfounded. Boss, you can fly. Mordred answered him, yep. But you have no wings. Albion flapped his white wings, showing them off. I can fly even without wings. Did you think you're the only one who can fly, huh? He looked at the little dragon cheekily. That's not fair. Albion began to stomp the stone floor. He could read Mordred's mind, so he knew he was not lying, and he felt wronged. Boss had no wings. It was not fair that he could fly too. After returning to the court magician's tower after training, Mordred looked at the continental map of the central continent. Is that Azura Kingdom place far away? Albion asked. Yes, it's very far away. According to his earlier estimates, while the demon continent was around the size of Africa, the central continent was more than twice as big, being bigger than Europe and Asia combined. Mordred pointed at the map, saying, we are here. This is the city of Wyvern, nearly at the most southern point of the continent. This is the way we'll have to travel, going north, through most of the continent. And, to get all the way to the central area of the Azura Kingdom it will normally indeed take close to a year. But I plan to take a shortcut by flying from city to city. Flying high in the air directly to the Azura Kingdom was something that would probably be too much for his mana reserves, and he would also be attacked by hordes of dragons if he wanted to pass over the mountain ranges. That's why he instead planned to fly from city to city when he had enough magic power and then pass through the red dragon's lower jaw in an orderly manner. Although he knew that he could fly, he only used it to cover small distances so far. Summoning a large flying beast would make it easy on him, as he'd only need to maintain a gravity field around them to carry additional people and luggage, but it was a chance for him to test himself and practice his flying unassisted. Furthermore, he set himself 8 years old as the time frame of leaving Wyvern because it would allow him to meet Eris before Rudeus and before she begins becoming infatuated with him. When flying, he should in fact reach Azura long before that point and be able to help Eris become even stronger than in canon, which he'd certainly like to see happen. Well, it's still going to be exciting. After checking the map, Mordred decided to make a count of all his gold coins, which he previously already sorted out into groups of 100 as he was receiving it. As he opened the wooden cache holding his wealth, Albion's eye seemed to have gone round. Shiny. Mordred faintly smiled. There are two main fantasy stereotypes related to dragons, that they are obsessed with hoarding gold and other shining treasures, and that they're gluttonous and lustful creatures. So far he could confirm that the first two were correct. As for the last, Albion seemed too young for that. Boss, are you rich? Albion asked, looking at him. Pretty rich, Mordred replied casually. Something there smells really good. Let me eat. Something? You mean this? Mordred lifted up a magic crystal he received from the fifth prince in the past. According to what he read, it is not only humans that have interest in magic crystals because monsters would also seek them out and eat them to become stronger. Yep. Let me eat. Albion licked his reptilian snout. Mordred frowned. No way. Just this one crystal is 100 gold coins. I can't just let you eat it. But you said you're rich. I'm rich. Compared to an ordinary person. But among the princes, I'm poor. Yes, I'm very poor. Liar. Stingy. Stingy liar. Albion began stomping the floor. Mordred sighed. Stop throwing a tantrum. Are you a child? I'm not. I'm older than you. Then behave like it. Mordred ignored the little dragon and began counting what he gathered so far. Albion continued complaining, but despite all the fuss he still didn't try to snatch the magic crystal without permission. Mordred guessed that this should be the result of their contract. As a familiar, Albion still had to obey his summoner. Counting all of his wealth, Mordred had around 1,500 gold coins. It was this much because after he demonstrated king-ranked magic at the age of 7, Julius negotiated to increase his monthly allowance from 20 to 50 gold coins. Julius received a salary from the crown itself, so he didn't need to be paid, but Mordred still gave him some extra gold and spent some on a few items. However, he couldn't take all the gold that he owned. His bag had up to 50 liters worth of storage while being the size of a large wallet on the outside. In terms of gold, his bag would hold more than 2,500 Kingdragon gold coins, but he also needed space for other things. And in particular, he needed space to hold Albion in. Unfortunately, the white dragon was larger than all that he expected to get and he didn't want to leave him behind. That's why he decided that he would only take 100 gold coins with him while the rest he'd exchange for magic crystals or magic stones, which took less space. In the following days, Mordred received additional funds for the trip from the crown. He used them to purchase a complete enchanted and fitting traveling outfit, a holster for his staff, a reinforced dagger and a leather backpack that he filled with some necessities like a sleeping bag, a towel, and so on. Before leaving he wrote one more letter to Zenobia, just in the case the future changes. Most of the preparations were complete and he only waited for the king's summons. Several days passed as Mordred and Hector made various preparations. Julius began to suspect something and Mordred had to explain it to him, making Julius eventually believe that he would naturally travel with Mordred as his guardian knight. And although Mordred wouldn't mind taking Julius with him, he wanted him to stay because he had another mission for him. One of those days, Mordred was summoned by the king. This time the king once again had two beauties by his side, but this time the women were different. The palace eunuch announced, the 16th prince, Mordred Kingdragon, and his guardian knight, Julius Frostguard. Mordred entered deeper into the throne room together with Julius. Julius then knelt down on the red carpet and Mordred followed. Your Majesty. Father. The king looked at them with what seemed like a stern look, before he formed an appreciative smile. Stand up. I've heard of your accomplishments with the sword, son. And I also heard that you've always been working very hard. You keep surpassing everyone's expectations in everything you do. Mordred looked up at the king as if he was a child delighted to be noticed. Thank you for your praise, father. The king faintly nodded in satisfaction, then said, you wanted to go to the Azura Kingdom. I understand that you wish to keep progressing on the path of swordsmanship, so I'll send you off. Keep in mind you should conceal your identity and must stay on guard for assassinations, especially when you're in ours. But before that, you will need a fitting sword. William. Yes, your Majesty. An attendant stepped forward, taking out a sheathed sword. From a dark brown hard leather scabbard, the man pulled out a beautiful sword which was on the shortest end of longsword lengths, looking like a bastard sword or even a two-handed gladius. The blade itself was silver and in the shape of a leaf, widening at the 2/3 of the blade's length before transforming into a sharp tip. Mordred was surprised. A leaf-shaped blade. That's almost like Clarent. The attendant, William, explained, it is one of Master Julien Jalisco's 48 demon swords created from the bones of the king of Kingdragon's Kajakut. Its name is Ascalon. His Majesty heard of your problem of ordinary swords breaking when you inject your magic power into them, so he decided to gift you with this sword. One of the demon swords. So it isn't just an enchanted sword that never loses its edge but a rare magic sword. Mordred thought, positively surprised. When using mana burst on them, he indeed had this problem that ordinary steel blades could not withstand his magic power and this kind of rough strengthening over the limit. He could turn a stick into a weapon of destruction, but if he used his complete strength, even a steel sword would shatter with a single strike. A magic sword should be no exception. Magic swords of this world had various abilities, so he could only hope that this sword was truly fitting for him like the man said. William continued, this sword will not have this problem. The more magic power is injected into it, the stronger and sharper it will get. That's its special ability. In terms of worth, it's at least 50,000 Kingdragon gold coins. Mordred was surprised again when he heard this. A sword worth 50,000 gold coins. The king wasn't being stingy with him. Thank you, father. Mordred knelt down again, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Soon after, he received Ascalon into his hands. Because it had the length of a bastard sword, in Mordred's hands as a 130 centimeters tall 8-year-old kid it appeared like a fairly long sword. It was just the right length for his size that he'll quickly get used to. Chapter 23. Demon Sword, setting off. After leaving the throne room, Mordred began to test his new sword in the training ground. Ha! Mordred sends out a downwards diagonal cut, slashing through a stone pillar while using Longsword of Light. He then did the same thing while assisting the movement with Mana Burst. His expression flashed with surprise. Oh, the balance is really good. Throughout his training and studying, Mordred gained a deeper understanding of swords. The geometry of this blade was as such that it required slightly more force to begin gaining velocity in a strike, but once the blade began gaining momentum, it had a higher striking power than a regular sword thanks to the added mass of the leaf-shaped blade driving it forward during the slash. It was a master cleaver blade. Using Mana Burst, Mordred could instantly accelerate his strike in the beginning, covering that weakness, but it remained true that this sword was just not as quick in launching, long sword of light, as thinner swords, even if it had more cutting power. However, the difference was minimal. The most important part was that Mordred could freely use Mana Burst with it and not worry about it breaking apart. What this sword excelled at was cleaving things by relying on power rather than speed. For his comprehensive combat strength, it was not ideal. He couldn't use Mana Burst on it together with Long Sword of Light, only able to use Long Sword of Light in conjunction with Mana Burst as Mana Jet propulsion. But for the Lightning God style alone and the use of Mana Burst, it was perfect. In the next strike, Mordred recklessly poured his magic power into Ascalon, creating a 5-meter-long blade of red thunder that surrounded his sword and extended its length. Ha! As he slashed out, the blade of energy cleaved the stone pillar in half and burned out a deep scar in the floor. This attack looked very impressive. But it wasn't without faults. For once, the energy blade wasn't that fast. Long Sword of Light was faster. Additionally, it cost him so much magic power that it just wasn't worth it in a regular fight. For the same cost, I might have launched about 100 railguns instead. The next day was when Mordred would depart. The king had heard of Mordred's plan to fly to the Azura Kingdom and wanted to see him off personally, witnessing that scene. Mordred, Julius, Hector, Sophia, Charlotte, King Lucius, and 2 of his bodyguards gathered at the top of the court magician's tower. When Mordred informed Sophia about his departure, the old magician became angry at him and was reluctant to let him go, but Mordred remained so stubborn that she seemed to have realized she couldn't stop him by force and only blessed him on his journey, giving him a few valuable magic circle scrolls for safety. Throughout all this, the news of Mordred traveling abroad only wasn't revealed to Benedict, who still remained in the dark. He knew that she would cry for him to not go if she learned about it. After reaching the top of the tower, what the group was greeted with was a strange stone sculpture. If a person from Earth saw it, they would say it was a strange motorcycle for 2 people but without wheels. The front seat was higher and was fully covered, also having a handle, like a seat of a roller coaster, meanwhile the back seat had a leather saddle on top of it and allowed the person's legs to touch the ground. At the side of it, there was its name painted in English with red paint, Saber. Your Highness, what is this? Hector asked. Mordred smiled and tapped his creation. It's our transportation. Transportation. This. The gathered people were all flabbergasted. Yeah, it's a speeder. The name was inspired by a Star Wars speeder, a flying motorcycle-like vehicle. Mordred looked enthusiastic, but the other people were still confused. Was that a joke? That thing was a stone sculpture. It neither had wings nor wheels. Just how could it be used for transportation? Additionally, if it's meant for flight, then isn't it just too heavy if it's made from stone? Mordred ignored those reactions. He told Hector, Sir Hector, you can put our luggage at the front and tie it down. He was not exactly constrained by space when creating that thing, so the speeder also had a boot at the front, covered by an aerodynamic hood. Hector silently placed their baggage at the assigned position. Mordred said, Teacher, you will sit in the front. I need to be at the back to propel the speeder forward. Following that, Mordred turned to Julius. In front of him, Julius looked very reluctant and was frowning as if he was wronged. It was only recently when he learned that Mordred wanted him to stay in the palace, and he would not go with him. However, it was a direct order from the prince, who was very serious about it, so he could only regretfully accept it. Mordred gave him a key, saying, Julius, I left 2 letters for Benedict in my room. Give them to her after I leave. I understand. Mordred soon sat down at the back seat of the speeder. For his own safety, Albion was fully hidden inside his magic pouch rather than being placed somewhere else. Well, then. Everyone, step back a few steps. The people gathered slightly retreated at those words. Mordred faintly smiled. Everyone still looked doubtful, but he would naturally not do anything without confidence and without preparations. With everything set, he could begin. Holding Ashen Sage in his hands, which now served as a handle of the speeder for the back seat, Mordred used gravity magic and created a zero-gravity zone in a small area around himself. When this happened, with just a small push of his legs, the entire stone speeder that might have weighed 2 tons began to float up as if it was a feather. Ah! Hector slightly panicked. Meanwhile, the gathered people let out oohs and ahs of shock. As the speeder continued floating up, Mordred observed the process while chuckling. Naturally, because he created a zero-gravity zone where he was, the weight of the speeder lost all meaning. That's why he made it from stone. The only way that he could easily and freely shape something was after all with the use of earth magic. The alternative was carrying Hector on his back somehow, but with all the swords, staves, Albion, and other things they wanted to bring with them, Mordred felt it would be more comfortable to create a speeder like this. As expected, in 0G there is no surface that Hector could use to push from, so he won't disrupt my balance even if he swings from side to side. Good. If there's a problem, I'll just use my feet with mana burst to make sure we don't spin. I'm about to start the engine, brace yourself. Of course, there was actually no engine to start. He was the engine. After confirming that there would be no issues, Mordred activated Mana Burst, brewed energy in his body and then shot out a jet of red magic power from his back. All of a sudden, the speeder shot forward, accelerating and beginning to fly through the sky at a fast speed. Aya! Hector shouted out again. A grin slowly grew on Mordred's lips, and he increased their speed more and more, making them turn into a red arrow. The remaining people watched from the tower as the speeder left behind the horizon like a shooting star. He truly did it. The boy created a flying vehicle. The king said in marvel. Sophia smiled bitterly and explained, Your Majesty. It isn't as much a flying vehicle as that boy using gravity magic on it. And after that, I have no idea what he did to make it fly forward, but it seemed to be some kind of shockwave. He calls it magic power propulsion. Ah, so it's like that. The boy learned how to control gravity. The king dragons were dragons that could control gravity, so the concept of it was not a secret. Even the king knew about gravity magic existing. He did. I have no idea how, but he did. After Prince Mordred flew away on his creation, Julius came into his room with a melancholic expression. He felt as if he was abandoned by his lord. Then on top of the desk he discovered 3 letters. HM. Wasn't it supposed to just be 2 letters? Julius checked those letters and saw that 2 of them were addressed to Benedict, but one of them was for him. He broke off the seal and then opened that letter. He read, Julius, make sure there isn't anyone with you when you're reading this letter. Seeing this, Julius slightly frowned and reflexively glanced around the empty room again, before returning to the letter. The reason I'm leaving you behind is because I have an important mission for you, something that I can only leave to a person I trust. Your mission is, after my 9th birthday, bring Benedict, Charlotte and her son to the Azura Kingdom, escaping in secret. Our assigned meeting place will be the Adventurers Guild in ours. Next destination is the Magic City of Sharia. What? I'm leaving you 100 gold coins in my drawer to cover the travel expenses and for your own use. I'm counting on you, Julius. Mordred. P.S. After reading this letter, immediately burn it. The letter left Julius in a daze. Your Highness. Just what are you thinking? Chapter 24, Chapter 24. Dragon King Mountain Range. After leaving Wyvern, Mordred and Hector continued flying straight north. Using magic power expulsion to assist in his movements was a completely natural talent for him, so adapting it to use in flight was not difficult. Once gravity magic made him and the speeder weightless, it didn't cost him much energy to make them move. Using gravity magic to create a gravity zone was also not expensive at all in comparison to strengthening gravity 10 times or more. It was only the mana burst propulsion that was costly. Because it was the most reliable and precise method of flight, but was costly, Mordred planned to use it for launch, landing, and to change directions, but for long-distance travel he utilized wind magic shockwaves instead. In fact, he only needed to propel them once and they would continue flying at a similar speed for a long while because the only force acting against them was wind friction. There was no gravity or physical friction slowing them down like in the case of a car. From time to time, Mordred used the intermediate rank spell Sonic Boom behind them, sending out a burst of air to make them accelerate once again at a low cost. An hour later, a mountain range stretching into infinity became visible below them. Holding on tightly, Hector commented in amazement. How is that possible? We've already reached the Dragon King mountain range. We covered 2 weeks of journey in less than an hour. Mordred faintly smiled and replied, let's keep on going. My goal is to make a stop at the Dragon Emperor Peak. Dragon Emperor Peak. The Dragon Emperor Peak was the biggest mountain of the Dragon King mountain range where the Emperor Dragon Kachikut once lived. Mordred wanted to make a stop in that place for 2 reasons. The first was to practice some of his mass-scale Saint and King magic in a remote location to learn to do them silently, and the second was because he wanted to slay some dragons. By the way, something smells, said Mordred as he scrunched his nose. They were kilometers above the ground. How could it smell there? It was me. Albion slowly revealed his big head from the magic pouch as he confessed. Gradually, Mordred's expression turned more and more dark. He finally said, no way. You peed into the bag. So sorry. It shook too much. I was scared. No way. You peed all over my gold. All my gold in my magic bag is now going to stink. Albion was very smug when he learned that he got to lay on a stack of gold during travel, but now he peed all over it. Damn it. Soon after, Mordred decided to make a brief stop. After that, he gradually restored gravity and the speeder began to descend to the ground. After landing, he created a bath using magic, took out Albion from his bag, poured out all the gold coins and magic crystals and washed them in hot water, later putting some perfume onto them. As for the bag, he was reluctant at first, but he still washed it. After all, just washing it in some water wouldn't remove its magic. Thinking of his little dragon partner, it felt as if he was really raising a child. Hector commented, "I never thought that in my late years I would get to fly through the sky. And also witness a dragon peeing itself from fright." After this short interlude, Mordred resumed flying north on top of the speeder. 2 hours later. A huge mountain that was much taller and broader than others, piercing into the cloud, appeared before their eyes. "It must be the Dragon Emperor Peak," said Hector. "When traveling with a caravan, it can take upwards of 2 months of journey to reach this point." Mordred didn't fly quickly to conserve his mana, because he wasn't much in a hurry and wasn't an experienced pilot. Even then, his average, not quickly, speed was probably around half of Mach speed, or 600 km per hour, flying in a straight line through the air. They could cover large distances very quickly. Mordred thought, it is said that once an intruder appears in the dragon's territory, they would immediately detect it and swarm him together. For now, I'm probably too high, but if I try to land, there will be a chaotic fight. Thinking of this, he unbuckled the pouch on his belt and passed it to Hector. "Teacher, you keep Albion." Hector received the pouch. That's when he realized what Mordred was planning. He said, "If we try to go down right here, we might get swarmed by 1 or 2 king dragons. They might also interfere with your gravity magic." "Are you sure about this, Your Highness?" "I'm sure." As Mordred lowered the altitude, a few yellow-scaled dragons began to fly up to surround them. They could not effectively fight those in the air, so he didn't slow down his descent because he had to reach the ground first. "We have to descend faster. Hang on tight." With the zero-gravity zone gone, the speeder began to fall down and forward faster and faster. The dragons continued appearing, but they were not fast enough in their flight to stop the speeder in any way. Close to reaching the ground, Mordred reversed gravity again and used magic power to slow down their descent. Mordred and Hector leaped out of their seats. Mordred immediately pointed both his hands up and began to carefully create 2 stone cannon bullets. In the air, truck-sized dragons with slightly dirty yellow scales gradually loomed closer from various directions in groups of 2s and 3s. First, a pair of 2 came fairly close, but still remained floating in the air. The 2 opened their dragon mouths and a red light appeared within. "Dragon breath," Hector commented in warning. Mordred nodded inwardly. He knew that the dragons won't come down unless necessary. Kingdragon's inherent magic was gravity magic. They are the largest and strongest of all dragons. Although in terms of group strength they cannot match the red dragons who attack in hordes of hundreds, in a fight of individuals, they reign supreme. Having huge bodies compared to other dragons, they utilize intricate gravity magic to make their seemingly sluggish bodies jump, fly and leap with ease. But apart from that, like most dragons, they also have a fire breath. As the 2 dragons started to prepare their dragon breath, he began to inject magic power into his stone cannons using mana burst. Crackle, crackle. Within a second, the 2 spells were ready. Boom. With an explosion of red lightning and a bang, the 2 railgun projectiles shot out before the dragons released their breath. In an instant, the skulls of the 2 yellow dragons were pierced. A moment later, the 2 giant dragons began to crash down as if taken down by a laser. Mordred quickly began to prepare 2 more stone bullets. From another direction in the distance approached 3 new king dragons. After coming close enough, the trio also began to prepare their fire breath first in unison. Bang. Mordred shot out his prepared spell, sniping down 2 of the dragons. Meanwhile, the 3rd dragon continued gathering its energy as if inhaling large amounts of air. His actions already calculated, Mordred pulled out Ascalon from behind his lower back with his right hand while stretching out his left hand and trying to disrupt the dragon. Disturb magic. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that he couldn't disrupt neither the king dragon's gravity magic nor its fire breath. Soon enough, a wide jet of flames shot out from the king dragon's mouth. "Your Highness," Hector called out. "Tisk." Mordred clicked his tongue as he tightly covered his body in red magic power. Traveling at a relatively slow speed, the flames soon fully engulfed him alone. The fire breath continued for several seconds, before the flames faded and Mordred's figure was revealed, unharmed. Kreia. The yellow dragon let out a roar, then began to descend to the ground. Seeing it, Mordred temporarily ignored the dragon. He looked toward the sky in another direction. Locating 3 more dragons, he began to create a single stone cannon. A second later, he released it with a bang, piercing through a distant dragon's chest. After that, he readied a lightning arrow, which he found easier to do while splitting his attention. Boom. A red arrow of lightning shot through the sky, burning out a huge wound in another dragon's torso. In the meantime, the previous dragon landed on the ground nearby. Mordred saw it and grinned. Gripping his sword tighter, he rushed out from the spot, beginning to charge right at the giant yellow dragon at a high speed, relying purely on his battle aura. The dragon saw it and let out a roar. As the intruder approached him so rapidly, the dragon's yellow needle-like eyes widened. This little bug was too quick. When Mordred arrived in front of the dragon, the monster slammed down with its front claws. However, it seemed to be a blind and random attack done in a hurry due to Mordred's overwhelming speed. Mordred easily avoided it, then suddenly leaped up 2 meters into the air and slashed out with his sword while doing a somersault in the air, decapitating the beast in one strike. After landing, he charged another railgun, and sniped down yet another yellow dragon. The other dragons seemed to have realized that hovering in the air was a death sentence, so the 2 previously wounded dragons immediately began to descend to the ground. Mordred chuckled and waited. After that, he plunged straight at them with a sword in hand. Following that, he blitzed and danced around the battlefield, slaying giant drakes one after another while doing acrobatics in the air like he's Levi Ackerman in Attack of Titan. He was scared at first, but he quickly got swept up in the moment. During his one-sided massacre, close to 20 king dragons were attracted to the fight from various directions. Should it be the Red Dragon Mountain Range, it would be 500 red dragons instead, but king dragons don't make large flocks and don't have an equally powerful intruder detection ability, so it was only a few groups of 2s and 3s, or 4s at most, that noticed them and came out from their caves. The strength of a mature dragon was usually around Saint rank level when compared to a human, depending on the species. They were ranked A to S. For king dragons, they were S-rank monsters individually, at the peak of Saint rank. A king-rank swordsman would need to stake his life on it to kill one, and that's only if it was a single stray dragon. Mordred surpassed king rank, so he felt confident that he would end up just fine. Fighting 20 sword saints with his swordsmanship alone would be difficult. But he could fight 20 dragons. However, after around 10 king dragons were slaughtered and the area began to be littered with giant dragon corpses and dragon blood, the remaining ones let out alarmed roars, turned their tails and flew away. At the end of it all, Mordred felt adrenaline coursing through his veins as he watched the remaining giant drakes retreating, his body covered in dragon blood. Haha. There was a grin on his face and he wanted to laugh out loud. He never thought that real fighting would be this fun. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Shyron Kingdom. Mordred let out a breath and slowly made his way back to Hector. Hector said, "Dragons are a fairly intelligent species of monsters after all. They felt it wasn't worth it to fight us, so they retreated. But there were no dragon kings, just ordinary dragons." Mordred murmured. Of course. Dragon kings are rare. They would likely only live deep in the king dragon's territory. Mordred faintly smiled. Dragons were indeed powerful for a monster, but their disadvantage was arguably ordinary speed. They were also not at the level that human geniuses could achieve. Although, in the past the Emperor Dragon King of King Dragons Kajika killed the first North God, and the second North God needed a group of comrades to eventually defeat it. It was powerful. But currently, no dragons of that level seem to be alive. There should exist dragon kings among the dragons, being a rank stronger than a typical adult dragon. Just one would be quite a challenge, but they didn't appear here. To Mordred, ordinary dragons were livestock. He wouldn't mind fighting 100 of them. Hector formed a small smile on his wizened face and commented, "Flying through the sky and witnessing your highness slay more than 10 king dragons alone. I will have good stories to tell my grandchildren after we come back to Wyvern." Haha. Mordred chuckled. "Boss. You're strong." Albion transmitted as he flew out of the bag, staring at him. "Of course." Mordred smirked at him. "By the way, don't you feel bad that I was killing your kind?" What my kind?" Albion tilted his head. "Boss, are you blind? They are yellow. I am white. We are not the same." "That's racist." Mordred laughed. At the very least, Albion was intelligent while most normal dragons are just wild beasts. It's natural he'd feel he's different. After the battle, Hector and he began to dissect their prey and collect their loot. In total, he killed 9 king dragons. From that came 9 magic stones. The stones varied in rank from A to B. Most of them were A-rank magic stones, coming from adult king dragons. The entire corpses of the dragons were also full of valuable materials, but the only thing that was easy to transport were those stones. The magic stones gathered into a small pile. The magic stones of king dragons are not too valuable because they don't have an affinity with any of the elements, but that's still a few hundred gold coins, said Hector. Mordred thought, to think I've been worrying about gold just recently. All he needed to do was drop himself into a horde of dragons and kill some. He guessed that there would be no one else crazy enough to do something like that, whereas those few capable enough, God-ranked beings, would have no money problems anyway. As these thoughts entered Mordred's mind, Albion began to pester him by asking for the magic crystal that he refused to give him in the past. You know you peed on it. Mordred thought, teasing him. But, you washed it. Mordred chuckled and gave him the magic crystal. Albion swallowed it whole. Ah, I'm full. After eating the crystal, he quickly fell asleep back in the magic bag. Mordred returned to where he left the speeder. The area where they landed was not even, so when he cancelled his gravity magic and left the speeder there, it could not land on its legs and crash to the side. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough. Mordred brought back the speeder, effortlessly carrying it in a low gravity zone. He then used earth magic to part the earth, hardened the walls and created a deep tunnel with rooms at the end where he planned to stay. The entrance was big enough for a human or two to enter, but a dragon could never. One of the rooms he filled it with ice, turning it into a refrigerator. The speeder, the supplies, and the magic cores were all brought into the cave, along with a few hind legs of the slain king dragons for food. Mordred's reclusive training in the mountains began. After settling down, he left his dwelling and began to practice his saint and king-ranked magic. Although he could record magic power flow inside his magic circuits, if he loaded a spell like this, he could not modify it or put more mana into it than the default value. So while he could cast it silently, it was not true silent casting. For this reason, Mordred cast the Saint and King rank spells multiple times over the next few weeks for practice, laying destruction in an area of tens of kilometers around him. No more king dragons came to that area after the first day, probably having acknowledged Mordred as the new overlord of that territory. The dragon corpses were worth even more than the magic stones, but Mordred had no way to take them with him, so he burned them all with massive inferno before they began to rot. He only took a few of the largest dragon fangs with him as a souvenir. While not casting magic and while waiting for his magic power to recover, Mordred practiced his swordsmanship with Hector from dawn until dusk. Day after day. Longsword of Light was an incredible offensive technique, but Mordred was also amazed by how great the defensive skill, flow, was. If compared to servant skills, it would be a top martial skill that would give any servant an overwhelming advantage in close-quarters combat. Regardless of the difference in strength, even if the opponent was a berserker with 3 times greater strength parameter, one could use flow to parry his blows with low effort and then use that force to counterattack, doing it so smoothly that it was difficult to guard against unless one was also skilled in using flow and had superior speed and instincts. It was also a great way to preserve stamina in a prolonged fight. What left a lasting impression on Mordred was the young water emperor Isolde being able to receive and parry the blows of the fighting god in the novel, stalling him, a giant whose physical strength surely surpassed god rank. A water emperor being able to trade blows with a huge berserker possessing beyond god-level strength. That was the strength of the water god style. Mordred favored the sword god style, but he didn't discriminate between the 3 styles. His talent of a top-ranked saber and passion for the sword pushed him to master all 3. Or perhaps it was also the fact that he had great talent for sports for once that he wanted to realize his potential. And of course, there was also the threat of Hitagami. He was greatly motivated in the first place, but as he continued growing stronger, training became addictive. A month soon passed. Practicing magic, training his water god style counters and eating dragon meat every day. During this time, Mordred became much more skilled in using flow, reaching advanced rank and apparently surpassing in his technique the level of an average advanced rank swordsman. The next step for him to become a water saint was for his flow technique to reach the realm of his counters, flowing like water, and for him to develop his danger detection and prediction ability to a certain level. Given that Mordred had incredible predictive instincts as a Pendragon and could use mana sense from long ago, he had already fulfilled the second requirement, so he only needed to improve his use of flow to a sufficient level. On average, it took a talented person 3 to 5 years to reach the Water Saint realm from the advanced rank, so Mordred prepared himself for the grind. His goal was to train harder than anyone and become a legitimate Water Saint within a year. After managing sufficient levels of silent casting with all his massive area spells, Mordred decided to move on. He took a break from all spellcasting to recover his magic power to their maximum amount before setting off. A few days later. In the cave, a magic item lamp was giving off light as Mordred pointed at the continental map, saying, "If we fly straight north from here, we will end up right in the Shyron Kingdom. So that's the direction I want to take. We can sell the magic cores there and resupply. After that, we can fly straight west." Even though he could travel quickly, navigating would still be a bit problematic without a GPS, but if he took this kind of route, things would be very straightforward. Luckily, Shyron was exactly in a straight line north from that mountain peak. The next day, Mordred set off from the Dragon King mountain range in the early morning. Flying non-stop straight north, he reached the kingdom of Shyron in the early afternoon. As the speeder drifted closer toward the capital city Ratakia, Mordred said, "There is a prince that I know in the kingdom of Shyron. It might cause a commotion, but I think it will be best if we land in the palace and ask him for cooperation in selling the magic stones." After informing Hector, Mordred accelerated once again, soon beginning to fly over the city. He imagined that many people were looking up to observe that strange bird flying above the city in broad daylight. Having arrived somewhere above the towers of the Shyron Kingdom's sand-colored royal palace, Mordred paused and began to descend. After looking around closer to the ground, he soon found an open garden-like courtyard where he decided to land. Mordred descended and landed slowly and carefully, so by the time the speeder reached the ground, there were already a few guards that rushed to that place. The Shyron Kingdom's knights pulled out their swords and shouted out at Mordred's group. "Who are you? Intruders, identify yourself." Hector stood up and spread his clear voice through the garden. "My name is Hector Grant. I'm a water emperor and a knight of the Kingdragom Kingdom. And this is the 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Mordred Kingdragon." After hearing this, the soldiers were surprised and slightly startled. "Ah. You're from the Kingdragom Kingdom. Do you have proof? Can't you men see the golden dragon on my chest and cloak? But if it isn't enough..." Hector pulled out a golden dragon token. "Here. We apologize for not giving any advance warning of our arrival. This seems to be genuine." In the meantime, Mordred placed down the speeder on the ground and then turned toward the soldiers himself. "Can you inform the third Prince Zenobia Shyron that I'm here? Tell him my name, it's Mordred." Following that point, even more soldiers and knights gathered in that courtyard. Mordred patiently waited for the men who left in a hurry to find Zenobia. 10 minutes later, a tall and thin man in a tunic had arrived at that place in a hurry, his posture a mess. The man's cheekbones were strongly visible, with hair in a bowl cut and round glasses on his face. Behind him was a young swordswoman with short dark brown hair. Mordred faintly smiled. He could see that the two were clearly Zenobia and Ginger. Huff, huff, huff. Zenobia breathed roughly out of exhaustion as he rested his arms against his knees, a clear sign that he had run there at top speed. While doing so, he looked up in the direction of Mordred and Hector, his eyes open wide. Amidst heavy breaths, he asked, "Is it true that you're the 16th Prince of Kingdragon?" Mordred faintly smiled. "It's me. Maestir." The man let out a loud yell and suddenly dropped to the ground as if struck by lightning, prostrating himself before Mordred on all fours and bowing to him in worship. Next to Mordred, Hector was dumbfounded. The gathered knights and soldiers were also completely dumbfounded by their prince's reaction. This was just way too shameful. Mordred was silent as he looked at Zenobia. That much was within his expectations, so he wasn't too surprised. "Who is that loud weirdo?" The shouting was so loud that even Albion woke up and pulled out his head from the pouch. In the real world, Mordred smiled and told Zenobia, "Can you get up? You're making a scene." "Yes, master." Zenobia replied with vigor and suddenly shot up from the ground in a comedic manner like a cartoon character. "Master. How come you came to Shyron?" Chapter 26, Chapter 26. Shyron Royal Palace, meeting Roxy. It's a long story, but I was passing by and decided to visit. Can you arrange a temporary stay for me and my companion? Of course, master. You can stay as long as you wish. I will arrange everything. Zenobia strongly patted his chest in assurance. Okay. And if you could also calm down these guys, that would be nice. Mordred looked at the dumbfounded palace guards with a plain smile. Zenobia turned to the guards with a cold look. Men. These people are my guests. Stand down. Understood, Your Highness. As you wish, Prince Zenobia. After the situation slightly calmed down, Zenobia said enthusiastically, "Master. Please come with me. For now, you can find some respite in my personal residence. I'll prepare you a welcoming banquet. That would be nice. I haven't eaten anything since morning. And before that I only ate dragon meat for a full month." Mordred smiled. "Oh, is that so? Where have you been to only have dragon meat on your menu, master?" "I spent some time training in the Dragon King mountain range," Mordred replied casually and then turned away to begin taking his equipment from the speeder, starting with his staff the Ashen Sage. Dragon King mountain range. And is that a little dragon? Yes, it's my contracted magic beast, Mordred said without looking back. Ah, I see. Zenobia crossed his hands behind his back and began to patiently wait. Mordred turned to Hector and said, "Teacher, can you take the magic stones?" Understood. Zenobia interjected, "Master. If you need help carrying your luggage, I'll have my attendants help you. I can also help you carry it myself." Mordred said, "Then you can take the backpack from the front." "Yes, master." After untying the large backpack and lifting it up effortlessly, Zenobia asked, "Master, what about your vehicle?" "It can stay here, if it isn't a problem." Zenobia slightly frowned and said, "This courtyard belongs to my sister, the fourth princess. Although there shouldn't be any problems, it is a bit reckless to leave master's precious creation unprotected. It isn't that valuable." And it's quite heavy to carry, so I doubt anyone would steal it. Mordred smiled. Even if it's heavy, it isn't a problem for me. I can carry it. As you should already know, I possess great inborn strength. Zenoba was very enthusiastic to help. Mordred forced a small smile. He knew that Zenoba could carry it, but just how much damage would he cause on the way? Mordred could also carry it, but it's too difficult for the speeder to pass through narrow doors. Suddenly, Mordred thought of something else. Actually, I have a better idea. I'll take you into the air instead and you'll show me where your courtyard is. You also have an open courtyard like this, right? Yes, master. Zenoba spoke in a daze as he looked at the contraption that Mordred supposedly flew into the palace with. Having thought of this too late, Mordred placed the box with magic stones and all the equipment back on the speeder. Teacher, I will bring the speeder to Prince Zenoba's courtyard. You can make your way on foot. Understood. Zenoba then nervously sat down in the front seat of the speeder and Mordred took the driver's seat at the back. Your Highness, are you going to be fine? Ginger asked worriedly. Zenoba waved his hand dismissively. It's going to be fine, Ginger. I have trust in Master and his inventions. And didn't he say that he flew all the way here from the Dragon King mountain range? Ginger muttered quietly, but you don't look like you're fine. Contrary to what he said, Zenoba tried to sound calm but looked terrified. In the meantime, Zenoba ignored Ginger and asked Mordred, was this vehicle also made by Master using earth magic? Yes. And by the way, don't panic after we take off. I'm an experienced pilot by now. No more crashes. Oh, so, there were accidents in the past? Zenoba asked with a pale face. Mordred chuckled. I'm just kidding. Soon after, he took off, beginning with creating a zero-gravity field and lightly kicking off. Oh. Zenoba let out a weird startled sound as they began to float up. In the next moment he broke off the stone handle that he was holding. Oh, no. Master, I'm so sorry. It's fine. I can fix it, Mordred calmed him down. He already saw that Zenoba was not a fitting person for flight travel. He told him, just sit down tight. Nothing wrong will happen. I can always make us simply float in the air. Meanwhile, the people below watched the scene of the speeder floating up with amazement and awe. Only Ginger was worried. Prince Zenoba. Please, don't fall out. On the speeder, Mordred used mana burst and used mana propulsion to bring them higher into the sky. After the two gained altitude, Zenoba looked out with a terrified face and soon pointed in a direction. Master, go in that direction. Following Zenoba's instructions step by step, the speeder soon landed in another courtyard. As the speeder touched the ground, Zenoba pulled out his head out of his seat and began vomiting. Mordred forced a smile. He approached Zenoba and used detoxification magic on him. Oh, thank you, Master. I feel much better. Zenoba straightened himself. Do you have a fear of heights? Ah, no. Nothing of the sort. But apparently, flying through the air makes me dizzy, said Zenoba. Still, it surely was a unique experience. Is this flying vehicle one of your projects you've mentioned before, Master? You could say that. But this thing here is actually only a piece of a rock. Mordred lightly kicked the speeder, saying, at most it's just a prototype. What makes it fly is me. After speaking, Mordred placed his hand where the handle was broken off and used earth magic to attach a new handle. Seeing this, Zenoba's eyes went round as he became much more interested. Oh. Is this how Master creates figurines as well? Yes. After fixing the speeder, Mordred saw that Zenoba appeared to be very interested in seeing how he makes dolls. He turned to him. He stretched out his hand, cast stone bullet and shaped it into the form of a mannequin in a T-pose. Oh. After that, Mordred adjusted the proportion of the figurine and made it take a pose more similar to standing Zenoba. Woohoo. As Zenoba grew more and more excited, Mordred made the figurine vaguely resemble him, before he cancelled his spell, saying, that's roughly how I make them. I see. That's incredible. Master, do you think this skill could be learned by others? Mordred looked at him. Of course, I am not demanding that you tell me the secrets of your art for nothing, Master. I am only wondering if it is possible. Zenoba became very timid. Mordred was silent for a while, before saying, I'm not sure, but it might not be impossible. Truly. Do you think so, Master? Is it not because you're a magic power Miko that you can do this? Could other people possibly also manage it? Being a Miko gives me an advantage. But I don't think it's impossible for other people to also learn silent casting. Mordred didn't speak any more details, but this much was enough to light up a fire of hope in Zenoba. Following that, Mordred was led by Zenoba to a guest room. Zenoba quickly gave orders to prepare a banquet for Mordred and his companion. Afterwards, once the two sat down in the guest room, Zenoba looked at Mordred intently and said, Master, I do not think that my previous letter has reached you yet. About your wish of creating a doll that could move. I am very interested, indeed. Oh. I only had a basic level of education on magic circles before, but recently I began to research them in earnest. As you have said, Master, I also believe that creating an automatic doll is not entirely impossible. Automaton, said Mordred. Pardon. Let's call it an automaton. A humanoid machine designed to move automatically, Mordred explained. Oh. That's a splendid name, Master. As expected of a genius such as yourself. Mordred chuckled. It's just a name. At any rate, an automaton is something that I have only thought of and have no time for researching right now. I have other fields I want to focus on, like my swordsmanship. Oh. Apart from being a magician, are you perhaps also a swordsman? Zenoba already noticed the sword attached to Mordred's lower back. Yes. And since I have talent for the sword, I want to realize my potential. That's just how I am. Ooh. I understand. Even so, this idea has given me a sense of purpose. I will still keep studying magic circles. Hopefully, in the future I'll be able to help Master with this marvelous project. Mordred smiled. Then keep at it. It's good to have a sense of purpose. Zenoba chuckled and said, It is indeed. At once, a person's life seems more colorful and meaningful. I don't know what else I would do in my life if not for meeting Master. Mordred also faintly chuckled. I have to say, your enthusiasm is infectious, Zenoba. It really makes me want to not disappoint you in the future. Haha, this is how I feel myself, Master. I can only hope that you'll find a use for this little prince's humble skills. Well, you are quite quirky, but I can see that behind that quirky persona is a brilliant mind. That's why I mentioned this idea to you in the first place, said Master. Zenoba waved his hand with an embarrassed expression. Master, you flatter me too much. This poor prince is twice your age, yet hasn't accomplished anything at all in his life when compared to Master. It is difficult to accomplish great things when one lives without direction, Mordred replied after thinking for a moment. Zenoba's eyes slightly widened in surprise, before he replied, Wise words, Master, indeed, wise words. After speaking he picked up a cup of tea that the servants just brought, before letting out a loud yelp because the tea was still scalding hot. Mordred faintly smiled, stretched out his hand and used elementary healing magic on Zenoba. Oh, there was no need for it, Master. But thank you. You see. I have great resistance against things like swords, but fire can still hurt me. It's something quite curious. It is curious. Mordred entered a deep thought. Battle aura primarily increased resistance against kinetic damage, but it also improved the resistance of the body as a whole, so it still gave a level of protection against heat and magic. However, for Zenoba his Miko powers were mysteriously more selective. Momentarily there was a lull in the conversation. After a while of silence, Mordred put aside pondering over the mysteries of Micus and said, Actually, there is something that I need your help with. Upon hearing this, Zenoba's eyes lit up and he touched his chest. Just say a word, Master. I'll do what I can to assist you. Mordred faintly smiled, this guy's devotion was a bit too much. He said, I have 9 Kingdragon magic stones with ranks ranging from B to A. I need your help in selling them and converting them into magic crystals. Oh, so it's that kind of matter. I cannot say that my connections are deep, but I am still one of the princes of Shyron. I will see to it that you'll get a fair price for your goods, Master. Thanks. However, for Master to be in possession of this many magic stones. Were these acquired by you in the Dragon King mountain range perhaps? Mordred smiled. Yes. I spent a good amount of time polishing my skills there, hunting dragons. That is truly like a tale from a legend. I have already witnessed Master's skills, so I don't doubt it. I believe that in the future Master's adventures might go down in history as an epic tale. Mordred lightly chuckled. They might indeed. Zenoba smiled back and said, Master, I feel that our meeting was fated. I am not much for drinking alcohol, but today let us celebrate and drink merrily. Oh no. I just remembered that you are still a minor. While talking with Master this fact completely slipped out of my head. Haha, yes. Let's skip on the alcohol today. While the two continued their conversation, with Zenoba beginning to enthusiastically talk about Mordred's dolls, the food was soon served. Unfortunately, at the same time Imperial guards visited the place with Hector. The guards informed Mordred that the King of Shyron wished to meet him. Mordred momentarily hesitated. With his strength and status as a Prince of Kingdragon he could totally make the king wait. But was it that big of a deal to delay his meal a bit? There was no need to make a scene while he was still fairly young and not at the peak of his strength. All right. I'll go see the king. I'll accompany you, Master. After Mordred was led into the throne room by the imperial guards, he was met with a 40-year-old man sitting on the throne. The king had similarly prominent cheekbones just like Zenoba and hair of the same color of the sand, also in a bowl cut. Once Mordred entered, the king smiled amicably at him, stood up from his throne and made a small bow. "Hello, young friend. The news of your accomplishments at magic at such a young age had also reached our Shyron Kingdom. It's a pleasure for this king to personally meet the famous 16th Prince of Kingdragon." Oh. Mordred was slightly surprised by such a humble reception but not entirely. After all, the Shyron Kingdom was a vassal state of the Kingdragon Kingdom without even a single emperor-ranked combatant. After recovering his composure, Mordred returned the gesture, touching his chest and making a small bow. "The pleasure is mine." The king chuckled in a tone of satisfaction. Following that, the conversation was straightforward. The king of Shyron simply welcomed Mordred in the palace and invited him to stay as long as he wished. A while later, Mordred excused himself and returned to Zenoba's residence and his feast. It was then decided that Mordred would simply stay in one of the rooms of Zenoba's courtyard because the place was apparently quite spacious. That's when Mordred felt slightly jealous. Although he became a high-ranking prince in the Kingdragon Kingdom, he still didn't have his own courtyard that was basically like a small mansion. All he had were 2 cells in a tower. He didn't care before, but he didn't want to feel inferior. One day he'll build an epic castle for himself. And if he could, one that floats in the sky. On the first day Zenoba was very enthusiastic about discussing with Mordred all kinds of topics, keeping him busy. However, in the evening Mordred still made some time for himself to practice swordsmanship with Hector. There is a saying spread out among swordsmen of this world that if one is not going to practice every single day, they might as well give up on swordsmanship entirely. Although it seemed a bit exaggerated, Mordred still lived it. Every day of training missed in his early years would be a day wasted. On the next day, Zenoba immediately got busy with Mordred's request to sell the magic stones. Mordred was left alone. After eating a scrumptious breakfast, Mordred did his daily morning swordsmanship practice with Hector and later began to explore the Shyron royal palace with Hector as his bodyguard. First, he simply walked along the corridors, then arrived in the royal garden with the assistance of one of Zenoba's servants. Around noon, he visited the palace's library out of curiosity. After passing the inspection and taking out a token that he received from the Shyron king, Mordred entered the library with Hector. He didn't expect to find anything special there like lost tomes on ancient magic. The magical resources of a small country like Shyron would naturally be inferior to the Kingdragon Kingdom. He only came there to check out what the library looks like out of pure curiosity, should he try building one in the future. Even so, he reflexively went to the magic section. After exploring the first floor, he then went up to the second floor where more valuable books were supposed to be held. As Mordred entered the second floor, there was actually a peculiar person that was already there. It was a blue-haired girl that looked to be in her early teens. She was sitting and reading at one of the desks that had a thick book strapped to it with a silver chain. That person was Roxy. After Roxy finished teaching Rudeus Greyrat and left the Buena Village, she journeyed east and after a year ended up being hired as a tutor for one of the princes of Shyron, the 7th Prince Pax Shyron. But the prince prefers to sleep during my lessons, so I might as well make use of my position and do some research in my free time. Meeting Rudy made me feel too inadequate as a magician. Roxy's heart thought while reading. While the blue-haired girl was reading the book and scrunching her thin eyebrows, Mordred felt as if he was dumbstruck when he noticed her. Naturally, he recognized her. At this moment, Rudeus should be 6 years old, so I guess it's about time for Roxy to reach Shyron and begin teaching Pax. After hesitating for a while, Mordred approached Roxy and looked at the book she was reading. The demon race girl was so engrossed in her reading that she didn't notice him. At one point, Mordred said, "Are you interested in water magic?" "Ah." Roxy slightly jumped. After noticing Mordred, and seeing that he was a kid, she narrowed her eyes and replied with low enthusiasm, Yes. After a moment, Roxy announced, "I'm a saint-ranked water magician." She did not want to be taken for a kid, again, so she made sure to make that point clear. And so she announced this with pride. But the boy was strangely not moved at all. He was probably too young to understand just what it meant to be a saint-ranked magician. Mordred said, "Ah, I see. Then do you plan to reach king rank?" "It is indeed my goal." Roxy replied. "Then are you saint-ranked in wind magic yet?" "No." "Then you should start with that," said Mordred. An important aspect of casting cumulonimbus is manipulation of cold and warm temperatures, as well as pressure. Remember this. Warm and denser air can hold more water vapor, whereas when the temperature or pressure drops, it will release the water vapor it holds and create rain. What helps hold more water vapor in the clouds are also particles such as floating dust, but in a magic spell the caster's magic power does this instead. Meanwhile, wind magic is also about the interactions between temperature and pressure, so practicing it should be helpful in becoming king ranked in water magic. Oh. Roxy was amazed after hearing all this, looking as if she had grasped something. Is that so? At least, that's my guess. Well, good luck. After saying his piece, Mordred turned and coolly left. In the meantime, Roxy watched his leaving figure in a daze. Who was that? This boy had only said a few sentences casually, but when it fell onto her ears, it was akin to holy enlightenment. Name, Roxy Magurdia. Titles/nicknames, Master, by Rudeus only, Goddess, by Rudeus only. Age. Statistics. Strength, F***. Endurance, F***. Agility, F***. Mana, D. Magic. Water magic, Saint rank. Fire, wind, and earth magic, advanced rank. Healing magic, intermediate rank. Detoxification magic, elementary rank. Barrier, summoning and divine strike magic, none. Equipment. B rank water attributed magic staff. Chapter 27, Chapter 27. Troubadour. After visiting the royal library, Mordred decided to leave the palace and explore the city outside. Just like the Shyron royal palace, the capital itself was also very orange and dry. The buildings were for the most part made from a sand-colored stone, the roads were also of the color of the sand, and the city had a more exotic feeling to it compared to the medieval Wyvern, like an Arabic city in the middle of a desert. There were a good number of dark-skinned and tanned people here, more than in Wyvern. The streets were not as wide, and as a result the city seemed more crowded. Mordred journeyed through the city's central square. His destination was the city's Magician's Guild. He wanted to inspect it for any interesting magic items and magic tools. As he walked, out of the pouch at his waist, an unnaturally large head of a white reptile was peeking out as it took a look at the scenery outside while squinting its eyes. Mordred certainly attracted attention more than none other, but he didn't care too much. He already had strength to protect himself against Emperor-ranked opponents, and god ranks were not so common to mobilize them on the fly even if Hidegami got wind of him. Passing by the central square, Mordred heard a woman sing. A certain maiden magician, with her swinging braids of blue. Journeys in search of adventure, with a hope both earnest and true. Eh? What the hell is that song? Mordred stopped his footsteps as his attention was attracted. The person singing turned out to be a mature woman with a huge chest, wearing an oversized white coat that covered most of her body and face. She played a lute as she sat by the fountain. Far away from her village, far away from her home. She meets three new-made adventurers who seek fame of their own. As Mordred listened, he was dumbstruck. What the hell? That song was clearly about Roxy. This is the story of those adventurers. The tale of a young maiden but 12 of years, who climbed up to A rank in merely 2 short years. 12 years old and 2 years to reach A rank, isn't this too exaggerated? Although Roxy was still about 10 when she left her village. But just who rhymes years with years? Mordred thought. He still listened. Eventually, the troubadour soon finished her song and received a round of applause. She bowed down to everyone. Thank you, everyone. How about next I'll sing about how the young maiden journeyed into a labyrinth and encountered her first love, as well as her first heartbreak. It's a new song of mine. She grinned. Hee hee, songs about rocks are always a hit. She gives me the best inspirations. As the woman was thinking this, she noticed someone among the crowd looking at her with a strange expression. A boy. And isn't that a baby dragon? The troubadour immediately felt that there was something peculiar about that pretty boy and the elderly knight who accompanied him like a bodyguard. These two were not ordinary people for sure. Interesting. I'm sorry, but perhaps I'll sing it another day. Farewell. Seizing the moment, she picked up her pouch from the ground and chased after the boy who had already left. After noticing the bard surprisingly sing a song about Roxy, Mordred continued on his way. Why is Roxy so popular? Even people in this world sing songs about her. After he passed just a short distance, a person ran up to him and appeared right in front of his face with a deep smile. Hello there. Mordred saw that it was the female bard. She waved at him in a greeting with an exaggerated smile, her long sleeves draping over her hands. Why was this woman here? She's so suspicious. The troubadour leaned closer, saying, Oh. Are you perhaps wary of little old me? Hector cleared his throat as he stepped forward, making the woman take a small step back. Troubadour raised her hands high. There's no need to at all. I'm just a traveling troubadour. I'm not suspicious at all, haha. That's totally suspicious, replied Mordred. Troubadour ignored it and just kept smiling. Mordred turned and began leaving. He told Hector, let's pass by the Adventurers Guild first. Maybe there's something interesting there. Like a request to slay a dragon. But I guess it's impossible, haha. Haha. Of course. Mordred came to a huge building belonging to the Adventurers Guild. After he entered, he saw a large number of people gathered at the request board. It's still here, that stray dragon request. So it's a blue dragon. You know, the type that flies all over the world. A stray dragon appeared so close to the capital. Shouldn't the crown take care of it? Normally, yes, but it settled too far to the east. It's right at the coastline, near a village of demons who apparently work with the sea folk. There's no need to go save them. Mordred heard the discussions and was dumbstruck. Are you kidding me? He hurried over to the mission board. Without a doubt, at the top of the board there was an S-rank mission requesting to slay a stray blue dragon to the east of Ratakia. Ooh, are you perhaps planning to slay that dragon? Mordred frowned as the troubadour's face loomed near his again. You're following me, huh? The troubadour maintained her big smile. Of course, my dear future income. So do you plan to take that mission, boy? Mordred replied, I'm obviously a child. How could I accept that mission? I don't know. It's you who said you wanted to slay a dragon. The troubadour shrugged her shoulders. After her words, everyone in the Adventurers Guild looked at Mordred. What? This kid wants to slay a dragon. Ha ha ha. The adventurers laughed out loud. Mordred ignored the laughter and looked at the mission request again. The east of the city, huh? If it's at the coastline, it wouldn't be that far. By the way, isn't that little guy in your bag also a dragon? The troubadour continued, leaning down to stare at Albion. Albion leaned out his head and threatened to bite off her finger. Oh. The bard pulled back her hand just in time. Mordred glanced at her. So what if it is? Ooh, how come you partnered up with a little albino dragon? Is there maybe an interesting story behind it? Please do tell me. The troubadour looked very interested. Mordred slightly frowned, but still replied, it's nothing too exciting. I summoned him. You know, with summoning magic. After saying his piece, Mordred approached the guild's clerk. He was getting bored. Since he had some time while he stayed in Shyron, he might as well go and slay that dragon. He had slain dragons before, but each dragon had different abilities. He wanted to see what it's like to fight a blue dragon. Blue dragons would appear all over the world randomly and only once every 10 years return to a mountain range in the Meles continent to lay eggs. If not for now, it would be difficult for him to have a chance to fight another one in the near future. He was also very interested in the sea race, which was completely shrouded in mystery in Mushoku Tensei yet inhabited and controlled the entire Ringus Sea. Subjugating that dragon was something that should have happened eventually anyway, if he wanted an excuse to take action. At the clerk's desk, Mordred said, I want details on that S-rank quest to slay the blue dragon. The pretty woman behind the clerks formed a wry smile and replied, I'm sorry, but this mission is only available for A-rank and S-rank teams. Here. Mordred placed a card on the table. Not surprising Mordred, the troubadour continued following him and Hector with a big grin on her face. She then leaned over and read. Name, Mordred. Race, human. Age. Rank, S. It was a legitimate S-rank adventurer guild card that apparently belonged to an 8-year-old, there were no problems with it. Except that at the bottom it had a note, only functional in the country of origin, Kingdragon realm. The troubadour saw it and her grin intensified. It's a provisional license. I knew this. He's a little prince. But what is that? Kingdragom Kingdom. Mordred ignored the female bard and focused on the clerk. The Shyron Kingdom was under the jurisdiction of the Kingdragom Kingdom. After he had shown his provisional S-rank guild card issued by the crown, the clerk had no choice and told him the details of the mission. After getting the details, Mordred left the building. The troubadour came out after him. Mordred stopped, then asked her, are you going to follow me all the way to that quest? The troubadour grinned. Why not? I'll write a nice song about you, I promise. A song about a magician boy and his little dragon companion on an epic quest to slay an evil dragon. This kind of song would do well. I see. It's too bad because I'm about to take off. Take off. The woman tilted her head. To the skies. Mordred pointed his finger up. The troubadour was still confused. Mordred smiled and said, are you intermediate rank at least? If yes, then I can carry you. He asked this, but in truth he'd only have to slow down otherwise. What do you mean carry? And why are you asking? It's important, said Mordred. I am. The troubadour nodded. Mordred faintly smiled and looked at Hector. Teacher, I'll be back after slaying that dragon. You can return to the palace. He knew it when he saw a plot flag and an important character, and this was one of those times. He had to grasp it. He was getting bored with all the training done holed up in the palace. Why not do something a little crazy for once? You only live once. Although he did not plan to die of old age or not at all, the idea stood. Your Highness. Hector formed a wry smile. With Mordred's strength there was hardly anything in this world that could threaten him, but it was still his job to protect him. But Mordred already ignored him and approached the female bard. He hooked his arms under her and lifted her up in a princess carry. Aya! The woman let out an exaggerated yelp. From the outside it surely looked like quite a comedic scene because that woman was basically twice his size. In the meantime, Mordred already activated a zero-gravity field in a small area around him. After that he put strength into his legs and leaped off with force. Oh! With a single leap, Mordred jumped up tens of meters into the sky with the Troubadour helplessly swinging her legs in his arms. Ending up high over the roofs of all nearby buildings, the Troubadour looked out as they continued flying up, her eyes wide open in shock. Ah! Really? Mordred then activated Mana Burst, suddenly shooting out a burst of red electricity that made them change direction, changing into a red arrow that began to shoot through the skies. As the two began to disappear behind the horizon, the female bard shouted through the capital, "Ah! Oh, no! You're being too rough. It's my first time." Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Miko, Magic Prodigy, Youngest Sword Saint. Age, 8 years and 1 month. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, C**, D**. Mana, A. Magic. Fire, Water, Wind, and Earth Magic, King. Healing Magic, Saint. Detoxification Magic, Advanced Saint. Barrier Magic, Elementary, Chantless, Saint, Magic Circles. Summoning Magic, Beasts Intermediate. Divine Strike Magic, Elementary. Enchantment Magic, Creating Magic Tools Elementary Advanced. Swordsmanship. Sword God Style, Sword Saint, Officially. Water God Style, Advanced Rank. North God Style, Intermediate Rank. Unique Skills. Instinct B. Mana Burst B-. Magic Resistance C. Riding E. Skills. Mana Release, Mana Reinforcement, Structure Analysis, Silent Casting, Mana Burst, Lightning, Disturb Magic, Gravity Magic, Telekinesis, Mana Sense. Other. Human Language, Fighting God Language, Beast God Language, Demon God Language, Magic Circles Knowledge, Elementary Saint, Basic Horse Riding. Equipment. Demon Sword, Ascalon. A-Rank Staff, Ashen Sage. Magic Barrier Ring, Saint Rank. Magic Pouch. Self-Filling Quill. And, chapter ends here for pacing, so I uploaded a status update as a reminder. Before I see again that the chapter was too short, let me tell you something, there will be another one tomorrow. For free, the daily chapter. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. Toss a coin to your saber. Mordred flew east for a while. After leaving the city's area, he stopped using Mana Burst and gradually slowed down. While drifting through the air, he asked the Troubadour, "Are you okay?" "I'm a little dizzy." Mordred silently cast healing and detoxification magic on her while maintaining the zero-gravity field around them. Huh, what was that? Was that silent healing magic? The Troubadour looked surprised. Yes. I see. So you must be that famous 16th Prince of Kingdragon. The Troubadour grinned. Mordred faintly smiled in response, not speaking. The Troubadour asked again, "How come we're floating in the air without falling? Is this gravity magic?" "Yes." "How did you learn it?" "It's a secret." Mordred didn't speak more and accelerated once again. They continued flying straight east for around half an hour until they reached the coastline. After that, Mordred flew along the coastline until he noticed a village, then landed there. He came to that village to ask for further directions, then flew to another town and eventually reached the coastline village that he seemed to be looking for. "Well, we found the village. Now we need to find the dragon," said the Troubadour. "We'll just have to ask the villagers," Mordred replied. "You know, they might not speak the human language. It's often like this with those reclusive tribes." "It's fine. I can speak the demon god language if needed." "Oh, you can." "I learned to speak in several languages and demon god is one of them." "Really?" Mordred wanted to approach the tribesmen but there was no need because after he landed near the tribe, a few of them came up to him themselves. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all holding simple spears. They had pale and slightly bluish skin, as well as a webbing between their fingers as if to assist in swimming. They seemed like a demon race related to the sea race. Interesting. After the human demon war 300 years ago, the demon race was chased back to the demon continent after losing, but many still remained. While most settlements were wiped out, there were still reclusive tribes all over the central continent that exist independently and no one cares about them because they have nothing to offer. The world is simply too big for the current population. The three tribal warriors approached Mordred and the Troubadour with wariness, shouting out in a rough human language. Leave. Intruders not welcome. Mordred then replied clearly in Demon God, we came here to slay the blue dragon. After the three heard it, they became dumbfounded. You want to slay the dragon? One of them asked back in Demon God, and then laughed out loud. The two others followed suit. Do you doubt my strength? Mordred asked back. He looked to the side. After thinking for a moment, he silently created a fireball in his hand and then shot it out. Boom. His explosion spell exploded with a loud bang, creating a large crater where it landed. The three warriors were startled and full of shock. Mordred faintly smiled. He read that these kinds of tribes rarely had access to magic if they didn't speak the human language. He said, just tell me where the dragon is. The three began to talk among each other, before their leader pointed in the direction. There. Behind that mound. Deep in the forest. I understand. After Mordred next looked at the Troubadour, she smiled and said, your demon god language is pretty good. Oh. You can speak the demon god. Of course. I'm a demon myself, you see. Oh, I see. And by the way, I could probably also carry you on my back. Whichever you prefer. Oh no, do carry me like a princess, my prince. The 30-year-old looking woman said and smiled flirtatiously in a teasing manner. Mordred ignored the tease. He picked up the Troubadour again and leaped into the sky. The three demon race warriors dropped their jaws as they watched this. They did not see wrongly before, these two truly descended from the skies. What was a divine power? That was it. The three knelt down onto the ground in worship and began to pray, wishing the Holy Saviors success in their mission. In the meantime, Mordred followed the directions he received. He passed over the mound and entered a dense forest. Following that, he kept traveling deeper into the forest where the density of magical energy was higher. That's where the strongest monsters would live. Following this lead, Mordred didn't have problems in finding what looked to be the dragon's lair. Albion, come out. Why? Do I have to? I'm going to fight that thing, so I can't have you in my bag. Ah, okay. Albion pulled out his head from the pouch, then jumped out of it, immediately beginning to swing his wings and stay in the air in a manner similar to a bird. The wings were slow yet somehow it was enough to suspend him in the air, before he landed on the ground. Oh. How amazing and cute. It's my first time seeing a baby dragon. The Troubadour was ecstatic as she watched Albion. Mordred pulled out his magic ring and gave it to the Troubadour. Keep it on you, just in case. This ring can create a defensive barrier after pointing it at the enemy. Although it isn't especially strong. Oh. Thank you. You're so thoughtful. The Troubadour smiled as she received the ring with the green gem. Mordred was expressionless. It was of course only lending. At this time, the two could feel the ground shake as something big was approaching them. Clearly, the blue dragon detected the intruders and rushed out to chase them away. Mordred pulled out his sword and began to run straight at the blue dragon that just appeared. In comparison to the king dragons, the blue dragon was slimmer and significantly smaller, looking more like a drake. Rather than blue, its skin was closer to aquamarine. Go, go, my prince. Slay the evil dragon. The Troubadour waved her hand while cheering, seeming relaxed. Kreia. The blue dragon let out a reptilian shout, then began to charge straight at Mordred once again at high speed. Sharp blue claws were sent down at Mordred, seeming to part the wind, but he easily avoided them, making them pierce into the earth next to him. Another set of strikes was sent down and then a bite. The dragon seemed to be using wind magic to boost its movements, but it still couldn't catch Mordred, who agilely avoided all of it. After that, he jumped up with a somersault and began to run along the dragon's wing, soon ending up on top of the dragon's back. Then he swung his sword, using the flat of his blade to hit the side of the dragon's head. Bang. A dull sound was heard and the dragon staggered on its feet. And so the young prince bravely rushed in, with sword in hand and fearless grin. Across the dragon's wing he flew, to strike the beast with valor true. Mordred stopped fighting momentarily as he turned to listen on top of the dragon's back. He saw the Troubadour singing with a grin. The Troubadour continued playing as if she had the time of her life. He danced with death on the dragon's spine, dragon so large it could crush a house. The beast reared and thrashed with skyward cry, bringing the prince back to the ground. Demonic flames engulfed the boy, a roaring blaze meant to destroy. But lo. From fire he rose anew, his heart alight, his purpose true. Afterwards, the Troubadour grinned at Mordred and asked, "What do you think?" "It's nice, but that's not what's happening at all." Bang. Mordred bonked the dragon on the head again while casually standing on top of its back, making it sway from side to side. I have to make my songs more entertaining, you see. Reality is often too boring. But aren't you having too easy a time with that dragon? Well, it's only a single A-rank monster, so it's nothing much. Not explaining himself more, Mordred jumped out from the dragon's back with a somersault, simultaneously turning 180 degrees around in the air. He landed a few meters away, facing the dragon. A dozen seconds later the dragon left its dazed state and fixed its eyes on Mordred. It then shook its wings and opened its maw as if inhaling air. Dragon breath. The troubadour quickly shouted out a warning. Just as the bard said, several moments later a powerful surge of flames and hot air shot out from the blue dragon's mouth. Compared to the king dragons, that dragon breath traveled at a faster pace, seeming to be boosted by wind magic. Mordred moved his sword to the front to block it. Normally a swordsman would not block but cut down spells. Even cutting down wind magic was possible. However, how would one cut down a continuous magic attack like a dragon's breath? Perhaps one could just keep swinging their sword again and again while escaping the affected range, but Mordred had a better technique just for that. Although it was not mana efficient, it looked quite cool. As the windstorm began to assault him, his sword glowed with the crimson-red thunder of mana burst as he held it firm in front of him like a laser blade, parting the flames. A few seconds later the breath attack finally ended and Mordred was revealed to remain standing in place, not shaken at all. Oh! Amazing. I'm simply bursting with inspiration here. The troubadour seemed delighted. The beast took flight with thunderous roar, its wings like storms, its rage a war. The prince stood firm, his blade enshrined. Mordred scratched his head. That's not quite what's happening here. The dragon never took flight. But either way, during this time the blue dragon had enough of it and charged at Mordred once again. Mordred agilely dodged it, then in the air slashed out with his sword, decapitating the beast in one final strike. The prince gripped tight, steel flashed with light, ready to end this thunderous fight. The dragon was already killed, but the troubadour was on the roll and continued singing while spinning round and round in place. Mordred laughed. Today he felt like he was Geralt. After finishing her song, the troubadour strung all of her strings at once one final time and smiled. Did you like it? My genius sometimes surprises even me. Mordred thought for a moment and said, I heard your earlier song in the city. If you want to make your songs more popular, they should be more catchy. The troubadour slightly frowned. What do you mean? I mean, the beat and the words should be more catchy. Make them songs that people would want to sing along. Or at least include a single chorus with simple yet catchy words and tunes that would stay stuck in their heads. For example. Mordred cleared his throat and began to sing, My mother told me, at a slow pace. My mother told me. Someday I would buy a galley with good oars, sail to distant shores. Stand upon the prow. Noble bark I steer. Steady the course to the haven, HEW many foemen. HEW many foemen. After a brief pause, he went at it again. My mother told me, someday I would buy a galley with good oars, sail to distant shores. Stand upon the prow, noble bark I steer. Steady the course to the haven, HEW many foemen. HEW many foemen. When Mordred finished, the troubadour had her hand covering her mouth with an expression of shock. She said, that was brilliant. Although I couldn't understand the words, I can tell that it's a great song. Did you write it yourself? Yes. Maybe it was not the best example, but what I meant to say is that a simple beat and a simple chorus make the most catchy songs that would get stuck in people's heads. It doesn't mean you have to dumb down the entire song. Just a single catchy part of it could skyrocket the song's popularity. I think. Is that so? That gives me a lot to think about. I suppose the rumors of you being a genius are not false. You could also make it as a musician. Of course. I'm good at everything, Mordred said half-jokingly. Ha. The troubadour chuckled, before saying, you have a good voice and talent for music, indeed. Boy, what do you think of running away from the palace and becoming a musician to tour the world with little old me? That. I think I'll have to pass on it for now. Ha. Mordred laughed. He could probably revolutionize the music scene of this entire world with his knowledge from Earth if he wanted to. It's too bad he simply had too many more important things to do. He could only leave that for later. Oh, what a pity. And it's also a pity I'm probably 10 times your age. Ha ha ha. The troubadour laughed. Mordred's eyes widened. 10 times. After killing the blue dragon, Mordred cut out its magic stone and took it. He then brought the dragon's head to the village and dropped it there, telling the demon race villagers that the dragon was killed and they could go to collect its corpse. With his job done, Mordred flew back to the Shyron Kingdom's capital with the troubadour. Following this event, in a one reclusive tribe of demons there would be a legend of a son of the sun who descended from the skies with the maiden of the moon to slay the evil dragon that terrorized their people. But that was a story for another time. And, next chapter, Azura Kingdom. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. Azura Kingdom, Fatoa Region. After landing in the capital, the Troubadour ignored the numerous people that stared at them and asked Mordred, "What do you plan to do next, boy?" It looked like she could tell they're about to part ways. Mordred hesitated for a while, before replying shortly, "I'm going to Azura." "Oh, is that so? It's too bad I just came from Azura with Roxy." The Troubadour looked disappointed. "Anyway, I'll be able to write a good song based on today. And I feel that we'll meet again." "I feel the same way." Before parting, Mordred received back the magic ring and gave the Troubadour a few gold coins, then left. From the beginning until the end he had never learned the Troubadour's true name. She remained in his mind as the mysterious Troubadour. But that's how it was meant to be. After coming to the palace, Mordred had the royal family of Shyron send information to the Adventurers Guild that they had taken care of the Blue Dragon. Mordred stayed one more day in Ratakia before deciding to resume his journey. By then Zenoba had sold all of the magic stones, for a profit of 760 gold coins, which were then turned into a few expensive rare magic crystals for the ease of carry. Before leaving, Mordred told Zenoba, "Thank you for your hard work, Zenoba. You can keep 100 gold coins for the trouble." "Ah, never mind that, master. I'm glad I could be of help. However, when would we meet again? I feel as if master is like a free bird that would be difficult to catch wind of." Zenoba seemed reluctant about Mordred already leaving. Mordred faintly smiled. "I have written this to you in my letter, but I can say it again. In several years from now I plan to join the Renoa University of Magic in Sharia. If you go there a few years from now, we'll be able to meet." "Renoa University of Magic, huh? In addition, I've decided that the next time we meet, I'll try to teach you how I make figurines." "Ah. Master, thank you so much." Zenoba suddenly bent down his head at a 90 degrees angle. "I've taught another person how to do it, but they had a great magic aptitude, so don't get your hopes up. It's possible you'll fail." "I understand, master. Nonetheless, I'm grateful you trust little me enough to attempt teaching me your secret arts." After leaving Shyron, Mordred flew directly west with Hector. He flew straight west for 4 to 5 hours continuously and eventually encountered a mountain range in his way. "Teacher. I think we can just rush through, flying over the mountain range. There's no chance for the red dragons to catch us." "Is that so? It is said that red dragons are poor at flight, indeed. With our speed we could probably safely pass through as you said." Going south along the mountain range would be a passage through the mountain called the Red Dragon's Lower Jaw. It was the only path that led through the mountain to the Azura Kingdom from the southern regions that allowed people to avoid being swarmed by hundreds of red dragons. But with the speed of Mordred's speeder there was no chance for dragons to catch them. Following this plan, Mordred continued flying across the Red Dragon mountain range. After entering the Red Dragon territory, he simply rushed through it at high speed. Countless dragons seemed to have noticed him, but soon after he was already gone. In this manner, Mordred passed through the mountain range in about half an hour. After leaving the mountainous regions, wide flat lands of green grasslands and forests greeted their sight. Here it is, Azura. In the south here would be the Washiru region of the Zephyrus, going north next would be the Milbits region of the Notos. And the Fatoa region and the Boreas family would only be even further north, that's where Eris and Rudeus are, still a good few hours' journey away from here. Having taken a good look, Mordred said, "Let's take a break to stretch our legs and have a meal. After that, we will travel alongside the mountain range, going north." Hearing this, Hector was confused. "Along the mountain range? Should we not travel along the coastline if we want to reach ours?" "No, my destination is the Fatoa region and the city of Roa." "City of Roa? Why?" After all, their original destination was the capital city of Azura and the water god-style headquarters located there. Mordred smiled and gave his prepared excuse, "I learned from the Troubadour that in Roa I can find Sword King Ghislaine. She began to work for the Boreas family as a sword instructor. I wish to meet her and have a spar with her." With this reason, Hector had nothing to say. Their traveling speed was absurdly fast anyway. Mordred felt glad. He totally did not want to go to Roa to meet Eris before Rudeus had a chance to begin brainwashing her. Totally not. In this manner, Mordred continued flying along the Red Dragon mountain range. He continued like this for a few more hours until they reached the Fatoa region. After asking around once, he easily found the direction to reach Roa. By the end of the same day, Mordred and Hector arrived in Roa. Rather than finding an inn, Mordred decided to simply land inside the castle of the Boreas. He flew over the city and passed high over the citadel's walls. After that, he slowly floated down to land in the central square of the citadel. By then, they were long noticed. A few guards rushed out together with a muscular brown-skinned beast woman. The beast woman was the one that approached them first once they landed, her sword already drawn and her eyes fiercely locked down on them. Who are you? Hector stood up first while Mordred was still placing down the speeder onto the ground. Are you the Black Wolf Sword King Ghislaine? Hector asked. It is me, said the beast woman. Who are you and what are your intentions? You don't need to be wary, we don't have nefarious intentions. My name is Hector Grant and I'm a knight of the Kingdragon Kingdom. This is the 16th prince, Mordred Kingdragon. After hearing this, Ghislaine frowned. She asked, Hector Grant. You are the steady sword Hector. I am indeed called by that name. Ghislaine went silent. This meant that this man was a water emperor. Unless she struck first and struck fast, he would not be an easy opponent. In the meantime, a red-haired girl rushed straight to the scene from the stables and began to stand along the soldiers with arms crossed in front of her chest. Mordred also noticed Ghislaine's wary expression and spoke up, My name is Mordred. I'm a sword saint. I heard about you and wanted to meet you, Ghislaine. Ghislaine faintly frowned. You are a sword saint? I am. How old are you? 8. Ghislaine was silent. The record for the youngest sword saint in the sword sanctum was 13. How could this boy be a sword saint at just 8? It sounded too unbelievable. But while Ghislaine was silent, the red-haired girl behind her didn't control the volume of her voice as she shouted out, 8 years old is just like me. How can you be a sword saint? You're lying. Mordred lightly chuckled. After glancing at Eris, he ignored her and looked at Ghislaine. How about we bring our swords down first? I apologize for suddenly appearing in the castle like this. We're not here to cause trouble. Ghislaine glanced at the young miss behind her, before saying. Then let us do that. It would be good if we avoided pointless bloodshed. She slowly sheathed her sword while Hector did the same. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice sounded out from the direction of the mansion. What's all this commotion? Who are you people and what are you doing in my house? It was a middle-aged man with a stern and cold expression, holding a walking cane as he approached them at a quick pace that was impossible for an ordinary human. Grandfather. The girl shouted out, looking high-spirited. Mordred gathered his words and did the Kingdragon noble's greeting, saying, My name is Mordred Kingdragon. I'm one of the princes of Kingdragon. Are you Soros Boreas Greyrat? After Mordred's greeting, the man's expression slightly changed, but he still kept staring at him with cold eyes. I am. I am the owner of this manor. How did you people get here? Although Soros was not shouting at them this time, his voice was so loud and strong that it gave the illusion as if he was. We flew here. Flew. Soros frowned. Ghislaine quickly explained, Soros-sama, they indeed did fly into the mansion from above using the contraption. The floating citadel chaos breaker would frequently pass by Roa, so a flying vehicle that could carry 2 people was not entirely an impossible thing. After a brief period of silence at the scene, Mordred said, We're just passing by and decided to pay a visit. Mr. Soros, I hope you can prepare a room for me and my Water Emperor bodyguard. We're not going to stay for long. After hearing Mordred's words, Soros's expression became increasingly dignified. Firstly, that little prince was not haughty nor arrogant and showed him a level of respect while making his request, which made Soros feel satisfied. Additionally, he was neither overly humble nor servile, which was also to Soros's personal liking. But most importantly, at the end, the boy claimed that his bodyguard was a water emperor. Naturally, Soros could not refuse a guest like this as the lord, regardless of the circumstances. So you were passing by. Fine then. It looks like you were taught proper manners and behave like royalty should. I will allow you to stay. Mordred inwardly set out a sigh of relief when he saw that things went smoothly and Soros granted them a stay in the citadel. In truth, he had all the right to use brute force and threats to make that happen, but he didn't want to become enemies with Soros in the beginning because he seemed to be a quite stubborn man for whom the first impression was important. Instead, he used what he knew about him from the novel to solve things peacefully and to get on his good side. After that was settled, Mordred smiled in a friendly manner and said, In truth, the reason I'm here is to meet Sword King Ghislaine. But first let's settle down. The 2 of us are exhausted after the journey. They flew here all the way from Shyron. Mentally, Mordred was exhausted from constantly maintaining the zero-gravity zone. Physically, he was extremely stiff from the hours of sitting. He wasn't in the mood for having a spar with the Sword King at this moment. Is that the case? Then come in and have some rest, said Soros. He then turned to the mansion's servants. Prepare a banquet to welcome Prince Mordred properly. In the meantime Mordred pulled out ashen sage from the speeder's handle. Soros silently invited Mordred to follow him. After taking a look at their luggage, Mordred decided to leave it and followed. All of their wealth was on his person anyway. Boy, so you came here all the way from the Kingdragon Kingdom? Soros asked on the way as he walked next to Mordred, assisted by his cane. Yes. I came from Wyvern. Wyvern. That's all the way to the south of the continent. It must have been a long journey. When flying through the air it isn't that long. It is possible to go from Wyvern to ours in just a few days, said Mordred. It was possible for him to do that even in a single day at top speed. But Mordred wanted to lowball the truth. Just a few days, eh? That's too hard to believe. Mordred maintained his cool, saying, it is. But when flying in a straight line at high speed it's easy to cross large distances quickly. Is that so? Is this flying machine a new invention of your Kingdragon Kingdom? Not quite. It can only fly thanks to my gravity magic. Only I can fly with it, because I'm a magic power Miko. So you're a Miko? Soros looked at him. Yes. But I'm a human too, Mordred replied, faintly smiling. After a moment's delay, Swaros bursted out with loud laughter, ah. Of course. Around this time, a person appeared in front of him. It was a handsome man in his 20s, waiting for them on the way with an amicable and gentle smile. When the group came close enough, the man placed a hand on his heart and bowed down his head in a dignified noble greeting that was quite different from what Mordred learned. My name is Philip Boreas Greyrat. I'm the city mayor of Roa. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, your highness. Mordred replied with the greeting of Kingdragon nobility, except that he didn't bow his head as low as Philip. Mordred Kingdragon, the 16th Prince of Kingdragon. Yes, I have already heard. It's a surprise to have a Prince of Kingdragon visit the city of Roa. Mordred smiled and replied in a light tone, I'm just one of many. Father is hard at work. I should have around 50 brothers and sisters combined by now. I already lost count. Ah. You're hilarious. Swaros bursted out into loud laughter and began to strongly slap Mordred on the back. I really like this boy. Mordred chuckled. Luckily, he was tough enough to withstand those slaps without tripping. Soros said sternly, Philip. I can guess what you're thinking. Don't bother the boy with the political nonsense. Today we will eat and drink to welcome Prince Mordred in the manor. Of course, father. Philip stepped out of their way with a gentle smile. Chapter 30. Boreas Family Banquet. Chatting with Soros on the way, Mordred and Hector were brought into the dining room of the mansion. In the meantime Philip stopped and pulled away his daughter who was heading straight to the dining room as well, his eyes narrowed. Eris, come here for a moment. Father. Philip looked down at her seriously. Eris, you must absolutely not be disrespectful to that prince. Contrary to what he said, he isn't just an ordinary prince. He's a blessed child and even has an emperor-ranked bodyguard. He surely has a high status in the Kingdragon Kingdom. If you offend him, you will really be making trouble for father. Eris frowned. So what if he was some blessed child or a prince? Did this mean she had to grovel before him or something? Philip's expression hardened. Eris, do you understand? I understand. I hope you do. Don't do anything excessive during the banquet and behave yourself. That's all I'm asking. But first, go see your mother and change. We can't have you join in this outfit and hair full of hay. The Kingdragon Kingdom and the Azura Kingdom were very far from each other, so there were no conflicts between them, but it couldn't be said that they were close allies. They were neutral. But in truth, the Kingdragon Kingdom had always eyed the Azura Kingdom like a hawk for any sign of weakness, looking to claim some of its bountiful land. It was only the distance between them and the Red Dragon Mountain range that prevented the Kingdragons from launching an invasion all these years. But could that stop this Miko prince from raining down destruction over Azura and from retreating at will in the future? Since he could fly, apparently not. Even Philip, who didn't know much about magic, could imagine this scenario. If such a thing were to happen, he at least didn't want to antagonize this prince. In fact, for his own political career, meeting Mordred might even be an opportunity for him. The future of the kingdom be damned. In the dining room, first tea and other drinks were quickly served while only Mordred, Hector and Soros sat down while Ghislaine remained standing at the side behind Soros to fulfill her bodyguard duties. Soros mostly talked with Mordred, with Hector also acting as a silent bodyguard. Next some appetizers were served. Around the same time Philip joined their table, smoothly sitting down opposite to Mordred, his smile gentle like before. Hello again. Mr. Philip. Philip replied to Mordred's greeting with his usual smile. HN. Soros said, boy, you said before that you wanted to meet our Ghislaine. Why? I just wanted to meet a sword king trained by the sword god. I also wanted to have a spar with her. Haha, you wanted to spar with a sword king. You've got guts. Soros found the idea amusing and punched Mordred's shoulder. Actually, I'm a sword saint, so our levels are not that far apart. HM. You say you're a sword saint, just how old are you? Soros looked at him sternly as if he wanted him to admit he's lying. I'm 8. Apparently I'm the youngest sword saint ever. It's again thanks to me being a Miko. Upon hearing this, Soros, Philip and Ghislaine all inhaled a deep breath in surprise, their expressions serious. What Mordred said was an achievement that was too difficult to believe. But if it was a result of him being a Miko, then it was no longer an impossibility. In the Boreas family, strength with the sword was more valued than magic. To them, an 8-year-old sword saint was a miracle. You're serious about it, said Soros. If it's true, then it's an extraordinary feat, Philip dryly chipped in. Right. The truth is that I came to Azura to train in the headquarters of the Water God style and the Sword God style. On the way, I found out that the only Sword King is in Roa and I decided to make a stop here first. Not revealing his identity was the original plan when visiting the capital first, but the order of things have now changed, so it didn't matter. The Sword Sanctum, with the Sword God who is politically uninvolved with any nation, was chosen as their next main destination instead. So it's like that. But you said before that you're a magic power Miko. How is that related to using a sword? Mordred faintly smiled and explained, battle aura is a kind of magic power, so the two are related. Somehow, me being born as a Miko made me good at both. Then you were truly born blessed with talent, boy. You must not waste it. Yes. Soros looked at Mordred dotingly, before his expression suddenly turned stern. He said, by the way, there is a girl in this mansion that's the same age as you. You've already seen her. I hope you're not going to seduce my granddaughter while you're here, boy. Ha. Mordred laughed dryly, pretending it was a joke. Philip chuckled and said, it is my daughter, Eris. She also has interest and talent for the sword, but nothing like your highness. Soros glared at him. Why are you talking down our Eris? She's a genius too. And she's a beautiful young girl like none other. Don't make it sound like she's not a good match for Prince Mordred. Mordred remained silent and chuckled inwardly. Just 10 seconds ago Soros directly threatened him to not seduce Eris, but now he spoke as if they were a good match. He just took it as random rambling. Meanwhile, Philip maintained a placid smile. He did not even have such wild hopes as trying to match the two of them because, just what boy in this world could handle his daughter and her crude and violent behavior? Surely not a prince raised in a royal palace, at least. Their conversation continued. At one point, two people entered the dining room who were not the servants. It was Eris along with a beautiful mature woman with bound-up red hair just like hers. Differently from before, Eris was now all dressed up. She wore a more meticulous outfit, her lush red hair looked fresh and clean, and she might even have some makeup on. Philip stood up from his seat. It's my wife, Hilda. And also our daughter, Eris. Hilda took hold of her dress and silently bowed down in a greeting. Next to her, Eris imitated the pose with a forced smile on her face, saying, Eris. Boreas. Greyrat. Nice to meet you. Mordred forced a wry smile. What greeted him was a twisted smile of humiliation as if Eris hated every moment of having to act like this. Soros immediately reacted. Oh, my. How cute, Eris. What did I say earlier? Eris is absolutely adorable. Don't you think, Prince Mordred? He asked Mordred while continuously patting his back again, awaiting his reply. Mordred smiled wryly again, muttering, You're asking me that? I guess, yes. What else was he supposed to say? Ha. Of course she is. Soros laughed. Meanwhile, Eris's smile was getting more ugly and twisted by the second. A while later, Mordred stood up and finally made his own greeting. Mordred Kingdragon, the 16th Prince of Kingdragon. With this final introduction, the Boreas family banquet had officially begun. During the banquet, Mordred sat next to the seat of honor, which belonged to Soros. Hector sat next to him, while on the other side of the table was Philip's family of 3. As the food was brought in, Mordred's head began to be filled with thoughts, hungry. 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 However, these thoughts did not belong to him, but came from Albion. Mordred chuckled. Okay, I get it, you're hungry. His sudden chuckle confused the other people at the table. Mordred looked at them and explained, I just heard from my familiar that he liked what he smelled. A familiar? Soros asked. Meanwhile, Eris became visibly interested. Mordred smiled. He pulled his chair a bit further from the table, looked down and quietly said, Albion, you can come out. Don't be shy. Don't say it as if I'm shy, Albion grumbled as he slowly came out of the magic pouch. But you are shy. But you don't need to say that out loud. Albion slowly rose up, revealing his head from behind the table to the others. Whoa. Eris was amazed. HN. Soros was expressionless. Isn't this a young dragon? Philip asked with a shocked face. Mordred plainly smiled. Yes, Albion is a dragon. He's from an extinct species of dragons and was summoned by me from a labyrinth. Oh, that's fascinating. Soros said, it sure is. So do you plan to bring a beast to eat at my table? Mordred saw that Soros was quite unhappy, perhaps he only liked the cute kind of animals and not so much reptiles. He said, Albion is very smart. He won't make a mess. I'm smart, stupid human. Albion glared at Soros. Soros was taken aback. This little dragon. It's glaring at me. Ah. The banquet continued. Albion sat on Mordred's lap. As Mordred put some food on his plate for himself, he also had another plate to feed Albion. Funnily enough, after eating a single magic crystal for the first time, Albion lost interest in them because they made him feel dizzy and had no taste, falling in love with raw dragon meat instead. Prince Mordred, you've got to try our Fatoan bread from Azuran wheat. I assure you, you won't find better bread anywhere else in Azura. Soros pitched, speaking with absolute confidence. Okay. Mordred cut a large bun in half with a knife and buttered it, then tried it as is. How was it? Soros asked. Mordred thought for a moment and gave his appraisal with a light smile. It's good. I like it. It has a unique taste. It feels filling and nutritious. Haha, does it? I doubt you'll find much Azuran wheat in the Kingdragom Kingdom. Yes. Our bread is whiter and sweeter. We also eat a lot of sweet potatoes. Rice imported from Senakia is also quite popular as commoners' food. What's rice? Asked Eris. It's brown kernels that are cooked like groats, Mordred explained, looking at her with a small smile. In this world, there is no commercialized white rice that's sweet and delicious like on Earth, and it's instead used as commoner food or animal feed. If there is sweet white rice, it is not widely manufactured. Ah. Eris looked disappointed with the answer. Mordred didn't care. That was reality. Soros said, you also cultivate lots of grapes like the Nodos. I've tried Kingdragon wine before. I say, it's for women. Mordred replied, haha, it's sweet. So maybe. Have you tried it before? No, not personally. But my master praised it during my 5th birthday party. My master is a woman. She's the Kingdragom Kingdom's court magician. Oh. Philip's expression was more and more dignified the more he learned about Mordred. This young prince was not only extremely talented and accomplished in various fields, but he also had perfect mannerism and good social skills, even managing to make his father like him, if only Eris was more like that. Meanwhile, Soros maintained a more reserved expression. Court magician is your master? Yes, of course, it's because I'm originally a magician and a Miko with high magic power. As time passed, Soros gave a small sausage to Albion and seemed to have warmed up to him, even saying that he's cute. Haha, does he like wine? He asked. Mr. Soros, he's a child, said Mordred. But it's a dragon child. That. Actually, I never tried. But I don't want to teach him bad habits. Wine. Is it good? No, it's disgusting, Mordred immediately replied. You're lying. I'm not. It's only that there are some sweet wines that might taste good, but they're not good for you. Secretly, he actually liked sweet wines, just not liking the habit of drinking. As expected. Just like a child, after hearing that something was bad for him and he shouldn't try it, Albion said, I want to try it. No, alcohol is for adults. You never see me drinking any, right? Seeing that, he managed to calm down Albion. Mordred felt satisfied. As one would expect, when handling a child one should first give an example with their own actions. Don't treat me like I'm a child. But you are. You're also. Ah. I forgot that boss is not a child. You're a human adult who died and was reborn by God. And you even know the future of this world from a story. Mordred was silent. Because Albion could read his thoughts, he could naturally not conceal the secret of his reincarnation from him. But this didn't change their relationship and only made the dragon respect him more. In the real world, Mordred saw that Soros was asking him something and glaring at him, but he was too preoccupied with Albion to hear properly. He asked, excuse me, could you repeat that? Soros slightly frowned. Why are you dazing off, boy? I asked if you want to drink a glass with me. Drink a glass. Mordred realized that Soros was talking about alcohol. With what he just said to Albion, he could naturally not accept. He didn't want to raise an alcoholic dragon. He said, no. Thank you. You don't want to drink with me. Soros glared at him. Ha. Mordred laughed dryly. Father. Prince Mordred is just 8. Shouldn't he wait at least until his 10th birthday with trying alcohol, said Philip. Soros waved his hand dismissively. My father gave me my first drink when I was 5. And he didn't raise a drunk. You're not a drunk either, right? Pressure builds until it bursts. In moderation, everything is for humans. After speaking, he took a drink from his wine glass, took a sip with dignity and then let out a satisfied breath. Pressure builds until it bursts. That might be true. But I have no interest in alcohol anyway. Mordred didn't want to end up like his father, so he rarely ever touched alcohol in his first life. Can I touch it? Eris asked at one point while Mordred was petting Albion who had fallen asleep on his lap. Sure. Eris walked around the table and soon reached Mordred's seat. She then delicately placed her hand at the back of Albion's white head and slid it down his back. It's smooth. And hard, said Eris and formed a look of disappointment. Mordred faintly smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed that like any child Eris liked pets too, but a dragon was surprisingly not her type, unlike for literally any boy her age. The banquet continued. It was mostly Soros chatting with Mordred while Philip occasionally pitched in. After eating his fill, and seeing the evening descending, Mordred excused himself with the excuse of being exhausted after having to use gravity magic for a long time. I feel like I want to sleep for 15 hours straight. Haha, is that so? Then go ahead and rest, boy. Being guided to his room by a servant, Mordred carried Albion with him in a daze, then dropped onto his bed and passed out. Chapter 31. Clashing Swords. True to his word, Mordred slept until late morning. As he woke up, Albion was still asleep. Or to say more correctly, he was probably asleep again, and would be asleep until evening unless something happened. After eating a simple breakfast of white beans, Fatoan bread and some meat from yesterday's broth, Mordred began to explore the mansion with Hector as his guardian. As the two reached the courtyard where they previously landed, they could hear a familiar sound. It was the sound of clashing wooden swords. Overlooking the outside from a wooden terrace, it was the scene of Ghislaine sparring with Eris. The red-haired girl swung her blade wildly while Ghislaine stood her ground, parried her blows and from time to time sent out her own attack or a feint. Mordred walked out. Just as Eris began to tire down and take a breather, he called out with a light smile, "Good morning." Ghislaine looked troubled for a few moments, before she bowed and replied courtly, "Good morning. Your Highness Prince Mordred." Making use of that moment of distraction, Eris plunged at Ghislaine to take her down. Ha! But Ghislaine nonchalantly swiped out with her own blade. Too slow. Eris's attack was easily blocked and her sword sent flying out of her hand. Huff, huff. Eris breathed roughly to restore her breath while looking up at Ghislaine. Of course, she couldn't surprise Ghislaine. Ghislaine's too amazing. Please forgive me, I don't know the royal etiquette, Ghislaine added apologetically as she bowed down her head toward Mordred. For a sword king, she's too submissive. Mordred thought secretly. Mordred said, "It's fine, Miss Ghislaine, I don't care about the etiquette. There's no need for Mississippi. Just Ghislaine is fine," Ghislaine said coolly. "I'm a sword saint and you're a sword king, so you deserve this much respect. But as you wish. We swordsmen speak with swords anyway, right? Let's have a spar." Boo. Mordred looked in the direction of the wooden sword abandoned by Eris. "I'll borrow it." He stretched out his hand. A moment later, the wooden sword began to shake for a while, before shooting out to fly through the air and land in his hand, as if he was using the force to summon his lightsaber. Catching the sword, he then briefly flourished it in one hand. "What? How did you do that?" Eris asked out loud with a shocked expression. Mordred lightly smiled at her and gently waved his hand before him, saying, "Magic." After showing off a bit, Mordred faced Ghislaine. "Ghislaine, I can use high-rank silent healing magic, so don't worry about hurting me." Boo. Ghislaine acknowledged it, but judging by her face, it didn't seem like she planned to be serious when fighting a kid. Mordred decided to compliment her a little, saying, "For a long time I wanted to witness the skills of a true sword king. We don't have any in the Kingdragon Kingdom. Ghislaine, I'm going to attack." "Go ahead." Ghislaine took a low guard of the sword god style. The low guard was one of three main stances of the sword god style, being the most suited for people with strong predictive instincts and fast reaction speed. Opposite Ghislaine, Mordred took the high guard, the most aggressive stance of the three. As he stood in place, magic power soon began to surge through inside his body as he used mana burst. Crackle, crackle. Crimson lightning currents appear along his limbs as a result of highly condensed mana. Ghislaine was surprised. What is that? Is this also magic? Suddenly, Mordred shot out from his spot and dashed straight at Ghislaine at high speed. Ha! Ghislaine's expression changed. In the next moment, a sword descended onto her body, which she narrowly blocked. So strong. Although she blocked it, her eyes shot wide open in shock. It was a little kid she fought, but the force behind that blow felt as if it came from a sword king. She hadn't received a strike like this since the time she trained under the sword god. Following that, the two began an incredibly intense exchange of sword strikes as Mordred mainly attacked and Ghislaine tried to stand her ground. Using Mana Burst to assist him, Mordred leaped around like a ninja or assassin class as his sword assaulted the tall beast woman again and again with strikes that were as fast as the wind. Every few moments, he would use Mana Burst to explosively raise his speed and strength, sending a much faster and powerful blow that would blow apart Ghislaine's guard. Very quickly, Ghislaine was pushed onto the defensive as she began retreating and barely managing to keep up with Mordred's savage attacks. And it was all because of those unpredictable sword strikes that were nearly twice as fast as others and much more powerful. If not for that red electricity that periodically strengthened the boy's movements, their speed would be about the same. The boy might have even been the one beaten instead because his strength and experience were inferior. But the reality was sad. Once they clashed swords, Sword King Ghislaine was the one being thoroughly suppressed. Despite lacking raw stats and experience, Mordred used Mana Burst and his powerful combat instincts to bridge this gap and end up on top. Outside the field, Eris watched this scene and her expression filled with complete bewilderment. How is he, this strong? Within several seconds, the two exchange around 100 sword strikes, but because they were too fast, Eris could barely see anything but the result of their clashes. As Ghislaine was pushed into a corner and ended up in a poor posture, Mordred decided to finish it and used a Mana Burst to send out a powerful and sudden front kick, also relying on the principles of Longsword of Light. Ugh! His kick landed on Ghislaine's muscular abdomen and sent her flying back through the air like a rag doll. The only thing that Ghislaine could do was reflexively flex her abdomen at the last moment by pure instinct. She flew for around 20 meters before agilely breaking her fall and landing on all fours like a cat. From this position, she looked up at Mordred in the distance with a face full of shock. She was defeated by this boy. Although she had underestimated him and was taken by surprise in the beginning, that fact remained. Name, Ghislaine de Doldia. Titles/nicknames, Black Wolf Sword King. Age. Statistics. Strength, C***. Endurance, C***. Agility, C***. Mana, E. Skills. Beast Race Instinct C. Longsword of Light C+. Demon Eye, Magic Power I. Demon Sword Here Immune. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Miko, Magic Prodigy, Youngest Sword Saint. Age, 8 years and 1 month. Statistics. Strength, D. Endurance, C***. Agility, C***, D***. Mana, A. Unique skills. Instinct B. Mana Burst B-. Magic Resistance C. Riding E+. Acquired skills. Longsword of Light C+. Longsword of Light, Mana Burst, C++. Flow E. Demon Sword Ascalon. Ghislaine's expression was dignified. She held nothing but absolute respect to this 8-year-old boy with the skills of a peak sword king. Ghislaine said, amazing. I doubted it when you said that you're a sword saint, but it seems I underestimated you. I lost this one. Eris ran in while shouting out in indignation, no, Ghislaine. You didn't even use Longsword of Light. If you did, you'd slice him into pieces. She stopped in the middle of the square with her arms crossed in front of her chest, glaring at Mordred and looking very reluctant to accept that Ghislaine could have lost. Ghislaine stood up and looked at her. Miss, it is just a spar. How could I use Longsword of Light here? Longsword of Light is an overkill one-shot technique. If she used it, she might have killed the prince. She'd naturally never seriously unleash it in a spar. But still, you didn't lose. Eris grumbled. Mordred chuckled and said, it's true. Ghislaine didn't get to use the Longsword of Light. If she did and attacked first, I would be in a bind. Although I have trump cards of my own. It is just sparring, so let's consider it a draw. Ghislaine wrinkled her eyebrows. She was thoroughly defeated, so how was it fine to call it a draw? However, this seemed to have convinced and calmed down Eris. On the other hand, Mordred didn't care. His ambitions were much greater than beating a sword king. Mordred continued, you were on the defensive, but it is not the domain of sword god style. How about we switch roles now for practice? You attack and I defend. Very well. As Mordred proposed, he was the one on the defensive this time while Ghislaine assaulted him with a flurry of rapid sword strikes. Because of Ghislaine's great physical strength, Mordred was under a lot of pressure. However, he utilized flow to cushion the force behind each blow using battle aura, allowing him to slightly bridge the gap in strength. He would not only passively defend, but after each attack, he'd then counterattack, forcing Ghislaine to constantly parry, block, evade and retreat. From time to time, he'd return a counter with the help of Mana Burst to disrupt Ghislaine's momentum. His reflexes were great and he could feel where Ghislaine's fast attacks would land each time, so although it was not easy for him to defuse the force of her strikes, from the outside it looked as if he could react to all of Ghislaine's attacks while gradually maiming her. Periodically, sword strikes, and primarily thrusts, landed on Ghislaine's body at a speed that made them impossible to avoid. Soon enough, Mordred landed 5 blows on Ghislaine's body in total, before Ghislaine managed to strongly cut him at a tricky angle once she got serious, grazing his body with the wooden sword. If it were Longsword of Light, or even just Longsword of Silence, Mordred would have been cut into 2. With this, Ghislaine leaped away, ending the fight. "So you're also trained in the Water God style?" Ghislaine said, an expression of amazement. "Of course. I trained more in the Water God style than the Sword God style, but my natural talent for Sword God style is slightly better," Mordred replied amidst heavy breaths. "You are highly skilled in Water God style as well. You have the strength and reflexes of a Water King. But what is that red energy that you're using?" Ghislaine no longer treated Mordred as just a junior but a senior swordsman like herself. Mordred said, "It's a technique I developed." You develop your own technique?" Ghislaine was shocked. "Yes. It uses bursts of magic power to improve explosive strength and speed. I call it Mana Burst. So it is not a swordsmanship technique, but a magic technique. Using magic power to assist in sword combat. I've never heard of anything like it." Ghislaine looked at Mordred again with amazement. Mordred plainly smiled. He said, "Let's continue sparring. I feel that I'm improving very quickly while fighting you." As Mordred initiated another fight, Ghislaine and him returned to clashing blades at speeds that made it difficult to keep track of. Not far away, Eris was deeply frowning as she stood there, her arms crossed, legs spread out wide and mouth in a firm V shape. She kept up tough appearances, but by now her mind was already a complete blank. It was a ridiculous idea for someone her age to defeat Ghislaine with the sword, but here was that guy. Why was she so weak and useless in comparison? It was too much. Beating people up was the one thing she was supposed to be good at. She could no longer bear watching the fight that was far above her level. She turned and ran away while suppressing her tears. Chapter 32. Stay in the Citadel of Roa. After another intense bout, this time a longer one, Mordred and Ghislaine took a breather again. That was when Ghislaine noticed that Eris was missing. Young Miss Eris. At that moment, Philip came out, explaining, "She ran away while the two of you were fighting. It seems my daughter received quite a blow by finally seeing someone her age that was stronger than her. But perhaps it will be a beneficial experience for her." Mordred heard it and faintly raised his eyebrows. Eris became insecure after seeing him fight. He sighed inwardly. Well, I already expected something like this might happen. This was probably also not the first time. Seeing an anomaly like Mordred, who excelled in everything to an absurd degree, would make any kid at a similar age feel depressed about their own accomplishments and talent. Mordred wavered for a moment, before he turned to the troubled Ghislaine and said, "Miss Ghislaine, don't worry about Eris. If she's still troubled later, I'll do something about it." Ooh. Ghislaine was surprised as if she didn't expect him to offer his help here. Philip became interested and asked him, "You'll do something about it? What do you mean? Like, motivate her or something? I know that seeing someone like me would make Eris feel insecure, but it's really pointless to compare to me." "Oh, you're very thoughtful. Even though it isn't your problem." Philip smiled. "Well, I feel responsible for being such a show-off." Mordred lightly smiled back. Philip chuckled. "Haha, very well. It seems that my daughter has run to her mother, so let's leave her for now. As for later, I'm counting on you. But while you're at it, please try to motivate her to pick up studying as well, if you could. You've learned how to read and write yourself, right?" "Of course." "Excellent." Philip smiled. "So you see, my daughter has no interest in studying at all and is a little spoiled, but she's also someone who hates losing and is very stubborn. If she saw that you can do all those things like reading, she might finally pick them up. Good luck with that." He sent Mordred a thumbs up and left. Mordred sent him off with an amused smile. A shrewd man, immediately making use of the opportunity and suddenly dumping all the responsibility onto him. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was deeply in thought as she watched Mordred, her hand nonchalantly resting on her hip. Mordred said, "Ghislaine, I have a request." "I want to train under you." Ghislaine raised her eyebrows, surprised. "Train under me? I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm capable enough. You should go to the Holy Land of Swords instead. My master, Lord Sword God, will surely take interest in you." Ghislaine lacked confidence, but he thought otherwise. "I know I can go to the Holy Land of Swords, but I still want to train under you first. I can win against you, but it's thanks to my magic power skill and not my swordsmanship. When it comes to Sword God style, there's still a lot I have to learn." Mordred was insistent, but Ghislaine still looked hesitant. Mordred added, you also train Eris, so if you agree, I can spar with Eris and help her improve. Oh. After hearing this, Ghislaine began to look interested. She hesitated for a long time, before saying, very well then. I am not sure if my skills as a teacher are enough, but I can train you in the sword god style as long as you're willing. However, you will need to ask Lord Soros for permission first. I understand. Then what about the pay? The pay? Ghislaine slightly tilted her head, confused. I mean, aren't you going to ask for a pay? Mordred smiled. Of course, I'll pay you too. Let's see. A saint-rank swordsman would ask for upwards of 1 gold coin per month of training, so is 4 gold coins per month enough? Huh. 4 is too much, 2 is enough, Ghislaine said after consideration. She received a salary of 5 gold coins per month from the Boreas, so she felt it would be unfair to ask Mordred to give her 4 gold coins for training him while her skills were this lacking. She originally even wanted to accept training Mordred without any pay whatsoever as a guest of the Boreas because she had not even thought about it. Mordred also noticed it, but he didn't want to scam Ghislaine. After his dragon-slaying episode, he didn't lack gold, so he could spare some. As for training under Ghislaine, he had only learned the sword god style from 2 sword saints who hadn't even trained in the Holy Land of Swords, so there were surely deficiencies in his sword god style and his longsword of light techniques. In the meantime he can continue practicing his water god style techniques with Hector. His flow was still only at the advanced rank level. To improve his strength, what he needed was not necessarily a water god or sword god instructor, but first and foremost time, alongside doing things that he could do anywhere. Because of his natural talent for it, there was no one who could teach him how to improve his longsword of light or mana burst further but just practice. Ghislaine was enough to show him the ropes. Additionally, he simply wanted to stay in Roa for a while longer. The fact that training with Ghislaine was beneficial to him was the nail that sealed the deal. But before that, he had to meet Soros and ask him for permission to live in the manor. After being led by the servants to meet Soros, Soros greeted him in a boisterous manner. Prince Mordred. I heard from Philip that you could match Ghislaine and even get an upper hand on her. Boy, isn't your strength a bit too monstrous? It is a bit. Mordred chuckled. Ha. Yet you're not a buffoon like the other royals. That's why I like you, boy. So, why did you come to me? How is the manor? Are you lacking anything? Soros questioned. I have no complaints, it is only that I have a request from Mr. Soros. What request? Say it. Soros stared at him. It was a stare that would make most people hesitate, but Mordred stayed calm. He made a brief pause, then said, I've decided to stay in Roa for a while to train under Ghislaine. Of course, if you'll allow me to stay. You want to stay in the manor? Soros looked at him. Mordred firmly nodded. Fine. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. But you'll have to settle it with Ghislaine if you want her to train you. I've already done that. Of course, I'll pay for my stay as well. There's no need for that. Soros waved his hand dismissively. I'll still pay. Soros glared at him. What? Do you think us grey rats can't afford a guest? That's not what I think. I just don't want to be a freeloader, Mordred replied with a light smile. By now he had gotten used to Soros's sudden shifts in mood and shouting. Pointless worry. Okay. Then I'll find another way to repay you. As you see fit, boy. As for the way to repay the Boreas, Mordred already had one, teaching Eris magic. That's why he mentioned this in advance. How long do you plan to stay in Roa, your highness? Hector asked after they left Soros's room. Let's begin with staying here for a month, Mordred brushed away the question. In truth, he felt he might stay in Roa for upwards of a year. Hitagami can't see into places with high mana density, is that it? If it's true, then Roa is a perfect place for me to stay until my strength grows closer to god rank. Being invisible to Hitagami here, he would also minimize his influence in the outside world. In a way, it might earn him more training time. Although there might be a time bomb in the form of the mana orb above his head, he was less afraid of being teleported somewhere than having Hitagami target him earlier. On the same day, Mordred gave Ghislaine 2 gold coins as an advance payment and practiced his sword god style with her as his instructor. Later, he did some magic training of his own and was invited for dinner at noon, which he ate in the main dining room together with the entire Boreas family again, talking about random topics like what it's like living in Wyvern in the royal palace. Doing more water god style practice with Hector in the afternoon and evening, the first day of his stay passed by. Next day, Mordred ate breakfast with the Boreas and then came to the square for morning sword practice. Why is he here again? Eris asked Ghislaine while frowning, not hiding her dissatisfaction. Ghislaine patiently explained, Miss Eris, I've agreed to train Prince Mordred in the sword god style. From now on he will practice with you. What? I don't wanna. Just us two is enough. Eris crossed her arms with a stubborn attitude. Miss, it's a chance for you to practice with an opponent of similar size. That's why I've agreed to it. Make use of this chance to improve your skills. N. Eris seemed like she was a boiling pot. Before her reply came out, why do I have to? You said I'm improving just fine before. And, he's much stronger than me. Ghislaine sighed, and her tone became much harsher. Eris. Don't act like a child. If you want to improve with the sword, you have to train with people stronger than you. If you trained with a weakling, you'll stay a weakling. But if you train with someone strong, you'll at least learn to not lose too badly. Do you understand? Eris was slightly surprised, before muttering a defeated reply, I understand. Good. Then let's begin. Ghislaine turned to Mordred. Prince Mordred, I know that you're royalty, but from now on I will refer to you by name during our training. It is necessary. Okay. Good. We're starting with a warm-up. The training session began with 200 practice swings as a warm-up. After that, Ghislaine paired Mordred and Eris to spar as a pair. Opposite Mordred, Eris's mouth was formed in a strong V-shape as she stared at her opponent with a hesitant expression. Begin. Once Ghislaine's command sounded out, all of Eris's hesitation seemed to have disappeared as she viciously plunged forward in spite of all her worries. Mordred parried Eris's reckless attack and then smoothly hit her sword hand with a light flick, making her release her sword. Ouch! Eris let out a pained groan, then grabbed her hurt hand and hatefully glared at Mordred. Mordred took a step closer to Eris with his sword lowered, saying, Let me heal you. Eris hesitated, seeming to consider a sneak attack, but in the end didn't do anything. It's probably because it would be pointless. Mordred grabbed her wrist and used silent healing magic, causing green light to shine around her hand. In an instant, all the pain Eris felt was gone. She was surprised. How did you do that? Healing magic. I know this, but you didn't even say anything. I can use magic without saying anything. What? Eris heard this and her previous unhappy frown deepened. After all, she just learned that this boy her age was even more amazing than she thought. Mordred said, by the way, be slightly more careful when attacking. I've brought down my own speed to your level. You got hit only because you didn't even consider defense. Although his wrist flick was nimble, he still clearly telegraphed it. After all, he could easily beat up this little girl if he wanted to. Eris stubbornly didn't reply. The spar continued. Sometimes it would be Ghislaine that would comment and give Eris advice, sometimes it was Mordred. After several exchanges, Mordred said, Eris, can you relax a little? Eris's humiliation level at being constantly corrected reached a level where she did not want to speak anymore. What I mean is that you're very stiff and stubborn. I know that you really want to beat me and you're serious about it, but when you're this stiff, you can't fight optimally. So just relax. You see, it is a spar. Not every exchange needs to be about winning or losing. Because, it's practice. So focus on improving and not on winning. After a brief pause, Mordred faintly smiled and continued, You're already amazing for your age. So don't compare yourself to me, if you do. I was born as a Miko, so I have the advantage early on, but you can still become strong over time. Eris's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect after all this and after her aggressive attitude for Mordred to stay this nice and even compliment her. Purely because she wanted to be acknowledged for her sword skills, she blushed in embarrassment. I got it. The first part of the training was focused on helping Eris improve. Afterward, Eris began to do some physical conditioning by running around the square while Mordred started to spar and practice with Ghislaine instead. Heroine status update. Name, Eris Boreas Greyrat. Title, Young Miss, Terror of Tutors, by all her tutors. Age. Personality, fierce and stubborn. 100% feral with aristocratic seasoning. Doesn't like losing, sitting still and being told no. Does solve problems with volume and violence. Reading/writing, can write, Eris. Spells it in all caps for intimidation. Mathematics, can add single digits. Will add fists if numbers get uppity. Etiquette, can do the Boreas-style greeting. May bite mid-bow. Magic, got no clue. Swordsmanship, sword god style, elementary rank. Still, attacks like she's berserker class. People she likes, grandfather, Ghislaine. People she likes a little, Mordred. People she doesn't like, Mordred, it's complicated. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. Visiting Buena. After the training session, Mordred and Eris ate second breakfast and Mordred came to his own room. Soon after, someone knocked and Philip came in. Your Highness. Philip performed the noble's greeting in a way that did not make him seem overly servile but elegant instead. Mr. Philip. Mordred greeted him by simply standing up from his desk before sitting back down. Philip sat down on the bed in the room, near Mordred. With his usual gentle smile, said, I've seen you helping Eris during sword training. Thank you for that and thank you for being this patient. My father had spoiled her too much, so she's a bit hard to handle. However, you didn't try to convince her to begin studying reading and other subjects yet, did you? Not yet. Before Mordred gathered his words, Philip continued, You see, for my daughter it is even more important that she'd learn these scholarly subjects than improve with the sword. After all, as her father I want her to grow up to be an elegant noble lady. Mordred felt slightly amused. An elegant noble lady. Why didn't you think about it before spoiling her? He doubted that Soros was the only one spoiling Eris. Right now Philip was basically dumping all the parenting work onto him. What is it? Do you doubt my daughter could become an elegant noble lady? Philip asked this with a smile. Mordred chuckled and said, That's not it. People can change. But I only think that you might underestimate Eris's talent for the sword. Oh. Perhaps forcing her to become an elegant noble lady is a waste. She might achieve even more with the sword. I still want her to become an elegant noble lady, said Philip. After a while, Mordred replied, Well, she certainly at least needs to learn the basics like reading and writing. Well, we can agree on this. And so, I'd appreciate it if you convinced her to begin her studies. The two chatter a bit more. Soon, Philip thanked Mordred, apologized and left. Mordred let out a breath. Philip was out of line, but perhaps he wanted him to get invested into Eris. Either way, Mordred did want to help Eris. For now, he didn't try to convince Eris to do any kind of studying and only gave his advice during sword training. He felt that first he should gain more of her respect and get to like him. This way it will be far easier to make her do anything. As for afterwards, if he really convinced Eris to begin studying already, there would be no need for Rudeus to be invited into the manor in the future. That was both a good thing and a bad thing. Firstly, Eris would begin her studies earlier, which is naturally a good thing. Mordred planned to make her begin studying at least magic earlier anyway. He wished for her to become stronger than in canon and perhaps even learn some low-rank silent magic. And although Rudeus might be a very good and fitting tutor for her, it is not necessary for him to be the one teaching her the most basic things like arithmetics or reading. Anyone could teach her basic things like that because it was all just a matter of motivation. Additionally, although Mordred was confident and doubted he'd end up cuckolded, he still felt a little uncomfortable with the idea of leaving Rudeus with Eris for years while he's gone out to do his training. But for the bad things, Mordred would lose a chance to forge a relationship with Rudeus. In this world Rudeus would still be a magician with great skill second only to him or Orsted. He'd be useful. At least, Mordred had the idea of making Rudeus create stone roads all over his empire in the future. Another point was that with Philip being so insistent, it was difficult for Mordred to not fulfill his request. If he purposely didn't do that for a year after all that happened, it just wasn't right. The silver lining was that Mordred did not necessarily need Rudeus to come to the manor if he wanted to forge a relationship with him. With this simple thought, everything became easier. If Rudeus won't come to him, then he would come to Rudeus. Mordred planned to visit the village where Rudeus should leave, but first there was someone he needed to deal with. To that end, before Philip visited him, Mordred invited Ghislaine into his room after the swordsmanship practice. Prince Mordred, why did you want to see me? Mordred closed the door, looked at Ghislaine and said, Ghislaine, you work as a bodyguard and sellsword of the Boreas as well, right? Correct. Then there's something you need to know. Mordred came in closer, then said, I noticed that one of the butlers in the manor behaves strangely. He's been following me and acts in a suspicious manner. I suspect he's a spy of another faction. Who's that? Ghislaine's eyes immediately turned cold and she placed her hand on her sword as if she fully believed Mordred's words without any hesitation. Relax. It's the butler that I saw with Mr. Philip, the burly one. I think his name was Thomas. Thomas. Ghislaine frowned. That guy did give me a strange feeling. So my instincts weren't wrong. Mordred felt relieved when he saw that he easily bought Ghislaine onto this. Half of what he said were made-up lies, but Thomas being a spy was a fact that he knew from the original show. He apparently worked for Darius, a perverted noble who's also an apostle of Hidegami. It was unknown if he worked for him at all times, but he did partake in Eris's kidnapping in canon. Mordred could not allow Thomas to inform Darius of his stay in the Boreas. Mordred said, That's why I want to propose this, keep watch of the entrance and exit of the manor. Because it's you, no one will find it suspicious. Then when you notice Thomas leaving, follow him secretly. If you see him being suspicious as he tries to send a letter, capture him and bring him back with the letter. Or if you see him meeting with someone suspicious, spy on them and barge in when needed. Remember that it's better if the enemy factions don't learn that I'm staying with the Boreas, so don't let the other person off. The Azura Kingdom and the Kingdragom Kingdom were not enemies, but their relationship could not exactly be considered friendly. It is more that they were simply too far apart to fight. Soros might have not bothered to think about it, but it was better for both parties if the outside nobles didn't know about him being with the Boreas. I understand, but I cannot watch the entrance and exit of the manor at all times. I know, but I think Thomas will come out soon. It's because he had just learned that I would be staying here. As long as you keep watch during the day and evening, you should notice him leaving. As a servant, the most likely time he would be free is during very early morning before dawn or in the late evening. But it's just my guess. I understand. Following that, under the pretext of searching for a forest with monsters, Mordred learned of the location of Buena Village from Ghislaine. The forests near the city were all cleared up of monsters, but going past Buena Village there was a forest area that still had monsters living deep within. Journey to that village usually took around 6 hours on horseback, but for Sabre Airlines that kind of distance was nothing. With this piece of information, he decided to begin acting. Once he confirms Rudeus's existence and confirms the fact that he could form relations with him, he'd begin Eris's training in earnest. After Philip visited him, Mordred set off. He quickly rose high up into the sky to avoid being seen properly by others and then flew straight in the direction of the Buena Village. It was late morning. On top of the tallest hill of the Buena Village, a 6-year-old son of the village's knight and a 6-year-old green-haired girl played together like usual. Rudy. How do you read this? Sylphiette asked while pointing at the book in her hand. This? It's avalanche. Avalancha. Yeah. It's when a large amount of snow falls down from a mountainside all at once. Boo. Rudy knows a lot. Sylphiette smiled. This. It's nothing special. Rudeus scratched his head, his face turning red in embarrassment. It was just recently that he learned that Sylph was not a pretty boy but a girl. As the two continued their usual magic training, Rudeus suddenly accidentally noticed something in the sky. It looked like a red shooting star, except it was way too close to the ground to be one. He was surprised. What's that? Sylphiette noticed Rudeus being distracted and followed his line of sight. As the two continued observing the sky, the shooting star suddenly lost her luster, slowed down and hung up in the sky high above them. That's when Rudeus noticed that it was not a shooting star but might be a living being. Rudeus stood up in alarm with expression of fright. The thing was too far away so he couldn't see clearly. It wouldn't be some kind of flying monster, right? Like a dragon. In fact, it could not be anything else but a monster because there is no such thing as flight magic in this world. Thinking of this, Rudeus grabbed Sylphie's hand and pulled her closer to the tree trunk to hide them both under the tree. Rudy. Sylphiette was confused but didn't resist. High above in the air, it was Mordred. He looked down onto the hill. As far as he could see, it was the most eye-catching landmark in this entire area and that's why he came to check it out. It was said in the novel that Rudeus and Sylphie made that tree at the hill their base and played there every day. That should have been the case while they're 5 years old to 7 years old, or at least until 6 years old. And indeed, while passing by the hill of the Buena Village, he noticed 2 kids sitting under the shade of a tree. One of them had green hair and another light brown. Did they hide from me? Too bad, but my eyesight is too good when I focus. Got you. After pausing, Mordred changed his direction and began to fly down toward the tree at the hill. A dozen seconds later, Rudeus and Sylphiette, who still hid under the tree, were shocked to see a person descend straight from the sky like a divine being. What the hell? It's a person. Rudeus was shocked. He had asked Roxy about it, but there had never been anyone who could straight out fly using magic. Sylphiette was also taken aback. After all, it was her first time seeing a person that could fly through the sky. The other unfamiliar person looked at them calmly while holding a short magic staff in his hand. It was a young boy that was not that much older than them. Rudeus was still surprised, but after a moment felt a slight sense of relief. After all, it was not a monster but a person. Mordred spoke up, "Hello. Can you two tell me where I can find the monster forest?" Chapter 34, Chapter 34. Rudeus Greyrat. Monster, forest? Rudeus asked. Mordred slightly smiled. Yeah. I came here from Roa to visit the monster forest for training. It's in that direction, right? After speaking, he pointed straight east. Ah, yes. Somewhat. But the entrance to the forest is this way. Rudeus absent-mindedly pointed in a direction that was slightly off from what Mordred had shown. At the same time, Rudeus thought, Roa. That's the largest city in the region. And he especially came here to train in a forest filled with monsters. This person shouldn't be someone weak and his clothes are also expensive, and so is his staff. He should be a noble. I can't piss him off. Oh, I see. Thank you. Mordred sent the two a polite smile as a thanks, then looked away in the direction of the forest. It seemed as if he would leave at that moment, but before that he suddenly turned back to look at them again. And isn't this a magic wand? Are you two aspiring magicians? We are magicians, Rudeus replied after consideration. A magician was anyone who could at least cast a single elementary rank spell. Oh, that's interesting. I'm a bit of a magician myself too, as you can see. Mordred glanced down at the staff in his hand with a small smile. Yes. With the size of that magic stone, Rudeus guessed that this staff had to be ridiculously expensive. At any rate. My name is Mordred Kingdragon. It's nice to meet you too. Mordred performed the royal greeting of Kingdragon, except the more casual version that a superior would use. Rudeus Greyrat, nice to meet you. Rudeus politely bowed down, attempting to imitate a noble's greeting with a very humble attitude. He had never heard of the surname Kingdragon, but this young magician was clearly a high-ranking noble at least. Fiat. Fiat imitated Rudeus, but in a far more clumsy manner, speaking timidly and so quietly that it could barely be heard. Mordred plainly smiled at her. Fiat. Then you are not a suppard. It was only a natural response when meeting someone with green hair like Sylphie, so that's what he said. No. Fiat said strongly. I see. Suppards proudly use the name of their race as their surname, their skin is white and they have a red gem on their forehead, so I believe you. Boo. Rudeus was enlightened and slightly surprised. It seemed that this noble magician was quite knowledgeable, that much was not something that even Roxy had told him. Mordred continued, you have elf ears, so one of your parents should be an elf or a half-elf, and you also have some demon race blood in you, am I right? One of my sisters is like this. Her mother is a demon and she inherited her blue hair. Sylphiette was quiet as she seemed to be taking all of that in. Meanwhile, Rudeus observed the young noble boy with curiosity. This person was both highly perceptive and his background was mysteries. However, after a moment a realization struck him and a shocked and frightened expression appeared on his face. It was because this young blonde boy was just too handsome. He was no different from a young Prince Charming from a light novel. In comparison to Rudeus, who felt that he was only average, the difference was too great. Oh, no. Don't tell me he might steal my Sylphie. Rudeus felt a crisis approaching as he saw an odd expression on Sylphie's face while the young noble boy talked to her. However, this worry was completely unnecessary because Mordred had no interest in Sylphiette. Sylphie was one person that he could leave for Rudeus, so he'd be happy and not alone. Unless the stars aligned for them to end up together, he also had no interest in other flat-chested Lolas in general. He preferred well-developed women, if possible. Mordred noticed Rudeus's terrified and twisted expression and asked, "Are you okay?" "Why yeah." Rudeus forced a smile that looked awkward and ugly as if he was mocking the other person. It was a kind of nasty mocking smile that made you think the other person was a total creep and it made you want to punch them, or if you had more insight, that he was extremely bad at socializing and at smiling. Mordred said, "Are you sure? You look like you have constipation. Want me to cast healing magic on you?" "What?" Rudeus was stunned. "What? Constipation? Does his face really look like this? And would healing magic even help with constipation? Would you not need detoxification magic for that?" Rudeus's train of thought took a strange turn. "I'm just joking." Ha ha ha. Mordred began to laugh out loud. He laughed at him for a while, before saying, "Anyway, it's fate that we met. Here." He rummaged through his storage pouch and took out 2 gold coins. He then approached the two and gave them a gold coin each. With a light smile, he said, "You can use it to buy some sweets. But do this through your parents or you might get it stolen instead." Rudeus and Sylphiette received the gold coins in a daze. After wavering for a moment, Rudeus quickly bowed his head low. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Mordred grinned and then turned away. "Farewell, Rudeus, Sylphiette." In the next moment, he leaped off the ground and flew away. Rudeus and Sylphiette remained at the tree, looking up at the mysterious boy they just met by chance. After Mordred disappeared behind the horizon, Rudeus looked down at the gold coin in his hand. A single gold coin is equal to 2 months of Roxy's salary, but he gave us one each so casually. His name was Mordred, right? Mordred Kingdragon or something. This gives me a familiar feeling. Rudeus felt that Mordred was a very mysterious person. And very likely, he was a son of a high-ranking and filthy rich noble family. It's too bad that as a typical Japanese weeaboo, Rudeus was not very familiar with the Arthurian legends. And interestingly, something like Fate/Stay Night had not even come out by the time he died and reincarnated. "Rudy. Can you fly too?" Sylphiette suddenly asked him. "What? No. My master hadn't told me that flight magic even existed." After leaving the hill with Rudeus and Sylphiette, Mordred flew to the forest just like he told them. Although he used the monster forest as an excuse to strike a conversation with the two, he also planned to visit the forest since he was already there. That was, to practice his magic without worry about damaging the terrain. He had used gravity magic for hours to get to Roa, but he only used it to create a zero-gravity field to negate the present gravity, which was not costly. Mana burst was also used periodically and not much energy was needed to propel a speeder which defied gravity. He still had magic power to spare. To use fairly cheap spells like Railgun, it was enough. After flying along the beaten village path for a while, Mordred noticed a wooden watchtower on the way near a gate that led to a forest. He paused there and landed. High up from the watchtower, two men looked down at him with stunned faces. Mordred put mana into his eyes and saw a blonde-haired half-elf and a brown-haired young human man being the ones on the lookout. "Hello there." Mordred raised his hand. The two men still seemed to be stunned. Mordred continued, "I'm going to go into the forest to do some magic, so don't be alarmed when you hear some explosions." "Well, bye." After saying his piece, Mordred leaped up into the air and then shot out through the air like a red arrow. Up on the watchtower, Rawls and Paul continued staring in a daze at the empty space where the little flying boy was earlier, before looking at each other. "You saw this too, right, Rawls?" "Yeah." Further away, after leaving the watchtower, Mordred began to sing as he flew through the forest while doing a barrel roll, all along the watchtower. Said the Joker to the thief. "There's too much confusion, I can't get no relief. Damn, I feel like picking up an instrument." He didn't care about finding monsters and began to take a stride through the forest while mainly practicing to improve the power of his railgun on the trees and rocks, sometimes using lightning explosion. After spending a period of time training in the forest, he flew back to Roa and reached the castle in around 10 minutes. Later that day. Grey Rat household in Buena Village. Paul returned from his daily watch near the forest. While the family sat down together for the evening meal, he casually said, "You wouldn't believe it. Today I saw a flying kid at work. He came into the monster forest, flying through the air like a bird. At first I thought it was an illusion or a ghost, but Rawls saw him too." Rudeus heard this and was stunned. A flying kid? It must have been Mordred. He said, "Actually, I've seen him too." "Ah. You saw him too, Rudy?" Paul looked at him, surprised. Rudeus nodded. "Yes. I met him when I was with Sylphie. We even talked. He said that his name is Mordred Kingdragon." "Eh?" Paul was stunned. "Kingdragon? Are you sure?" Rudeus was slightly confused by Paul's shock. "Yeah. Why?" At this moment, Zenith spoke up, explaining, "Kingdragon is a surname of the royal family of the Kingdragom Kingdom." "Oh." Rudeus was taken aback. So Mordred was not nobility but actually royalty. A prince. It seemed he was someone very special. "Rudy, you've met such an amazing person." Zenith stared at Rudeus with an intense gaze and a smile. "Yeah. How old is he?" "About 2 years older than me, I think." "Did you two become friends?" "Eh? Okay, I get it now." Rudeus by now realized that Zenith simply treated him as a kid and rooted for him to find more friends. That's why she interrogated him like this. Rudeus sighed, then said, "Yeah. I guess so. Yay. My Rudy has a new friend." Zenith was very cheerful. Paul calmly said, "No, but this isn't right. Kingdragom Kingdom is all the way at the edge of the continent. Why would their prince be here in Buena Village? Who knows, maybe he's traveling." Zenith shrugged. Rudeus said, "He said that he came from Roa. He came here to practice in the monster forest." "To practice in the forest?" "That's what he told us at the watchtower too." "Father, what do you know about flight magic?" Rudeus suddenly asked. "Ah. Well, I didn't even know it existed until today." "Ah. Really?" Paul felt speechless when he saw Rudeus's expression that looked as if he realized he shouldn't have expected anything from him in the first place. He felt that he didn't want to be such a useless father, so he exercised his brain cells for a while and finally said, "The only explanation I can give you is that he might be related to the Heaven race or a rare demon race, or he could be a Miko." "Heaven race? Miko?" Rudeus heard these terms for the first time. Roxy mostly taught him magic and only answered his questions on other objects when he asked about it, so his knowledge of the world as a whole was still a bit lacking. Paul explained, "Heaven race are people with wings who can fly. They live on the Heaven continent in isolation. But they're supposed to have wings. As for a Miko, it's someone born with an abnormality in their magic power. They have a special ability or a trait as a result. If it's something beneficial, they're called a blessed child. If it's something negative, then it's a cursed child. A blessed child. So was Mordred a blessed child? Rudeus thought. Later that day, Rudeus attempted flight magic in his room by repeatedly jumping up and down like Mordred did. But with no success. As for the gold coin he received from Mordred, he told Sylphie to make it their secret and kept the gold for an emergency like him being kicked out of the house again. Name, Rudeus Greyrat. Nicknames, Rudy. Age. Statistics. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Mana, C** peak king rank. Skills. Silent casting, excluding healing and detoxification magic. Magic. Water magic, Saint rank. Fire, wind, and earth magic, advanced rank. Healing magic, intermediate rank. Detoxification magic, elementary rank. Barrier, summoning and divine strike magic, no clue. Swordsmanship. Sword god style, elementary rank, almost there. Other. Reading and writing, human language, basic noble etiquette. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. Heiress versus studying. Later during the same day. As Mordred had already retreated to his room in the evening, he suddenly heard a commotion in the corridor. "Let me go, you beast woman. I already told you, I was only sending a letter to my family." Mordred heard these words clearly while he was focused on his telekinesis practice to improve mana control. Oh. It seems that he caught a rat. And it wasn't a grey rat. Soon after, Ghislaine dragged Thomas into Mordred's room and threw him in by force. While Thomas glared at her hatefully, Ghislaine bowed before Mordred. "Your Highness. I saw this guy acting all suspicious with a letter in hand. I can't read, so you read this." She took out a letter that was held by her belt at her waist and gave it to Mordred. Thomas began making excuses again, but Ghislaine held him down while Mordred ignored him completely, cut open the letter and began to read it. After a while, a smirk appeared on his lips. He had once read in a light novel that after not being caught the first few times, spies and people like corrupt politicians often falsely believe that they won't be caught, so they lower their guard. Perhaps owing to that, Thomas was fortunately not subtle in his spying and didn't use any special code. In the letter, he described in detail all the happenings in the Boreas manor as if he was writing a monthly update. Mordred had only suspected that this might be the case, but with this there'd be no doubt that Thomas is a spy. Mordred looked away from the letter, at Ghislaine, and said, "This guy is definitely a spy. Bring him to Lord Sorrows." "Humph." Ghislaine snorted coldly as she looked at Thomas with disdain. "Understood." "Actually, maybe not Lord Sorrows," Mordred corrected himself. "If we interrupted him at night with this kind of news, he might beat up this poor guy to death on the spot." "It is not impossible for Lord Sorrows to do that," Ghislaine said after consideration. Mordred chuckled. "Yes, then let's go to Mr. Philip." He was slightly interested in what information he might learn from that butler, so it was better to bring him to Philip. And so, Thomas was brought to Philip along with the letter. Thomas begged Philip for forgiveness on his knees, but Philip still ordered to throw him into a cell. Afterwards, Philip, Ghislaine and Mordred were together, along with Hector who heard the commotion and joined Mordred earlier on. Philip and Mordred sat on the sofas opposite each other, while the other two stood behind them like their respective bodyguards. Philip said, "Prince Mordred, I really have to thank you for this. I haven't noticed his suspicious behavior at all, and I was one of the closest people to Thomas. Who knows for how long he has been selling information to enemy factions of the Boreas. There is a saying, a person on the spot is baffled, but an outsider sees clearly," Mordred said, using a Chinese proverb from Earth. Or more precisely, it was a Chinese proverb he learned from reading Reverend Insanity. A person on the spot is baffled. So you're saying that as an outsider you could notice his suspicious behavior easily while we saw it as normal. Interesting. It is indeed sometimes like this. Philip smiled. Then since this is over, I'm going to go to sleep, Mordred said as he stood up. Yes. You can leave. I'll just thank you again because this had nothing to do with you, but you still helped us. Philip smiled again. Then you can thank Ghislaine too. It's her who kept watch and caught Thomas. I hardly did anything. Mordred lightly smiled. Ghislaine said firmly, "No. It's only because Prince Mordred told me about him that I managed to catch this spy." Mordred faintly smirked as he looked at Ghislaine. Ghislaine was too good for the Boreas, they were really lucky to get a sword king like her. Next morning, Mordred once again had sword god-style training under Ghislaine with Eris. This being their second session, Eris's attitude toward Mordred was not as antagonistic as before. However, she was still very stubborn. Even though it was as clear as day that she could never win against Mordred, she never gave up. It was as if the more she was humbled or kicked down, the stronger her fighting spirit got. During their sparring, Mordred would often use silent healing magic on her to help her quickly recover from any small injuries to keep on training. At one time, he said, "Eris, you haven't learned any magic, right?" After hearing this, Eris frowned and crossed her arms, "So what if I didn't? What I mean to say is that magic is quite useful, right?" If you knew how to do magic, you wouldn't need me to heal you. NNN. Eris didn't seem convinced. Although that was true, she didn't like doing things she wasn't good at, and learning magic seemed like not something pleasant or worth the effort. It was pointless if someone else could do it for her. Mordred continued, when traveling from the Kingdragom Kingdom I used magic to create fresh water for drinking and bathing. And I used fire magic to light up a fire to cook our food and to keep us warm at night. I used earth magic to make a stone tent to spend the night in too. Magic is very useful while adventuring too. Oh. After hearing all this, Eris became much more interested, her eyes suddenly turning round. After waving for a while, she proclaimed, "Ugh. I think I will learn magic." Mordred lightly smiled. The easy part was out of the way. Now the hard part was left. He said, "That's good. But I heard from your father that at your age you still don't know how to read or write. So what? Do you think I'm stupid?" Eris tightened her stance, glaring at him unhappily. Mordred remained unmoved. "That's not what I think. But do you want other people to think you're stupid?" In an instant, Eris calmed down a great deal, although she was still frowning. She strongly said, "It's too annoying to learn that stuff. I don't need it." "Are you sure? If you don't know how to read or write when you need to, then you'll be in trouble." "Ghislaine, were there times in the past when you experienced problems because you couldn't read?" Mordred looked at Ghislaine, passing the baton to her. While Eris also turned in that direction, he sent Ghislaine 3 strong winks. Ghislaine looked at Mordred puzzledly for a while, before she eventually seemed to have realized what he wanted her to say. "Oh. Many times, actually. And the last time was with that spy. Although I saw that he was suspicious, I couldn't read his letter, so I had to bring him all the way back to the Citadel. I worried I might have messed up." "Oh. What spy?" Eris became interested. "The spy in the manor that I caught yesterday with Prince Mordred," said Ghislaine. "Oh, really? Ghislaine is amazing," proclaimed Eris. "And what about me?" "A background character." Mordred maintains a plain smile while secretly joking. Ghislaine continued, So yes. Reading is very useful. I regret that I haven't learned it in the past." However, Eris still didn't look convinced nor interested in learning how to read in the least. Mordred took out his second weapon, saying, "I heard that in the Holy Land of the Swords most of the people there can't read or write even as adults. So if you only learned the basics, you would already be better than them. If you became a strong swordsman who could also read and write, you would be amazing." "Ah, really? Is this true?" Eris seemed to be intrigued. "Yeah. Nobles won't think you're stupid and you will be able to look down on weaker swordsmen who can't even read. That's why you must learn to read and write. You'll be even more amazing than Ghislaine." "Really?" Eris looked pretty convinced, but not enough. "But it's too annoying." Mordred said, "It only gets more annoying the older you get. It's easier to learn anything when you're young. You also have a lot of free time now and you'll be busy with adult stuff later. So if you don't learn how to read and write when you're young, you might not have the chance or time later and people will think you're stupid." Eris appeared to be pondering over what he said. And so Eris thought. In the future, she will be busy adventuring. Definitely. So she won't have the time to learn how to read. Perhaps she needs to learn it now, after all. Mordred let her process what he had said while preparing further arguments. After a long while, Eris said, "Mordred, you can already read and write, right?" "Yes, I've already learned it." "Then I'll also learn it." Eris decided. Mordred smiled. "Then we can exchange letters after I leave Roa. But you should also learn arithmetics while you're at it." "Math? No need." Eris shook her head, being even more firm with this one. "You should at least learn the basics. Otherwise people will still think you're stupid and will be cheating you." "Ghislaine. Isn't that true?" Mordred again looked at Ghislaine while sending him an apologetic smile. "Ah. Yes. I was cheated many times, actually. Because I couldn't count the change, I wasn't even sure if I was cheated or not, and could only suspect it. People looked at me like I'm stupid. Especially merchants who are somewhat educated often look down on adventurers." However, Eris seemed to be highly allergic to mathematics. She did not look interested in the least. Mordred added, "Learning to do math also makes a person smarter." "Oh, does it?" Eris asked. "Of course. It is difficult to learn, so after you get through this difficulty, you will become smarter. And being smarter makes solving problems easier." Eris still only seemed half convinced. This approach didn't seem to work either. Mordred let out a sigh internally. He can take it step by step. He said, "Well, start with seriously learning magic and the language first. You know, most ordinary people actually have no chance to learn how to read or write even if they want to. Do you know why? Ugh. Why? Eris asked. Were they born super stupid, so it's impossible? Because they have no one who could teach her and they have no money to hire a tutor, Mordred explained. As for the merchants and most nobles who have the money, they would still send their children to public schools instead. In this world, it's a privilege to have a personal tutor that could teach you things. After hearing this, Eris didn't seem to feel very privileged, but Mordred felt that saying all that wasn't pointless. Their sword training continued. After mixed training, Mordred sparred with Ghislaine and practiced his long sword of light technique for a good while. This turned out to be a simple endless repetition of swings and nothing more. It was up to him to grasp the intricacies. While Eris was wrapping up her own training, Mordred told her, Eris, you know, I'm a king-ranked magician. Eris frowned. Yes, she already knows this jerk is amazing. No need to rub it into her face that she's useless. So what I mean is, I'm an amazing magician. I could be the one to teach you magic, Mordred teased with a light smile. Oh. Eris became interested. I can proudly say that you won't find a better magic tutor in this world, he proclaimed. Fine. Then you can teach me. Yeah, I can. But what can you offer me in exchange? What? Eris was surprised. Initially, she didn't even consider that she needed to give Mordred something. After all, she always received what she wanted. But then she realized that she couldn't make demands from Mordred the same way. She said, I can pay you. I have no interest in money. N. Eris threw long and hard, before saying, I can take you with me on my adventures in the future. Mordred chuckled. Why do you think I would be interested? Eris frowned. Then what do you want? Let's see. I'm not sure and I don't think there's anything that you could offer me, so let's say you loan me a favor. In this manner, Mordred became Eris's teacher at magic. He only had to push her in the right direction with other subjects, but he had to be the one to teach her silent magic. In the next few days, he continued motivating Eris for her other studies while beginning to teach her magic. Unfortunately, teaching Eris was completely different from teaching someone like Benedict. She could not grasp magic on the first day and even struggled in remembering the incantations, forgetting them soon after. He had to adapt a special and a step-by-step approach with her. One of those days, Philip approached him with his usual smile. Your Highness, thank you very much for convincing my daughter to finally begin learning reading and writing. It's really surprising for Eris to be this passionate about studying. I'm glad I could help. I like Eris, so I don't want her to waste her early years, Mordred replied with a natural light smile. Oh, is that so? I'm glad if that's how you feel. I also know that in exchange for teaching Eris magic, you asked her for a favor. What kind of favor would that be? You won't ask my daughter for anything excessive, right? Philip stared at him with an intense and teasing smile. Mordred was still only 8, so it was still 2 years too early for him to have any sexual or perverted ideas, but Philip still felt like addressing this point just to tease him. Of course, Mordred replied naturally. I won't ask for anything she won't be too unhappy with. Too unhappy with, you say? So she might still be unhappy with it. Philip looked at him, still smiling. I won't ask for anything excessive. Mr. Philip, what kind of person do you think I am? Mordred looked at Philip with annoyance. Philip chuckled. Haha, all right. Then I will hold you to that. Actually, I only asked for a favor from her because I don't think it's good for Eris to think she'll always receive everything she wants for free. Oh. Is that the case? How thoughtful of you. I guess, you really seem to like my daughter. As Philip stated this directly and continued staring at him, Mordred's face eventually turned quite embarrassed, awkward and slightly red. It was like this because it was the truth. He had only said that he liked Eris, as a friend. She was just a child, so that was true, they both were. He just wanted to help her become the best version of herself. Still, he had a quite stressful and unpleasant childhood, and he would love to relive his early years, growing up with a pretty girl as they'd help each other and grow to love each other in the future, and fight together. Perhaps in this manner he had not fully grown up yet. Philip chuckled when he saw Mordred's reaction. Ha ha ha. I'm just teasing you. You see, because of my daughter's vicious temper, she failed in making any friends before. While she was in a public school, she would beat up her classmates and was chased away for it. Mordred heard this and laughed. Haha, yes. Eris is like that. Oh. Looking at Mordred, Philip began to think that perhaps the genius prince had some unique tastes. Perhaps, as a genius, he precisely liked girls that were difficult to handle. As Paul once told him, it is only fun if there is some resistance when trying to conquer a new woman at first. It makes it more rewarding in the end. After having this thought, Philip discarded it, smiling. No, what am I thinking? He's not a grey rat. I shouldn't compare the poor boy to someone like Paul. Heroine status update. Name, Eris Boreas future Kingdragon. Title, Young Miss, Bloody Eris, by all of her former classmates. Age. Personality, like a fireball with legs. Doesn't say thank you. Does want to be amazing. Without the paperwork. Reading/writing, declared war on the alphabet. Currently losing but regrouping. Math, still banned in her personal kingdom. Numbers remain enemies of the state. Etiquette, knows how to use a fork. Sometimes. Magic, aspiring fireball specialist, results pending. Swordsmanship, sword god style, elementary rank, improving quickly, can and will remove your spleen. People she likes, grandfather, Ghislaine, Mordred. People she doesn't like, Mordred, still listens to 75% of what he says. Current goal, become the coolest swordswoman/mage/adventurer/Roa delinquent combo unit ever. Special note, progress steady but volatile. Proceed with caution, bribes and flattery. Chapter 36, Chapter 36. Royal Offer. Several days after visiting Buena Village, Mordred visited it during one bright and clear day once again. At that time, he again made a stop near the tree at the hill. Having noticed Rudeus and Sylphie below him, he flew down once again. As the two stood up to greet him, Mordred greeted them with a natural smile. Hello. You're here again. On the other end, Rudeus quickly performed a courteous bow with a respectful expression, bowing low. Your Highness. Please forgive me, I didn't recognize you in the past. Sylphie looked hesitant, but after a moment silently imitated Rudeus in an awkward bow. She already also knew that Mordred was a prince. Oh. That's fine. I didn't explain who I am, so it's fine. Mordred only lightly smiled. Rudeus looked up and looked at him. Damn it, his Prince Charming levels are off the charts. Someone nerf him. Anyway, what rank are you as magicians? Mordred came up a bit closer, asking. Rudeus hesitated for a while, before saying, Sylphie has just reached the intermediate rank and I'm advanced rank. Revealing to a prince of a foreign nation that he's a 6-year-old saint rank magician of the Azura Kingdom might be too dangerous, so Rudeus felt he'll stick to saying he's advanced rank. Oh, really? You're advanced rank? Mordred tried to fake surprise. Yeah. Rudeus was hesitant. Although a 5 to 6-year-old advanced rank magician should normally be quite outstanding, he wasn't sure if it was still shocking to someone like this prince. Perhaps in his eyes it was normal. If it's true, then it's something amazing. Can you show it to me? And cast an advanced rank spell. Mordred said. Oh, okay. Rudeus thought for a moment. He didn't want to get hanged for casting an attack spell in front of a prince, so he should probably choose something else. He knelt down and touched the ground. From the ground before him, a round stone fortress soon rose up to surround him like an igloo, before seemingly burrowing back into the ground. Rudeus then explained, it's the advanced rank spell Earth Fortress, but I modified it to make it round. And this way it doesn't collapse by itself, Mordred added. Amazing. So you're a silent magician too? Yes. Rudeus smiled in embarrassment after hearing Mordred's compliment. It seemed he underestimated the impact of revealing his silent casting. That's amazing. I haven't heard of any other active silent magicians apart from myself. Oh, you're a silent magician too, asked Rudeus. And then he immediately felt stupid, of course he was. Of course. I'm a magic power Miko. Oh. Rudeus was enlightened. As Paul said, this prince was a rare blessed child. Mordred smiled at Rudeus, saying, Rudeus, was it? Your talent for magic is great. What do you think of working for my Kingdragom Kingdom in the future? What? Rudeus was taken aback. He didn't expect a recruitment offer from a prince just from showing off some advanced rank magic. Mordred continued, with your level of talent, you're sure to reach king rank in the future. At that point, it would not be a problem for me to even appoint you as my court magician. You see, I'm someone who's going to become the next king of the Kingdragom Kingdom. Oh. Rudeus was further shocked. Becoming a court magician. Becoming the next king. These kinds of things were far outside of his expectations and circle of concern. You plan to become the next king? Haha, I don't plan to become the next king. I will become the next king. Although I have many siblings, they're no competition to me, Mordred replied naturally as if it was a done deal. Oh. Rudeus's eyes widened even more. He could feel the complete confidence emanating from that prince. Perhaps he really might be someone who'll become a king one day. However, becoming a court magician of a large nation. Rudeus never had such wild dreams. For him, just becoming a magic tutor like Roxy could be considered a successful career and not be a bad future. It would be a good normal life after his previous failure, which is exactly what he wished for. Next to him, Sylphiette also looked shocked. As if still young and easy to impress, she looked to fully believe that this young prince they met by chance would become a powerful king in the future. Rudeus muttered, I'm not sure if you would want me. I'm not that talented. Nonsense. You have a rare talent. You should take more pride in yourself. Mordred said. Rudeus felt very grateful for being appreciated, but inwardly thought instead, take more pride in myself. No, I'll pass. That's what I did in my previous life. As a result, I became arrogant, never finished anything, and ended up a failure. That's why this time he firmly guarded himself against arrogance. He is not great. He is just average. And if he doesn't work hard, he'll be a failure again. Thinking like this, Rudeus said, Your Highness, your praise is too much. I only accomplished as much as I did because I had a great teacher. You shouldn't look down on yourself, but if you say so. Mordred didn't dwell on it. Anyway, my Kingdragom Kingdom has a rich library. We have books on king-ranked magic and even some emperor-ranked magic. You will be properly paid too. Boo. Rudeus did not stop being amazed. King-ranked magic. Emperor-ranked magic. Furthermore, he had not thought before of having such a high-level career in this world, working directly under a king of a large nation. Mordred added, both you and Sylphie have a rare talent. If you keep studying, I can offer you good positions in the future. You're still young, but think about it. Yes. Thank you very much for your offer, Your Highness. We'll keep it in mind. Rudeus bowed down his head low. Sylphie silently and awkwardly followed suit. Actually, how about I'll try to teach you something special? Mordred looked at the two with a mysterious and daring smile. Something special. It's a rare and special type of magic I developed. However, it will be difficult to learn. It's up to your talent and hard work if you can manage it or not. After hearing this, Rudeus became interested. A special type of magic. Was it flight magic? Rudeus, stand opposite me. Oh. Like this. Rudeus walked out to stand in front of Mordred. Yes. Now cast Fireball. Rudeus hesitated for a while before casting Fireball as he was asked. However, when he tried to do that, something made his spell not take shape. Just as a bit of flame appeared, it would become extinguished like a lighter in the wind. He couldn't cast. Looking up, he noticed Mordred pointing his palm toward him. He instantly realized that it was him who was disrupting his spell. This is... Rudeus muttered in shock. It was simply a broken move. Even though he could cast magic silently, he was still completely shut down as a magician. It's a magical interrupt. It's a way to use magic power to disrupt the enemy's spellcasting. You've noticed how it works, right? Somewhat. You seem to scatter my magic power before I can form it into a shape. Yeah. I target one of your body parts to do that, like one of your hands. There is no formal way to learn it apart from practice, so I can't give you much advice. If you keep at it, you might just be able to learn it. Rudeus thought, ooh. Well, I think I could do this too. Well, good luck, Rudeus. Mordred turned to leave after saying his piece. See you later too, Sylphiette. Having said that, he stepped on the wind, ready to depart with his clothes and hair beginning to flutter in a weightless state. Rudeus might have eventually learned it anyway, so he taught him disturb magic in advance to have him owe him a favor and to raise a stronger court magician. Shortly before Mordred flew away, he heard the replies of Rudeus and Sylphiette. Thank you for today. Bye. Mordred sent them a small smile and disappeared with the wind. Back on the ground, Rudeus continued staring at Mordred's leaving figure as he was still in a daze. Becoming a court magician. As he thought about it, this might be the highest level of authority and success that a magician in this world could attain. If he became one, it would surely be a very rewarding job he could be proud of in this life. Additionally, he'd get to live in the royal palace and enjoy all kinds of luxury, probably. I'm really lucky. It makes me feel as if I'm the main character, eh? After this thought entered his brain, Rudeus shook his head. Nope. Never mind that. Forget about being the protagonist and risking my life to slay the demon lord. I would rather leave it to the hero. Being a secondary character who's a playboy and a comedic relief is just perfect for me. Later that day, Rudeus mentioned his experiences and Mordred's offer to his parents during dinner. Among them, Zenith was very excited. Oh, my. My son's genius talent was noticed by a prince. He's going to become a famous magician. On the other hand, Paul looked somber. After noticing Rudeus's expression that was nearly as excited as of Zenith, he told him, Rudy, are you sure about this? If you really began living and working in a palace, you'll have to deal with snobbish and arrogant nobles. Isn't the life of an adventurer much more interesting? Rudeus heard this and secretly snorted. Becoming an adventurer and randomly dying somewhere in a labyrinth. Paul was frequently trying to push him in that direction, but no, big thanks. The life in a palace instead was just perfect for him. But Paul's expression remained serious. He continued, there's more to this. Every time there is a royal selection anywhere, things get bloody. If you support the wrong prince, you might end up dead. Hearing this, Zenith let out a gasp. Oh my. Rudeus was also surprised as he had not thought this far. He replied, actually, Prince Mordred said that he doesn't have much of a competition. He seemed quite confident. Of course he'd said that. But be careful before you agree to anything, Rudy. Yeah, I understand, father. I'll keep that in mind. Well, if it's our Rudy, I'm sure he'll make the right choice, said Zenith. Unlike a certain someone, he thinks of the consequences of his actions. Dear. Zenith snorted and no longer looked at Paul. Name, Zenith Greyrat. Titles, formerly a young lady of the Latria family. Age. Statistics. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Mana, F. Magic. Healing magic, intermediate rank. Detoxification magic, elementary rank. Fire, earth, wind, and water magic, elementary rank. Divine and barrier magic, elementary rank. Swordsmanship. No formal training. Other medical expertise, former S-rank adventurer. Status pregnant. Name, Paul Greyrat. Titles, low-ranking knight, formerly heir of the Nodos family. Age. Statistics. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, E. Mana, F. Special note, advanced rank, but he's stronger if he actually tries. Magic. Already forgot. Swordsmanship. Sword God, Water God, and North God style, advanced rank. Other adventuring experience, S rank. Status involuntary celibate. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. First month in Roa. After that last time, Mordred didn't come to the Buena Village again for a good number of days. He had no reason to visit the forest often because just during sword fighting he consumed a great deal of energy with mana burst. He didn't want to unnecessarily fly through the sky too often either. As for his magical training, what Mordred focused on was practicing his railgun spell the most. This was not only the most difficult spell to avoid, but it also trained his skill at using mana burst and his magic condensation. For practicing railgun, Mordred could do that inside the citadel. To that end, he even set up himself a training area on the square they used for sword practice with Ghislaine. Additionally, Mordred also constructed a building using earth magic where he created a fully equipped gym. However, the gym was not for himself. Mordred noticed that physical training was no longer helpful to him and he should instead practice using his mana reinforcement and battle aura during real combat practice. From what he noticed, building up battle aura at first was all about training the body. After awakening it consciously, one would begin to improve in a different manner. At that point lifting weights like a bodybuilder was no longer helpful. When it came to reinforcement magecraft, it was something he could practice simply by injecting mana into his body or objects. He didn't need to necessarily practice it during combat. But battle aura was different. It had to be practiced during combat or just through swinging his sword alone. The way Mordred did things was that he combined both. He would push himself while using the sword, swinging it at the limit of his speed and strength using battle aura, and then use mana burst as a mana reinforcement overload to assist him at other times. As for the gym he built, it was for Eris. There was no formal way of training to attain battle aura. However, Mordred believed that a scientific progressive overload strength training routine would be the most efficient and effective. One of those days, he told Eris, awakening battle aura at first is all about training the body. I developed a special training method for this. I think that anyone who trained this way could awaken their battle aura early, like me. Do you want to try it? Eris looked very excited by the idea of training like him. Ah, really? I want to. I mean, if you could teach me. After being silent for a while, Mordred faintly smiled when he saw Eris's expression turning meek. He said, I could. But it's difficult training. You'll have to do exactly as I say. If not, I won't train you. Oh, okay. I get it. Thank you. Like this, Mordred made Eris begin following a comprehensive weightlifting regimen from then on, using his experience of working out from Earth. The return was a passionate and strong waifu that would burst through the gates of hell for him, so it was totally worth it. Eris was someone who would forcefully swing around the weights, eager to get them up and then back down again, so Mordred had difficulty in making her practice with an ideal form and tempo, but as long as she exhausted herself safely each day, he felt it was enough. Because of the existence of healing magic, which could heal muscular injuries from training but didn't prevent growth, there was no risk of overtraining in this world. In the meantime, Mordred continued teaching Eris magic. Firstly, he noticed that Eris had a poor memory and trouble in remembering things like incantations. To combat this, he used the link method from Earth, making up an adventuring story to help her remember the incantation she was currently learning. It was a very useful method at this time because she still couldn't read. Eris seemed to be the most interested in fire magic, so he began with fire magic. Although it was a bit dangerous, he felt it's going to be fine after he seriously cautioned her. Probably. It took Eris around a week of practice, but eventually she managed to create a tiny spark, even though it quickly disappeared. She continued practicing and after a similar period of time managed to conjure a complete fireball. Following that, Mordred had her practice casting fireball each day while at first only attempting to skip the first verse of the incantation, repeatedly trying to do that again and again. Thanks to Eris's constant and stubborn practice, she managed to skip the first verse after another 2 weeks. In this manner, she grasped truncated casting within a month of focused and dedicated training. Mordred felt that it was a great result. As that month passed, he also decided to finally visit the Buena Village and check up on Rudeus's progress. Your Highness. Rudeus bowed down with respect after meeting Mordred at the tree again. Your Highness. Sylphiette imitated him. Mordred greeted them with a neutral smile. Hi, Rudeus, Sylphie. Have you been well? We've been okay. And I practiced the magic interrupt you showed me. I already learned how to use it. Thank you for showing it to me, Your Highness. It's a great spell. Rudeus bowed his head low in gratitude. Oh, you learned it. Mordred faintly raised his eyebrows. That aside, it was amazing how humble and servile Rudeus was in front of authority, but Mordred had already somewhat expected it. That's how it had always been in the novel. Yes. I began to practice it with Sylphie. By the way, Sylphie is also a silent magician. Mordred looked at Sylphiette. Is this true? Yes. That's amazing. Rudeus saw Sylphie's reaction as Mordred looked at her and his expression stiffened. Oh, no, she's blushing. No, Sylphie, don't fall for this guy. But Mordred had already turned away from Sylphiette after giving her a customary compliment. He told Rudeus, okay, Rudeus. Show it to me. Yes. Rudeus stood opposite Mordred as the latter began to silently cast fireball. In the next moment, the flame that was gathering on top of Mordred's palm suddenly extinguished. He tried to cast it again, but the effect was the same. If he attempted to cast a different spell, it would also be useless because his entire right hand was now sealed. Mordred said, I'm going to cast another spell with my other hand. Interrupted as well. Okay, Rudeus said while thinking, so he can dual cast. I should have expected that much. And so, Mordred began to cast a spell with his left hand, creating a dark thundercloud over his palm. He cast Shock. It was a scaled-down form of king-rank lightning spell, an electric shock. It cost even more than a king-rank spell to cast, so he very rarely used it. This. Rudeus was stunned. He did try to interrupt Mordred's second spell, but that's when he realized it was a spell he didn't know. He couldn't interrupt it. He looked at Mordred in surprise. What is this spell? It's a unique spell I developed, said Mordred with a light smile. Since it's a spell you don't know, you can't interrupt it, right? Ah, no. I think if I tried again, I might be able to do it. Isn't this spell similar to cumulonimbus? Rudeus thought to himself as he sent out his magic power again. After thinking for a moment, Rudeus dispersed the forming clouds, which turned back into magic power and scattered. What? Mordred raised his eyebrows, slightly shocked. He quickly understood that Rudeus managed to interrupt his shock spell because he knew cumulonimbus. Earlier he simply gave up after the first failure. He still tried to fake surprise and said, You interrupted it. Yes. I managed it because it's similar to a spell I already know. After saying this much, Rudeus bowed his head and added in a panic, The truth is that I'm already a saint-ranked water magician. Please forgive me for lying earlier. I only didn't tell you this because I didn't think you would believe me. You are a saint-ranked water magician. Mordred said calmly. Yes. If it's true, then it explains it. You must know cumulonimbus. Yes, Your Highness. Cumulonimbus is one saint-rank spell I learned from my master. That's amazing. No. I only managed it because I had a great teacher. Mordred chuckled. Haha, okay. In the novel, it was absolutely irritating how much Rudeus overpraised Roxy as his goddess in a creepy manner. And it was even more infuriating just how much he sucked up to others and didn't value his own abilities. But in the real world and from an outsider's perspective, Mordred didn't care. It was even good that Rudeus was this humble. By the way, you can raise your head. This prince had decided he shall not hang you. Mordred said exaggeratedly. Ha ha ha. Rudeus raised his head and watched Mordred laughing at him. However, he himself couldn't quite laugh at the idea of him being hanged and only formed a wry smile. Technically, he was a commoner. If he offended a royalty member, who knows just what could happen. He might really face execution. Mordred then said, "Anyway, it's amazing that you're a saint-ranked magician at your age, Rudeus. How old are you?" "I'm 6 right now. I learned cumulonimbus from my master when I was 5. "That's amazing. So, what do you think of working for me in the future? Money is no object to me and you'll have a good life." "That. I am very interested, Your Highness." Rudeus bowed again. Then he looked up. "But what does a court magician do?" Mordred saw that Rudeus seemed to lack confidence in being good enough for the job. He sighed inwardly and explained, "Technically, a court magician advises the crown in magic-related subjects. They would also step out to cast wide-area spells in times of war. But practically, my master just stayed in her tower for years while focusing on her research. From time to time, she would cast king-ranked wind magic on the rooftop to chase away an especially strong storm. She was just a deterrent for foreign countries to repel them from thinking of starting a wide-scale war." Boo. Rudeus was taken aback. So basically, if things went well, he could be a shut-in and not do anything at all again. "Please, sign me up." Thinking of this, he only wanted to confirm one thing, "Your Highness, you would hire Sylphie as well, right?" Mordred faintly smiled. "If she can do silent magic, then definitely." Rudeus let out a breath of relief. Perhaps after moving to the Kingdragom Kingdom, he could live in a room of the royal palace with Sylphie and do dirty things all day long. Oh ho ho. Ho 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 ho. "Rudeus, your face is weird," Mordred commented with a plain smile upon noticing Rudeus suddenly start grinning and chuckling like a creep. Rudeus restrained his expression. "UPS, I got a bit carried away here." Following that, the conversation slowly steered in the direction of what kinds of magic Rudeus could learn as a court magician. Mordred said, "I could teach you other saint-rank magic even now, but it's too destructive and dangerous. I won't do it until you're at least 10. Rudeus heard this and was disappointed. He thought, but I guess it's only natural to avoid teaching a young kid how he could flood an entire city. Roxy might have only taught me this because she was leaving. But while I'm here I can teach you a few other things." Like this, Mordred showed Rudes an elementary rank spell of barrier magic first. Barrier magic. But isn't it forbidden by the church to teach it? Mordred replied, "It is, but no one will care if you knew a mere elementary rank spell, as long as you don't publicly teach it to others. Just don't tell anyone that I taught you. If needed, say you copied it from someone." Oh. Rudeus still was hesitant, but it was true that he did want to attempt learning barrier magic. It's only that Roxy didn't know any while Zenith wouldn't take the risk of teaching him. "It might just save your life, so I'll show it to you. This is the incantation, I call for my God to protect me from harm. I fear no danger, for you are with me, and your divine power shall shield me." Magic shield. All around him appeared a semi-transparent sphere-shaped barrier. Oh. Until now, Rudeus didn't even understand what barrier magic was really about, so he was curious. Mordred explained, "It's elementary rank magic shield. It blocks magic spells and can also isolate magical flames or cold while maintained. But it does nothing against physical attacks and is also quite weak. Even through silent casting he could strengthen the magic shield with more mana, because it had a simple structure of an elementary rank spell, it was still quite weak and it took valuable time to strengthen it bit by bit. The only use Mordred found from it was using it as an inspiration to develop a rough and dense anti-magic magical energy shield using Mana Burst. After barrier magic, Mordred then displayed Divine Strike Magic's elementary rank spell, Exorcist Light. Rudeus was also slightly excited to learn it too because Divine Strike Magic was very effective at harming evil spirits and ghosts, which apparently existed in this world. Not even the University of Magic taught it. Roxy couldn't use this kind, either. Afterwards, Mordred taught Rudeus the advanced rank healing magic incantation and intermediate rank detoxification magic, helping him rank up. After casting the barrier and divine magic once, Rudeus could instantly repeat it silently. However, in the case of healing magic and detoxification magic, he still had no success. "Your Highness, can you use silent healing magic?" Rudeus asked curiously. "Yes." "How do you do it?" "I can cast attack magic silently just fine, but not healing magic." Mordred looked at Rudeus. "Well, I just imagine the flesh mending together as I recreate the flow of magic power. For me, it's the same as with attack magic." This was the truth. He didn't use any tricks and simply repeated the flow of mana for healing magic, although scientific knowledge did help to make it a little bit easier. Oh. Rudeus originally thought that he lacked sufficient scientific understanding of the human body to cast silent healing magic, but perhaps he was wrong. After all, he doubted that a person of this world would surpass him in knowledge of biology. It didn't seem as if Mordred used scientific principles to help him use healing magic either. He just simply used it. Although the prince was a blessed child, Rudeus still thought that he might lack the talent to use healing magic. It's because the flow of magic power was different. While with attack magic, a spell would immediately take effect in reality outside his body, casting healing magic used your mana to affect another living being instead. Rudeus couldn't sense the flow of mana inside himself nor others while doing that. Rudeus next wanted to ask Mordred about his flight magic, but unfortunately Mordred had already begun to bid his farewells. Rudeus bowed his head. "Thank you for teaching me everything, Your Highness." He was grateful. In a short period of time, he ranked up in many fields, finally making progress again. "Thank you." Sylphie also bowed. "You're welcome. By the way, I won't come to the village for a while. If you don't know what to do, practice stone cannon. It's a great spell. Earth magic is also very useful in general." Having said this much, Mordred stepped on the wind and flew away while holding his staff. Rudeus noticed Sylphiette's amazed expression as Mordred turned into a red arrow of lightning in the sky. Afterwards, he spoke up worriedly, Sylphie. Yes, Rudy. Do you maybe, like Prince Mordred?" Rudeus gulped after asking. Sylphiette looked at him for a while, before she smiled and said, "I like Rudy." Rudeus was shocked and then deeply moved. "Oh, no. My heart. I can't handle it. Sylphie." Rudeus suddenly embraced her into a hug. "Rudy." Sylphiette was surprised but didn't resist, soon after gently hugging Rudeus back. Rudeus was moved to tears. However, after hugging Sylphiette for a while, he felt it would be a waste to let this chance slip. Completely accidentally, his hand slid down from her lower back and he began to feel out her butt with a lewd grin on his face. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 38. 3 months later. After summer came fall. Mordred's stay in the city of Roa extended to more than 4 months. It was said that autumn was the most beautiful season in the Fatoa region because of the extensive swaths of azure and wheat. Mordred wanted to limit his outside activity, but he had a feeling that he should experience this sight because he might not have the chance in the future. But before that, it was important to note Eris's progress. In terms of her progress in the gym, she was clearly improving and as an 8-year-old already surpassed many adults. By pure estimate, she was able to lift more than 100 kilograms from the ground for reps. She certainly had talent as a warrior. To awaken battle aura, it was probably still a long way for her, but Mordred felt that things were going in the right direction. In terms of magic, Eris learned how to cast elementary rank Fireball while skipping the first verse after a full month of practice. After that, it took her 3 weeks to get it down to just the spell's name, and from this only a few days to learn how to do it completely silently. In the end, Eris grasped silent casting after just 2 months, despite possessing an average talent for magic. After Philip had learned that his daughter managed something like that, he was amazed. Soros also praised Mordred without end, as well as Eris, for being such a genius. Mordred felt that it was an amazing result, but Eris's stubborn and insistent practice was also a factor. In the first place, Eris grasping silent magic was not something that happened in canon. It was probably because Rudeus began teaching her this too late, after she was already 10 years old. Mordred wanted Eris to at least learn a few silent elementary rank spells that would be the most useful to her in life, like to create water or to light up a fire, and then focus on making her learn silent elementary rank healing magic and detoxification magic that would be best in supporting her as a swordsman. If she managed this much, he would be satisfied. At the same time, like Rudeus in the novel, Mordred took advantage of Ghislaine's adventuring stories and the difficulties she faced because she couldn't count and fully convinced Eris to begin learning arithmetics. There was also an update on Thomas. Mordred questioned Philip about it, and from the investigation it turned out that Thomans was selling the information on the Boreas to Darius Silva, the Prime Minister of the Azura Kingdom, being tempted by earning some money on the side. This was interesting because the Boreas family actually supported the faction of the first Prince Grabble, which Darius also supported. This meant that there was not much damage to the Boreas family, and it was only the Prime Minister who seemed to have planted rats in various major families and who wished to control all information. The Boreas didn't care too much, but Mordred knew much more about Darius. Naturally, that he was a disgusting child-raping pervert, a corrupt man and an apostle of Hidegami. Through Darius, Hidegami had access to all kinds of information about what's happening in the entire Azura Kingdom. If Hidegami was not observing Mordred's father currently, who gave him complete control over the entire Kingdragon Kingdom, then he might be with Darius, who's also a powerful pawn. For now, Mordred could only let Darius be. As for Hidegami himself, the orb over Roa was still there. Mordred remained in Roa despite the danger of it. He was somewhat afraid that the teleportation accident could occur at any time, because he was definitely changing the world's fate and accelerating things, but he was less afraid of it than of running into Hidegami before he grew up. One of those days, Albion asked him, "Boss, why won't you fly up to that Perugia sky to try to solve it in advance? I know you've been thinking about it." "It's because I'm afraid that if I attempted it, I would do something that would set the course of fate in a completely new direction, accelerate the mana calamity and only make it erupt when I'm not prepared. So I would rather not risk it. It isn't worth it. MMM. It is too complicated for me, so I'll trust you, boss. From what Albion could tell, Mordred was confident in managing wherever he ended up being thrown, that's why he stayed in Roa. The priority was to not have that Hidegami god discover and find them prematurely. And that's exactly what Mordred thought. As for other people, he mostly did not care. As for those he did care about, he had to put trust in fate. No matter what, he felt there should at least be a chance for him to save the people who are close to him and whose fate is closely linked to his own. It's because he was too strong and abnormal, his fate was surely powerful and he even had Albion. In this world, fate is an important aspect of everything that's happening. Teleportation during the incident was not random. It appeared to depend on people's fate. In the case of Eris, he'd just take her away with him. If it fails, Eris's fate, for once, seemed to be to survive to assist Ariel in the royal selection with Luke, so she'd most likely be fine. She did not die in the usual timelines, so she wouldn't be thrown to her death here like some others. Furthermore, with the rate of his growth, Hidegami could only try to kill him directly or hope to make Mordred and Orsted kill each other, ruining their cooperation. This was probably the only way he could win. For this reason, Hidegami doing anything like targeting his allies, while it might amuse him, would not benefit him in the slightest and only be detrimental, Mordred hoped. As for any countermeasures like locating devices that he could give others, no such things existed in this world. It was impossible to make those either. On the other hand, mass evacuation would affect so many people, it's likely to trigger the mana calamity on the spot. And in truth, Mordred didn't even care if people died here, as long as him and Eris were fine. There was nothing he can do, so he'll just take care of himself. People die all the time, what is the big deal? He didn't want Philip, Ghislaine, and a few others he liked to get hurt, but he could only take care of himself while wishing others good luck. As for Hidegami, Mordred was actually getting bored. It was crazy, but he was honestly looking for a challenge. One day while Eris had her daily lessons, Mordred leaped into the air after his morning sword god-style practice and flew to visit the Buena Village for the first time in a few months. Your Highness. Rudeus and Sylphie could be found once again below the large tree. They looked surprised and pleased to meet him again, bowing with respect like always. Hey. It's been a while. Mordred slightly smiled. Yes, it has been. Rudeus smiled. If it was his first life, he would have been extremely jealous of a guy like Mordred and would have talked crap about him. But it was perhaps because he had so much anger inside himself. Instead, Rudeus began to think of Mordred as his first real male friend in this world, and in a long while. Although rather than friends, they were more like a boss and a subordinate. After his simple greeting, Mordred turned to look down the hill, on the swaths of golden wheat. Below a gentle autumn sun, with air slightly cold, and crispy sweet. Fitoa really is beautiful during fall. Mordred let out a breath as he looked at this wonderful scenery of his new fantasy world. He would have no appreciation for something like this in the first life, but it was perhaps because he was so full of anger and disappointment toward living. This scene also made him want to write a song, giving him certain inspiration. Truth be told, he was highly enticed to begin learning how to play the lute, but he simply couldn't spare the time for it. Currently, it was all sword practice for him for most of the day. Most of it solo training. Over time, his raw strength and speed was improving rapidly, so he didn't want to get distracted. While Mordred had these thoughts, Rudeus observed him with a curious expression and then also looked at the fields of wheat. I didn't really notice before, but it is beautiful. Rudeus also suddenly became slightly amazed. In the first life he did not care about things like the beauty of nature at all and even scoffed at people who wasted their money to travel the world to see things they had on TV. Strangely, perhaps he learned to appreciate it. Not really. Nature is all nice, but cute girls are still the best. Rudeus thought. Mordred turned around and noticed a perverted grin on Rudeus's face. He forced himself to ignore it, saying, "How have you been?" "Oh, we've been well. Sylphie learned how to use the magic interrupt too and we've been practicing." "That's amazing." Mordred sent Sylphie at a small smile, which made her turn slightly meek and embarrassed. However, this time Sylphie had grabbed Rudeus's hand while blushing and Rudeus didn't seem as insecure. It appeared to Mordred as if his appearance in this world might have made the two grow closer ahead of time. "Prince Mordred, there's something that I wanted to ask you." Rudeus began timidly. Mordred looked at him. "It's about your flight magic. I tried it, and also tried things like moving objects around. But I just have no idea how to go about it." Mordred thought for a moment, before giving his reply, "I can't really explain it. I can naturally expel my magic power from any part of my body at will, so that's in large part why I can fly." "Oh, so that's it." Rudeus looked disappointed. You could learn the magic interrupt, but I'm not sure if you could learn how to fly like me. Magic power expulsion is my unique ability. Okay, I get it. In truth, Mordred could still give Rudeus tips on how he could learn telekinesis and gravity magic, but he simply didn't want to. The secrets of gravity magic was something that he wanted to keep to himself. It was his trump card. Even if Rudeus learns it someday by himself, he might not be aware of the scientific principles and certain tricks that Mordred uses. Following that, Mordred began to practice his disturb magic with Rudeus as a partner. They would practice by pushing themselves to use a dual interrupt to attempt shutting down 2 spells at once. To make good use of this chance, Mordred continued practicing with Rudeus for a few hours straight. During that time, Rudeus once casually asked, "Your Highness, what were you so busy with recently? Did you leave Roa?" "I didn't leave Roa, but I've been busy with sword training." "So you're a swordsman too?" Rudeus already noticed the sheathed sword on Mordred's body. "Yeah. What's your rank?" Rudeus wanted to compare it to his own progress and Paul's. Well. "I'm advanced rank in water god style," Mordred said after consideration. In fact, his words weren't false. It is only that his combat strength as a warrior was far above this. He believed himself to be invincible under emperor rank. Rudeus asked, "What? Really? How old are you?" Mordred's reply had already blown away Rudeus's mind. He knew that Paul had reached advanced rank at around 11 to 12 years old, but Mordred seemed younger than this. And he was also a magician prodigy. This prince was truly brimming with talent. Perhaps it was no wonder that he was so confident in succeeding his father as a king. "I'm 8. Plus a couple months." 8. Rudeus was taken aback. This made him 3 to 4 years faster than Paul. Although 3 years didn't seem like much, when comparing their training time as children, it was a huge difference. "Yes, I'm probably the youngest advanced rank swordsman in history. It's again thanks to my magic power." "Oh." Rudeus had no idea how magic power was related to strength as a swordsman, but he suspected that swordsmen like Paul also used mana to strengthen himself. The problem is that Paul wasn't able to explain how he does this. What Paul told him was limited to, "As long as you kept training, you'll become stronger and will be able to do awesome things like your dad." He was such a simple guy. As for what kind of training was needed exactly, what is battle aura itself and how to use it, Rudeus had no clue. That's why he asked, "I don't really understand it, what is battle aura?" "Battle aura." Mordred looked at him. "It is a type of magic power. Different from normal magic power, it's built up in the body through training. If I had to explain it, it's like strengthening magic. Oh. As Rudeus expected, Mordred was far more knowledgeable on the topic than an ignoramus like Paul. Rudeus asked curiously, "How is it used?" "When using it, you initially just exercise the strength of your body, but at advanced rank and above, I can compare it to compressing it tightly against your body in a layer. Or doing the same while also trying to inject magic power into your muscles." Ooh. Rudeus was enlightened. After taking all this in, he asked, "So to build it up at first, it's all about training the body?" "Yes." Phew. Rudeus let out a breath. Luckily, he was not wasting his time. For his own training, he just did what Paul told him, which is sword swings and some bodyweight exercises to condition himself. He did push-ups, sit-ups, squats and some running every day. Although he could not get to 100 yet, this workout routine did work for a certain manga character to make them extremely powerful, so it should also work for him. After bidding Rudeus and Sylphie farewell, Mordred practiced some lightning, fire, ice and gravity magic in the forest, before returning to Roa in the late afternoon. Chapter 39. Winter Break. More than half a year has passed since Mordred came to Roa. He began to boast the true strength of an emperor-ranked warrior while his mana reserves had significantly increased in this half a year once again. Mordred was 8.5 years old already, and the teleportation accident fortunately had not occurred yet. While he was going along with his never-ending sword training, tutoring and magic practice, Eris began to nag him to take her into the sky and bring her the next time he went out. Clearly, she really wanted to attempt flying with him. Seeing how impatient and hopeful Eris was, Mordred decided to entertain her and bring her to the Buena Village during one especially beautiful winter day when she had a day off. Although he would be doing something like this, he didn't think that it would change the fate of the people involved any more than he already had, so he didn't mind. That day, Eris wore a meticulous and thick red winter outfit with soft white fur. Mordred felt awkward saying this out loud to her because she was a child, but it was a great outfit and she looked very pretty. Instead of using the speeder, he would carry Eris on his back. Eris seemed embarrassed at first with the idea, but then began to hold him tightly from behind like a koala. In the meantime, Albion was to go with them. Even though it was the day and the snow was quite bright, after hearing about the trip, he also became interested. It turned out he really liked snow. The problem was that by now he had gotten too big to fit into Mordred's bag. He was now as big as a dog could get. For this reason, Mordred planned to use a summoning magic scroll once he reached the Buena Village instead. At the square, Hilda, Philip, Hector and Ghislaine were also there, seeing them off with differing expressions, worried or touched by the scene. First, Mordred poured magic power into a magic circle scroll he prepared in advance. It was all to protect Eris from the impact of the harsh wind and snow while they flew at high speed. As a result, an intermediate-rank physical barrier began to surround the two of them, centered around the magic circle. Although his magic barrier ring could do the same, Mordred felt he would find it distracting to maintain it, triple tasking, while he didn't trust Eris to do that in his instead. A magic circle designed to keep a cheap physical shield up for a period of time was probably best. Well, let's start. Mordred activated the zero-gravity field around them and leaped away. Slowly but steadily, the two began to gain altitude. Whoa! Eris seemed very excited while holding onto Mordred's neck. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up. Got it. Saying so, Eris began to hold him so tightly from behind as if she wanted to choke him. It didn't hurt him, but he felt it. Mordred chuckled. Okay, not this tight. Just make sure you won't let go of my neck. After making this point clear, he activated Mana Burst and the two shot high up into the air at high speed like a rocket. Whoa! Amazing. Eris cried out in joy. Mordred only stopped after they reached high enough that people below them began to look to be smaller than ants. How is it? Mordred asked with a small smile while holding Eris up by her legs. It's amazing. Then let's set off. Mordred rotated downwards using controlled Mana Burst and shot out an invisible jet of magic power from his feet, shooting out head first. After that, he did it again and again, gradually rising speed while being careful to not go too fast. To avoid too much attention, he passed on causing sonic booms with wind magic. They began to quickly gain speed as he used more and more energy while. Whoa! Faster, go faster! Ha ha ha. Mordred laughed. Because they had a barrier surrounding them and were in a no-gravity zone, only slight air resistance was visible in the front, but they didn't feel the acceleration at all. After all, even at Mach 1 a person would not feel this kind of speed in an airplane. However, they were already very fast. Any faster and he might begin breaking the sound barrier, causing a loud sonic boom wherever they went. Mordred was forced to explain this to Eris, who constantly wanted to go faster and faster. Mordred flew straight to Buena Village. At this time, the entire village was covered in a thick white layer of snow and looked especially fabulous. The familiar hill was also covered in snow, including something like a house that was built near the tree, partially buried into the side of the hill. From the building's chimney, smoke was rising. Someone lives here? Eris asked. Mordred also became interested and flew down. As they eventually landed on the ground, he then placed Eris back on the ground and disconnected a magic crystal from the magic circle barrier. What a weird house, said Eris. The house was entirely made of stone and looked to be buried into the ground. It didn't look warm to live in. The entrance was also quite small, only large enough for a child, and it had no door that could be closed. Mordred began to walk into the building and called out, Rudeus. Soon after, young Rudeus and Sylphiette came out from deep within the building. As Mordred expected, the two of them had built themselves a base near the tree and maybe played house inside. Prince Mordred. Your Highness. Rudeus and Sylphiette made polite greetings, then began to look at the girl that was behind Mordred with wariness and curiosity. The girl had a fancy and expensive-looking outfit, red hair pouring out from her thick and soft white hat. Mordred lightly smiled at the two. I thought it was you. Guys, this is Eris, my friend from the Citadel of Roa. I brought her today because she wanted to attempt flying with me. Eris had a stubborn expression with a mouth in a firm upturned V-shape. After being introduced, her attitude relaxed as she grabbed the hems of her skirt and made a noble's greeting. Eris Boreas Greyrat. It's nice to meet you. I'm Rudeus Greyrat, it's nice to meet you. Sylphiette. The two also made their greetings, very polite and humble. Humph. Mordred wanted to chuckle when he saw Eris and could guess her thoughts. See, I can make a greeting too. I've been practicing. He smiled because he indeed noticed her seriously working on her etiquette, even though he never directly told her to do that. Following that, Rudeus politely asked Eris why she was also a Greyrat and learned that they are cousins. In the meantime, Mordred took out a magic scroll he prepared and summoned Albion. After the crazy from seeing a young dragon eventually slightly faded away, Mordred proposed that they would all go sliding down the hill. Today he wanted Eris to have fun, so it was fine to play out the role of a child. He expected that Eris would be delighted at the idea, and she was. Let's do it, Mordred. Outside at the hill, Mordred and Rudeus then made several hard yet thin stone sleds with smooth texture on one side. The four of them began to slide down the hill together. Even the typing white dragon would slide down on a sled by himself and look to have fun while doing so, behaving not much different from a human child. Among them, Sylphiette was scared of sliding down the slope alone and would only do it with Rudeus. Rudeus didn't seem to complain and the two were sliding together. After seeing this, Eris said, "Mordred, let's slide together." Haha, okay. To that end, he created a larger slide that could hold 2 people. Without any surprise, Eris would yell out in joy as they slid down. After the first time, she said, "Can you make it go faster?" "I could. But it will be easier to make a better slide." He picked up Eris like a princess, then flew back to the top of the hill. He then began to walk down the hill while using water and ice magic to create an ice slide at the side. Afterwards, the two began to slide down on straight hard ice that made them reach the speeds that blew Eris's hair all over. Woohoo! After seeing this, Rudeus hesitated for a while, then asked Sylphiette, "Sylphie, do you want to give it a try too?" "Huh? No." Sylphiette firmly shook her head. At a glance, she was too scared of sliding down such a fast slide. Rudeus thought, "Hey, I'm scared too. But we can't lose here. And it's also a chance for me to appear manly in Sylphie's eyes while she holds me tightly out of fright." Ho ho ho. With this master plan, Rudeus dragged the terrified Sylphiette onto the slide and the two slid down together. As for Albion, he began to slide down the ice just on his scales-covered feet, flying back up afterwards using his wings. It was a comedic scene of how much the little dragon was into it. In this manner, the 4 kids, or 5 if Albion was included, continued playing in the snow. To Mordred, it brought back some old memories from when he was still a child. Although it was exhausting to walk back up the large hill each time, and especially for Rudeus and Sylphiette who couldn't fly back up, as children they seemed to have unlimited energy. In the case of Eris, it didn't even need to be mentioned. When Rudeus and Sylphiette dropped to the ground and refused to move, Mordred noticed Eris's flushed face as well and said, "Rudeus, how about we come to your house?" "Ah, my house. To get some warm drinks. I think it will be good for everyone." Rudeus seemed slightly reluctant, but still led the group to his house in the end. "Mom. I've brought Sylphie and a few friends," Rudeus called out after entering the house. "Friends?" Soon after, a young blonde woman in a high stage of pregnancy came out, along with a dark-haired maid who was also pregnant. Mordred guessed that perhaps these pregnancies were the reason Rudeus was reluctant to bring them to the house previously. Mordred did the Kingdragon royal's greeting, saying, "Mordred Kingdragon." "Oh, my. Eris Boreas Greyrat. It's nice to meet you." Eris repeated the same phrase as before like a robot. Soon after, Albion laid down on the ground near the entrance and immediately fell asleep. Meanwhile, the group of kids took off their outer winter garments. They then sat down at a table while the maid Lilia and Zenith began to prepare some warm drinks and snacks for them. Rudeus joined to help them and used magic to make some boiling water. Zenith sat down at the shared table and began to ask Mordred and Eris questions to get to know them better. She looked very happy and excited to meet them. It didn't take long for Eris to take the initiative and begin introducing Mordred in his stead. "That's right. Mordred is an amazing magician. He's king rank in all attack magic." "King ranked? That's amazing," said Zenith. "Yes, Mordred is amazing. He's also a king rank swordsman. He can fight a sword king and win. Oh, he can beat a sword king. That's really amazing," Zenith said again. "Yes, he's really amazing," Eris said, nodding, not catching that Zenith stopped taking anything she said seriously. Mordred laughed. "What else can he do?" Zenith asked in an exaggerated manner while looking at Mordred teasingly. "Ah. He can do anything. He can do complicated math instantly. And speak in several languages. And he can sing. And he taught me silent magic. And he's training me to reach advanced rank. And he can fly through the sky. And he fought more than 10 dragons once. And..." Eris was on a roll. "So it's like that." Rudeus looked at her. Although some of those things sounded way too unbelievable and were likely exaggerated, like Mordred fighting 10 dragons or beating a king-rank swordsman, at that time Rudeus didn't need more clues to know that the young miss had a huge crush on the genius prince. Mordred had also seen Eris being so heated up for the first time when talking about him without reservation. Hearing all this just made him very happy, that's why he liked Eris. As Eris got exhausted from speaking and began to run out of ideas while stuttering, Zenith said, "Oh, he taught you silent magic." Eris nodded her head. "He did. I can do this." She stretched out her hand and silently created a fireball over her hand. Mordred smiled. Zenith clapped with her hands. "That's amazing. I didn't know that silent magic could be learned." "It can. Mordred taught me. Because he's an amazing teacher." "Ah, right. Mordred can make fireworks much bigger than this. And there is red lightning when he fights. It's very amazing. Red lightning. That's amazing. Yes, it's super amazing. The meeting continued and the two sides got to know each other better. After Eris said everything she wanted to say about Mordred and exhausted herself, the conversation entered a more natural tempo. After warm tea there was a warm meal and a cake. Soon after that meal, Mordred decided to leave with Eris. Their winter break ended peacefully in this manner. They hadn't met Paul this time around. "Hey, Eris," Mordred told her as they landed in Roa. "What?" He smiled, saying, "You look very cute in this outfit." "Humph." Eris squeezed her fists and glared at him angrily. "I mean it." "Eris looks very cute today," Mordred added with a smile. It was then that Eris realized she was not being made fun of. Her body relaxed and a bright smile appeared on her face. "Thanks. Eris, you're back." Soros walked out from the buildings as if he was waiting. "Grandfather." Eris ran up to him, still in high spirits. Soros laughed and lifted her up onto his shoulders. "Eris. Did you have fun on your trip?" "Yeah. I had lots of fun." Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Miko, Magic Prodigy, Youngest Sword Saint. Age, 8 years and 7 months. Height, 139 centimeters. Weight, 34 kilograms. Statistics. Strength, C, Early King rank Strength. Endurance, C * Peak King rank Resilience. Agility, B, C, Early Emperor Reflexes and Sword Speed, with True King rank Running Speed. Mana, A God rank, in terms of servant stats, it would be close to A+/2XA, I reckon. Chapter 40, Chapter 40. Sign of the Red Dragon. After the winter break, Mordred began to have a bad premonition. Having experienced that carefree and happy day with Eris was laughing and enjoying herself, where Rudeus and Sylphie also looked so happy with each other, and then having visited Zenith, he simply felt that something bad might happen next. As if it was calm before the storm. There was nothing that he could base it off. It was pure intuition, just a guess, a worry. He might have just been over-worrying, but he didn't ignore it. For the next several days, he hardly used any magic, aiming to completely recover his mana reserves to be in his peak state in preparation for any emergencies. But just as his reserves nearly recovered, during morning swordsmanship training with Ghislaine and Eris, he suddenly felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart as if his heart was pierced by a sword. Aya! Mordred grabbed his heart as his wooden sword left his grip, his face full of shock. It was so painful he thought he was having a heart attack. The sword hit the ground, and Mordred almost fell as well. What? Ghislaine's expression turned serious. Mordred. Eris stared at him, both confused and worried. Mordred forcefully maintained his calm as he gripped his left chest and quickly cast silent healing magic on himself. But it did nothing. What the hell is this? Ah. His expression was ugly and twisted out of pain. He nearly collapsed to the ground as the pain spread through his nerves like electricity. It felt as if he was having a heart attack. As he staggered on his feet, Ghislaine rushed in and supported him. What's wrong with Mordred? Eris shouted out. After healing magic failed, Mordred cast intermediate detoxification magic, thinking that perhaps it was some kind of contagious disease, so healing magic couldn't affect it. But it also did nothing. Boss. Boss, are you okay? Albion's voice drifted into his mind from somewhere, seeming that the dragon woke up after detecting something wrong with his master. Mordred was focused on himself. What the? Was that a curse or something? He had no idea. Was he cursed at some point? When? And how? Did he already fall into Hidegami's trap? Was this why he had a bad premonition? Was there anything that had bitten him recently? Anything weird he ate? Boss, your magic power is overflowing. Are you going to explode? What? He was stunned. It was at that moment that he noticed that his mana was indeed overflowing. It felt as if, perhaps his body could not hold so much mana that he had built up over the years and it was tearing his body apart from the inside, starting from the heart. Sensing that magic power gathered in his heart and seemed to be what was causing him this pain, Mordred immediately opened the floodgates and began to release his mana in large quantities. Ah! Feeling as if a burning blade had suddenly come out of his heart at that moment, he passed out. It was red. A completely red scenery was all around him. He didn't see it with his eyes but could sense it with his mind. It felt like a dream. That place was crimson red, a world of flowing red lava. In the center of these burning flames was something like an egg. Mordred could not see it, but he felt as if inside that egg was a life form. He subconsciously knew what it was, although it was still a fetus, it was in the form of a red dragon. With strange images flashing across his mind, Mordred eventually woke up. He slowly opened his eyes to see that he was in a room with a dim source of light. Boss. Mordred. Your Highness. Mordred forced a wry smile as he looked around. So I didn't die. He slightly propped his upper body up. Visually, nothing seemed to be wrong. And he also felt fine. However, he did feel that there was a change to his blood flow and mana flow, which seemed to be strangely vigorous, as if he were highly stimulated. Maybe it's adrenaline. Eris looked at him with tears in her eyes, looking sleep-deprived. Mordred, are you okay now? Your Highness, how do you feel? Hector also asked with a face of concern. Boss. Mordred smiled at them. I'm fine. In fact, he had never felt better. After waking up he was more full of energy than ever before. Hector relaxed. That's a relief. A priest was called in from the church, and we even used one of Grandmaster Sophia's Saint Rank healing scrolls, but we weren't sure if it did anything. Ooh. I see. It seemed that while he was unconscious, the people around him were quite concerned and tried to bring him back. He was already back, so he focused his senses on his body. Boss, when you were asleep, magic power was gathering in your heart. It still is. Mordred closed his eyes and concentrated on the area around his heart in particular. If there was a clear change, then it was in the efficiency of his body absorbing mana from the atmosphere and transforming it into his magic power. Continuously, overflowing energy filled his body, making him feel energetic and vigorous. Mordred pondered. In the Fate series, Artoria Pendragon had a magic core inside her that was compared to the heart of a dragon, granting her the magical energy of a dragon. She was also the incarnation of the red dragon, whatever that meant. All this gave her great magical reserves and especially extremely rapid mana recovery during life. It was even said that she could never run out of mana because she recovered whatever she spent in real time. But the aspect of a red dragon was only something that was put inside her after her birth. Because Mordred was one of his favorite servants, he knew that she did not inherit Artoria's dragon reactor core for this reason even though she carried nearly identical genes. Despite that, in Fate Grand Order Saber Mordred still had the trait of a dragon, causing her to receive double damage from all dragon-slaying weapons, so it seemed that she still inherited some dragon blood and a high level of similarity to a true dragon. Currently, as Mordred's human body had reached a certain amount of mana that he gained from all his years of training from a young age, he experienced a transformation. It didn't necessarily need to be because his body couldn't handle his volume of naturally grown mana, but that situation of reaching a certain level over the norm perhaps awakened a dormant and undeveloped magic core in his body. He might have gained a dragon reactor core. This is amazing. If his assumption was true, then it was a great boon. In the next days and weeks, Mordred discovered the wonders of possessing a magic core for his heart. The first most noticeable one was absurdly fast mana recovery. He generated large amounts of magic power with each of his breaths, like a true dragon. It might not be wrong to say that each of his breaths was enough to power up an elementary or intermediate rank spell. Additionally, Mordred joyfully noticed that it had a compounding and magnifying effect on his total mana reserves. Because his recovery became so rapid, hundreds of times as fast as before, he would have to expand a lot more mana each day, but with each bit he recovered, his mana pool would expand. As a result, the rate at which he was growing his mana pool had skyrocketed. The bottleneck that he experienced in the past in his mana growth was broken through thanks to the dragon reactor core, and then his mana capacity began to grow at breakneck speed. Mordred was overjoyed when he learned of this. Originally it seemed that he might still end up with slightly smaller total mana reserves than Rudeus even though he began growing them 2 years earlier, but thanks to the aid of his dragon heart it might be the opposite instead. While Rudeus had the Laplace factor, he had the red dragon factor. Which would be stronger? Mordred rooted for the true dragon factor, dragon reactor core and his 2 additional years of training. Furthermore, apart from rapid mana recovery and mana pool growth, there were also other benefits. Mordred quickly confirmed in delight that his predictive ability, his instinct, has considerably improved after he awakened a dragon reactor core in his body. It appeared as if the intensity of his magic power and dragon blood had increased. His instincts went beyond simple intuition and vague danger prediction, but nearly approached the realm of predicting the future as he could sense an attack coming at him in advance. It seemed that he had taken a step closer to having the specs of Artoria Pendragon. If his instinct was B rank before, then now it would have ranked up to A. In addition, if his magic resistance was C or D, then it would have also ranked up slightly. Simultaneously, his mana output and the strength of his magic also began to increase over time at a quite ridiculous rate. With these improvements, Mordred's comprehensive combat strength with no magical aids had stepped into solid Emperor rank. Eventually the winter ended and spring came. As time passed, Mordred's instinct and magic resistance became stronger and his total amount of mana doubled after just a short few months. His recovery rate also continuously improved as his dragon reactor core rapidly grew. Fortunately, his previous premonition seemed to have turned out to be wrong. As a couple more weeks and months passed by, nothing bad happened. It was ironic that it was probably Mordred himself who had caused himself the heart attack-like pain by recovering his mana reserves, in preparation for that danger. It seemed it was just him over-worrying because things were going too smoothly. Not every bad premonition would end up being correct. After spring, it was once again summer. In this manner, Mordred spent nearly a full year in the citadel of Roa. He was nearly 9 years old. During the last half a year, his dragon reactor core grew out of control and his mana pool had tripled. But what was even more frightening was his recovery rate. It was more than 1,000 times faster than in the past. Currently, even if he abused mana burst during a fight or during flight, he simply couldn't run out of mana. Expelling his mana a few times each day without overcapping actually began to require serious effort, but as he continued expelling and recovering ridiculous amounts of mana each time, his mana pool and dragon reactor core continued growing. His magic had become significantly stronger, and along with it his mana reinforcement and physical capabilities. With the way he trained from morning until night in a systematic manner, that 1 year for Mordred was like several years of training for normal people. With his new level of strength, and also his trump cards in terms of his magic, he didn't even care much if Hitagami discovered him now. Around this time, he began to plan his journey to the Azuran capital city, Ars. According to what he learned from Ghislaine about the sword god style, there would be hardly anything the sword god could teach him that she could not or that he couldn't grasp better by himself. Aside from grasping the basics of fencing, sword god style was all about mastering the single technique of longsword of light through solo practice. The sword god could only be a sparring partner closer to his level. For this reason, Mordred wanted to meet the water god instead to get a glimpse at the secret techniques of water god style and emperor-ranked water magic. He hoped to make the water god his ally before she had a reason to turn on him, and make Isolde Klul his friend. Protagonist status update. Name, Mordred Kingdragon. Title/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Miko. Age, 9, almost. Statistics. Strength, C***. Endurance, B. Agility, B***. Very happy face. Mana, output 1.3 A+ as a servant. Mana, capacity EX, 3XA. Swordsmanship. Sword god style, sword saint, officially, emperor rank plus, actual in terms of longsword of light technique. Water god style, water saint. North god style, intermediate advanced rank. Unique skills. Instinct A. Mana burst A. Magic resistance B. Dragon reactor core A+. Riding E++. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. Last days in Roa. Mordred's 9th birthday was just a day away. The teleportation incident hasn't happened and Mordred has become a lot stronger. It made him feel that perhaps it wouldn't happen until canon time. On one beautiful early summer day, he went out with Eris to visit the city of Roa during her free day. The two of them went out together with just Ghislaine who acted as Eris's bodyguard. The trio passed by the noble district and were soon at the city central square. That's when they began to hear a song. Let's see what's going on over there. Eris rushed out first through the street with an excited face. Mordred faintly smiled and slowly followed with hands in his pocket. And so the young prince bravely rushed in, with sword in hand and fearless grin. Beside him soared his scaly friend, whose fiery heart would never bend. Through smoke and ash they carved their way, to where the beast of shadows lay. Mordred paused. Wasn't this a song of the Troubadour? Except it was slightly different from what he remembered. He hurried up to check up on it. Its crimson eyes, its burning breath, had doomed the skies with winged death. But vengeance burned in the little dragon's chest, for lost were the ones he once called nest. The prince cried out, "For my friend." For flame, and steel, and claws struck true their aim. Coming in closer Mordred saw that it was indeed the familiar Troubadour he met in Shyron. Mordred. Eris looked at him with strange expressions. And so did Ghislaine. Mordred answered absent-mindedly, "Yeah, it's a song about me. But most of it is made up." So it's really about Mordred. The bard continued her song. The song was apparently about a genius prince at mere 8 years of age and a little dragon who fought an evil dragon together to take revenge for the little dragon's deceased parents. It was a story of friendship between a dragon and a human, a completely made-up story based on him and Albion. The bard continued singing, mixing truth and lies, and sometimes using lines she used back in Shyron. At the end of it, the small crowd gave a modest applause that was neither lacking nor vigorous. People seemed to quite like the idea of a prince partnering up with a little dragon on an adventure and appreciated the song, but there wasn't that much impact. The song was too removed from the common people's everyday lives and someone like a prince was impossible for them to identify with, Mordred imagined. But the Troubadour didn't care. She gladly received the applause. Thank you, thank you. This song is based on a true story based on one time I met the young Prince of Kingdragon. From the hands of your completely innocent and virtuous Troubadour. After speaking, the troubadour played a few sharp notes. String, string, string. The troubadour part one can believe, Mordred said nonchalantly as he approached her. The troubadour turned to look at him. Shocked, she stopped playing. Ah. Prince. Mordred chuckled. Haha, it's been a while. On the other hand, the troubadour formed an intense grin. Haha, my hunch was right. It really was you. Huh. What do you mean? After meeting you, I journeyed to Azura once again. Then at one tavern I heard a rumor of a red shooting star appearing in the skies above the citadel of Roa, so I came here. Well, I plan to visit this place eventually. It's a staple during my travels. Oh. Mordred was enlightened. Troubadour grinned and asked him, what brings you here to Roa? I met Sword King Ghislaine and began training under her. Oh. The troubadour turned to look at the muscular beast swordswoman behind him. She grinned again. And isn't this the famous Black Wolf King? You'll have to tell me of your adventures, you really do. Ooh. Ghislaine was surprised. Would this bard then also write a song about her? That was quite nice. So what were you up to recently? Any interesting adventures you could tell me about? The troubadour questioned Mordred next. Well, not really. It was just endless training for me. Is that the case? Have you not thought of picking up an instrument? I did think about it, but training is my priority. Okay. So what do you plan to do next? I plan to leave soon. As soon as possible, like in a few days. What? Eris was shocked when she heard this. Mordred was leaving. Mordred looked at her with a small smile. If your parents agree, I want to take you and Ghislaine with me too. Ah, really? Eris's red eyes began to sparkle as she instantly became excited. The troubadour noticed the dynamic between the two and smirked. Hee hee. Then where are you guys going? If possible, I want to go with you. Mordred hummed, deep in thought. Truth be told, he also planned to take Rudeus and Hector with him, and Eris with Ghislaine too. He would already need to create a car-like speeder to hold several people, but perhaps he shouldn't change the troubadour's fate any further. Each person he interacts with and affects outside of canon would shorten his available training time. Mordred said, sorry, but I can't tell you. What? Why not? Come on, why won't you take this big sis with you? The troubadour pulled Mordred closer to himself. Sorry. Just go where you planned to go originally, Mordred replied expressionlessly while the troubadour seemingly tried to suffocate him between her large breasts. The troubadour continued pestering Mordred, but Mordred didn't budge. Eventually, Mordred's party left. After parting with the troubadour, Mordred, Eris and Ghislaine continued their walk through the city. Mordred saw that during this 1 year Eris had changed a lot. She was no longer as violent and full of anger. She was much calmer and reasonable, and also seemed happier. At the main trading square, the group bought some sweet buns with jam from freshly harvested early summer apples of Fatoa. After that, some skewers. Mordred's appetite surpassed ordinary standards after he awakened a dragon's heart, and he also burned large amounts of calories through training, so he soon went to another stand and bought himself a few more snacks. While he was waiting for another set of skewer, he noticed a noble boy, maybe a year older than them, approach Eris, who was slowly eating her own skewer with a happy smile. Hello, pretty young Mississippi, may I know your name? The noble boy made a courteous bow with a smile. Eris glared at him. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost before I punch you. Ah. The boy was taken aback, but as Eris bared her fangs and gripped her fist, he quickly chose to retreat. He returned to his friends. One of them told him, are you crazy? You were trying to hit on bloody Eris. It's good she didn't turn you into a eunuch. The noble boy was shocked. What? That cute girl was bloody Eris. Mordred witnessed this scene and smiled. Yep, this was his Eris. Perhaps she didn't change that much after all. And for mere 10-year-old boys to be hitting on girls. This world was really something else. Afterwards, he returned to Eris with a chuckle. Bloody Eris. What's up with that nickname? Humph. Eris snorted and crossed her arms, not answering. Mordred chuckled. It's cool. After the trip downtown, Mordred told Philip about his wish of taking Eris with him to Ars. After all, he would rather not leave her at risk of being swept up in the teleportation accident while he was somewhere far away. He really didn't want this to happen. Philip didn't have a problem with it and was even happy for some reason, but after his wife Hilda learned about it, she began to heavily protest. Absolutely not. Eris is not leaving the manor until she's at least 10 years old. It was a fact that Hilda remained slightly cold toward Mordred, even though during this time both Philip and Soros warmed up to him to the point they felt like family, but her reaction still seemed exaggerated. No matter what arguments Mordred used, even saying that he worries about the orb in the sky, Hilda refused to budge. She would not let him leave with Eris for hours. In turn, Eris was furious at her mother and threw a fit. There was a loud verbal fight between the two. The mother and daughter were shouting at each other at the top of their throats in such a livid manner that Mordred saw they were not so different after all. Although Eris's throat seemed more trained and she was superior in the volume aspect. However, with Eris's mother disagreeing so heavily, Mordred was in a bind. He wanted to snatch away Eris in secret and then leave behind a letter, but before making his decision he decided to give her something first. Stupid mother. Why won't she let me go? We can always fly back any time. Grrrrrrrrr. Eris was still seething with rage as the two were left alone. Hey, Eris, calm down. Damn it. Erifa. Mordred tried to calm her down first, but Eris was still grinding her teeth and her face was still bowling red out of anger. Eris, relax, in every life there's some trouble. But when you're angry, you make it double. So don't worry. Be happy. This quietened down Eris. She muttered, is this a new song you're writing? I heard you sing it before. Mordred chuckled. Haha, yeah. Anyway, there's something I want to give you. Eh? Something. Eris became interested. Mordred smiled and slowly took off the ring with the green gem from his finger. Upon seeing this, Eris's eyes widened. It's a magic ring that can form a barrier to resist physical attacks and magic. Apparently, it can withstand up to 2 saint rank attacks before running out of energy. I'm giving it to you to keep you safe, just in case. Hearing this, Eris was astounded. As she received the ring, she put it on her finger and looked at the green gem in amazement. Whoa. It's beautiful. Thank you, Mordred. There was a joyful smile on her face as her eyes seemed to flicker with tears of happiness. Mordred chuckled. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Just remember to not reveal the ring's ability to people who don't need to know. Use it in an emergency. Got it. After returning to his room, Mordred was approached by Philip. I witnessed your chat with Eris. I wish I was able to handle my neurotic wife as well as you can, Eris, Philip said with his usual smile. Haha. Mordred chuckled. At any rate, you gave Eris a really valuable gift. You really care about her. Philip stared at him. He knew just how valuable this kind of ring was, perhaps it could buy a castle. It wasn't just some casual gift. Mordred didn't say anything. Philip then suddenly asked, do you want to marry my daughter? What? That. It's too early for things like that. Of course. But you could still become engaged, said Philip while looking at Mordred with a mysterious smile. I could tease you by saying that if you two don't become engaged now, there might be other candidates. But I think we both know that Eris would just beat them up. Mordred laughed. Haha, yes, that's Eris. Philip touched his face while smiling and staring at him, and said, and so it seemed that it's completely impossible for my violent daughter to become a lovely noble lady or to marry into a good family. Even I thought she was hopeless. I had her pick up the sword and train under Ghislaine to become an adventurer. But then you appeared. If you want to marry Eris, I'll have no complaints. I know that you would be good to her. Mordred went silent. Philip was quite blunt. Philip continued, my wife would also agree. Although she threw a fit recently and was quite cold to you, she's secretly also very fond of you. She thinks you're a perfect match for Eris. Philip then explained to Mordred his situation, how after losing the political battle for becoming the head of the Boreas his 2 sons were rightfully taken away and adopted by his older brother's side according to the family rules. This was also why Hilda was a bit unhappy with a foreign boy the age of her children living in the manor while she couldn't see her own sons. Mordred already knew about it, so he never held a grudge. So please forgive my wife. As for marriage with Eris, do you agree? As Philip continued staring at him intensely, Mordred had to give a reply. After thinking it through, he said, technically I don't have the right to decide my marriage, but you can rest assured, I won't abandon Eris. Philip let out a sigh. I know what you're talking about, but you told me this before, didn't you? That might makes right. With your strength, soon no one will be able to tell you who you can or cannot marry, isn't that the case? Mordred was silent. Of course he agreed with this wholeheartedly. Philip smiled as he stood up. At any rate, I heard what I wanted to hear. We can discuss the details later, perhaps when you're both 10. In the meantime, I will talk with my wife and daughter about it. Before Philip left, Mordred spoke up, wait a moment. Before that I have something for you. Something for me? Mordred took out a wand-like object and gave it to Philip. It's a magic tool I made. Keep it on you at all times for self-defense. To use it, just point it at someone, inject your magic power into it and say, fire. You can practice using it. Oh, okay. Thank you. After Philip left, Mordred let out a sigh. The item he gave Philip shot out a stone cannon gravel buffed up to the point it was like a shotgun round. The magic circle was at a level that a person with no knowledge of magic should still be able to use it as long as they had some mana. It should one-shot swordsmen below Saint rank and most monsters below B rank. This was as much as he could do. As for the engagement, he'll somehow have to adapt to the situation. If they became initially engaged at 10, and Eris was happy with it, then it was also a good thing, it'd be quite romantic. Eris should quite like the idea of being able to brag that he's her fiancé. That aside, Mordred continued making his preparations for his leave. Name, Eris Boreas Greyrat. Titles/nicknames, Young Miss of the Boreas family, Bloody Eris, confirmed. Age. Statistics. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Agility, F. Mana, F. Magic. Fire, water, wind and earth magic, elementary rank, silently, 1 spell in each category. Healing magic, elementary rank, silently. Detoxification magic, elementary rank, currently learning to use it silently. Swordsmanship. Sword God style, elementary intermediate rank. Unique skills. Madness enhancement, the Boreas Fist, EX. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Turning Point 1, Double Chapter. After meeting Philip, Mordred immediately returned to his sword training in the Citadel that day. Soon enough the evening came and it began raining, but he continued swinging his sword in the rain, parting the droplets falling over his head with gravity magic while trying to cut through the rain. Again and again. From the outside it looked as if there was an invisible umbrella over his head, or magical aura that made him get untainted by the falling rain. While Mordred was swinging his sword alone on the square, practicing sword god style, Philip approached Hector who watched over him. He said, "Prince Mordred is truly amazing. In the world's history there might not be anyone who could surpass him in talent." Hector looked at him with a calm face. That's certainly true, but it isn't the talent of His Highness that I appreciate the most." "What is it?" "His hard work." "Hard work?" "That's true. Children of high-ranking nobles and royals rarely have a reason to excel with the sword or with magic. They would never push themselves this much," Philip commented. Hector continued, "Certainly. It's the middle and lower class that apply themselves. His Highness is incomparably talented, but it's his hard and focused work that made me respect him. In spite of all his talent and accomplishments, he always strives for greater heights." While the two talked, a person joined them. "He's still training there." It was Ghislaine, her hand resting on her hip. "He is. It's raining, so are you going to call him back?" "No. I'm sure Prince Mordred knows what he's doing. As long as he gets enough rest, it's fine." "I get it. There's also detoxification magic in case he gets sick, but is it really the best training method for him to endlessly swing his sword by himself?" Philip asked casually. "It is the best method," said Ghislaine. "According to teachings of my master, Lord Sword God style is all about being logical. As long as he swings his sword enough, he'll be able to attain the essence of the sword that no one can teach him. With Prince Mordred's talent, there is no better training method." As Ghislaine said, this was exactly most of what Mordred was doing aside from some sparring in the morning and evening. For the last year, he would follow Ghislaine's teachings of the sword god. He'd swing his sword until he couldn't anymore, then he rested and thought about it, then he swung his sword again until he exhausted himself, rested and thought about it, then repeated the process. Hour after hour, day after day. Each day he felt as if his arms would fall off and he would immediately pass out after reaching his bed. But the results came. His long sword of light and mana burst had become much stronger. His mana reinforcement, battle aura, and strength in general as well, growing in line with his monstrous magic power. His strength stepped into a legitimate emperor rank without factoring in his trump cards like mana burst, gravity magic, railgun, and modified longsword of light that he could even send out without a weapon. In fact, with his swordsmanship alone he could probably best most emperor-ranked fighters with how much stronger he had become. He felt he might be invincible under god rank. During this time of intense training with Hector and Ghislaine, his flow technique improved to the level of a sword saint through real sparring, like he planned. Ghislaine and Hector could no longer keep up with him at all. Staying in Roa was no longer optimal for his growth, so he prepared himself to leave. He was ready for anything that might go along with it, like Hitagami finding him even the moment he gets to the capital. Although Hilda didn't like it, he'll still snatch Eris. But before that, he planned to visit Rudeus on the next day. One of those days. When Paul returned one evening, Rudeus learned that he had a letter. The letter was from Roxy. "Dear Rudy. How have you been? Time really flies, it has been 2 years since our farewell. Now that things have settled on my end, I can finally write you a letter. Recently I have been staying in the Shyron capital. It seems that I became famous after clearing a labyrinth as an adventurer, and I got hired as the 7th prince's home school tutor. Teaching the prince has made me recall the days in the Greyrat family. The prince is similar to Rudeus. He's not as good as Rudy, but his magic potential is distinct and he's also quite clever. Also, he's the same as you since he spies on me changing clothes, and steals my panties. He's always full of himself and is different from Rudeus in that department, but his actions are like yours. Should I attribute that to heroes being lustful? Although I'm worried I might get attacked during this employment period. What's so good about this weak and frail body? Am I being impolite and disrespectful to the crown by writing all this? Well, I'm not saying anything bad, so it should be fine. Furthermore, I decided to leave Shyron soon anyway. The kingdom wants to appoint me as the court magician, even though it's for a limited time. It's a good offer, but I don't think staying still in a small kingdom would allow me to progress. Oh, that's right. I can finally use king rank water magic, and I also became saint ranked in wind magic. The library in Shyron Kingdom has books related to king rank water magic and other saint ranked attack magic. I thought I was unable to take another step after reaching saint rank, but I actually could if I tried. In truth, it was in part thanks to the advice I received from one young prince from the Kingdragom Kingdom that I met by chance. He's famous as a magician prodigy and a Miko, and his talent is just as good as Rudy's. Rudeus suddenly stopped reading. Behind him, Paul commented, "Prince from the Kingdragom Kingdom. Isn't it about the kid you've been meeting?" It has to be him. But I didn't know that Prince Mordred met Roxy. Rudeus said. By the way, what's this part about stealing panties? Rudeus ignored the question and returned to reading the letter. According to rumors, at the age of 5 he reached saint rank as a magician and at 7 he became king ranked. At 8, he flew into the Shyron royal palace on a flying vehicle he built. Can you believe this? The world is truly full of heroes and geniuses. It made me feel very small and insignificant in comparison. But I won't give up. My goal is to become a god-ranked water magician. That's my Roxy. Rudeus squeezed his fists excitedly, cheering his goddess on. He then resumed reading. Rudeus must be capable of using emperor-ranked water magic by now. Or should I say, that all your magic schools should have reached saint rank. The studious you might even have touched healing magic or summoning magic by now, right? Or have you started going onto the route of a swordsman? Even though it's a bit of a pity, but if it's Rudeus, northwest matter which road you choose, you'll do well. I have said this before, if you find you have a bottleneck in magic, you can try knocking on the doors of the Renoa University. If you don't have a written introduction, you will have to undergo a test. Though, if it's you, it should be easy to pass. Well then, I'll end it here. Roxy. P.S. By the time you receive this letter, I might not be in the kingdom anymore, so don't reply. Damn. This letter was a massive wake-up call for Rudeus. He quickly checked the map to find the Shyron Kingdom. Similar to the Kingdragom Kingdom, it was in the south of the central continent. It was not as far in a straight line, but the mountains in the central continent have red dragons, so there's no way to pass it, and while traveling normally you need to go around a long way by the south side. Still, a faraway kingdom. As for the Magic University in Renoa, it also required travel in a roundabout way to the northwest. It wasn't close either. So Roxy didn't teach me any king-ranked magic because she didn't know it. But Prince Mordred really already reached king rank at 7. Damn it. Rudeus was also about to have his 7th birthday, but after meeting Roxy and then his initial meeting with Mordred, he had made no progress in his magic at all. In terms of rank, he was still only a saint-ranked water magician. He already became conscious of it after young Miss Eris began to exaggeratedly brag about Prince Mordred's achievements with magic. It felt as if he was wasting his time these last 2 years in the village. Prince Mordred didn't visit the village in a while. I only hope he didn't leave Roa. When he visits next time, I'll have to ask him for a way I could use to progress my magic. Maybe I can convince him to teach me more saint-ranked magic. Rudeus didn't need a higher-ranked magic to exercise his magic power, but he did want to finally rank up again. The next day after visiting the town, the day of his birthday, Mordred went out to visit the Buena Village with the goal of bringing Rudeus with him to ours. In the novel, Paul wanted to separate Rudeus from Sylphie at the age of 7 because they became too dependent on each other and sent him to be a home tutor in the citadel of Roa. In this timeline, that should be even more true. Of course, because of Mordred there was no job for Rudeus in the Boreas Manor. To follow a similar script, he wanted to take Rudeus with him to begin training him as his attendant. Once again, he found Rudeus with Sylphie at the usual hill. After they met, Rudeus told him about his desire to progress his magic, asking for a way for him to earn money for the Renoa University's tuition for him and Sylphie, or another method. If you want to join the University of Renoa, it isn't a bad idea. I can cover your fees. Not a problem. Rudeus looked delighted after hearing Mordred agree to it this easily. Mordred continued, the University of Renoa has books on Saint rank magic, but not so much king rank. Only the principal is a king-ranked magician in wind magic. They accept anyone, so for that reason they're a popular destination for aspiring magicians, but they're far worse in terms of accumulations compared to my Kingdragom Kingdom. After all, no one in their right mind would freely redistribute knowledge of king-ranked magic and above. Still, traveling the world would be a beneficial experience for you, so I think it's alright. The University of Renoa in the north accepted anyone with talent, including the beast race and demons, and didn't hoard knowledge unlike major empires who treated it as a treasure, so it was considered to be the center for magical education for the common people, while magical research also bloomed there. However, a warfaring and long-lasting powerful empire like the Kingdragom Kingdom, whose roots extended to before the Third Demon-Human War, was on another level when it came to past knowledge and accumulations. Oh, I see. So I can pay for the tuition for both of you and we can somehow work this out. But aren't you too young to join the Magic University? I'm not sure if your parents would let you go. After chatting some more, Mordred proposed that he would go meet with Rudeus's parents to somehow settle the matter. His plan was to talk with Paul to allow Rudeus to go with him to ours. On the way there, Rudeus asked if Mordred himself could be the one to teach him saint-ranked magic. Mordred immediately had the idea of showing Rudeus some saint-rank spells at the hill the same day. And he immediately rejected it. A situation that he could perfectly envision was him trying to cast saint-rank magic to teach Rudeus, and the sky would turn weird. Aramanfi the Bright would appear and attack him, and then the mana disaster would suddenly happen. Damn, this is such a red flag. I'll totally skip doing that for now. With this thought Mordred continued on his way to Rudeus's house. But just as they passed through the stone gate, walking, Mordred noticed orange clouds stirring in the sky. His face paled. No way. Very quickly, the clouds began to turn into a huge whirlpool which clearly originated from the city of Roa. No, no, no. Not now. Mordred gripped his fists tightly. Why did it have to happen now of all times when he was away from Eris? What is that? Rudeus asked, also staring at the sky. In the next moment, an explosion happened in the far distance and a dome of bright white-blue light began to spread out, devouring everything at breakneck speed. No. Mordred only had enough time to surge his mana inside him for protection, just in case, and grab Rudeus before the light engulfed both of them. The fates of various people like Sylphiette, Roxy, and Eris had already unavoidably changed. As a result, the displacement incident occurred early. Act 2, Journey to Azura, ended. Chapter 43, Chapter 43. Mordred vs. Mordred. Interlude. Mordred woke up in a perfectly white and bright room. As he looked down, he felt a little bit relieved because he still had the body of Mordred Kingdragon. He recalled what happened. Right, it was the mana calamity. It descended much sooner than he anticipated. But no matter the reason, it happened. So, is this the void world? Mordred thought this inwardly and focused on guarding his mind. However, as he blinked he saw a person in front of him, and it was not Hidegami. Sitting in a relaxed manner on a chair, his legs crossed, was an elderly-looking black man in a perfectly white suit. Morgan Freeman. Mordred was stunned. Instead of Hidegami, he once again had met with the god which reincarnated him in the world of Mushoku. One that he personally called Morgan. Or was it an illusion that Hidegami prepared based on his memories? Some kind of trick? Oh, no, son. It is not an illusion. I am the same god who reincarnated you, said Morgan. Instantly, Mordred fully believed this without a shadow of doubt. Morgan stood up from the chair and said with a plain smile, you were quite enjoying your new life, weren't you? It's too bad things ended this soon. Seeing how you're dead and all. What? Wasn't he supposed to be just teleported? I'm dead. Morgan waved his hand dismissively. Ah, nah, I'm just messing with you. Mordred glared at him. This was not funny. Ah. But this made Morgan only laugh even harder. Yes, very funny. But why did you suddenly appear here? I mean, no. First, thank you so much for this chance. You're the greatest god there is. The only one I'll believe in my life. The true god Morgan Freeman. Mordred bowed his head low, praising and thanking the guy first. After all, it was thanks to him that he could reincarnate and have such a wonderful life. Morgan chuckled. Okay, you can stop now. I reincarnated you randomly just because I was bored. However, you are not much of a hero, are you? You didn't even attempt to stop the mana disaster, allowing countless people to die. You only cared about yourself and a few others close to you. Mordred felt a faint pain in his heart when this was pointed out. It was as if God was chastising him. He gathered his words, then said, yeah. I'm not some perfect hero. What was I supposed to do anyway? Just taking care of myself and a few others is difficult enough. Is that wrong? Morgan gave him a faint smile. Not at all. It's perfectly normal to have priorities. It is human nature. I respect free will, so I have no opinion on what you do. This is the point, after all. Throwing you into this world and seeing what happens. Then why point it out? Is he just enjoying playing the role of God Almighty? Mordred thought. Morgan continued, as the creator, I normally don't like to interfere in my stories, but I brought you here because I had something fun in mind. It will only make things more interesting. Mordred frowned. After hearing something like that, like something fun and making things more interesting, he began to have a bad premonition. His life being toyed with by an omnipotent being was not something he considered fun. Gods are often like this in fiction, aren't they? Toying with human lives, enjoying seeing them struggle. He was doing just fine, so couldn't he just be left alone? Or was he doing too well? Was that it? Is he also someone like Hidegami? Letting him enjoy his new life to the fullest for a while before throwing him into pits of despair. That would be too cruel. Mordred loved his new life too much, so he couldn't help but worry that it all might end like a dream. You don't need to worry. What I want to offer you is an opportunity. An opportunity? Mordred asked as he became slightly interested. One shot, one opportunity. Will you capture it or just let it slip? Morgan rapped. Mordred stared at him speechlessly. Quite catchy, isn't it? Morgan chuckled. Anyway. What I want to offer you is an opportunity to fight the original Saber Mordred. If you can win, you would earn her sword, armor, and helmet, inheriting Mordred's entire legacy. Of course, if you lose, you will die. Fight Saber Mordred. Mordred was surprised. That did sound interesting. And the rewards were surely enticing. However, he didn't get carried away. He was just 9 years old. He was strong in the world of Mushoku, but wasn't it too much to make him fight a real servant when he's still just 9? And especially a strong servant like Mordred. It was impossible to say how he compared to a servant. After all, he never fought one. I wouldn't make you face anything you couldn't handle. But of course, life is a gamble, said God. Mordred was silent. The first thing he thought of were the rewards. If he could defeat Saber Mordred, he would most importantly earn her sword. He would earn a powerful noble phantasm magical sword that should be above whatever he could acquire in the Mushoku Tensei world. At least, it was a sword that actually complemented his abilities well and would be extremely useful to have, especially now that he still had not reached his prime, but will likely have to deal with Hidegami's schemes and pawns. Additionally, possessing Mordred's armor would be incredibly handy, putting aside how cool it was. So far he only wore light training clothes and didn't plan to change into anything more than some light armor in the future because putting on an entire suit of full-plate armor was too much trouble while it couldn't protect him from longsword of light anyway. Additionally, depending on the armor, it might reduce his agility. But if he had magical armor that he could instantly put on at any moment, and it was also comfortable to fight in, then that would be something very useful. It was tempting. In particular, protecting his head was the most important. In this world, most injuries could be instantly healed with healing magic, so he only needed to stay on guard to not get his brain destroyed. A full head helmet of Mordred would be perfect here. Thinking of the helmet, Mordred asked, can Mordred's helmet protect my mind from Hidegami? Yes and no. What does it mean? It cannot protect your thoughts from being read because it doesn't work this way. But there is something it can do. What is it? Mordred asked curiously. Mordred's helmet, the secret of pedigree, is a conceptual noble phantasm attached to the helmet that forms Mordred's armor. It conceals the user's true name and lineage while it is attached to the armor suit, hiding the person's identity from abilities that could read it. It doesn't have much use outside a Holy Grail war, but since it conceals the user's identity, it can hide you from Hidegami's sight as long as it's on. So it couldn't protect his mind from being read. But that's okay. I practiced how to hide my inner thoughts with Albion, but if it doesn't work, I will be able to just cut off Hidegami like with Orsted's bracelet. I need to get this helmet. Mordred grew more interested in fighting Saber Mordred by the minute. As he thought about this, even in case his specs ended up being lower, he still had strong trump cards of his own that he could use to win this fight. One shot, one opportunity. Will you capture it or just let it slip? Recalling Morgan's casually said words, and seeing his current face as he observed him, Mordred smirked. He'll agree. He couldn't miss this chance. But before that, he should take some time to consider the strategies and moves he could use against Saber Mordred. Morgan said, you have 10 seconds to make your decision. 10 seconds. If it was just 10 seconds. Then he might as well agree already. In such a stressful situation he couldn't make any good plans. He'll just execute one of his usual strategies. Mordred let out a sigh. Fine. I agree. I'll fight Mordred. Morgan smiled. Excellent. You already knew I would do this. Of course, but I still wanted to hear you say it. Well, then. Good luck. After saying this much, Morgan clapped twice. The world blurred in front of Mordred's eyes. Name, Mordred Kingdragon, human. Titles/nicknames, 16th Prince of Kingdragon, Miko, youngest sword saint. Age. Height, 137 centimeters. Weight, 34 kilograms. Servant parameters. Strength, C. Endurance, B. Agility, B, C. Mana, A. Luck. Unique skills. Instinct, A. Mana burst, A. Magic resistance, B. Dragon reactor core, A+. Riding, E++. Acquired skills. Railgun, A+. Gravity magic, presence of the demon god, A. Longsword of light, A+. Longsword of light, mana burst, A++. Flow, D. Special. Demon sword Ascalon. Name, Mordred Pendragon, Saber. Titles/nicknames, Knight of Treachery, Mordred the Silent, Gorilla Knight. Age, 16, physically. Height, 154 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Servant parameters. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, B. Mana, B. Luck, D. Skills. Instinct, B. Mana burst, A. Magic resistance, cancellation, B. Battle continuation, B. Riding, B. Charisma, C-. Noble phantasms. Secret of pedigree, C. Sword Clarent, C, sealed. Clarent blood Arthur, A+. Mordred found himself sitting on top of a large throne, in a spacious circular throne room. Below him were long and narrow stairs leading to the throne. He was surprised. Isn't this Semiramis's throne room from Fate/Apocrypha? Bam. At this moment, the door in front in the distance burst open and someone came in. So you're the bastard that wants to be king? Mordred heard a rough voice of an armored female knight with blonde hair and bulky armor that he clearly recognized to be Saber Mordred from Fate. Saber Mordred clicked her tongue disdainfully. TSK. A fake like you sitting on this throne pisses me off. Mordred raised his eyebrows. What was that set up? As he was thinking this, he also secretly created 2 stone cannons behind the throne's backrest and began to harden and charge them while staying seated on the throne. Saber Mordred brandished her sword, saying, "You wanted my sword, eh? I'm going to give it to you, but it might be more than you can handle. I'll use it to grind you to dust, you fake." After saying those words hatefully, Saber Mordred shot out from her spot and began to rush toward Mordred at the throne while a full-sized helmet formed all over her head in an instant. Using Mana Burst, Saber Mordred periodically seemed to transform into streams of red lightning as she blitzed toward the throne at a high speed. Mordred suddenly stood up. As he pointed his hands forward, his previously prepared projectiles floated to the front and he began to overload them with magic power at close range, using Mana Burst. A few moments later, he shot out both spells simultaneously. Railgun. Boom. With an explosion of crimson lightning, 2 bullets shot out. They tore through the air at a speed several times greater than a regular gun's bullet. Within the blink of an eye, the 2 stone bullets reached Saber Mordred while she barely covered 1/3 of the distance to the throne. She couldn't avoid it. Bang. One of the bullets missed due to Saber blitzing around, but the other struck her chest plate and pierced right through. Saber paused as she looked up while covering her wound with her palm, still wearing her helmet. She began to bleed from her chest. It worked. Mordred was surprised. He knew that Saber Mordred had the magic resistant skills, but it seemed that his full-power railgun could bypass it. He didn't attempt aiming at the head earlier only because Mordred was dashing around too quickly, so the chance of hitting a small target like the head was too low while for a servant piercing their heart should be just as effective. Saber Mordred said, "You can get through my magic resistance." Whatever. It's but a scratch. Secretly, she seemed to have done something to close up her wound and slightly heal it while speaking. Lightning Arrow, Hadouken. Mordred brought both his hands forward and began to create a ball of lightning. The speed of Lightning Arrow was superior to Lightning Explosion. Although it was slower than Railgun, it had a much larger area of effect than his typical piercing-type Railgun needle. Even if it missed the heart, it would cause some major damage. Most importantly, just like Lightning Explosion, it was a spell that he could charge extremely rapidly with both hands using just Mana Burst. He could cast it faster than Railgun. Seeing him cast, red electricity bursted out around Saber Mordred as she once again gave the illusion of turning into a red string of lightning as she charged ahead. In less than half a second, Mordred's red lightning ball reached its maximum intensity. He then waited a bit. When he felt it was the right moment, a red lightning arrow shot out from his hands. As if preparing for it beforehand, a dense red aura bursted around Saber as Mordred released his spell. She brought her sword in front for defense. But she couldn't react to the lightning arrow. The lightning arrow struck her upper right arm, facing the protection of chainmail underneath the cloth, mana burst and Saber Mordred's magic resistance. Arf. Saber's arm was still ripped out right there and then behind the elbow joint, the flesh around it charred black. Seeing this, Mordred formed a cold smile. Was this still but a scratch? With this, Saber Mordred won't be able to use Clarent Blood Arthur. Cling clang. Saber Mordred's head was revealed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. You didn't aim for my heart. Saber Mordred cursed and glared at him with hate. It was only natural that to neutralize her fake Saber would aim for her heart, her spirit core, just like he did before. Protecting her heart and head was the absolute priority, so she focused on blocking any attacks should they come at her heart and perhaps ignore them otherwise. She adapted a defensive stance to protect her 2 vital points. Unfortunately, that spell was aimed at her arm instead. And because of the stance she had, her arms were especially exposed. This made her unable to react. While cursing, Saber Mordred used magical energy to close off the wound on her right arm to stop the bleeding. Although she was a servant, she still took on the form of a human, so she bled and couldn't ignore her injuries. Regenerating a full arm was also possible, but it would require time, the time that she apparently didn't have. In the meantime, Mordred on the throne already began charging 2 more railgun projectiles. Seeing this, Saber Mordred clicked her tongue and shot out from her spot in spite of her injuries. There was no time to reattach her arm. She knew she couldn't give her opponent any more time to cast. With a burst of red lightning, she began to fly straight at him to reach him on top of the throne. Mordred frowned. He followed his instinct, canceling one of the spells and focusing all his energy into a single railgun while drawing out his sword with his free hand. If he didn't do that, he might not have enough time to finish his cast. He focused his aim, relying on his instinct. Then just as Saber Mordred was about to reach him, he released his railgun straight at Saber's heart. Boom. With a dull sound, the railgun then struck something hard and only pushed Saber back slightly. Mordred frowned. He saw that his bullet struck the flat of Clarent that Saber Mordred used to preemptively shield her heart and head the moment she heard the explosion. What good combat instincts? But it was all right. With one of her arms missing, she was half the threat, so he was fine with her getting close. Mordred readied his sword, ready to meet Saber Mordred's strike. Aya. After recovering her balance, Saber Mordred let out a roar as her sword blazed with red thunder several meters long. She sent it out in a wild swing with a single arm. Flow. Mordred didn't have enough magic power prepared yet to respond with a similarly powerful strike, but his battle aura was at the ready. Saber Mordred's giant sword of thunder met his sword. Even with a single arm, that sword strike was still immensely powerful, but Mordred had no problems in receiving it. An opponent using a single arm to fight turned out to be trivially easy to control, and Saber Mordred's strike was just a wild swing that made things even easier. Using flow at his full ability, he borrowed the force of Saber Mordred's downward strike and simply pushed it aside, then brought his sword around and immediately counterattacked. Red magic power bursted out from Mordred's arms to assist him in instant acceleration as he slashed out. Long Sword of Light, Mana Burst.